lid.
Right.
Let's freaking go, baby.
We got to get Philmo Mike a media credential.
He should get a day pass.
I would love to have him out here interviewing people.
I mean,
heck
Philmo Mike is San Francisco
100%.
to a T.
Even though he lives in Oakland now, I think.
Well, that's okay. This is celebrating the Bay. And well, he's having those parties in Oakland.
Yeah,
I know
he
that.
is. I know that.
Waiting for my invite, Mike.
And washing his back.
Absolutely.
Smoking his eye.
Oh,
my
I would
God.
like to be doing that. I think some people are outside the Moscone Center where we are at right now.
Well, there's a rumor that Steiny came in smoking that za yesterday.
Well, you know, I'm going to get at Steiny here in a second. We're going to be live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Radio Row. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And again, I've been using my Tide wash at home because I have a lot of, kids, so I've been backed up on the laundry, which I got to say I hate, but Tide makes me love it because when I bring it out, that smell, it just hits, and it hits perfectly. But I got a problem with Steiny. You know why? I walked in here yesterday. I was walking back, getting a coffee, all right? I finally figured out. I got my bearings here at Moscone Center West.
Yeah.
Go to the third floor to get the coffee.
You were a little rattled yesterday.
I was a little rattled. You know why? Because there's a lot of stuff. There's banners.
You know what
there's
you look
people.
like?
There's Nick Costos, who's your best friend now.
He's my new best friend.
From Westwood One.
You look like Drake May rookie year. A little overwhelmed.
A little overwhelmed, and I lost
Maybe
to the Raiders.
Sam Darnold. You were seeing ghosts.
I lost to the Raiders week 1, but I bounced back, okay? Now we're here in the Super Bowl. But I saw Steiny walking around yesterday. He was with some guy I've never seen before. And I was like, hey, Steiny. I was giving one of those looks like, hey, what's up, dude? Didn't even want to look at me. Just didn't say anything.
He big-leagued you?
He did. He big-leagued me. And I saw
this one.
And you know what? I called him out on it yesterday. He had nothing to say. Nothing to say. I thought we were friends, Steiny. Like, we live close to each other. You've invited me to your house many a times. We've had pizza together. And you did I'm Team Guru now.
Get off, Steiny.
I'm Team Guru now. It's fine.
You're on him so hard,
Guru.
like, you might get him pregnant. Relax, all right? Get off of Steiny right now.
My dad did have 10 children, so it's in the blood.
You've never heard that term, Sam?
I've never heard that in my
funny,
life.
No?
Well, producer Sam thinks it's funny.
That's a golf joke.
I mean, not
so. If
Sam.
I hit a shot close to the pin,
there's 2 Sams over here.
If I hit a shot close to the pin and then you hit one inside, go, hey, you go any more inside me, you're gonna get me pregnant. It's a joke.
So we got Mike Florio joining us at 8:15 today. Can't wait to talk to Pro Football Talk with Mike Florio. He's got a big setup over there because obviously.
Does Florio think that we're going to get Giannis?
I don't think he cares, but we'll talk to him about it. We got Grant Cohn joining us 8:50, Sports Illustrated. We love some Grant. Is he going to be in person, by the way?
I don't know.
Up?
I was under the understanding he might not be in today.
Well, we'll see.
Figure it out. But I know Bonte's coming in.
The King was going to be last. I was going to get to the King.
Is he getting a red carpet treatment?
Well, I was actually thinking about this as I was in bed last night. Yes, Bonte, but when I'm late at night, I'm thinking of you.
Wow, there's a lot going on right now. You're on Steiny, you're on Bonte. Oh, my God.
People are on my hit list right now.
Hey, Sam Darnold, let the game slow down. Hand the ball off a little.
Hey, that's your guy, Sam Darnold. Don't you feel validated? By the way, because we haven't even talked about the big game.
No, it's not validation. It's just I think you guys are all hating on the guy. It's like, here's what I do. I watch and assess. Some of you guys, not you, but a lot of people out there, they have opinions and they don't change. I'm willing to adjust my opinions based on new information. It's called reading the market.
I feel like
whatever. Okay.
Oh, just stop it, BPA.
Well, that's another guy that should get a free pass here just to walk around as Brian in Palo Alto. But I was thinking about Bonte yesterday.
He's thinking he's going to be campaign manager for the San Jose mayor for governor.
He's going to be joining us 8 to 10, not Brian in Palo Alto, but Bonte Hill, courtesy of River Islands. Live here from Radio Row. I was thinking the red carpet needs to be rolled out. We need Sam and other Sam and Tim Jordan to be playing trumpets as he's walking down. And
all the knights are putting their swords and he's walking underneath
and
it.
And Nahegan's going to be, while he's videotaping him coming down, he's going to be throwing that rice
all
or
the other stations get down on one knee.
Exactly. All the stations do. Absolutely. We got Threads right there. We got Westwood One. That's right. We got the Night of the Seven Kingdoms right now going on HBO. I missed the episode 3. I got to catch up on there. But we can't wait for that. Plus, we got Stu Gotz from Fox Sports Radio joining us. 9:20. Dude, they got the huge setup over there. They got the big cube spinning. Fox Sports Radio representing. And Gavin, 9:35. We talked to Will before that Seahawks-Niners game, which he covered for NFL UK, obviously. And he's a big Niner fan. So very excited to talk to Will Gavin. And talk maybe, Joe, just maybe, some English Premier League. I know you love that. Leeds United, which Jed York owns, your boy.
Could not care less.
What? Come on.
I'm out
Actually,
on that.
you could care because the moment they sign any free agent, they're taking away money from the San Francisco 49ers. Oh, my God, we can't sign Mike Evans because they signed this forward.
Let me ask you. Do you care about Mark Davis's other venture, the Aces?
Well, they're champions.
Do you care about them as a Raider fan?
No.
Okay.
Well, Tom Brady's also an owner, too, of there.
Yeah, and Tom. Let's get into Tom for just a second.
As Robert Kraft, by the way, did not get into the Hall of Fame.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. We're just more ridiculous things happening. Just shut the hall down. I'm watching the 49er doc and narrated by Tom Brady. It's like the worst person to narrate.
Why?
The entire.
He's the biggest Niner fan ever.
We should have signed him.
Oh, well.
Like, you want to talk about takes that aged well? My 2020 take, right during COVID, we've got so much audio of it, hours and hours
the morning
of me
pat on the back
screaming in my basement. But you know why? Because shame on everybody. Shame on everybody for saying he was washed when he wasn't. When the GOAT wants to come to you, you take him. You take them every single day. And when I hear this guy just profess his love, it's a love story, basically, of Brady and the Brady family to the Niners, to all things 49ers. It makes me sick. Of all the things that this front office has done great, like, look, since 2008, Jed York taking over, they've been to a gazillion NFC championship games and 3 different Super Bowls. Like, he deserves a lot of credit. I could make the argument, and it's not a sin because, sinning is like a real life thing. But in terms of football blunders, I think, honest to God, the worst mistake this organization ever made was saying no to Tom Brady.
Ooh.
And here's why. You would have guaranteed yourself 1 Super Bowl. All the other moves, the woulda, the coulda, the shoulda, you need a leap of faith. It's Tom Brady. Okay, now you can make this, would Shanahan have worked with Brady? Brady told Bruce Arians to pipe down, and they figured it out halfway through that season, and they won it all. You cannot convince me. I will go to my dying days. I'll be on my deathbed. LJ will be leaning over me. Dad, what do you have to say? Brady should have been a Niner. I will say that until my final breath. And it's ridiculous that he wasn't, and it makes me more sad. And the fact that he's narrating this 49er franchise doc on AMC is just another twist of the knife.
Is that the biggest blunder in the Kyle Shanahan era for sure for you? It's not even close. Well, because people would say you had an opportunity also to trade for Matt Stafford, and you didn't do that. And Sean McVay in the division beat you out to him, so it was a double whammy, and he wins the Super Bowl on top of that. Like, that one for me would hurt even more because it's in the division.
There's no guarantee they accept your package with Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's true.
Right? And then, there's a lot that goes into those
At the time, they were pretty comparable, I feel like, Goff and Garoppolo, but the medical on Jimmy G probably would scare Detroit. No, you're right.
It's funny how you're not wrong.
Yeah.
A lot of people in Ninerland were like, "Oh, Jimmy's so much better than Goff." Remember Goff threw an interception before halftime, Week 16, Rams Niners. They still were involved in the division at that time before we ended up going, and he threw a huge pick to Fred Warner right before the end of half. And people were like, "Yeah, he sucks." Put pressure on him. Looking at it now, Goff's clearly a superior player.
Oh, it's not even close.
And Detroit made a great trade. Like, for them, even though they didn't win a Super Bowl yet, like, that was a great trade for them, and it spurned where they're at. Like, even the Trey Lance thing, like, you got to nail the pick. Like, even if they got Mac Jones, I don't know, maybe he's never worth 3 picks. Who knows? Drafting Patrick Mahomes. I mean, who knows with Shanahan? He gets a million guys hurt. The GOAT, Tom Brady, it's plug and play. It was plug and play. It was sitting on a platter for him to come here. And when you get Brady, you get Gronk and friends.
Well, and potentially Antonio Brown, although I don't know.
Who knows?
Maybe they don't get Antonio here, but he definitely paid off dividends in Tampa Bay.
It's the biggest mistake, hands down, that I can think of. And I'm hearing people like, well, the Niners, they regret having Sam Darnold in the building. Sam didn't play. He played 1 game. He started 1 game. It was Week 18. There were low stakes. None of the starters played. He looked very mediocre. His big success happened with Kevin O'Connell. It's a much bigger blunder on the Vikings' behalf than it is the Niners.
I agree.
To me, the Niners don't have really that much blood on their hands. Purdy's our guy. That was the guy that they ended up choosing. Don't worry about the other stuff. When I get to Brady wanted to come. It's a boom, boom. It's a boom, boom, and you win at least 1, if not 2.
The Darnold thing's interesting.
You think he blows a lead with 10 points? You think he blows a 10-point lead in L.A. against Stafford? Do you really think that?
No, but his team has blown leads in the Super Bowl. Nick Foles and then Eli Manning twice. He's had the lead in every single one of his Super Bowls in the fourth quarter. He's only lost 3 of them.
I think Tom Brady right now could come out of the booth
I agree.
And lead a game-winning drive right now.
I agree.
Given all similar variables.
Joe, you're preaching to the choir here. I love me TB12 and the TB12
But it
method.
breaks my heart hearing him. It breaks my heart seeing him on that. It makes me want to turn it off, quite frankly. Because it's like, yeah, of course we should have had him. And, like, honestly, like, I took so many calls from so many people. Jimmy's an ascending player. You know, Brady's done. Jimmy's garbage. I cannot believe we died on the Jimmy G Hill and we didn't say hello to Brady. It's honestly, it's of all their, and they've done a lot of great things. But, like, that's the one mistake that I think that we can, and they've made a lot of them. I'm not, everyone, you stay in business for 10 years, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. The number one biggest mistake was that one. It's not even close for me.
It's
not even close.
Brandon Ayuk's up there. If we're talking about bigger mistakes in the Kyle Shanahan, era and John Lynch, I'd go in any particular order, whiffing on Tom Brady, Matt Stafford. I mean, they called in on Aaron Rodgers. I'm not going to call that a whiff. The Brandon Ayuk situation.
Trading for Trey Lance.
Promoting Nick Sorensen as defensive coordinator. Trey Lance debacle. Most people might even go to that one and say, you're so damn lucky you landed on Brock Purdy, because anyone else would have been absolutely fired immediately.
You wouldn't have done that had you went to Brady in 2020.
Yeah?
You would never have felt that burning desire, because they were frustrated. They were so angry with Jimmy after 2020 that they're like, all right, we're going to trade for Deshaun Watson. We're going to trade for Aaron Rodgers. They got so desperate.
And you know what's even, in hindsight, even more laughable is the fact that, like, you stuck it out with Jimmy, and then the reports, Mike Silver of The Athletic saying, yeah, he just doesn't talk to his teammates in the offseason. He just ghosts. He literally ghosts them. What is Tom Brady? He has a whole doc, Tom versus Time. I think it was on Facebook once, like 3, 4, 5 years ago.
It's the one where he's
literally
mouth kissing his child at 12 years old. It's a little weird.
Well, some people do some things differently. They're very affectionate.
I still kiss my son.
I kiss my son on the cheek all the time. He's 5, 6, 7 years old, and he's eventually going to be tired of it, I'm sure. But too bad. But
what is going on here?
There's a lot going on here. That lost my train of thought when he went to the kissing the kid. He went to Montana, Julian Edelman, Gronk, all those guys. He was maniacally obsessed, still is. Like, that's why he's going to succeed, I think, as a broadcaster, and maybe as a minority owner. I have no idea. But he's obsessed with winning at the highest level, and he'll do whatever it takes to do that. So much so that, sacrifice his own freaking family. Whether that's, good or bad, I'm not one to judge, but he literally got divorced, and he talks about it. Like, hey, I'm willing to give up and sacrifice all this stuff, and we have Jimmy Garoppolo over here being out with porn stars and ghosting his team. Not that I have anything against Kiara Mia, who I think that was the porn star's name. But that just goes to show the levels of...
Yeah, this guy's got it favorited on his bookmarks, dude.
You're the one that brings it up all the time. You're the one that brings up these... hey, Joe, you know who Mia Khalifa is? You literally threw that into my lap one time.
When was that?
Exactly.
What is going on here?
Selective memory.
Yeah, what was
We're
that?
having fun at 6:20 a.m. at Moscone Center. That's what we're doing right now.
I'm pissed off that Brady wasn't a Niner.
Why? No, you need to be happy. Come on, turn that frown upside down. Giannis might be coming here.
Dude, I'm about to watch Drake May or Sam Darnold win a Super Bowl.
So?
I'm a little bitter. Yeah, I'm a little bitter. And this
on.
Niner doc is doing nothing to make me feel happy.
Well, Eddie DeBartolo, who was my guy that told? Who was the guy that told Eddie to, go after Bill Walsh? Who was my guy? Ron.
What? Say that again.
There was someone that told Eddie DeBartolo to hire Bill Walsh, and you're going to win 3 Super Bowls.
No one said that to him.
There was a guy that told him that.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I love how these guys boost up their stories. My favorite one is like, when Joe, what's his face, Bill Walsh said, I always believed in Joe. I always had faith in him. You tried to trade him for John Elway in 1983. Then you tried to trade for Steve Young because you were afraid that he was done and he had broken his back and had back surgery. So I know time is always like, this was the blueprint. I don't know. I don't know about all that. I know that Eddie DeBartolo had spoke with Al Davis about it many times, and that's not in the doc. And Al Davis said, I'm not sure Bill's tough enough.
That's true.
And Bill said to him, I'm a Golden Glove boxer. Like, I've read a lot of things and seen a lot of videos, and a lot of the stuff on the AMC doc is not new to me, and I'm not pretending like I know everything. That's not what I'm getting at. I always find it funny when we're 40 years removed from stuff. I knew all along.
Well, it's the LeBron meme. He's like, I knew that Stephen Curry was going to be one of the greatest three-point shooters of all time. I saw it in his eye. Well, LeBron, you need to finish a book before I believe anything, because you're on page 1 every single time you see the meme. And that's a guy who could obviously be on the move maybe next year, but I'm not on LeBron watch anymore. Another guy that popped up this morning as we're talking about Robert Kraft not making it into the Hall of Fame. There was some other breaking news overnight. James Harden apparently on the trading block.
Are you shocked?
Well, kind of, because it's been so quiet. And, he's been playing well these last couple seasons with the Clippers a little bit, and the Clippers have made some noise. They've been pushing for a playoff spot as of late.
What did I say 2 weeks ago when you guys were all bringing up the Clippers?
What?
I was like, we'll see how long this lasts.
Well, that's always with the Clippers. But, they did make a push last year, and that was their best chance, I think, last season because of all the health. They, broke their way. Kawhi, James Harden, these guys ended up being healthy. They had that amazing last game of the regular season against the Warriors, obviously. They went to overtime.
Yeah, it was a great
Harden
game.
took over. Kawhi was making shots. It was great. But he's on the move. And apparently it's going to be the Cleveland Cavaliers and Darius Garland. I kind of like that for Cleveland.
It just changes your team when you bring him in because he's so ball dominant. It just changes who you are.
Obviously, the Warriors aren't going to be interested there. I don't think Warriors fans. I know you're not a huge fan of this game.
Zero desire in seeing James Harden in a Warrior uniform.
Does this pave the way potentially, though, if Kawhi Leonard can get traded? Would that be a name that you could be interested in?
Well, when he's healthy, he looks great.
When he's healthy, he's a Hall of Famer. That's his whole thing. When he's healthy, he's a Hall of Famer.
Whose body do you trust this year more? This year, not bit long term. This year more. Anthony Davis, Kawhi Leonard, or Giannis? This year.
Oh boy. Probably, I can't believe I'm saying this, probably Kawhi. Anthony Davis is still out for another 4 weeks, I think. And then Giannis, apparently the latest on Giannis is from Jake Fisher, Yahoo Sports. He might not want to come to the Warriors now because he's just now finding out Stephen Curry's going to be 38 years old. That was basically, I'm paraphrasing here. I was like, really? You didn't know that? Come on, guys.
But who's he going to go play with in the Heat? You got Pat Riley and you got Spoelstra. We acknowledge
Jaime Hawkins.
And the living in Miami is incredible. There's no doubt about it.
That is part of it.
But what teammate does he have down there?
Tyler Hero, if he says.
He would be a part of the deal.
I would assume so. Well, reportedly, he does love Bam Adebayo. Those guys are tight. And he'd play with them. Yeah, they'd be pretty dominant, big guys together. What, are you looking at me like that can't happen?
Bam's a very nice player. But no one's two superstars.
Well, no, you just said it right there. He's a very nice player. He's not a great player. And this is the quote from Jake Fisher, Yahoo Sports, talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo. Obviously, we're on Giannis Watch here in the Bay. Spadoni and Shasky, the Morning Roast, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Radio Row. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Jake Fisher, quote, I have heard from sources briefed on the situation that some in the know suspect Antetokounmpo could be turned off by the idea of joining an older team and or facing the sort of criticism that Kevin Durant continues to absorb to this day about teaming up with Curry. That last part, I got to be honest, is pretty laughable. The circumstances couldn't be further from Kevin Durant, and I'm going to explain on the other side why this KD, if KD
Steph's not allowed to have help.
If Giannis was to go to Golden State, it would be not even close to what Kevin Durant coming to the Warriors meant nationally into fans everywhere. I'll explain on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
The wait is over. Tokyo Central Specialty Market is opening at Bay Street, Emeryville. Join the grand opening celebration January 31st and February 1st. Food, culture, and excitement await. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events. That's baystreetemeryville.com/events.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. This week, tender, juicy, and flavorful, high-quality USDA choice beef T-bone steak mega packs for just $9.99 per pound. Dibbs, how do you like them apples?
I love beef, but I also like apples, and sweet Honey Crisp or Envy apples, just $2.49 per pound. And special savings all week long from the deli, chicken tenders, all-American footlong sandwiches made fresh every day, and Reese's American Classic Salads, 48-ounce selected varieties, all just $5. What a bargain.
I can afford that. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Of course, go to Safeway.com for all the details, and we will see you in the aisles.
We talk a lot about defense on this show. But how's the defense on your actual house? I'm talking about your windows. If you're feeling a draft or your energy bill is higher than a Steph Curry three-pointer, it's time to sub in the pros. That's why I'm sending you to my friends at Ashby Lumber. Ashby Lumber has been the Bay Area's heavy hitter since 1968. And right now, they're featuring the best in the business, Milgard windows and doors. Whether you want that classic look with the Milgard Tuscany series or you want the modern, sleek vibes of the Trinsic series, Milgard has you covered. And let's talk about durability. Milgard's Ultra Series fiberglass windows are built to handle whatever the Bay Area weather throws at them. Plus, they come with lifetime warranty options for the total peace of mind. Go see the experts at the Ashby Lumber showrooms in Berkeley or Concord. They'll walk you through the entire Milgard lineup so you can win big on your next home project. Check them out online at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber and Milgard, that's a championship combo. Get it done today.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Day. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Catch the Black Crows on their Southern Hospitality Tour. They'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 20th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo.
I know how that goes.
Okay, we're hot. We're hot,
Nice
so
to
we
see
have
you.
to dump that. Yeah.
No, it's all good. Tell everybody I said hi.
We're coming to you live.
My bad.
From the Laughing Monk Studios at Radio Row. Spadoni and Shasky, it's the morning
Hey,
roast.
bro, my
And
bad.
No, it's all good. I love this song. Baby, you know, kiss me through the phone. Shasky, you just met someone that you haven't seen since like 2000.
Yeah.
You're Mr. Worldwide. You are
No,
Pitbull.
it's not. It's just
no,
a
you
Frisco
are
thing.
Pitbull. You are. You know everyone.
Look, this is the thing.
Nick
You know,
Costos,
as
Ginger, the lovely
Stop
Ginger.
it. As TJ will know, and TJ's a local San Franciscan, there is like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, right? You hear all the time. It's like
Explain to the audience.
Well, basically, like in San Francisco talk, whether it's Sal Castaneda, TJ, whether it's whoever, someone's like, hey, where are you from?
Right.
You usually say the neighborhood, or you say the grammar school or high school that you went to. We don't say, like, when you're from somewhere else, like, I went to Yale, I went to UCLA.
Wow, you know,
you're
smart
like,
people.
No, you're like, I went to Sacred Heart, I went to Reardon, I went to Lincoln, I went to Washington. And then we start, like, breaking it down, like, oh, you know my cousin, oh, you know my buddy.
Sure.
Next thing you know, we end up being related.
Sure. Oh, wow. You have a lot of cousins, too.
Well, that's how it works.
Okay, fair enough.
So you saw how we played the game right there. That's called the game,
The
right?
game. The game within the game?
The game within the game.
Well, a nice co-host would have introduced, like, oh, hey, this is my co-host, Joe Spadoni. But
we were reminiscing from 25 years ago. I mean, excuse me,
well, it's
apologies.
okay. I was class of 2000. I was class of 2001. Oh, well, I was class of 2011, but I guess no one cares. It's fine. No, it's cool. It's cool.
Have you met my friend from Monterey?
Yeah, that's all I need. Pacific Grove, please, Joe.
You wanted me to set you up? I didn't know.
No, well, you know, it's just within just a nice little dunk. A little alley-oop, please, like Stockton to Malone. Can we do that?
Okay, I'll do the Dwayne Wade.
Thank you. That's all I need. I'll be LeBron, and I'll set you up,
when
too.
it's someone from outside the market, I will do that. But when it's someone who's, like, from the Frisco, like, I got to, like, you know, we weren't done having our like, bang, bang, bang. You know, like, she went to school with my boy Lurd.
Well, I know.
And I was like, hey, you know Lurd? Oh, my gosh. She's like, yeah.
What's his name?
Lurd, the Lurd.
How do you spell that?
Well, it's L-E-R-D. It's not LARPing. It's the Lurd. Okay. And his real name's Delicella. Okay. Delicella Mortadella, a.k.a. the Lurd. And his wife works over at one of the TV stations. And so, anyway,
I just never heard that name before. That's great. No, I love it.
He's probably one of the more diehard roasters out there.
Is he? Okay. 888-957-9570.
No. He doesn't call in.
Oh, he's one of those.
Yeah.
He's on the YouTube
He hits
chat?
me on the side.
Oh,
Private
okay.
chats.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
The show within the show within the show.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of the show.
Also, his son is an excellent ball player.
What kind of ball?
Just turned 6 years old.
What kind of ball?
Little Joey. Baseball player.
Okay. All right. Well, you say ball, like basketball.
I think he can hit a baseball better than you.
I'll fight him. How about that? I don't care how old he is. Mike Florio joining us 8:15. Pro Football Talk. Grant Cohn 8:50. Sports Illustrated covers the 49ers. Stu Gotz from Stu Gotz and Company. Fox Sports Radio joining us at 9:20. And Will Gavin, NFL UK, has been doing a lot of playoff coverage. Is he calling the big game? Do we know that? Is he doing the Super Bowl? We'll ask him. How about that?
He's getting Cal Stanford?
Stop. Relax. And Bonte Hill going to be live with us from 8 to 10. So Bonte will be there for every single one of those interviews. Can't wait. I'll try to get a word in between you guys. I'm going to do my best.
All right, let me apologize, Joe. I'm sorry. I got sucked into a conversation. I went into the Wayback Machine.
Thank you.
I went, I was in the DeLorean, and I didn't realize that I had any passengers in there with me. So I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's all right. You know, if I see someone that you happen not to know, I'll be sure to.
20 years ago, me would have said, it was an A and B conversation.
And see your way out
So
of here.
see your way out.
Thank you. Yeah, it's my older brother, who's also your age, would say that too. Coming up from 8 to 10, Bonte live.
Back in my day.
Live in studio / Moscone Center, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store in Baldy, because usually, Baldy and Bonte are on Tuesdays, but we had to split them up. That's just too much for one show here at Radio Row. So
you can't have two kings
no, you can't be
on
doing
one
that.
turf.
Hell no. Well, he's more of a knight. Baldy's a knight, dude. He's Sir Baldinger. Come on.
He's the mountain.
He is, straight
the
up.
mountain.
He is the mountain from Game of Thrones. He's joining us tomorrow from 6 to 9, live in person as well, and that's courtesy of Unlock. But I teased this, all right, and if you're just joining us, the latest from Giannis Antetokounmpo, Giannis Watch, Jake Fisher, Yahoo Sports. He's very tapped in on this situation. His quote is this: I have heard from sources briefed on the situation that some in the know suspect Antetokounmpo could be turned off by the idea of joining an older team and or facing the sort of criticism that Kevin Durant continues to absorb to this day about teaming up with Curry, which is laughable.
Why?
Laughable. Kevin Durant came here as a free agent. He came to a team that had just knocked him out in the Western Conference Finals in Oklahoma City.
Okay.
That could not be different from this situation. Giannis has won a title. Kevin Durant at that point clearly was trying to win a title. He was called a cupcake. They thought it was the softest move, Stephen A's words, in the history of pro sports.
I don't even care what Stephen A thinks.
Well, this is why I'm saying there's going to be none of that criticism if Giannis comes to the Warriors. In fact, it'll be the opposite. They're going to say, wow, this is a league-changing move. We got Giannis. We got Steph. How awesome is this? This is fun. They're not backing down. They're trying to go at the Spurs. They're trying to go at the Thunder, at the Rockets, and the Lakers, and all these teams in the top of the West. They're really going for it to lock in on Stephen Curry. It's not going to be that wasn't the narrative for Kevin Durant. It was just They were angry that they ruined the league. They were mad. The national media was mad.
Wait a minute. How did they ruin the league when they signed
I'm
great
saying that's
deals?
the narrative.
I know.
Yes.
I don't care what the league narrative is from Stephen A. Smith. Like, I just don't.
Well,
I don't.
Giannis is, according to Jake Fisher, Giannis's camp, and I don't know if it's Giannis himself, feels that he could be viewed like Kevin Durant was viewed if he becomes a Warrior, and I just think that's laughable.
It is laughable.
Kevin
It's
Durant's
ridiculous.
32 and Steph's like 38, dude. Like, they are not in their primes anymore. Kevin Durant and Steph back then were in their primes. So I think that's laughable in and of itself. I don't buy that. Now,
where was that timeout? I'm not mad at you. I'm saying, where was that energy for Anthony Davis wanting out of New Orleans and teaming up with LeBron? Where was the energy for that?
Well, people thought that was a bad move, remember? People thought like, oh, wow, David Griffin, then general manager, president, whatever, of the Pelicans.
But I get what you're saying.
People were like, wow, they really swindled. They got all these picks. They got Brandon Ingram.
How's
they
that
got all
working
this
out?
stuff. Not great.
Yeah.
They're a joke. We were talking about moving that franchise out of New Orleans, and the Lakers end up a bubble title, but they won a title. And they moved off Anthony Davis eventually.
Yeah, it was a Mickey Mouse title. But that being
Mickey
said,
Mouse title.
It was. I mean, it was an Orlando Magic. We're here in Orlando, and
was the Tom Brady Tampa Bay one also a Mickey Mouse title?
No.
Why?
No, because they actually played 16 games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was where you gave Anthony Davis months off, and then he was able to go into the bubble, and then historically shot better in that bubble than he has ever shot in any month of his entire career. Just look at the numbers.
Sure.
I mean,
the Lakers were the 1 seed at the time the world shut down.
LeBron had a quad injury before everything got hurt. He got an opportunity to rest. Like, I'm not saying that they couldn't have gone on to win it, but the way it was set up for them,
I get it. Yeah.
Okay, like they took advantage of it.
Sure. Had it been the Miami Heat winning, I don't think we'd care as much, but the fact that it was the Lakers, I get it. That being said, the Kevin Durant thing here, as I get back to on topic.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is like, how come there wasn't this energy when Anthony Davis joined the Lakers?
Sure.
Why isn't there this energy for ruining the league when Kawhi Leonard and Paul George hooked up in Clipperland, or any of these moves that happened, like Cat going to the Knicks a couple of years back? Like, it just feels like to me there's this selective outrage amongst media people. How dare Steph get some help? And I think it's so garbage.
I don't even think it's Steph Curry. I think people just hate Kevin Durant. I think that's the thing. People just don't like Kevin Durant.
He's been on 8,000 teams.
And people just don't like his whole, his persona and anything. I love KD, the player. I don't mind him. I actually think he's funny on Twitter, but people are put off by that because he's on there all the time. They call him Twitter
Here's
fingers.
the sad part.
But who cares?
Here's the sad part about Kevin Durant. Similar to James Harden, though he has championships, both of them, you could view their postseason success as underachievements. And I think given their talent, how great they were, and how often they bounced around, it's really unfortunate that you're going to look up. Now, thankfully, KD's best years with the Warriors in terms of, team building and winning, but like both of them thoroughly underachieved in the playoffs, and it sucks because they're all-time greats.
So I don't buy that notion that Giannis and his camp are saying, oh, I don't want to be viewed like Kevin Durant, because that's just laughable. It couldn't be night and day different from the situations. But the idea of being turned off by joining an older team, yeah, you should know that already. Like, Steph's old. Like, where have you been?
Everybody's off the books. So that's another thing. I think that it'd be one thing if they still had Clay for another 2 years and Draymond for 3 more years.
Well, it's really just Steph. Exactly.
That's
Steph.
it.
And he's old. So
and we have
you
money
know
coming
that.
off the books.
Yeah. I don't like that part. Is like, yeah, hello, Giannis. Where have you been at? Like, have you been under a rock? Like. The Miami Heat are over here. They're offering who? Jaime Jaquez? Do you want a 24-year-old Jaime Jaquez as the future, or do you want to be with a 38-year-old Stephen Curry?
I mean, is Jaime Jaquez really changing his trajectory?
I'm just bringing him up
because
he's like their pods in this situation, right? Same draft class, of course.
Yeah, look, if you want to sell me on Miami has Spoelstra and Riley, hey, I'm not going to argue that. You want to sell me on Miami has, the living, the quality of life?
Sure.
San Francisco cannot compete with that. You want to talk about taxes and saving money? We can't compete with Florida taxes. There are built-in advantages. If we're talking about the team, though, I don't see what the allure is. I listen to the other stuff. I will not debate those at all. But regarding the team, I don't think Miami's that much better than the Warriors.
Speaking of the Warriors, tune in for Warriors Live today. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And what's coming with the game is brought to you by Front Bank, which is here for you, here for good. The phone lines are open, 888-957-9570.
I have a question.
9570. You can also text us at the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, same number. Yeah.
All right. I'm seeing all this stuff with Bob Kraft not getting into the Hall of Fame. I find it to be utterly ridiculous.
On top of Belichick not getting in, so both of them aren't getting in now. Pretty crazy.
Fans, media, do we overrate winning the big one? Do we underrate the journey? I thought it was all about winning.
Do we overrate winning the big one?
Can
you overrate winning a championship?
Why? Okay, then why isn't Bob Kraft in there? Why is he not in the Hall of Fame? Why is Belichick not in the Hall of Fame? If winning is the ultimate end-all, be-all, and that's all we're going to measure everyone on, which it feels like we've been that way for many, many years. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm asking, do we overrate it? Because, right now, we're not rewarding. The ultimate prize in football is what? Winning the Super Bowl.
Correct.
No one has been more prolific at it than Bob Kraft and Bill Belichick. Why are we where we are with them?
We'll answer that on the other side. 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni and Shasky coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Radio Row. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And this segment was brought to you by Freelance Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Time is valuable,
That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay, where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast. We are rolling, baby, live here at Radio Row, Moscone Center West. And we got a lot to get into today. Dude, we have a stacked, and I mean stacked, guest list. Starts off with the king himself, Bonta Hill, who's going to be joining us from 8 to 10 live right here at Radio Row. Then, immediately after we get Bonta, you know who we got? The man, the myth, the legend, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, baby. Love Mike Florio. He's going to be joining us in person. I made him laugh once, by the way. I made him laugh once, and that's my claim to fame. I made Mike Florio laugh, which is hard to do.
I'd like you to up your claim to flames.
Well, that's it. Radio claim to fame. That's about it.
That's it?
That's about it, yeah. Well, I do well in like ratings and other stuff like that, but I don't really, I don't flex on the people with that knowledge. By the way, we're going to do a pivot. Grant Cohn usually is going to come on, today, Tuesdays, but Thursday, Sam, is that confirmed? Oh, well, later in the week.
Later in the week.
We will get Grant 8:50, Stu Gotz 9:20, Will Gavin 9:35.
So I just know how difficult it is to win at any level, right? And I think in American society, for whatever reason, it's championship or bust. And championships are the end-all, be-all. And it just feels like to me, especially in professional sports at the highest level, you win a championship and everyone gets to hang on for way too long, right? Mm-hmm. Think Cody Ross getting an extension, Jake Peavy and Tim Hudson getting that extra year.
Remember that Tim Hudson Barry Zito game?
Yeah.
None of them could last an inning at the Coliseum. Jarrett Parker game.
I think about where the Warriors are at currently, and I think about championships. I ask sincerely,
sure,
would this team look exactly the same if they lost in the Western Conference Finals in 2022?
No, they would not.
Yeah, it would look a lot different, right? And I think when you win, everyone gets to hang on a little longer. Now, I don't know if that's right or wrong. I feel like American society, winning is the ultimate goal. That's what we're trying to do, trying to win championships. But then I look at the Hall of Fame, and I say to myself, Robert Kraft's not in? Name a more prolific owner in sports over the last 35 years, 40 years. Name one.
More prolific? I mean,
how many title games
you have to go to the Buss family for the Lakers, probably.
I think they've been to more championships over the last 30 years.
Maybe. If you're talking about pure titles, like I can only go with like the Lakers or Celtics or some teams like that. Yeah, no, seriously. That's the list you're talking about.
The Celtics have been to 2 finals since the 80s. You know what I mean? Like, no, 3 or 4.
They've been to 4.
Yeah. But like Joe, like, I thought it's about championships. As we talk about, like, Shanahan, so many people are quick to dismiss Shanahan. And like, well, he's never won the big one. He sucks. Can't win the big one. Well, I mean, like, look, let's take a deep breath. John, I've watched guys like John Fox get to the big one and look pretty good. I've seen
got to 2. Yeah.
Doug Peterson win the big one. We've seen Mike McCarthy win the big one. Are those guys better than Shanahan? Probably not. Right?
But I think they're still good, and I hate that we talk about it like just because you got there, it's like, oh, well, you didn't win the big one. Yeah, but do you realize how many big games you have to win just to get to that point?
You're pitching to the choir.
Yeah, like that's, again, you're talking about the journey. This is where I'm at with owners. I really don't care that an owner didn't get into the Hall of Fame unless you absolutely change the sport. If you change the sport in somehow, some way, sure.
Can you write the history of the NFL without talking about the Patriots?
Not without the Patriots, no.
Okay.
Like, what did Robert Kraft do that was revolutionary?
Hired Bill Belichick and traded for him, and then
the Browns hired Bill Belichick, and then the franchise folded.
They were good.
Yeah.
Like, go back and look. The Browns were good. They went to the playoffs with Belichick.
The Jets for a second, yeah, and the Jets do.
Like we can rewrite history on Belichick. He was good, okay? And before and after.
Yeah.
Remember, Cleveland was not good when he got there. Anyway, point being is that what did Robert Kraft do? Built a sweet stadium for them because they were in Boston at the time, losing money left and right. Built the infrastructure around it, and then absorbed one of the biggest contracts, meaning Drew Bledsoe's, and said, yeah, okay, I trust my coach. We're going to trade him. It's one of the seminal moves in sports. Who pays a guy $100 million and then sticks with the youngster? No one did at the time. That was unheard of.
I mean, it's easier to do, though, when you win a Super Bowl like they did. Which they did. And I afforded them, like, hey, no matter what.
Came back into the AFC Championship game, and then they went back to Brady.
And Brady won the Super Bowl, obviously, the final drive against the St. Louis Rams. Yeah.
Like, they could have easily gone in any direction.
I hear you.
That is revolutionary.
I just don't, care if Robert Kraft gets in the Hall of Fame, quite frankly. And maybe that's a hot take, but, he's just there. He's the owner. Great. You write the checks. You do the stuff. You built the stadium. That's great. And you have 7 Super Bowls, 6 Super Bowls, whatever it is.
All right. So let's look at the worst team. Who's the worst team in sports?
Worst team in sports? The New Orleans Pelicans.
Who's their owner?
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, well, they suck. Okay, Arizona Cardinals, the Bidwells. Ownership matters.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but I'm saying I'm not going to lose sleep at night because Robert Kraft's not getting the Hall of Fame. Bill Belichick, to me, is more egregious not getting into the Hall of Fame as a first ballot.
They both should be in. They're both be in. You can't write the history of the game.
Way more deserves to be in first ballot than freaking Robert Kraft.
How many?
He's the one that's on the field. He's the architect of the team. He's the one calling all the shots. He's the guy. And for him and for Robert Kraft to put out that hit piece of a documentary about Belichick and basically not include him.
He's not perfect.
Yeah,
but he also empowered him for 25 years. When you work with someone for 25 years, that's a long run. In sports, it's a mega time. How many 25-year relationships in sports end gracefully?
Oh, not many.
None.
Yeah.
I can't think of one. So, I don't know. To me, I guess the question I have is very simple. Is it all about championships? Or are we doing measurements differently? Or do we pick and choose? Because it feels like we pick and choose.
Well, it's very uniquely, I'm glad you said this, uniquely American. We just want to win the big one always. We just want to win.
Yeah, but then when you do, Nick Sirianni, you're still an idiot.
Fan bases matter in this. See? Philadelphia, what have you done for me lately? San Francisco, oh, you've done so much for me lately. That's so great. So I'm going to let you stay around a little bit.
So look at Jed York, right? Jed York, since basically taking over in 08, they've made some mistakes. They've been to 4 NFC Championship games during his tenure, 3 Super Bowls. Has he been wildly successful?
Yes.
Built a stadium.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but if you ask, a lot of people, and we asked the question last week, what's the number one reason why the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl? How many people are going to pinpoint it on him and the family?
A lot, but is that fair?
No.
Okay. Then you're making the point then, right?
No. He's done a great job being wildly successful.
Sure.
And putting the infrastructure in place. Look, I've got my own little small grievances with Jed and what they've done over the years.
Sure.
But, he's been wildly successful, and his journey has been awesome, quite frankly. Yeah, it sucks that we haven't won the big one, and it drives me mad. But he's been really, 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 really successful.
unless you changed the game in some sort of way, that's my criteria for ownership or, general managing.
So should the Buss family Jerry Buss should not be recognized in the NBA Hall of Fame or the Basketball Hall of Fame?
I mean, did he change the game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then he should be.
Okay,
yeah.
but what did he do that was more revolutionary
What did
than what
Robert Kraft do that makes me say, wow, I mean, he was there. I mean, he signed the paychecks. Like, that's what he did. He signed the paychecks.
I just think I don't even know where you're going with this.
Why do you care so much about Robert Kraft making the NFL Hall of Fame? I literally don't care that he's going to make it.
They've been to
Bill Belichick and Tom Brady are the guys that you think of. How many names do you think of on the New England Patriots before you get to Robert Kraft? I can think of 50 people I get to.
Well, when I think of the
owner.
49ers, run in the 80s, it's Eddie DeBartolo is a huge part of that. So is Carmen Policy, John McVay, Bill Walsh, Joe Montana. Like, they're all
I think of those guys as Mavericks, too. I think of Eddie DeBartolo as a guy that was magnanimous. He was presented himself very well to the media. I think of Robert Kraft as just an aw shucks kind of just a ho-hum guy, and I love you, Tom, and I love you, Bill, and which is fine. I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
How many owners would have messed up the relationship at some point along the Belichick-Brady timeline?
Eventually they did. Eventually,
25 years later.
Eventually they did, and it was bad, and now they've gotten to this point, and I get it. Like, if they end up completing this thing on Sunday at Levi's Stadium and win the Super Bowl, this will be the ultimate feather in the cap of Robert Kraft. I'm not denying that at all. And yeah, he's going to get into the Hall of Fame. I'm not arguing that he shouldn't get in, because he's going to get in. My argument is, when I think of the New England Patriots, I don't think about Robert Kraft. I think about Bill Belichick. I think about Tom Brady. Hell, I go to Julian Edelman. I think about Wes Welker. I think about Rob Gronkowski. I think about all these other guys before I get to Robert Kraft.
What about when people say that about the Warriors dynasty? I don't think of Joe Lacob. Like, as an outsider, people would say that, like, I'm Joe Lacob.
And again,
what did he do?
I didn't grow up as a Patriots fan, so Patriots fans might think of Robert Kraft before they get to. But I know Warriors fans will think of Joe Lacob and Joey Lightyears and what he means to the team. Like, because he is, again, magnanimous. He's in front of the cameras. He says all these buzzwords. We love Joe Lacob. He sends emails to fans. He responds to them. Yeah. Like, there's elements of, hey, if you're an owner with some personality, that matters. That matters. And
I don't know. I think the only thing that matters is winning.
Well, it mattered in the negative with Jed York when he tried to show, what personality he has, and that was off-putting to the fans. And then he learned, just, you know what, I'm not going to say anything.
So I want to. But you're not like, wow, Bob Kraft's not getting in, and Belichick?
Well, I'm more Belichick should have been in, and he'll get in.
I would agree, but like Robert Kraft as well?
I mean, sure. I know Robert Kraft has been campaigning for this very, very hard.
So, like, what owner should be in if that guy's not?
Again, what did you change the game? Did you help with the architect of the league? Did you help with rule changes? Did you help with safety changes? Did you help with all this stuff?
You don't think that being the owner and helping orchestrate probably the greatest in
American
NFL history?
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm saying he's going to get in. What did he do?
You can't write the history.
Besides pay the bills?
Exactly.
And
empower Belichick at every single turn to make unbelievably bold decisions, like moving off Wes Welker and allowing him to develop Julian Edelman. Like, how many owners would get involved in meddle? I mean, we're talking about Jerry Jones in Dallas being a quote-unquote meddler for the last 25 years, and it's sabotaged whatever success he's had. He had a 4-year run with Jimmy Johnson, and he messed it up.
Well, and then they won a Super Bowl after him, so he felt that he was, you know what?
What have they done since?
Nothing. Just like the 49ers. They haven't really done much. I mean, the Niners have gone to Super Bowls, obviously. The Cowboys still waiting to get back since 1995. But no, to your point, like, I'm not saying he shouldn't get into the Hall of Fame, people. I'm not. I'm saying when I think Robert Kraft, I don't think like, oh my God, this guy is one of the greatest owners in the history of ever. He's never brought up in that conversation the Mount Rushmore of owners, is he?
I think
we never bring him up.
He should be. I mean, clearly,
who's a better owner, Joe Lacob or Robert Kraft?
Well, Kraft's done it longer. I think right now Kraft's got a little edge on him, and we'll see. Again, part of what has enhanced his legacy is what's happening right now. Doing it with another coach in Vrabel, moving off Mayo, doing it with Drake May, and not being Tom Brady. They did go to the playoffs with Mac Jones. I know everybody forgets that.
No,
I know everyone has forgotten that. Like, they did go to the playoffs with a rookie. That was pretty impressive. And you're only as good as your most recent run, and right now I think he's got the last laugh.
Brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the Free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
So, I look at it this way, right? Like, You're talking about Joe Lacob. Now, Joe Lacob's only really had Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr, essentially, right? And we will see. Like, when you own a team 25 years, you get that long runway.
Yeah.
He took Parcells and Drew Bledsoe to the Super Bowl. He was a part of that.
Yeah. Bill Parcells, Hall of Fame coach.
He brought it, he gets credit for that.
Yeah.
Belichick and Brady, and now Vrabel and May.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a consistent
Gerard Mayo before that, it was one and done.
You're going to have mistakes.
Yeah,
I mean, you own a team long enough, you're going to have some bad ones. He had Pete Carroll sandwiched in between there, and he wasn't very good. So I don't know. Like, I look at like the history of the game, and it's like the last 30 to 40 years, there's no other franchise that's been as successful as the New England Patriots in any sport.
Fair. They are one of the greatest dynasties, maybe the greatest we'll see of all time. I don't know if anyone could touch what they were able to do in their run because of Tom Brady willing to take the pay cuts was a big part of that.
Yeah.
And I just think today's athlete doesn't want to do that. They're going to be told from the Players Association, first and foremost, don't do that. You're hurting everyone else around you. So there's the pressure of taking the most money possible. So we probably won't see that aspect anymore.
You glom onto the South, and I get it because it's a good point.
It's huge.
Yeah, but early on, like they had the guts to trade Lawyer Malloy and Ty Law and Willie McGinnis and move off of Richard Seymour. So I think that we're underrating the team building aspect over the years and how the dynamic changed. They were a defensive first team, then they became an offensive team. I mean, they won in every way you could think of.
Let's go back to your initial question that started the segment off, and I thought it was interesting. Do we overrate championships in general? 888-957-9570. And people's hairs might like, what are you talking about? This is the San Francisco 49ers. We should always be winning, always be winning, always be winning. But then I take a step back and say, what are you talking about? Like, the expectations heading into this season was not Super Bowl from the fans. The fans didn't say the expectation was Super Bowl. And then maybe you have your 5 or 6 people that say, what are you talking about? It should always be that. But most of the fan base, you would agree, Joe, it said, hey, if we get into the playoffs and see what happens, I'll take that. Right?
Yeah.
That was the expectation this year. So don't give me that this season was a failure, because a lot of people will say that called in, obviously, after they lost.
It's not a failure.
It's not a failure.
It's not the ultimate prize, and it's not the ultimate success. It's a hell of a year.
And how is that viewed when we talk about like the career arc of Kyle Shanahan? Is this just going to be another year that just gets glossed over because he didn't even get to an NFC championship game, because he didn't get to a Super Bowl? This was a successful last season that I don't know how many other coaches, Bill Belichick included, if you lose all these players, could just somehow, some way have the number 1 seed on the line in the last game of the regular season. I don't know any other coach in my recent memory that might have been able to do that. Like, he's in rarefied air. But we're going to look back on this season and say, oh, yeah, it was fun, but they got destroyed against the Seahawks, which is unfair, I feel like.
Well, if they go on a little run next year and, all those young players that got all that, they got their butts kicked up in Seattle, they use that as experience, and they take the big spring forward, and we're looking at a combination of new players on offense and all these young guys on defense taking off.
Right.
I think it's a great development and growth season. And also, I think we learned a lot about Brock Purdy this year. There's the element of injuries, which is real. I mean, the injury thing is real. But I think we saw some high highs with Purdy. And then we saw a little bit of, when he's banged up and he's injured, he needs to be fully healthy to be his full version of himself, to really, truly be that franchise quarterback that the Niners believed in and paid.
So they won 12 games, and they want to go back this next season. They have to validate what they were able to do this past season. Is that, there's part of me that says, man, they outshined everyone's expectations this season. Now they have to one-up it next year. How the hell are they going to do that?
Each year is in a bubble, though, now. I think the NFL, the way I'm kind of viewing it now, look what the Patriots were last year.
I know.
I watched them play the Niners.
I hate that they
Jacoby Brissett was the quarterback. They looked awful.
I know.
They looked like the worst personnel on offense in the league.
Who was it? Ramondre Stevenson, just a couple fumbles in that game? Yeah.
And actually, they hung around in that game. The Niners should have blown the doors off them. And a year later, they look completely different. The Vikings, a couple of years ago. I mean, they were, what were they, 15-2, 14-3, whatever their record was.
Yeah.
What happened this year? Just everything imploded. Think of the Chicago Bears and how you viewed them a year ago and how you view them today. So I think the NFL now more than ever is so year to year.
Well,
it's so year to year.
And I say that, they don't have to win the same amount of games. I think they just have to push forward more in the playoffs. But again, saying that is you got to the divisional round.
Well, they need to retool.
You have to get to the NFC championship game next year. So this is why we're talking about, is it always, is the championship everything always? I was like, no, it's not everything, but in particular fan bases that have been blue-balled and kicked in the nuts, like the Niners, getting so damn close multiple times.
They're a victim of their own history.
Correct. And
like the Yankees.
Kyle
like
Shanahan in particular is a victim of that.
So let me ask you this one.
Like if he was doing this in Detroit, and he got to the Lions to 2 Super Bowls, he would be one of the greatest coaches in the history of Detroit sports.
Yes.
But this is the Bay Area.
Well, it's the Niners.
It's the Niners and it's the Bay in general.
I think the Niners are victims of their own success, and similar to the way the Yankees, Lakers, their algorithm's different.
Yeah.
It's just totally different. So, think about it this way. For the Warriors, their algorithm has changed dramatically. If you talked about Don Nelson before the Warriors won a championship, how did most Warrior fans view him?
Oh, Don Nelson, really fun. Just a guy that's a Hall of Fame coach. He is an innovator offensively, but he's not going to win you the big one.
I think we loved him, and flawed. We viewed him as probably, if not Al Attles, he's the greatest coach in Warrior history.
He is the guy that, again, he was like a revolutionary guy. He won all those games. He was a fun person.
Yes.
That's why you like
a gregarious character.
A character in Very Bay Area for sure.
If he came after Steve Kerr, how would people view him?
A boob. No, seriously.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
Yeah, someone who can't win the big one.
Someone that can't win the big one.
Yeah.
A guy that gets in his own way. Steve Kerr, he never would get that angry. He's doing ridiculous things. He would constantly being compared to the ghost of his past.
So I look at Shanahan.
Ghosts.
Yes,
right?
I look at Shanahan the same way I view Don Nelson. I think he's an innovator. I think he's creative. I think he has a couple of quirks that have held him back a little, and I think it's just part of sports. But if he came before Walsh and before Seifert, we'd view him completely different. He's chasing people who have not coached in 25 or 30 years. We have to judge him on his peers and what the landscape is currently and what he's done for this team in the last 20 years.
Who's chasing a bigger ghost right now, Jed York when it comes to Eddie DeBartolo, or is it Kyle Shanahan with Bill Walsh, George Seifert? Probably, I'll just stick with Bill Walsh.
I think
because they're pretty comparable. It feels like.
Look, fair or not, Jed's never going to be able to be as loved as Eddie. It just is what it is. He's just never. There's a perception of Jed that's pretty cast and die, and I think
he can't do anything to change his image. You think? Anything?
People think he was born on third base and he inherited the team, and part of that is his family took the team from Eddie. I don't believe it that cut and dry, but that's the perception, Joe. It just is. If Mark Davis wins a championship, is his perception league-wide going to change?
League-wide? I mean, probably not. But within the let's just do the fan base.
Yeah.
Just within Niners fan base. If Jed York was to win a Lombardi trophy, how would you feel as a fan towards Jed? Would it change at all?
I mean, they'd give more credit to Shanahan, which is unfair. And look, Jed's been really good. But again, I'm telling you, people's settings are set on this one. They just don't want to give him credit. Shanahan is an interesting one. Not only is he chasing Walsh and Seifert, Shanahan's also chasing his dad. Shanahan's also chasing nepotism claims. Shanahan's also chasing the ghosts of his own failures and his own shortcomings. So, in a weird way, Shanahan he's fighting such an uphill battle. Jed's fighting one that I don't think he can ever win.
And I'm not even going to bring up the quarterback. I'm not going to bring up, is Brock Purdy chasing the ghost of Steve Young or John? Relax.
He is.
But
he is.
Can you, yes, I hear that, but also, just winning a Super Bowl, I'm not. If Drake May or Sam Darnold wins a Super Bowl this year, you think let's just go Drake May. Is he chasing the ghost of Tom Brady?
No, they think
they're going to win 6 more.
No, but they're thinking they might have their next Brady.
Maybe.
I mean, you win one at 23 years old.
Well,
you start to wonder.
You start to wonder, but again, I think things broke for them very well this year in the playoffs. Whatever, obviously going up against the backup quarterback.
You think you have a 15-year window?
You think you might, right?
Yeah.
But again, I would caution everyone thinking that over in Boston land, saying it. You know what? Aaron Rodgers, you thought he had a 10, 15-year window. What happened?
They know better than anyone. They're the ones that stopped Peyton Manning for all those years.
Absolutely. We got Bonte joining us at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock. Can't wait to talk to Bonte. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, 8:20. We've got Stu Gotz joining us, 9:20 from Stu Gotz and Company, Fox Sports Radio, formerly the Dan Le Batard Show with Stu Gotz, and Will Gavin, 9:35, NFL UK. Can't wait for that.
To wrap a bow on it, so I think we do hang on when we win a little too long, which I get. It makes sense. You got to reward people. That is the ultimate prize. Simultaneously, I think there is a time and a place to say goodbye to a Sean McDermott. You've had enough time. You've been knocking on the door. You didn't crack through. We need to try someone else. I get it. That's why Shanahan went to Denver with John Elway. They had to say goodbye to Dan Reeves. But I do believe we dismiss so quickly when you don't win the ultimate prize. And I think a fool's errand would be moving off of Shanahan this year or even next year if they have a down year. I still want to see what is like under this rock with him. There's more to uncover. He's got more growth. He's got more runway. We're not at the end. We're kind of in the middle. And I want to see what that next chapter is for him.
See, it feels like, and we'll pick this up on the other side, 888-957-9570.
And it's crazy to say that 9 years in.
No, for
but
sure.
I'm not done with him. I don't think he's stale.
How can you be done with Kyle Shanahan after the season he just had? And are there fans out there that are done with Kyle?
I mean, I'm seeing it in the chat right now. It's year 10. It's year 10.
Are people fed up with Kyle Shanahan?
No, I just think that, again, we're in a win-at-all-cost society, and then when you win, it's like, great, now win another one. It's just, we move the bars.
Be careful what you wish for. I'll say the same, and I get it, because people are tired of Steve Kerr. Be careful what you wish for. And speaking of Steve Kerr, he had some interesting comments yesterday, speaking with Willard and Dibbs, that I want to unfold on the other side. Spadoni and Shasky here, and it's sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally in California on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
What do you know about Daisy Dips? Let me tell you. Daisy Dips makes the best French onion dip. I'm going to be going to get some today, and I'm also going to go get that Daisy Ranch dip. It tastes great. It is absolutely delicious, and the best part about it is it's made with ingredients that you can find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients, so that's great for me. It's great for my kid. It's great for my wife, the whole family. I enjoy eating the Daisy Dips. I use them with the chips. I have them with my chicken wings, and you know I got to have them with my nubs of carrots, celery, and all my veggies that I'll have out on the plate. Why aren't you going to get Daisy Dips right now? All right? Go get them right now. Go look in your grocery aisle. Go get yourself some French onion dip. Get the Daisy Dip Ranch dip. That's my favorite. Mix it and let's go. Daisy Dips, wherever you find your favorite dips in the chip aisle.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Shop snack favorites at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off select snacks like Kettle, Late July, and more with Prime through February 3rd. Perfect for movie nights and game day watch parties. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game's GOAT Report nightly on game nights to hear the GOAT, Steph Curry's game night stats. Brought to you by Sony Pictures GOAT. Executive produced by Steph Curry. Exclusively in movie theaters February 13th.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Now, back to Spadoni and Shasky.
I love bicycles.
Live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo.
He does love bicycles. He loves tandem bicycles, actually. That's Shasky's favorite.
You ever ridden a tandem bicycle?
I haven't. Maybe turn on your mic and we'll find out. How about that?
All right, relax there. I have ridden a tandem bicycle because my grandfather owned a bicycle company, which
you
my
told
uncle
me
runs.
that, yeah.
And we had them up the Russian River. They're very difficult to ride.
How do you get into the bicycle industry?
So what happened was it was actually a motorcycle and bicycle company.
Oh.
Way back in the day, my grandfather was working there as he was going to Cal, and
this is your dad's dad?
My mom's
Your mom's dad. Got
and
okay.
Mr. Mary, there's Mary Sales, whatever, M-E-R-R-Y, and then Sales. His family didn't want to take it over, so they had an L.A. location and a San Francisco location. They split the two businesses. They ditched the motorcycles, and they went with the bikes.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then he ended up, basically selling wholesale bicycle parts. And my uncle transitioned the company in the late 80s, 90s into manufacturing their own bicycle parts.
Oh, interesting.
So he goes to Taiwan and other places, and so they do all their own manufacturing.
Like cycling, BMX, all that stuff, or what? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, my Uncle Jim is an inventor. He's made the Wall Street Journal a couple of times for his inventions.
Oh, he's got patents and stuff? Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, that is a drop.
Yeah. Stanley, his boy, who's also working there, and Dan McDonough, my Aunt Mary, the whole crew at Mary Sales.
Now, this is my next question. Have you got LJ those little wobbler bikes where there's no pedals?
The bounce bike. Yeah, we've got two of them.
Yeah, and he loves them?
He's in and out on them.
Benny was the same way. He ate it once, just absolutely ate it. I was just like, I'm done. I was like, damn it. I was like, I didn't. That's what you don't want. But when you fall off a bike, what do you have to do? You have to get back on and keep going.
Yeah.
So I try to do it in the grass where the falls aren't as bad.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But he's just like his dad, where he gets so frustrated and pissed off when something's not working well. He's like, I can't do it. I just the apple doesn't fall far from the tree when it comes to frustration.
He was like his dad. He was practicing on attempting to dunk.
Well, he's not getting there yet. High school, he'll be able to touch rim. But again, he might get his mom's genes.
We're working on the LARPing right now.
Well, his mom is like 5'1", so I don't know if he might get my height, which is average 5'11", or he might be shorter, which is okay. He's handsome. He's got the hair. He'll be just fine if he's as the kids say, a short king, if you will, Sam. Speaking of kings, Bonte Hill joining us in 40 minutes. Not a short king.
A tall king.
6'3", 6'4". Bonte going to be joining us
he's
live
the full
here.
6'4".
Is that what he likes to say?
I think he's closer to 6'5". He won't admit it.
I don't know. Carter's he says he's 6'8". Carter, producer Carter in the back. By the way, Carter, if you can have that Jason Kidd sound up for me as well before I go to that Steve Kerr stuff, that would be lovely. Thank you so much. Carter, Risotto in the back. I know you guys don't get enough love because you're not here, but I love you guys, and I'm shouting you out. And I think they got to see the festivities yesterday. They have their passes as well, so they've been able to enjoy it, even though they're back there at the station. Mike Florio joining us 8:15, Stu Gotz 9:20, Will Gavin, and yes, Bonte live in studio, Moscone Center, whatever we want to call it, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
I'm looking at the Warriors right now, and we were having this conversation about championships, and I do believe that they glossed over a lot of things because they're winning championships. I think a lot of teams do this. Charles Haley, you can put up with a lot when you can perform as well as you can.
Antonio Brown.
And you win titles, like that happens. And I think the Warriors, to a degree, are victims of their own success. They're chasing and trying to replicate that same success. Had they never won anything, I don't know, maybe you're having a completely different conversation about Steph Curry. Maybe he's like, hey, I've never won anything, I want to move on. Because there was a point where Chris Mullin was with the Warriors forever, and I felt like as a Warrior fan, we owed it to him to send him to a place where he could win.
See,
we couldn't provide that for
I
him.
look at that fourth title being the one we'll probably end up looking back and saying, man, that was the Steph title. That was the crowning achievement in Stephen Curry's career. But I say that now, and Warriors fans tense up a little bit, no, because they don't want that to be the last moment. And I get that. Because every year, kind of like we're doing, the VHS tapes get grainier and grainier for that last Niners Super Bowl. It's not going to be the same for, obviously, today with the Warriors. But, I feel that every single year removed from that last title, it's another year wasted of Stephen Curry.
I lose more hair.
And I lose more. Steve Kerr gets grayer, right? My hair falls out. Steph hair gets a little grayer. He gets more and more jacked, but the hair gets gray. So, you're talking about the journey versus, winning the ultimate prize. And I think there is still something to be said. If this Warriors team somehow went on a run, you could still salvage these final years of Stephen Curry, even without winning a title, just by getting to the playoffs and having success. Think about how fun last year was, Joe. How fun was that first round series against the Rockets? It was a first round series, but they won it. They almost blew a 3-1 lead. They ended up holding on, and you felt like after that first game against the Minnesota Timberwolves, oh my God, can we beat this team? Can we, if we win this game and Steph stays healthy, oh my God, we could be in the Western Conference Finals. If we like our chances against the Oklahoma City Thunder, Steph gets hurt, and then Jimmy was obviously hurt. It was over. It was done. And that might be the final moment we look back on and saying, was that the opportunity to be had? Because now Jimmy has a torn ACL. We'll see with this Giannis stuff. And again, the latest from Giannis Antetokounmpo. If you're just joining us, Jake Fisher, Yahoo Sports, has been all over this situation with the quote of the day. I have heard from sources briefed on the situation that some in the know suspect Antetokounmpo could be turned off by the idea of joining an older team and/or facing the sort of criticism that Kevin Durant continues to absorb to this day about teaming up with Curry. That second part I find laughable. Could not be night and day different from the Kevin Durant circumstances compared to Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis has already won a title. Kevin Durant at that point had not won it. Kevin Durant was a free agent. Giannis is currently on the Milwaukee Bucks. Could not be different. Also, the Q rating of what Kevin Durant was in the league then compared to what Giannis is now, also night and day.
If I was Giannis and I had, the suitors I have, Miami, Golden State, I'm going to throw Minnesota in there because it sounds like they're involved.
Yeah.
If I'm him, I'm probably going to want to pair myself up with, and again, I'm not bringing in income tax. I'm not bringing in head coach, ownership. I'm not bringing in anything, but who would I want to pair myself with on the court?
Right.
I'd probably be Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Because of the duration. He's much younger. I have a longer runway. Or it would be someone like Victor Wembanyama and Stephon Castle, right?
Real quick, can you imagine Wemby and Giannis on the court together? Who's stopping that duo?
And I know you love to do like hey, I want to go to the East because the path. And see, to me, it would be like, I don't care about the path because something could happen down the line where another team comes out of nowhere and they're good again or whatever. But if you're asking me, like, what is the spot that I would want to play if I'm Giannis?
Right.
Who's the player? As much as I love Steph Curry, he is 38, and you're bringing up like, hey, you got hurt last year. I would be looking in. Look, Anthony Edwards has been injured a lot actually the last couple of years.
Who hasn't been injured in the NBA?
Well, it's the NBA as a whole.
Like Buddy Hield, actually, he's been pretty healthy.
He's always healthy. But I would go Minnesota.
We'll get to him.
I would go Minnesota. I would put San Antonio in the mix. This sounds insane. They wouldn't do it, but like I'd want to play with Cooper Flagg. I'd want to play with Jokic.
Right.
Like those are the guys that all have a bigger argument. Now, if you're talking about reshaping the team over multiple years, now we start, having a conversation. Now the problem is you don't have draft picks, but you do have a lot of money off the books.
Correct. And starting with that reshaping conversation, Joe, I think the question for Warriors fans at 888-957-9570 is pretty simple. It's either Jimmy or Draymond. Who are you giving up to go get Giannis? I'm just asking right there. Jimmy or Draymond? You have to give up one of those players.
If we're being realistic about building this team out for a championship,
yes,
both would be out the door.
Okay.
Because you need to be able to fill that $60 million of Jimmy not playing. You need bodies.
Even if you get Jimmy back at the second half of next year to pair with Giannis and Steph, I know he's going to be removed. He's another year older, the ACL. But, man, I'm just trying to think of like a healthy-ish Jimmy Butler with Giannis and Steph. And I get it. They're old. There's concerns. I'd love to see it. I think you got action still in the West. And, yeah, it's no matter what, when you acquire Giannis, if you acquire Giannis, there's going to be injury concerns. It's the NBA. Like, that in and of itself is going to be a concern. But I can't worry about that. I can't. Draymond or Jimmy. And this is, quite frankly, Joe, and I'm going to go to the sound here in a sec, Carter, on trade rumors on Draymond's mind, because Steve Kerr spoke with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Like, this is the first time the head coach has really had to talk to Draymond during a trade deadline. Like, dude, there's a possibility you're traded. And how does a player like Draymond, four-time champion, all he's known is basically success at this level as a Golden State Warrior? He's been tied at the hip of Steve, of Joe Lacob, Klay Thompson once upon a time, and obviously Stephen Curry. He's got to be feeling like feeling pretty vulnerable. Like, I don't care if you're the most mature mind and nothing phases you. You got to be feeling your own NBA mortality, right? Like, and that's got to affect your on-the-court play. As you mentioned, Joe, you feel like he's playing with a sense of urgency. I get it, right? You have to get it.
Well, look, there's very few people go their entire career and don't have to worry about getting traded.
Yeah.
Right? In general.
It's rare.
In general, and when I say very few, I'm talking about the greatest of the greats. Carter got in my ear during the break and was like, James Harden has requested his fourth trade. Fourth. Okay? He is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
He is.
Right?
He's a top 75 player of all time, MVP.
And so, like, just think about that for a second. That's James Harden. And at one point, he was traded without demanding anything coming out of OKC. So Draymond's lived a very, luxurious NBA career in that sense of not having to worry about being on the deadline, on the block. No, simultaneously, how many guys has he pushed out the door?
Oh, my God. I mean, Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, and Durant, obviously. Like, the list goes on and on.
How many of his teammates have had to deal with the unknown of the deadline leading up to it? And he's basically been saying, this is just part of being an NBA player.
I mean,
and I find it a little ironic that he's the one rattled right now. And I'm not blaming him, by the way. I'm not blaming him. I would be rattled too. But I find it ironic that he basically told everyone, hey, this is part of being an NBA player for many, many years. Now it's his turn to kind of go through it. When Wiggins went through the same thing last year, Kuminga's gone through it what feels like for 2 straight years.
And that's a young player that still hasn't established himself. How do you think that, all of that mental workload, it affects your on-the-court play, and then your body breaks down on top of it. If you're Kuminga, it's like, dude, I feel like I'm snake bit, and then the head coach isn't playing me.
Yeah.
I got my agent going at, it's a mess there. So for Draymond, this is the first time he's really dealing with it. And Steve Kerr was on Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and this is what he had to say about it.
We have talked, and Draymond and I talk all the time. What's really tricky for Draymond is this is the only place he's ever known, and he's guy's going to have a statue outside the building someday. It's a really weird position for him to be in, for sure, because he's just, there's never really been a time in his entire career, I think, where, he even really had to think about putting on another jersey. I guess maybe with his restricted free agency a few summers ago, but he's never been through this, and so it's definitely on his mind, and not something that's easy to deal with. But you just, as a pro, as an NBA player, you just have to embrace that it's always a possibility. Even some of the greatest players of all time got traded. Between Kareem and Wilt and Dr. J. I mean, go down the list, and so it's just part of it, and guys understand that, but it is difficult, especially if you've never been traded before.
There's like a handful of guys in the last 30 years who have stayed on one team. And Reggie Miller, Dirk Nowitzki, Kobe Bryant, Steph Curry, Tim Duncan. Like, there's just a handful of them.
Adonis Haslam. No, I'm kidding, but it's true.
Okay, Adonis Haslam is a great example. At what point did he accept a complete bench role?
Oh, my God, those last, 5, 6, 7 years of his career.
Draymond's not willing to sacrifice anything.
Probably.
I think part of why we're in the conundrum that we're in with Draymond is his unwillingness to sacrifice certain things. Playing the 5, not starting, who's alongside of him, not working on his jump shot. Like, it is honestly baffling to me that we've gotten to this point, and now everyone's like, wow, Draymond hasn't worked on his offense. Like, duh, what? Go back and watch 2016.
I know.
And you watch him offensively, and you watch what he's devolved into offensively now. It's like he's been like this for 4 straight years, and now people are just starting to see that he's unwilling to have any offensive game whatsoever. Jason Kidd didn't have a jumper for 15 years.
Yeah.
Then at the end of his career, he figured out an outside shot.
Yep.
How has the reverse happened with Draymond?
I mean, you can go Jason Kidd, you can
Bruce
go
Bowen.
LeBron didn't really have a jump shot until his, not even Miami Heat, yes, but that second iteration of the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's when he became a respected three-point shooter.
The pressure,
we're comparing.
No, I know, but I guess
the greats.
But where I'm going at is, had this pressure been on Draymond 4 years ago, 5 years ago, that he could be out the door instead of a lifetime guarantee, maybe he works on his craft a little harder.
Maybe.
I think that's a real thing that no one wants to bring up. Just my personal opinion.
Well, no, I think it's well put, and they get complacent because you're winning at the high level, and what I'm doing right now works, so why do anything different? Well, what have you done for me lately is a big thing in the NBA, and if you're not evolving every single
adding
year,
elements,
trying to add elements to your game. That was also what's so frustrating about this team sometimes, because we always heard murmurs like, oh, he's working on his three-point shot, or remember for the longest time, oh, Looney, he's going to introduce that jump shot he's been working on. Yeah, he hasn't used that jump shot since his high school days.
You just said Kevon Looney?
Yeah.
I haven't thought of Kevon Looney in so long, since the last game that they had. I mean,
I know.
God.
I know. I miss Kevon. He was a great guy.
Kevon's a great example of did we hang on too long because of the championship? Or did we dismiss him too quickly because the team didn't win the last 2 years?
And also
what is it?
The medical. I think you might have hung on to him too quickly because his body, and I get it, he's 28,
I think
27.
the time was just right.
I think so too. And again, I say that he doesn't have the body of a 27, 28-year-old. When you look at all the wear and tear he's had, the neuropathy, came in from UCLA with the hip injury, obviously. People want to join in this conversation, 888-957-9570. It's pretty simple, Warriors fans. If you want to get Giannis Antetokounmpo, you got to get rid of either Jimmy Butler or Draymond Green. Which one are you giving up to get Giannis? James in Las Vegas. What's up, James?
Hey, James.
Oh, gone. As I just said that. Gone. Literally just tweeted. Gone. It's okay. Can I get more Carter in the back? He also touched on if this trade deadline feels any different from years past. Steve Kerr on yesterday at Willard and Dibbs.
It does. It does feel different. Everyone feels a little different based on the circumstances, and obviously we're in a weird spot now. With Jimmy's injury, that's thrown everybody for a loop. Just kind of where we are in the playoff picture in the West. The fact that that the names that are being thrown around out there, on other teams and our team, it does feel like it's it's a little trickier this year, and there are more possibilities. And as a result, lots of guys on our team are on edge, and I'm not going to shy away from that. It's just part of it for sure.
Lots of guys on our team are on edge right now.
He sounds very boxed in.
Who's more on edge right now, Steve Kerr, the Warriors players, or the fan base? Everyone's on edge with this team right now, man. Everyone.
Well, it's the end. I mean, we're getting close to the end.
Is that why? It's just the mortality is real?
It may not be now, it may be in a couple years, but we're getting close to the end. I mean, Joe, this is where we're at.
They get Giannis somehow, some way. I'd just be so happy. So happy. The sports talk radio host in me, too. The fans, everyone. I think we're on edge, too, because we're waiting for something big, and we want something big to happen so damn bad. But there's parts in us that feel like it's not happening.
Let me ask the question.
I don't think so. I'm still at 10%.
I just want to ask the question as we're at Radio Row here. Contemplating championships. I'm looking up at banners.
I know. Have you seen the Niner ones? Because they have every single one. Yeah, it's just all
I hate the new logos they're so generic.
Yeah.
The old logos were so much better. They were very unique. There was always a new one back in the day. Anyway, point being.
You're seeing that in every sport, too, just really quick.
Yeah,
baseball, basketball, it's just these generic, sterile logos. I hate it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Let's say they don't get Giannis. What do you do with Steph?
That was a dramatic pause. That scared me.
Well, I want to think about how I say it, because I know how people are going to run with it.
No, that scared
me.
And
I'm asking, you don't get Giannis, and this year's, you're probably in some trouble. Maybe you make the playoffs, maybe you don't. At what point do you contemplate life after Steph? Or is it, we're going to do the same exercise in the offseason? And I'm not saying you're trading Steph. I'm just saying contemplate life after Steph if you don't land Giannis.
What are you doing with Steph if you don't land Giannis?
I mean, are you pivoting to Anthony Davis? Are you, to a lesser deal and just being dramatic and desperate? When the Niners of the late 70s, they were desperate for just being relevant. They traded 2 first-rounders for O.J. Simpson. It's a terrible move.
Is it what are you doing with Stephen Curry or what are you doing for Stephen Curry?
I think the question is, is Steph in? Is Steph out? And that's up to him to decide. And then from there, you make your decisions.
What do you think? What do you think Steph is feeling right now if they don't land Giannis
I got no clue. Well, Steph's had opinions on certain things that go beyond what I would think to be normal, rational thought. Like his allegiance to Draymond is a little baffling to me, quite frankly.
Well, does that get revisited this summer?
What?
If you whiff on Giannis, you don't get him here at the trade deadline or in the summer, does Steph go to Joe Lacob, go to Mike Dunleavy and say, hey, guys, we need a change? I don't know what that change is. It's got to be something. If Steve Kerr ends up walking away, because obviously
I have
Steph
a hard time seeing him being proactive.
But if he feels like we all feel like the mortality is finally here and that we're seeing the writing on the wall, I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures, right? Maybe when you're finally pushed against the wall and you're feeling it, okay, I got to do something here. Maybe that's what it takes.
So he's got 1 year left on his deal.
But to your point, Joe, it would be something he's never done in the past.
Ever.
Yes, he's never been the guy to, flame the organization publicly or put pressure on the organization publicly. Hell, Giannis was never really that guy until the last couple of years where he finally started doing it. Dame for the longest time. Because all of those guys, at different points, right? Dame felt it because he was dude, remember, Dame was always the guy. I'm never leaving Portland. I'm not going to ring chase.
Yeah,
I'm not going to do that. I'm super teams, whatever. And then he tried to join the super team with Giannis Antetokounmpo, Chris Middleton, and the Milwaukee Bucks. Didn't work. Tore his Achilles, was Achilles ACL, and it sucks. Giannis is feeling that mortality now, and he's not even at that age, and he's won a title, but he's feeling it.
Well, I think he's viewing it like, if I don't move now, I am stuck in Milwaukee for the rest of my prime. Whereas Steph's way down the line on that, right? He's not going somewhere and having a 5-year, 6-year run, at least as the centerpiece. So let's just start this. 2026, 2027, his deal is up after next year.
After next year, it's that's that 2-year window we all talked about.
Are you giving him a max extension no matter what?
If he wants it, yes. If he comes to you and says, I want a max contract.
It's not incumbent on whether you have Giannis or not?
No. If Stephen Curry comes to me and says, I want a max contract, I'm giving it to Stephen
So you're giving him another 5-year.
If that's what he wants, because that guarantees me 5 more years of Stephen Curry, or he retires and that money gets freed up. Yeah.
I love Steph. He's made $600 million in his career. He's a max player 4 years from now?
I'm not saying he's a max player, but if the most important player in the history of Bay Area sports tells me I want a max contract at 38, 39 years old, I'm giving it to him.
Is he willing to understand that makes it very difficult to field the rest of the team when you're 40 years old making that kind of money? Like, you do contradict yourself saying, I want to play meaningful games, and yet I want to soak up a bulk of the, like, there's a happy medium in this.
If he's doing that, that signals to me the Warriors are telling Steph we're doing a total rebuild and we're gutting this team. So either you can stay and we'll pay you happily, but you're going to be on a bad team, or you could try to, as you're saying, work with us financially, and then we could build something around you. I do think the ball would be on his court, but you're asking me, Joe, if Stephen Curry comes up to me, I'm Joe Lacob, and says, hey, Joe, I want a max contract. I want to be here 5 more years. Is Joe Lacob going to say no? You got to say yes. He's the golden goose. He's the cash cow. You have to say yes. Don't you?
I'm not. How many guys, again, like, how's the LeBron max looking right now?
Not great. But they're going to be off his contract this summer.
So is LeBron a max player this offseason?
No, but they have Luka Doncic.
No. I'm just saying around the league. Is he a max player?
Probably not.
All right.
But is some team willing to pay him a year of max money?
That's it. Should they pay him is the question I'm asking. And I get your point about business and saying no to Steph. It sounds insane, but like I'm just asking these questions out loud.
I mean, should they pay Stephen Curry a max if he wants to say? It's hard for me also to say no. And
I get that. I get what you're saying.
Because they got to put butts in the seats after Steph. You got to start thinking that. Like, I need to glob onto this guy as long as I can.
What is the max? Let's be real here. What does the max contract do? Other than appease his ego for status within the league, he's made the money. He's made money upon money upon money of anything. So, like, these are just questions I'm asking out loud.
I think it's a fair question. You're asking, should they give him the max?
No, he's earned it.
Them?
He's earned whatever he wants, but he makes it more difficult for himself to field out an unbelievable team around him. If he's making $75 million at 40 years old. Like, just say it out loud.
I mean, he's an all-star starter this year.
I didn't say he wasn't great. Yeah. He's awesome.
I mean,
he's an all-timer.
If he keeps doing that, then you kind of have to keep it. Like, the thing with LeBron, you bring him up, like, outside of the injury. This is the year it's kind of, but he's been really freaking good the last couple seasons. He's been really good, but he's also been hurt. Let's go to Verducci.
I would take it year to year if he took it year to year, meaning I'm just going to go 1 or 2 year extension, player option, team option. If you're asking me today. And that sounds sacrilegious, but I think it's prudent.
Kind of do like the Tom Brady Tampa Bay Buck thing towards the end there. I think that makes sense, but if I'm Joe Lacob and I have the opportunity to sign him 4 or 5 more years, I'm going to do that.
So 5 years, at 43 years old, he's making $78 million, because it's tied. Yeah. Your max is tied to the salary cap. He's making $81 million a year at 43 years old.
I know it sounds insane, but he also has the opportunity, if he wants to in his contract or whatever, if he wants to retire and just not pick up those last couple of years, he's putting that money on the table.
Somebody was offering me $81 million a year. I'm not retiring.
Well, I'm with you.
I'm not retiring.
Joe, I want to keep Stephen Curry in a Golden State uniform forever. Can we please do that?
These are just questions I'm asking out loud.
I think it's a fair question, and I don't want people.
Steiny and I have had this conversation.
Are people coming at you on the YouTube chat?
No. I just think like, are you a max player for the remainder of your career? Like, that's the question I have with LeBron this offseason. What does LeBron think he is? Because he's not a max player anymore.
Well,
now. Do I think De'Aaron Fox is a max player?
Well, that's the question. Who is a max player to you?
Not those two. Neither.
Victor Wembanyama.
Yes.
Luka Doncic.
Yes.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah. Eventually, Cooper Flagg will be.
Cooper Flagg. Who else am I missing? Is Giannis still a max player?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He's hurt a lot.
At 32, yes.
Okay.
He is hurt a lot.
Yeah.
At 32,
Anthony
yes.
Edwards. So
you know who's not right now? James Harden.
Okay.
Remember the extension he signed was below max value significantly. I would be looking at something like that if I was Steph.
Verducci, EDH, you've been hanging on tight.
Steph has more leverage than Harden ever did with the Clippers.
What's up, Dooch?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning, and excited to hopefully see you all tomorrow as my business partner and I are coming down to the media center and checking out some of our clients. So, yeah, really excited to see you all keep up the great work. Now, as far as the Warriors, I mean, a lot of times I think about the past of the 2021 draft and also the 2020 draft of their missed opportunities when they drafted Kuminga and Wiseman, where they could have had Tyrese, Franz Wagner, they could have had Sengun. So they're kind of in this position because they've missed on, their draft picks, in those back-to-back seasons. Moving forward, I mean, I'd love to have Giannis, and I think you can run it back with Jimmy, but, the other thing that they're talking about is Green could decline his player option and then come back maybe at a minimum or something like that. But I think, ideally, if you're talking about max for Steph, I mean, I think you got to think about the San Antonio Spurs back of the day when you had Parker and Ginobili and Duncan. I mean, they all took a little less to be able to build around them to go ahead and compete for that last championship. So I think that's what Curry would have to do for it to make sense. Or I think at this point, then you trade Curry and you kind of, wherever he wants to go, if he wants an opportunity to win another championship, and I think he's deserved that, he can kind of make his decision on where he wants to go. But, fellas, keep up the great work. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and bang, bang, Niner gang. I wish the 49ers were there and celebrating, but, hey, we can just celebrate the city being alive again and all the millions of people that are there this week.
That's Verducci and the EDH. Well said there, Dooch. So basically what we're talking about, 888-957-9570. And by the way, Bonte Hill going to be joining us in 15 minutes live from Radio Row here on Moscone Center. With Stephen Curry, do you want him to do the Kobe, basically, and fill up the cap? But that means you have Steph in a Golden State Warriors uniform.
I mean, these are all if they don't land Giannis.
This is correct. This is all if they don't.
So if, they don't land Giannis, are you one to pivot wildly and go get Anthony Davis?
Not wild. I don't think AD is going to cost you as much as it would Giannis. Are we talking like a first-round pick? An unprotected first-round pick for AD right now? And,
Is Draymond a part of that deal, or is Butler a part of that deal?
That's interesting. Would you do the Draymond deal for a player like Anthony Davis right now? Giannis, I think everyone's on board saying, sure, Draymond, bye-bye. That's why we have.
I'm a little more hesitant. I'll be honest there.
Why?
Also, I'm not giving up 5 first-rounders. One or two.
Hell no. Not for Anthony Davis.
I do a swap, and I do, I'd give him one. I would for Anthony Davis. I'm higher on Anthony Davis than most. But I freely acknowledge there's red flags everywhere. And there's the red flags themselves come with athletic tape that is injured, because that's how injured that guy is.
He gets hurt all the time. He's literally called street clothes, and he's such a good player. He is a top 75 player of all time. We might laugh at that. He is one of the best players of his generation, but he gets poked in the eye every single game. I swear to God.
He should wear goggles permanently.
Yes, I don't know why he doesn't.
And he should stop wearing Kobe's.
And that's
when you're 7 feet and you weigh 300 pounds, you should not be wearing the shoes with the least amount of ankle support of all time.
Shaz, can I ask you a question about AD? Because you bring up Anthony
I'm
Davis
higher on him than everyone else
I know,
is.
I've always here's my question on this, though, is that, you look at, since the bubble championship, I think he's played in about 70% of total games.
He dominated the Warriors in that playoff series.
Yeah, but if he comes to the Warriors, let's say for the next 2 years,
he answers everything you need. A dominant big man offensively.
Higher or lower than 70% of games played?
Oh, no, I would bet below that. I would say he's going to 40%. Sam.
But is that enough? You would mortgage a lot of the future for
no, not a lot. No, I said 1 or 2 picks. A swap would be one of them, and 1 first-round pick. I'd be willing to surrender.
I understand the theory we were coming out with AD, but I seriously have doubts that he will be on the floor. Your typical Anthony Davis line lately is 11 points, 5 rebounds, 12 minutes played.
Sam, I acknowledge all of that. I don't trust him to stay healthy, but I still would probably swing on it because this is Steph. And you only got 1 swing at it, and I think you owe it to yourself.
I got you. It's just when you bring up AD, that's just kind of where my head goes.
If Steph wasn't here, I want no part of Anthony Davis.
I think even Warriors fans right now are scoffing at the idea of Anthony Davis. But you know what? If you whiff on Giannis, you would absolutely take Anthony Davis as a consolation prize. I know that for sure. Because you know what? Last year the conversation was the same exact conversation
with Jimmy. Thank you,
Kevin Durant.
Thank you.
Oh my God, we didn't get Kevin Durant. And I know how down you were. Remember that whole show? I tried to talk you into Jimmy Butler. I was like, actually, Joe, I think Jimmy's the perfect player. No, that wasn't even about being right.
Now, here's the thing. Dallas wants cap relief. They're so over the cap. It's insane.
And they're not training Kyrie, you would think.
You would think. So I don't know. I mean, like, do they want Draymond's deal and he's got that player option? Do they want Jimmy's deal, but that's next year and then they're off the books completely, but they lose the slot? Like, I don't know what would be Dallas's motivation. I really don't.
Here's a guy that wants to call in as I go Chris Collinsworth here. He might be over there in the booth, by the way, with NBC. We'll see. Mike in Santa Clara wants to talk Anthony Davis potentially going to the Dubs.
I know. Everybody hates the idea. I get it.
What's up, Mike?
Hey guys, good to hear from you. I was trying to call yesterday, but Nick took over the show, so
okay, he does.
Obviously priorities. I get it. No, hey, it's priorities. I love the Darth Vader voice, So yeah, What I was actually calling about, it's about Dunleavy in general and just this whole thing. He got us Jimmy Butler. He got us, a way into going deep into the playoffs until Steph's injury occurred and everything, and then everything went down from there. But I just feel that what is he, outside of that, what has he really done? It's been, and also with the comments he said with JK and everything like that. I just feel like he's on the hot seat right now, and quite frankly, like if he doesn't land this Giannis deal, I think we're looking at, is he going to even be the GM next year? And that's just my personal opinion. I
agree with you, Mike.
If we do land Giannis, he redeems. Yeah, and he redeems himself. Now, if we don't get Giannis, this AD thing, I am not. Shasky, I'm with you. It's a good consolation prize, but I don't want him whatsoever. But if he's to make any sort of deal with that, I think you have to somehow work Klay Thompson coming back as well.
I'm open to that.
Because you have to bring that back. It'll ease the pain a little bit. But again, how is that going to work? Does Dallas have motivation?
Exactly.
What names are going to come off the books? Does Draymond go over there and you're not going to have the big three back together again? I mean that's just Mike, one of those things. Like, I don't know if it's going to work. Mike, I'm just curious, if that was to pull, yeah.
Yeah, Mike. I mean, he'd get gout on the flight over. You know what I mean? Like that's how things work. And I mean, I'm serious, but at this point, look at Joe. Okay, if we're just gonna go like this,
what is that?
Giannis is all in, right? Yeah. Giannis is all in.
All in.
Okay. Striking out is not an option.
No. Well, they might. We talked to Nick yesterday.
No. It's not an acceptable option for this fan base.
Well, what if they traded and got a pick back for? No.
No,
what if they
standing pat is striking out. Standing out.
They trade Anthony Melton and get a pick back.
They need Melton.
For what?
To play in any meaningful games this year.
What meaningful games?
Well, you don't punt on this year.
Well, the Jimmy Butler injury made it okay to punt.
Okay, if you're only trading Melton, you might as well rip the whole thing off and trade everyone else away. It's not that Melton's the end-all, be-all, but my point is, Melton is one of your top 6 players.
So what if the Warriors do?
And what's he going to get you back? A second-round pick?
Maybe a high-end first. Who knows? No, someone might trade for him. No, I'm serious. Someone might.
I don't see how Melton for 3 months gets you a first-round pick.
Well, hold on. Because he has the player option, obviously.
He's probably going to
opt out. Exactly. So it'd be a rental, absolutely.
Okay, but who's giving you a first?
I don't know. Maybe someone gets desperate. Who knows?
Right. Well,
I'm throwing out hypotheticals here. Okay. I'm just trying to sell the fan base of, if you don't get Giannis, what to expect. What if they decide to rip this Band-Aid off fully the rest of the season? How would that land for you if they decided to trade Melton, trade Buddy Hield, move GP2, all these other, how would that hit you?
I don't think it would. You're talking about those guys? Yeah. I mean, it's not going to hit me much at all. Oh. More playing time for Will Richard.
Okay.
Kuminga, what am I getting back?
Well, they might keep Kuminga. No, I'm serious. They might.
I don't know what.
They might.
Okay.
What?
It's just, Joe, we've seen this story before. This was what last year's team was.
So,
you're selling me on something I watched last year, which wasn't good.
No, it wasn't very good.
Okay, so my point being is that to me, that's viewed as striking out. Joe, that's viewed as striking out. There's Giannis, that's swinging big. There's striking out. Then there's stuff in between. Stuff in between is whether you want to say it's Michael Porter Jr., Anthony Davis. There's degrees of it.
I'll say this.
You got to do something.
Well, it's crazy how the timing of last year and this year, Kuminga's hurt at the trade deadline, because of course he is, right? How could you script it any better if you're Adam Silver in the league? Last year, they swung for the fences, though, and got Jimmy Butler, and it was a huge success. It sucks that Jimmy got hurt this year, but now we're talking about if they don't get Giannis, Mike Dunleavy has to go? Well, I'm kind of, Mike in Santa Clara was saying that. You buy that?
It's not about one trade deadline. It's about...
But how is it Mike Dunleavy's fault that we were all under the standing
No one's saying it's his fault, but his job was to figure out a solution with Kuminga. Okay, and yes, the owner is a part of that. A solution with Moses Moody.
The coach doesn't want to play him. The coach doesn't want to play him. How's that Dunleavy's fault?
No. If the coach doesn't want to play him, he should not be on the roster, and we should have not gone through what we have gone through over the last year and a half. Like, we can acknowledge that.
That goes more to Steve Kerr than Mike Dunleavy in my mind. It does.
Your job as the GM is to work in concert with the head coach. And if you're providing ingredients that he clearly has told you for multiple years he won't use, you need to get new ingredients for him.
I just don't think it's fair that if he whiffs on not getting Giannis or Anthony Davis and doesn't add anything to this team, which obviously lost Jimmy Butler. Hell, the head coach is saying their expectations have already shifted. The teams know their expectations have shifted. Why can't the fan base understand the expectations for this season have shifted? I'm not firing Mike Dunleavy because he can't get Giannis.
You're getting dramatic on it. No one's saying we're holding him accountable for why the team is in the position that they're in. I don't even know if he's getting fired.
It's his fault that Jimmy tore his ACL.
His job is to build the team out around him.
This season was over once Jimmy tore his ACL. That's not Mike Dunleavy's fault.
Okay, how's Quentin Post's draft pick been?
All over the place.
Okay, how's the Brandon Pajemski draft pick been?
I'd say Paz is a good player. We just talked to Nick Friedel yesterday.
Now I need to make a decision. Okay, so now I need to make a decision at this deadline. Yeah. Am I extending him this summer?
Maybe.
Well, no, you need to know, because if not, you're going through the same course.
I'm sure he knows if he wants to do that, but also, who's the head coach? Is it going to be Steve Kerr? Is he going to walk away? I don't know.
I mean,
how's that?
Joe, why is Moses Moody on this team still? And I like Moses, but why is he? He's not helping you. You extended him. Has that been a good extension?
He's a cheap contract. You love Moody, I thought.
He's been here 5 years. I don't even know what to make of him. Well, again,
his role keeps changing because people keep getting hurt.
Your job is to have multiple plans in place and to be able to move. The first move they made was Jordan Poole with a first-round pick for Chris Paul. It's a horrible move. Whether the owner told you or not, someone's got to be accountable for that.
This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for good. 4 minutes. Bonte Hill joining us live here at Radio Row, Moscone Center West. Injury report time, though. Steph Curry will not be running around the court against the Sixers tonight. He is out with runner's knee. Steph injured his knee in the Warriors' loss to the Pistons on Friday, and an MRI after the game showed he was dealing with, wait for it, patellofemoral pain syndrome, more commonly known as runner's knee. Steve Kerr told Willer and Dibbs yesterday that he does not expect this to be a long-term absence for Steph. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Coming up next, Bonte Hill joining us live here at Radio Moscone Center. Spadoni and Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. Halfway home here on a Tuesday at 95.7 The Game.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Save on medium Hass avocados with Prime through February 3rd. Creamy, ripe, and ready for guacamole, savory toast, or topping soup. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just just right, yeah. La 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 la. Wake up for 40 days of consistent sin. All over Breeze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, yeah. Breathe happy for Breeze. La 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 la.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game's GOAT Report nightly on game nights to hear the GOAT, Steph Curry's game night stats. Brought to you by Sony Pictures GOAT. Executive produced by Steph Curry. Exclusively in movie theaters February 13th.
Think switching to T-Mobile is a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check them out at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service port in 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Spadoni and Shasky.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
Live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo.
Baby Spadoni, Shasky, and now joining us courtesy of River Islands Guest Line and also Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, Bonte Hill. Come on, you got to give me one, dude. Come on, you know what you got to give me. You got to give the audience. You got to give the people. You got to give Moscone Center.
Baby!
Let's go.
Wake up.
I'm awake now.
I woke up Q over there. Raider Nation Radio, our boy Q.
That's right.
We love Q.
Clint Kubiak, baby. Let's go.
Clint Kubiak, he's cooking. We talked yesterday. Look at that $1 million smile over there. $100 million in cash space.
You were making the rounds yesterday. I saw Rick Tittle. I saw your boy Q. You were all over the place.
My boys from Australia. SEN, out in Melbourne, Australia. I've been going on their airways with them.
What time is it over there right now?
Well, I don't know. They're like the Super Bowl will be Monday in Australia. So I went on with my guys Gerard and Ben Lyon yesterday, and I love my brothers from down under.
Well, they just had their Super Bowl, the Australian Open last week. Novak Djokovic.
They were telling me about it.
V. Carlos Alcaraz, and Alcaraz completing the career slam at only 22. Bonte.
How about that semifinal? You were asleep. I was up when he beat Zverev, and he was cramping, and he blew 2 straight sets in tiebreak fashion. That was an epic Epic match.
And then the other one, it was Yannick Sinner versus Novak Djokovic. You were asleep. I was awake for that one. And that was an all-timer.
Yeah.
Novak obviously falling in the final. But, man, just for him to get there at that age. But we're not talking Australian Open. We're talking the big game. We're talking Super Bowl. We're talking about it all.
You guys have been talking about it, everything.
We've been talking about Giannis, Robert Kraft.
I know.
I mean, people are getting upset that I just said, hey, the first thing I don't think about the Patriots is Robert Kraft. I mean, oh, my God.
Well,
heaven forbid I think Wes Welker. I think of Julian Edelman. I think of Rob Gronkowski, Bill Belichick. I mean, come on.
Well, what team and what organization do you think of the owner first in any sport?
Jerry
the only
Jones.
One, and he hasn't won anything in 30 years, which tells you all you need to know about the Dallas Cowboys. He hasn't been to the title game since 1995.
Yeah, I think Al Davis too, but they haven't won anything.
But no, you think of the great players of the Raiders, the Gene Upshaws, the Art Shells, Haynes, Kenny Stabler, Fred Biletnikoff, Cliff Branch, Marcus Allen, like Howie Long. You don't think of owners when you think of teams. Like, I'm sorry. And if you do, that means that team is not doing too well.
I think of owners that have impacted the league at a high level, and whether you love them or hate them, has Jerry Jones impacted the league at a high level?
Business-wise.
Has he helped the NFL? Has he put money in their pockets?
Well, I mean, Robert Kraft has. Robert Kraft was there standing with the players when they broke the strike in 2011. He's on the front line with the players trying to get him back on the field.
That's all.
He rebranded.
Of course he was there.
He rebranded Spadoni. No, seriously. He helped rebrand the New England Patriots. The Patriots that Shasky and I grew up with stunk. They were awful. And when they hired Bill Parcells and had the #1 pick in Drew Bledsoe, they rebranded their entire uniforms with the old logo, and then they go to the Super Bowl. And then think about this. People forget. He picks up Pete Carroll. Parcells leaves, picks up Pete Carroll. They go to a playoff. Then they struggle. And he's like, you know what? I want Belichick back. I saw what he did as a DC, a secondary coach, because Al Groh was the defensive coordinator with the Patriots. Brings back Belichick, and they made move after move after move. Think about all the great players, the cast-offs. I heard you guys talking earlier. Forget the Bradys, and forget some of the trades they made. What about the cast-offs they brought in? Wes Welker, Randy Moss, Julian Edelman. Corey Dillon, for crying out loud. Kevin Falk.
You had never heard of Malcolm Butler until they brought him in.
So I'm sorry, man. Robert Kraft overseeing that organization and seeing what the Patriots, they're one of the 5 most iconic franchises in North American sport, and I never would have thought that in the 90s.
Are you outraged that he's not in the Hall of Fame this morning?
I'm not outraged, but this Hall of Fame thing is getting out of control because personal biases.
That's what I'm saying.
Bill Belichick.
Thank you.
Not getting first. I saw it with Terrell Owens, though. And once I saw it with Terrell Owens not being a first ballot Hall of Famer, you're going to put Randy Moss in the Hall of Fame as a first ballot Hall of Famer and not T.O.? Come on, man.
They go in together.
And you can make the argument that T.O. was the better all-around wide receiver.
And we talked to Jermaine Wiggins, obviously former tight end, Super Bowl champion there, and he's across the way over at WEI, our sister station. He was the same thing. He's like, I know he's not T.O., Bill Belichick. And Jermaine stopped you. He's like, no. It was a joke when T.O. didn't get in the first ballot Hall of Fame as well. And that's a fact. And that's why I always got so upset last year, because Eli Manning was on the first ballot. Like, it was his first ballot, and he made the semifinals. I was like, there's no way in hell you could tell me that guy is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Now, he didn't get in, and he didn't get in this year again. But I'm with you. The whole process is a joke, and I think they're going to tinker it, rework it, because just Goodell's comments, what I've heard from Matt Maiocco, who is a Hall of Fame voter, your teammate over his NBC Sports.
You already made the stink.
Exactly.
You already made the stink.
Well, no, they're going to change it.
Think about this. Jerry Jones is in the Hall of Fame because of things he's done off the football field. I thought the Pro Football Hall of Fame was about what you did on the football field. And what the Cowboys have done on the football field has been underwhelming since 1995.
So let me ask you this question. This is just
the ratings.
Well, this is something that crossed my mind. Like, I thought it's all about winning the big one. Not that that's the end-all, be-all, but like when winning championships is now that being devalued. All right, I'm like, whoa, hold up.
Who's devaluing championships?
Yeah, well, that's what my point is. Like it feels like the Hall of Fame voters are. If the 2 most prolific winners in the history of the sport aren't getting their value or their just due. Now, look. Do I think we underrate the journey? Absolutely. Being there year after year after year, we don't give enough credit to. Marv Levy gets lost in time, and Jim Kelly gets lost in time. Those were great teams. Not good teams, great teams.
Marty Schottenheimer.
I'm thinking about, like, Kyle Shanahan and Jed York and the 49ers, and I'm asking myself, like, yeah, I know they haven't won the big one, right? But they've been wildly successful since. And I know that some people are like, it's only about winning the big one. But then I take a step back and I go, well, Doc Rivers has a championship, and Mike McCarthy has a championship, and Doug Peterson has a championship. And I don't want any of those guys coaching my team in their respected sports. So I don't know. Like, I ask you straight up, do we underrate the journey more, or do we overrate the big one?
Oh, that's a great question. That's a great question. I don't think we overrate the big one. I want to go with the journey. We underrate the journey. We underrate it. And the reason why I say that is because people don't remember the pivotal points in a regular season game that could catapult you to first place as opposed to losing that game going to third place. It's the difference between home field advantage and not making the playoffs. And so the championships, yes, you can win. Like George Seifert, I've been watching the rise of the 49ers, and I don't want to spoil it, but now that I've watched it.
Do they win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, they did. I mean, but look, Shasky used to tell me all the time, I used to be like, Super Bowl or bust. And Shasky goes, that's unrealistic in pro sports. And I understand that. Because what people, and I see a lot of hate for Jed York now because Eddie D came out and spoke. Jed York, since he's run the team in 2008, they've got to 7 conference championship games.
Yep.
Second most in the NFL. Tied with the Kansas City Chiefs.
3 of them
3
are
Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Tied with the Philadelphia Eagles and the Seattle Seahawks for 3rd most Super Bowl appearances. That's a hell of a run, and it's empty because they don't have that Super Bowl win. But when I listen to Cleveland Sports Radio, and I listen to Commanders Radio, and I listen to the Raiders, and I see the Raiders over there, and I see the Arizona Cardinals, who nobody wanted that job.
No.
I would rather be the 49ers. Trust me, Niner fans, we could have it a lot worse. But we do underrate the journey. We do, because George Seifert, Eddie DeBartolo in the Rise of the 49ers says, I gave Bill Walsh a ring for the 89 team, even though he was coaching. You know why?
Basically
that
fired
was his team.
He basically fired him.
He fired Bill Walsh, basically.
Yeah, I mean, they told him after the Raider game they were going to. I mean, this is a part of these docs. And I love the docs, but they also don't tell the full picture. It's always through whoever's alive.
Right.
Vision. It's like one thing on the Hall of Fame I think about all the time. Why do the Steelers and the Cowboys have so much representation? Because everyone's still alive to represent those era. If Bill Walsh was alive, I believe in my heart of hearts, Roger Craig would have got in years ago.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's about who's championing you at those events.
Exactly.
Right?
Absolutely. It's that right? Why do you think TD, Terrell Davis, and Kurt Warner got ushered into the Hall of Fame so fast? Because the NFL Network and the context they were able to make, not to take anything away from their careers. But I was like, damn, Kurt Warner's in the Hall of Fame quick. Terrell Davis had 3 awesome years.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Well,
Roger Craig was a running back in the decade alongside Walter Payton.
Yeah, so did Priest Holmes.
And you go to Bill Cowher, right? He got the 1 Super Bowl, but he gets into the Hall of Fame. Jimmy Johnson obviously deserves to be in there, but then he's like, Mike Shanahan still has to wait. How is he not like there goes the biases of those 2 organizations and a team like Denver that has been to so many and has won at a very high level too.
And Mike Shanahan called plays for the Niners last Super Bowl win in '94 with Steve Young, and they were one of the most dynamic offenses in NFL history. So, look, man, I'm not here to give out Capri Suns and fruit snacks for coming up short. I'm sick and tired of the Niners coming up short. Yeah. I am. Like, next year's a huge year. Huge year. But think about how difficult it is. Like, we're looking at the Golden State Warriors, and to Steiny's point last week, and I kind of agree with him.
Which one?
Where we're kind of entitled as a fan base.
No,
And
we're not kind of. We're very spoiled.
Right, we are.
We
Think
are.
about it, Shasky, you and I.
Where we are.
We were fortunate enough, basically, to remember 3 Super Bowls of the 49ers. 88, 89, and 94.
Bob Orzavi's house watching the 1990 Super Bowl, the one they blew out Denver. I mean, to this day, we were at halftime playing bowl in the backyard knowing the Niners were going to win the Super Bowl.
89 season, 90 Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'll never
88
forget it.
season in Joe Robbie Stadium. I'll never forget my mom getting me ready. And I remember the pregame show with Ahmad Rashad, and it was on NBC, and Dick Enberg saying, oh, my, and stuff. And I'm thinking, I remember that when Mike Cofer missed a field goal. I thought the Niners were going to lose in that Super Bowl. I remember that drive. I remember that run in Soldier Field when they beat them in frigid temperatures. So I've been fortunate to watch the Niners win 3, the Giants win 3, the Warriors win 4. Now I want more, and trust me, it's been 31 years since the Niners have won a Super Bowl. It's time. But when they do get that Super Bowl, and it could be with Shanahan, could be with the next regime, who the heck knows when it's coming. This town is going to explode. But I would rather be where the Niners are at right now, knocking on the doorstep over and over and over, as opposed to being the Cleveland Browns or the Las Vegas Raiders.
A third of the league doesn't know what they're doing. We just saw that with their head coach openings. A third of the league doesn't know what they're doing.
I mean, 12 teams have never won a championship, ever.
How many have not even been to the Super Bowl?
Well, I have it all written down right here. I
the
did
Lions, the Browns,
so it's
the
the Cleveland
Jags,
Browns and the Texans. Arizona's been to 1. The Bengals have been to 3. Bills 4. Vikings have been to 4. Jaguars haven't been to any.
Think about the Vikings. They haven't been to a Super Bowl since the 70s.
Years. Yep.
My boy Brendan Valesky is a diehard Viking fan.
Since an outdoor stadium.
Texts me all the time. You don't know how good you have it.
They were a footnote for all the great AFC teams in the 70s, the Raiders and the Steelers.
And they're a footnote for always choking in the NFC playoffs.
The Niners have faced them the second most times in the playoffs in the history of the 49er organization. So I look at it this way, B. You're bringing up a lot of things. And, I think the one thing that we had a theme of a show just last week was, why haven't the 49ers won a Super Bowl in 31 years?
Yeah.
Now, you and I know it's a pie chart of culpability. It's never one thing. And every individual year, I could point the finger at this, could point the finger at that. If you zoomed out and I make you choose one thing, quarterback, coach, just in general, coach, team, ownership. I don't think it's ownership.
No, I know it's not ownership.
I don't think it's team. I think they've had good enough teams. I'm not sure if it's coach or quarterback is the bigger one. I feel like they've had good enough coaches. I don't know.
I'll try not to be long-winded with this.
Yes.
Let's go back to the Super Bowls. Okay, let's go back to the Super Bowls. The Super Bowl against the Ravens. They were not buttoned up.
No.
Coach Harbaugh was tight that whole week.
They lined up in the wrong formation on the first play of the game.
Davis, 20-yard catch, boom. You got to come back 10 yards. You were down 28-6. You were down 20. You should have been in that game.
Blown out.
You should have got blown out. The blackout happened, and they got their momentum and whatnot. But then you called 3 horrific plays in the football game. That, to me, was on coaching for not having the players ready to roll.
And none for Frank.
The one in Miami with Kansas City. I'll put it a little more on Shanahan, knowing who the quarterback was.
Okay.
Jim Garoppolo was a quarterback. Again, till I'm blue in the face. People know where I'm going with this. They got 3 timeouts, minute 49 left, at the 49-yard line. Run the ball. Why are you in a rush to score when Mahomes is on the sideline? This last Super Bowl was kind of on the players. Execution. Our stud running back, Chris McCaffrey, fumbled on the first possession of the game.
I know.
All right, so
4th and 2, they need to make a stop. Missed the play.
I'm going to take the easy way out here. It's a combination of coaches and players. But how the hell can I put it on ownership when they gave you the resources to build these great teams?
Were you surprised how many people did put it? Because you saw me put it out.
Oh yeah,
there.
Well, Jed York's is easy whipping boy.
Yeah,
no matter
I was
what.
trying to explain to him, and he will never get the love of Eddie. It just will never happen.
It never happened because Eddie was in these streets. It was a different time, but Eddie was in these bars. He was in these streets, and it was the rise of the 49ers. Not to say, no pun intended, but they were doormats for so many years, and they finally got an owner who was braggadocious, who was like, I'm going to spend all the money, cutting edge when it comes to first-class travel, hotel rooms, and all that stuff. So Jed will never get his just due, and I get it because of the way the Harbaugh situation went down. But again, since he started running the club in 2008, they've been to the 2nd most conference title games and the 3rd most Super Bowls.
Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And Bonte's joining us right now, presented by Ceremony Forge, your Bay Area Ford store, courtesy of the River Islands guest on Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk Boys, 4 minutes away from NBC's Football Night in America's Mike Florio, who will also be on coverage for the Super Bowl this Sunday.
I asked the same question to Jermaine Wiggins from afar. And he's like, quarterback. You ain't had a good enough quarterback. I'm trying to give you the Boston
I was gonna say,
accent.
Quarterback.
But Jermaine is your team, dude.
He's a big guy.
He's a big guy.
You know what I said to these guys? You know what I said to these guys? I go, can you imagine being Upton Stout or Malik Mustafa trying to tackle that man?
I mean, he was huge in the tuck room.
That's what
huge.
He literally opened up the interview. He's like, you had this game.
The greatest game of your career. 10
greatest
catches.
game in your career. He just had to bring it out.
Jermaine Wiggins underrated. I like Jermaine Wiggins.
I love too.
Great.
But I asked him, and he says quarterback, right? And I think you zoom out, they haven't had a Hall of Fame quarterback, but there's a lot of Hall of Fame quarterbacks who haven't won a Super Bowl. Okay? There's way more than you think, actually.
Sam Darnold might win it this Sunday. I don't think he's going to go to the Hall of Fame right now.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? He's got the rest of his career to kind of figure it out. How much do you put on the quarterback in each of these individual ones? Not that they were the reason they lost, but maybe they didn't elevate to the moment in the way others have.
Kaepernick was awesome in that Ravens Super Bowl. We all remember the final 3 plays.
He was amazing.
Kaepernick was amazing.
Yeah.
Look at his stats in that game.
And Randy Moss dogged one on the interception.
Yeah, he didn't jump on the...
That was ridiculous. I hope that
Randy Moss had to deer the headlights look, because I remember NFL film zoomed in on Randy Moss, and Crouch was like, come on, Randy, let's go. And he was just like nonchalant. He was not giving damn. Because remember earlier that weekend, media day, he was like, I'm the best receiver of all time. He was just in a foul move for whatever reason it was.
So weird.
It was so weird. Kaepernick was awesome. And he would have set the tone on that first play had they not lined up wrong.
Oh, my God.
So he was great.
It was wide open.
Dude, was on fire in that Super Bowl. Then he did the biceps, so I don't put that one on Cap. I put that more. I put more on Jim Harbaugh.
That one was
Jim
Harbaugh. They weren't
because
ready.
he was tight. They weren't ready to
their
play.
Secondary got torched by Flacco.
Their
Special
defense
teams.
got absolutely annihilated.
Special teams. Jacoby Jones
Yes.
returning to the opening second half
Can't let that
kickoff.
happen.
You're down 28-6. Now, the Super Bowl in Miami was a combination of everything. It was coaching malpractice, not calling the timeout before halftime. Shasky remembers, you were there, Spinelli.
Yeah.
We're at the studio watching that game.
I remember that one.
The OPI was a bad call.
I went psycho.
I thought so.
But
too.
I went psycho. It shouldn't have came down to that,
agree. I
Shasky.
agree.
You should have called the timeout. John Lynch is in the suite saying timeout.
Yeah.
You're right.
It ruined the entire halftime show for me with Shakira and J-Lo. I don't even remember it. I was gonna
We're
lock
excited
in.
for it.
I was
yeah.
excited for it, and then he called a timeout. And all of a sudden, we're begging for the OPI. So then you think about what happened. All right, 3rd and 15 happens. They lose the momentum. But then you're rolling on the final drive. Again, 1:49 left with 3 timeouts. The run game is still in play. Run the ball. You're either going to lose the game or win the game with the ball in your hands. You cannot let number 15, Patrick Mahomes. So even if Garoppolo completes that pass to Emmanuel Sanders, they got 1:30 left with 2 timeouts.
Quan Alexander dropped a interception between the numbers before that 3rd and 15.
Richard Sherman started getting cooked in the fourth quarter.
Sammy Watkins.
And you know what they said? I'll never forget what they said, and it worried me after that Packers NFC Championship game. Everybody was fixated on Garoppolo throwing the ball 8 times. Sammy Watkins said it. We saw something on film in that Green Bay game that we wanted to exploit. And Richard Sherman got cooked by Devontae Adams a couple times. He even got cooked midway through the year against Arizona, and people stopped trying him. So that one's on coaching to me. That one's on coaching.
What about, forget the Super Bowls. You zoom out. What about all the years they fell short in the NFC Championship game?
I mean, Garoppolo's got to make plays. That's what the Rams game is on.
The hardest part of watching that doc, that 49er one is Brady narrating it. It's like a twist of the knife.
Because you wanted them.
You know, Shasky, I got to give you credit.
We argued forever about it, and I'm not trying to pretend I know.
No. Let me step in.
He's the GOAT.
No, I'm taking Montana over Brady no matter what.
That's fine. That's fine.
But let me say this, though. And I said this in real time. I wouldn't be mad if Brady was a Niner. I'm not indifferent, but I thought he was washed. And now you watch this doc.
Oh, my God.
And 20 minutes in, he's talking, I used to take pictures of Dwight Clark at the orthodontics. I'm saying, what? What? I said, damn it, we should have had Brady. It's probably the biggest regret ever. How was Brady not a Niner? And I'm full of regret because the trickle-down effect of it, it's not just he comes in and wins a Super Bowl. It's you don't make the trade for Trey Lance.
You
don't know about Brock Purdy. You have all those picks. You're bringing in Rob Gronkowski. You're probably bringing in crazy-ass Antonio Brown. Who the hell knows?
We were talking about that earlier.
Shanahan wins one.
Shanahan finally wins one.
Yeah.
And he's narrating it. And I was like, wow, this guy was really a Niners fan.
He died to be a Niner fan.
And you'd have it on your arsenal. You'd have
that's-
Joe Montana, Steve Young, Tom Brady.
You would have
all
sold
Super Bowl
more
champions
number
and
12
legends.
jerseys
Oh my God.
than anyone on the planet.
It was just.
You'd be seeing them all right here, right now.
I got to know what happened. I got to know what happened.
Do you remember the conversation he had about that guy's the quarterback? Everyone thought it was Derek Carr and the Raiders.
No,
it was Garoppolo.
No, we all thought it was Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, it was Jimmy G. You want that guy over me? And obviously there was bad blood with Jim. Not so much Jimmy per se, but that whole thing because Bill wanted Jimmy and pushed him out. That goes back to the Robert Kraft stuff.
Damn.
Yeah.
Who do you? Okay, let me ask you this one now. On that one, is that on Kyle?
Well, that might be on Kyle. It might be on Kyle.
I think Lynch would have been like, let's do it.
Well, Lynch called Belichick when he made the trade for Garoppolo, said, you're trading Brady? And Belichick laughed at him and hung up. Remember that?
Yes.
He's like, oh, are you interested in trading Tom Brady? I'm dead serious.
And then he called him back and was like, I'll give you Jimmy.
And he was like, fine, I'll take Jimmy.
But Shanahan's relationship wasn't like great with Jimmy. Like it's
Which
been
is
reported.
crazy to
Like
me.
that's the thing, right? So like if any person you'd give up to go get Tom Brady, it'd be the guy that you clearly don't mess with.
I fully thought Brady was washed. I was like, all
You're
right.
not alone.
At
That
some
Titans
point, it's
game,
going to.
yikes.
It was yikes. But at the same time, I remember telling Shasky, I was like, look, I know you want Brady. If they bring in Brady by training camp, I'm on board.
Yeah,
it's Tom Brady. Because seriously, ask my best friend Big Dog City. When we were gamble, and he'd be like, all right, I'm taking so-and-so against the Patriots. I said, dude, I'm Pats or I'm Pass. I'm never betting against Brady. I'm never betting against Belichick. And that, to me, after watching the doc, and seeing how the things played out now in real time, where we still got questions about Brock Purdy. We still got questions about the depth as Mike Florio walks in here. You know what? Let's ask him. Set it up. Set it up for Mike Florio. Pro Football Talk.
All right.
Pro Football Talk. The Brady situation. Because we're watching the rise of the 49ers, Mike. We're watching the rise of the 49ers. The documentary on AMC.
Me and him argued for weeks
about Brady.
About Brady coming to the Niners. And I wanted him to come to the Niners. Keep going.
So I thought Brady was washed. But by training camp, you could have talked me into Tom Brady over Jimmy Garoppolo.
Which year?
2020.
When he signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he was a free agent.
After the Niners
there was some
lost
conversations
the Super Bowl.
after they lost the Super Bowl. Whose idea was it to not sign Tom Brady?
I think Kyle Shanahan thought he was over the hill. That's what I think. Kyle Shanahan calls the shots. He thought he was washed.
Wow.
Everybody thought he was washed.
I did too.
Belichick thought he was washed.
Did you think he was washed, Mike?
Well, when you're, what was he at the time? 47? No, 42, 43. I lost track.
42.
Anybody younger than 60 is like, I can't, you know. But yeah, he never relied on mobility. It was a question of his arm, and he's going to have that arm into his 50s. So we saw what he morphed into in his later years. It was basically drop back, make a quick decision, get rid of the football, and if the walls are closing in, throw it up for grabs, like he did in the NFC Championship that year against the Packers and had like 3 interceptions. 2 of them were just, I'm getting rid of this ball before I get hit by someone literally half my age and twice my size. So, yeah, I think that the thinking was it was over. It was over.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, NBC's Football Latin America, joining us here at Radio Row, Moscone Center, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, Bonta Hill as well.
We've come a long way, Spadoni.
I know. I apologize for being late. I was lost outside.
We're surprised you're still talking to us, Mike.
I couldn't find the door, and it was creating a high degree of stress because I thought I had tripped into some alternate universe where I was going to wander the streets forever looking for the damn entrance that I came through yesterday and found without incident.
Oh, so you were here yesterday.
I was going to ask, like, the ingress, egress of everything, how it's set up, because for us, it's been super easy.
Yeah.
I mean, we get here so early, so we don't really have to deal with traffic. But for you, how's everything traveling? It's been good?
Oh, everything was great. It was great to get away from a place where it's been single digits for the last 2 weeks. The flight was very simple. And the thing about Radio Row, they could put this in any city, in any country, on any planet, and it always looks and feels the same.
Really?
And when you walk into it for the first day of the week, it feels like you just walked out the last day of the week a year ago. So it's this weird time warp where I was just here and a year's gone by. So there's so many points like that in the year where we feel that the year went by like that. This is one of those moments because you come in and it just looks the same as it always does.
So, Mike, the big news yesterday was Raheem Morris coming to the Niners. Do you like the fit? Do you like the guy? I mean, this is clearly Kyle Shanahan's buddy. What do you think?
Well, I think it makes sense. Look, they needed a defensive coordinator. There were other names that were thrown around. I thought maybe they'd sniff around Jim Schwartz. His status with Cleveland is still unresolved. Raheem Morris was good enough with the Rams to get a second shot at being head coach of the Atlanta Falcons and won a Super Bowl his first season with the Rams as defensive coordinator. He's a very good assistant coach, and he's been good enough as an assistant coach to be a head coach twice. So, yeah, they needed someone. It's the 5th straight year now with a new defensive coordinator. Yeah. Sometimes because of good reasons, sometimes because of bad reasons. It's a lot like the Eagles' offensive coordinator job. It's either the guy gets fired after a year or he becomes a head coach after a year. So maybe Raheem will stick around for more than a year and they'll build a little continuity on the defensive side of the ball.
Mike Florio joins us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And obviously, Mike, we're under the backdrop of Patriots, Seahawks this Sunday. And if you're a Niner fan watching it, it sucks, right? Like, you got your division rival there, your other division rival, Los Angeles Rams, who extended both Sean McVay and Les Snead yesterday. They're not going anywhere, although, I don't know, Matt Stafford, is he coming back? I don't know about that. But you're viewing this team right now. Where would you rank the Niners? Obviously, within the division, they're probably 3rd, but in the rest of the NFC, heading into this offseason, which we all think is going to be massive for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
Well, it's hard to rank anybody right now because we don't know what changes are going to be made, and we know changes are inevitable. The 49ers have a very talented roster, and they were able to get to the divisional round with many of those players missing. There's going to be some decisions that need to be made about the roster going forward. You get some of these older, more expensive players. How much longer do you keep some of these guys around? How can you justify continuing to pay big money to players who may be getting closer to the end than the beginning? What are you going to do by way of the draft to go out and find some of these guys that they've managed to find? I've always said that the combination of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch has found a lot of guys who have that football instinct where they just roll out of bed and run through a wall. The problem with that is sometimes the wall wins, and I think that's one of the reasons why, far more than the electrical substation, we see a rash of injuries. You just got a lot of guys who throw themselves around without any regard to their personal health and well-being. I remember, Deebo Samuel, he'd fight for that extra blade of grass and hurt himself in that final lunge. Like, that's the mindset, and it makes the team great. I think it also leads to guys not being available. So as long as Shanahan and Lynch are there, I think they're going to be competitive. It's just unfortunate that they're in a division where you got the Seahawks and you got the Rams to contend with, and that's not going to change for as long as those two teams are, among the best in the conference and the best in the league.
Mike, let me ask you a league-wide question. A lot of talk has been made about the Rooney Rule, and I've followed it, obviously, and we see all the hires, no minorities, right? I don't know if it's due to the pipeline of minority coaches being qualified. I'm seeing some coaches kind of retreads being hired and guys who are first-year guys, and you see guys like Brian Flores. Whatever happened in Miami, maybe it's a stain on his career, and owners don't want to touch that, but he's been very good as a DC with Minnesota for a long time. Vance Joseph had a really good defense in Denver. Is the Rooney Rule a sham? Are we going backwards with this? Especially after watching Bill Walsh and the rise of the Niners, where he's teaching all these minorities, to Denny Greens, to Ray Rhodes or whatnot. Have we taken a step back with the Rooney Rule?
I think we need to go back to how the Rooney Rule got started. It was 2003. The late Johnny Cochran and Cyrus Mary came together and pressured the NFL over decades of hiring practices that had created the possibility for litigation. And in lieu of facing litigation, the NFL adopted the Rooney Rule, which really doesn't do anything other than require the teams to slow down, because usually what happens is the owner knows who he or she wants to hire the moment the owner fires the coach who's already under contract. This process forces them to wait, to be inclusive, to consider some of these other folks that are out there beyond the one that they already want to hire. I remember in 2009 when Dan Snyder, then the owner of the Washington franchise, was hell-bent on hiring Mike Shanahan, and they went through this ruse of interviewing guys on the staff. One guy on the staff was supposedly interviewed to satisfy the Rooney Rule before they even fired Jim Zorn. It was a joke. So you create situations like that by coming up with these external devices that create the appearance of diversity, equity, and inclusion, which for some reason has become, a bad word in some circles. Like, oh, how dare you even utter DEI? I mean, are you kidding me? This is what the whole purpose of it is, and the NFL claims to be committed to it, but in practice, the owners are going to hire whoever they want to hire. And until there's true accountability for decades, when you just look at the numbers, you don't need a smoking gun. You don't need somebody caught on tape making a comment that suggests a racial bias. You just need to look at the numbers. The numbers speak for themselves, and Troy Vincent, the executive VP of football operations, said that years ago, and his quote became one of the paragraphs of the Brian Flores lawsuit that I never thought would be filed, because I always thought whoever files that lawsuit is giving up his coaching career, not just head coaching, but any capacity. The Steelers did the right thing by hiring him in the aftermath of that lawsuit. The Vikings did the right thing by making him defensive coordinator, and there's yet to be a team that's been willing to do the right thing and make him a head coach again. Now, it could be that what happened in Miami, there's stuff that's gone on in Minnesota. Right. I don't know if you guys talked about the Mike Pettin comments. It's clear that Brian Flores has that Belichick, and it's tough for him to get along with everyone because he's very demanding. Coaches coach people in all aspects of whatever they see people doing, and he's a very direct and straightforward personality. But there have been plenty of coaches like that. There are plenty of guys like that. Belichick's like that. So I think it's a problem of lack of accountability from anyone. So the owners are going to keep doing whatever they want to do until someone tells them that either they can't or someone shows them how expensive it is to keep doing the things they've been doing.
All right, let's ask a quick Niner question. Mac Jones, what do you think they do with him? They're sitting at a podium saying, hey, we want to keep him. We're not in the business of getting rid of good players. They have Brock Purdy under contract. Mac went 5-3 this year when Brock went down. Do they trade Mac Jones? And if so, what's his value?
Well, the best clue that they're willing to trade him is they said they don't want to trade him. I think it makes sense to wait and see who calls. And I think from the 49ers perspective, it is the best position you can be in. Hey, we got him under contract. It's a reasonable number. We may need him. If Brock gets hurt, we can count on him to come in and get the job done. If somebody makes us an offer we won't refuse, then we make a move. There aren't enough good quarterbacks to go around. Hell, there aren't enough bad quarterbacks to go around. But Brock is clearly better when healthy than Mac Jones. Based on how Mac was performing when he was playing, at one point it's like, well, you know what? Let's just see what happens through 2026. And then that's when you get to the point where you can move on from Brock Purdy if you want to, the way his contract's structured. You could keep Mac Jones and make him the guy. I think based on what I've seen of Brock Purdy, especially in that Bears game where he had that Josh Allen play where it's like almost like a video game, stop.
Right.
You know, yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy. And with Mac, they just need to ask themselves, do we want him as the insurance policy or do we want to flip him for whatever we could get from, I think the Vikings are a team to watch. They're going to be looking for somebody to go along with J.J. McCarthy, but whoever. Again, there aren't enough quarterbacks. And this year there aren't as many veterans available as there were last year.
Are you hearing anything about the Niners being aggressive via the trade market? Either bringing someone in, we've heard Jordan Addison, we've heard Brian Thomas might be on the move. Are they willing to dangle one of their guys? You know, the people are suggesting Nick Bosa. Have you heard anything on that front in terms of their aggressiveness?
Not yet. But I mean, you can look at the roster and identify the areas where they need to make moves. And I don't know, you mentioned Jordan Addison. I mean, you get a trade package where Mac Jones goes to Minnesota and Jordan Addison goes to San Francisco. I mean, anything's possible this time of year. And it's funny because there will be breathless reports from the usual suspects that these two teams, they're talking about a possible trade here. That's what these people do. They call around their friends and they talk about possibilities just to get an idea of what the market is for others. And so, like, you may not even be interested in Mac Jones, but you want to find out what the 49ers want for Mac Jones so you can use that when you're trying to get somebody else. And that just is part of the organic, authentic, genuine process. So the only news that would come out, the real news would be that people aren't talking about every possibility. And you know, I was at a team facility once, and there's a big room where on one side they've got all the positions on the roster and all the names. And then on the other side, they've got all the positions with all the names of the guys that they would replace them with. And it just underscores how players are commodities. And I say all the time that players are pieces of a football machine that will inevitably be removed, cast aside, and replaced with another. So that's how we need to think of the offseason. Every team goes back to its roster and says which parts in our football machine are coming out, which new parts are going in, what can we get for this part. It may not be that we throw it away. It may be someone else wants this part and values this part more than we do. So that's what the offseason is for every team. And the 49ers need to be objective and honest about their flaws and look at the options they have to improve the roster. And that's all happening with 31 other teams doing the same thing, with various levels of skill, various levels of negotiating abilities, and that's part of the fun. So I just kind of sit back and watch and see how it unfolds, because I think it's all just smoke and BS until moves start to happen.
Mark Florio joining us here on the River Islands guest line, Pro Football Talk, NBC's Football Night in America. Spadoni and Shasky alongside Vontae Hill. We've been asking every single guest this week, Mike. It's been 31 years since the 49ers have hoisted the Lombardi Trophy. Why haven't they won? 31 years.
Well, you have 5. I grew up a Vikings fan. So screw you.
We were just talking about this.
Screw you for even asking the question.
But if you had to answer it, what would your answer be? Why a 31-year drought?
It'd be quarterback, huh, Mike?
Well,
for you?
There's 32 teams in the NFL, and every team's trying to win it every year. And it's funny when you hear owners and others connected to a team say, our goal is to win the Super Bowl every single year. You know what our goal is? Our goal is to make as much money as we can every single year. And we have to act like we want to win the Super Bowl every single year, so you'll keep renewing your season tickets, and you'll keep watching our games on TV, and you'll believe that we're trying to win it all every year so you don't check out on us. So I just think it's bad business to identify success with winning the Super Bowl, because you will be pissed off all the time if you only are successful if you win a Super Bowl. So, look, consider the landscape of the last 31 years. They got there against the Ravens. It didn't work out. They got there against the Chiefs. It didn't work out. They got there against the Chiefs. It didn't work out. They've come up against some good teams. There's been some good teams in the conference.
Yep.
And, right, the absence of a franchise quarterback, a true short list. I mean, when you look at the teams that have been winning it, what's the common denominator? It's rare, other than like the 2000 Ravens.
Yeah. The Eagles, Nick
2002
Foles.
Bucks with Brad Johnson, the Nick Foles aberration. You got to have a franchise quarterback. You got to have somebody who's going to make a big throw in a big spot, like when Emmanuel Sanders is open and Jimmy Garoppolo overthrows him.
Do you think Sam Darnold, I don't mean to cut you off, do you think Sam Darnold winning the Super Bowl this year, being on more of a mid-tier contract, is wiggle room now? Because it feels like all the quarterbacks max money or rookie deals, and there hasn't been a lot of those middle-class contracts, the Bakers, the Darnolds. Do you think this spurns more teams into building their team this way?
No, because Sam Darnold, if he was on the market now, wouldn't get a mid-tier contract. The contract he got was a reflection of what the perceived value of Sam Darnold was. And if I'm Sam Darnold's agent, if they win the Super Bowl, the first call I'm making while the confetti is still fluttering down to the field at Levi's Stadium is to the GM, John Schneider, with my favorite line from Goodfellas that I can't utter here, but it starts with a word I can't say, and it finishes with you, pay me. Oh, you had a fire?
Yeah. Bleep you.
Pay me.
There you go. Henry Hill over
Place
here.
got hit by lightning?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, won the Super Bowl? Bleep you, pay me.
God, I love it. All right, Mike Florio, you've been so good to us with your time. We appreciate it. It's time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What is your must-have food item for the big game party?
I don't go to a big game party. I'm in the press box.
Well, what do they have?
Well, they have free food. I don't complain about free food.
Exactly. Levi Stadium press box is one of the best out there.
They got some good stuff.
Here's what I really like the most. After halftime, usually because the menu varies from place to place, city to city, and I'll get some food before the game. And I try to get to the press box early. Now, I'm not going to be able to do that this year because NBC has the pregame show, so it won't be until I'm clear, which is sad because I like to get there like 3-4 hours early as soon as they open it, take in the full day and sit there and work and just be around my staff because we're only around each other a couple of times a year, and the Super Bowl is one of the days where we're all together. But usually for me, it's right after halftime when they put out the hot dogs. I go get a hot dog, and this is going to sound extremely lame, but that's okay. I don't put anything on it. I just have a hot dog and a bun, and I love it.
Oh, you're like Iron Eagle. No condiments.
No condiments. Now,
really?
if chili's
That's kind
around,
of insane, Mike.
if chili's around, it's fine. Chili or onions, but usually if it's a ketchup or mustard, I'll eat it plain. I love it.
Really?
And I always look forward to that right after halftime.
It's like Kobayashi.
No, just one.
No, not Kobayashi. We're in the Bay Area. Joey Chestnut. Please.
Joey Chestnut.
The pride of San Jose. Mike, great stuff. We appreciate your time this morning, man.
If he's the pride of San Jose, I feel bad for San Jose.
Well,
He
technically,
should be a
Bill
Hall of
Walsh
Fame. He's
is the
more of a
pride
Hall of
San Jose.
Famer than Bob Kraft, okay? So come on. Please.
I want to say on behalf of everybody here at 95, thanks for always coming on with us. We
Man,
do
we
really
appreciate
appreciate
you
your
coming
insights.
Our first hit didn't go too well, Shasker. Remember that?
Well, yeah, but we apologize to each other. at the
Here's
Super Bowl.
how we should handle that. We should just move forward.
Exactly.
I
couldn't get it up.
Exactly. Unless you want me to remember
I'm
it.
just saying, we've
If you
come a
want
long
me to
way.
remember it, I
We're
will.
NBC colleagues now, Mike. I'm with NBC Sports Bay Area. I've represented
You
you
are?
guys all day.
You are?
Yeah.
All right, I'm typing my resignation letter.
You ain't giving up that money, Mike. Come on.
Have a good one.
Appreciate the time, man.
Thanks,
there
Mike.
he goes. Appreciate it so much. There he goes. Mike
see you,
Florio,
Mike.
courtesy
Always.
of the River Adams
good
guest
one.
line, Pro Football Talk. And you can find his books, The Big Shield, Father of Mine, and its sequel, Son of Mine, on our way home as well. All courtesy of River Islands.
We have a lot of Niner stuff I want to get into.
Oh, yeah.
Raheem Morris, just got hired, and I haven't heard any opinions from Bonte on this, and I want to break this down, and I want to go through some of the guys I think can thrive, and some of them I have question marks in this new system.
Bonte Hill joining us for the rest of the show today, right here, live from Radio Row, Moscone Center. We got Stu Gotz from Stu Gotz
I saw
and
Stu Gotz
Company
yesterday,
coming in the 9 o'clock hour.
He's ready to roll.
Plus, Will Gavin, who may or may not be on the call for the Super Bowl for the NFL UK version, who obviously did the 49ers and Seahawks divisional round game. All that coming up and more, and it's sponsored by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Yo, it's Guru from 95.7 The Game. Steiny and I are celebrating the big game Sunday at Bay Street, Emeryville. Pre-game starts at 2 p.m. Great food, Bay Area vibes, the concert everyone's talking about, and us. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events.
All right, Daisy makes the best, I mean the absolute best French onion dip. I don't know if you know this. I got Bonte staring me in the face, and he goes, Daisy dip? I go, yeah, Daisy dip. He goes, do they make a ranch? I go, they make a killer ranch Daisy dip, and it's tasting unbelievable. I like the French onion, so does LJ, but it's made with ingredients that you can find in the kitchen. So no preservatives, no artificial ingredients, none of that negative stuff, nothing but the good, all right? And I enjoy eating Daisy dips with chips, wings, veggies, you name it. Go to your locally grocery store right now. Go get yourself some freaking Daisy dips. Get the onion dip, get the ranch dip. Do Daisy, do what Shasky would do. Get your Daisy dips.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to save on Toyota's incredible lineup of 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles. Save with President's Day deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. And right now, get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Get the most out of Northern California this year. Hurry in to save during Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 3/2/26.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
I'm Bobber.
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Catch the Black Crowes on their Southern Hospitality Tour. They'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 20th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Spadoni and Shasky with Bonte Hill, live from Radio Row, Moscone Center. We are rolling, baby. We're just joined by Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. If you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app, where we are streaming on both. You can see all of our lovely faces here. Bonte's Universal Studios jacket. Shasky's, what is that, St. Louis Cardinals? What is that?
It's fucking...
Oh, you
Excuse my language. Wow.
I mean,
wow.
I really triggered him with that one.
Wow.
Good morning. I'm kidding.
Wow. Go ahead. Let it slip. Let it fly.
I was in the middle of texting Lubman that we missed one of these reads. And so I got a little distracted. I was looking for him.
We'll make it up. We'll make it up. And right now joining us, your boy Q, not our boy, your boy Q, ESPN Radio, Raider Nation Radio out in Vegas. Welcome in. Good morning, sir. Courtesy of River Islands. How you doing, man?
Man,
You've been on our
fantastic,
station a bunch.
man. Hey, man, this is like me going to Disneyland, man. I'm hanging out with you guys. I'm so fired up and so excited to be here. Promise you, man. This is fun. I'm coming home, man. I'm a Bay cat, man. So I'm back home. Yeah,
Where
man.
you from?
So I'm originally from Oakland, right?
hell
And then grew up in the East Bay, Pittsburgh, San Ramon. I ran all these streets. I literally came in. I drove in from Vegas, right? And I came in on Saturday and went back to my old barbershop in Hayward. Yeah.
That's dope.
How long was that drive?
9 hours, but it's nothing to a boss, man. It's nothing to a boss. I can do that too, right? You know what I'm saying? But I went to my old barbershop in Hayward to get the cut. I'll get my cut on Saturday and head back to Vegas. We're straight, man.
Let's go.
Good for you.
The
Where you
Pittsburgh
staying?
I know, Steelers.
I'm right across from the Giants ballpark, man.
Right across from
Park.
Yeah,
Yeah. King Street and 3rd.
Hell yeah,
Hotel
dude.
Via.
No,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
awesome.
like that.
Well, that's what I love about radio. So this is my first time ever doing this, but I love that, you're right next to us. I was like, dude, and Sam just walks over there. Our producer's like, dude, you want to hop on for 10 minutes?
Right.
You're like, dude, I got you. I was like, this is what it's all about.
This is
just
awesome.
talking about it. Yeah,
I've been teasing him. Are the Raiders going to nail this coach or what? Is this the guy they're going to get?
Yeah,
like
for sure.
Kubiak.
For sure.
Offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
You think so?
Oh,
Yeah, it's a done deal.
All they got to do is put pen to paper. Josh Snyder, even the GM, said last night that, Kubiak's going to the Raiders. But we know how it is.
I'm skeptical with the Raiders.
Hey,
You
look,
never
I had
know.
a girl that told me she was going to go to the prom with me. I'm still waiting for her to call. So, there's always a possibility.
We've all been there, Q.
Right. That's
We've
what
all
I'm
been
saying.
there.
There's always, that's why you have to have option A, B, C, and D.
Well,
Shasky, you never been stood up by a girl, man?
I've been stood up and I've done the standing up.
There you go.
Yeah, I've been on a variety of fronts. It's just, I'm looking at the Raiders and I'm like, nothing's a done deal with them until it's a done deal. And that's why I'm just a little skeptical. And we saw with Ben Johnson the year before, where Ben Johnson and me and Bonte argued about this forever. Took his time, didn't take the Washington job. Everyone's like, he missed out on Jaden Daniels.
Right.
A year later, I think he made the right decision.
Yeah, for sure. No, he did. And there's a quarterback there that he went to in Caleb Williams.
Yes.
They have a quarterback coming in Fernando Mendoza, as long as they select him number 1 overall in April, which we all believe he will. That was the selling point. You have the opportunity to have your quarterback in your direction and time to build. And that's the one thing the Raiders have not shown at all is patience. They have to show the patience.
And they got a lot of cash.
They got a lot of cash, draft picks, all
Brock
that
Bowers,
good stuff.
Genty, and you have Tom Brady.
Right.
How involved is Tom Brady with the Raiders?
He's involved, but I keep saying this, he's a weekend dad. And I always thought my dad.
I don't like that.
No, I always thought my dad was my hero because I was like, man, my dad, we always have so much fun. And my mom was like, yeah, he picks you up on Saturday. You go to the movies, you go to dinner, and he drops you back off with me. And I got to deal with you. And I was like, oh.
Damn.
I get that. And when I say that, not disrespectfully, I just say it because
you're talking to a weekend dad, Q. You better be careful.
I am too. Right? No, I am too. No, so that's
it's
why.
Okay, Joe.
But that's why it's real. No, it's relatable. Yeah, that's why I said it, because it's relatable. We all understand it.
Him being a weekend dad is more than he was in the NFL when he wasn't at one at all. No, seriously, he talks about it. It's
the thing is that if you're going to be what Mark Davis said in the statement, part of football operations, that's a full-time job. That's not. You can't really do that.
Matt Ryan had to quit his TV job to do that job full-time. You can't do both.
And I wonder how much the broadcasting affects what he can do with the organization.
Right.
And we had the sticky point last year, right? Where he couldn't go to the team meetings or the production meetings.
And that's
important. I would be weary of that.
You know that's important, right? You have to meet with the coaches. You have to be, you know what I mean? It's not. So I think at some point he's going to have to make a decision. But walking away from $37 million, I wouldn't do.
Yeah. No, not at all. Here's the thing, though, with the Raiders. I just have a big picture question. I see it with the Niners from time to time.
Okay.
Home field advantage, right?
Yep.
I was there in December. We had a big tournament where I'm out there. It was all Bronco fans. Now, granted, it's the end of a losing season, one of the worst seasons of the year. But I've been out there on a variety of times, and I wonder what that home field advantage is like. I see the Raider image stores. I forget what they're called as you walk through all the casinos. I mean, there's a lot of merchandise. People are rocking the gear. Has the town truly embraced that as their team?
Not yet.
Really?
Not yet, because they're not winning.
Yeah.
There's too many things to do in Vegas. If you're not winning, there's too many things to do. And this is the exciting part of Fernando Mendoza possibly coming in. You know how many Mendoza jerseys going to be in the Legion?
That's going to be huge.
Yeah. Especially with the fan base and a Mendoza and a winner. And you know what I mean? So that's also going to help make that culture of now this could be the Raiders Stadium as opposed to, like you said, Broncos, Chiefs, whoever's coming in. It's been that too many times.
There were so many Bronco fans. I was there the Cowboy weekend. What is it called? Christmas Cowboy Christmas?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It was incredible.
You got to give them something to cheer for, no matter what. Like, it could be in any place, but especially in Vegas where, I can go to the Sphere. I can go.
There's too many things to do.
I can go lose money elsewhere rather than here when I'm watching my team lose.
In one weekend, it was Cowboy Christmas. You had Old Dominion with a concert. You had Zach Brown Band was out there. All these big I don't know any of these country bands. And then you had Raiders.
It sounds like you know them all.
He knows
hey, trust me. Then there was the Raider Bronco game and UFC the night before. I mean, pick your boys in.
There's too many things.
I wouldn't know how Vegas is developing as a sports town because the A's.
It's huge.
I don't want to bring that up because I know it.
I walked by it.
There's
work being done.
It's huge. No,
boxing, UFC, all the college basketball tournaments are going on there.
Look, man. Look, I tell you guys all the time, this is my dream to get here to 95.7 The Game. But being in Vegas, it honestly is. I got there right in time because it's really growing, and so I had an opportunity to grow with it. And so now it's like huge. And so now y'all gonna call me and be like, hey man, Q, come kick it with you.
I love it.
And you know the door's wide open for y'all
2 days
anytime.
Max.
Let's go.
Right.
You can't be in and out.
You gotta be in, you gotta be out. You want to be on an early morning flight.
The quiet one.
The quiet one. 6 in the morning.
Everyone's excited when they fly in. It's all loud and everything. And when they leave, it's like quiet. People are keep the blinds down. Keep the blinds down.
Oh,
Boy Q joins us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We haven't talked about the game on Sunday at all between the Seahawks and Patriots. God, is it just not resonating like nationally? Like, let's be honest. Like,
no, it is, but I just think that it's like the build-up, right? I think on Thursday and Friday we'll be like, oh, yeah, by the way, there's a game. Right now it's just a family reunion. It's the high school reunion. It's like, I ain't seen Bonte in a long time. I ain't done this. Let me talk about this. Let me talk. You know, it's like that's what we're doing right now. But Thursday, Friday, all of a sudden we'll get heated up.
Also, don't you think the NBA trade deadline for the second year in a row is taking a little steam from the NBA? Because we, as fantasy football players, we love to trade.
Can you will Giannis,
Are you
please?
a Warriors fan?
Of course.
Okay,
I'm 5 and dime all day, man.
There you go.
Raiders, Warriors, and A's, they all used to play in the same parking lot at one time.
You know
what I'm saying?
Have you seen Chris Townsend out there? With the
Uncle Townie.
the other time I seen him.
Shout out to Uncle Townie. I haven't seen him yet, but shout out to him. Shout out to him, man.
He's trying to get down there, that's for sure.
He's stuck in Sacramento.
Well, dude, the A's low-key making moves. Jacob Wilson, Lawrence Butler. Kurtz is going to be up
for extension
soon.
You can't come to Vegas and not have a winner. So you can't do that what they're doing.
You're so right.
Heart,
how did they not have the name trademarked already? No, it's like impossible.
They'll figure that out.
That's just being
inept.
Yes, that's dollar store business.
You know what I mean? You know what it is. All right, I was in Vegas recently. Like I said, we went to one of the best meals I've ever had in my life. Lowry Steakhouse.
Okay.
And then we went to Beauty and Essex.
Okay.
Inside the pawn shop.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Capitol Grill's where you go.
Joe's is where you go.
Joe's.
Inside of Caesars.
I'm sold.
Okay. Is it Italian?
No, it's a steakhouse.
Oh, it's a steakhouse.
It's incredible. Get the bone-in ribeye. Tell me you need to get the Q Meyer special.
The Q Meyer special. Oh, wow. You can talk to David Vegas.
I was doing the slumming it at Egg Slut, getting a little breakfast over there.
Yeah.
There's everywhere else. Then there's Vegas.
It's true.
Is it, Marco in Vegas? That's the open for him going back to Townie, right? There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Facts.
God.
All right, we'll ask you the same question we've asked everybody this week. 31 years for the 49ers to win a Super Bowl. Why? Why haven't they won a Super Bowl in 31 years? And we know it's a combination of things. What's the number one thing?
It's just hard to win it. I mean, it's hard. They've been there, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just haven't sealed the deal, right? For one reason or the other, I feel like, have gotten out of their way when they have a chance to close it, and finish it. And I feel like that they get a little bit tight at moments, but it's just hard to win it, right? I mean, it really is. I mean, I know there's no, saluting second place, but it's just, at least they've been there, right? I mean, they've gotten there. They've got a really talented team. It's just sealing the deal. They haven't done it yet.
Q, they think I'm on the payroll, right? The Niners payroll.
Who's that?
Can I be on?
I never
I want to be on anyone's payroll.
Listen.
Put me on somebody's payroll.
The worst thing I did was post a video of me and John Lynch shaking hands, and
there you go.
That was a $100
The worst
handshake.
thing I did.
Like, really shameless, right? Listen, the Niners, since Jed York has been running the show in 2008, have been to the second most conference championships.
Yeah, they're consistent.
Third most Super Bowl appearances. As a Raider fan, you will take that, right?
Oh, my God.
The Browns.
What kind of question is that?
No, seriously, because I think Niner fans need to hear this from the perspective of a Raider fan.
You would take it, but you get frustrated with not finishing.
No doubt.
Right?
But how frustrating is it to not even be in it?
I would take what Mike Tomlin did for the last 19 seasons in Pittsburgh, but I understand why they were frustrated, right? Because the Raiders haven't done it.
It's been more of a numb feeling if you're a fan of like the Raiders or Browns, where you're just used to it at this point. The Niners have gotten blue balled so many times where it's just you're pissed, you're angry. Like it's a different level.
Come to Vegas, they can cure that.
Well, they can do that. They can. Yeah, pay a little extra too. There you go.
Story about teenage life.
It's true. Universal Studios. There you go.
What happens when we stay and stood up?
All right. Your boy Q, it's time for the final question brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. You're a Bay guy. Go to Redwood City. How about that?
Yeah.
Shout out Julian Edelman, pride of Redwood City.
Probably a tough week to do it.
Probably.
Traffic, you're going to get caught.
The media party's in Redwood City tonight, right?
Is it?
Yeah. I didn't know where it was at.
Yeah. Now we know.
Yeah.
I thought it was
I might be the mayor of Vegas, but I got my friends here in the back.
See, I'm locked in on Warriors and Sixers without Steph Curry tonight.
You've got questions for Trent. What is your must-have food item for the big game party?
Must-have food item. Man, you got to have wings. You got to have wings.
With Daisy dip.
That's a go-to. I'm a little, like I said, bougie now, so I do like my bone-in ribeye, man. You can get me for a bone-in ribeye all the time. But that's not really.
That's a meal.
That's not really a big game type thing.
Yeah, once you go bougie, you don't go back.
You would know. You put the arm, you put the hand on my shoulder.
They call me Burley Gay Bonte for a reason, baby.
I love Burlingame, by the way. Well, it's better than Mike Florio.
Are you the only black man in Burlingame?
I might be.
What did Florio say?
My naughty rest in peace lived there. We'd visit every Christmas. That was it.
Well, not too many brothers from Burlingame Avenue.
Where's the Apple store?
Well, no, Redwood City. Jerry Rice's daughter went with Julian Edelman to the prom once upon a time. There you go.
Yeah, that was like 20 years ago.
That's 20 years ago.
I don't know.
The Edgewood Hills.
Hey, Q. Good stuff, man. We appreciate
your boy Q.
Hey, this has been fantastic, man. I appreciate y'all having me, man.
Love you, Q. You talk about a rise. Central Texas,
y'all family,
Waco, Texas. This guy's been grinding. Now he is the mayor.
And he's going to be there for the rise of the Las Vegas Raiders. Fernando Mendoza, Clint Kubiak, Tom Brady. There you go.
Boom.
Let's go.
There you go.
Your boy Q. We appreciate it, bro.
Hey, appreciate y'all.
Here he goes. Courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the Odyssey app, going live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
Love it when Black and Neighbor went back.
Well, look at that hair, dude. Have you seen the hair? He might have the best hair at Radio Row. It's not even close.
Let's get into the brass tacks. Do you like Raheem Morris on the Niners?
I do.
Why?
I do. Now, I wanted Jim Schwartz, but he's under contract with the Cleveland Browns, so you can't wait. Yeah. He's a good coordinator. A lot of energy. He does command a room. I've watched some videos with the Atlanta Falcons. I never thought of him as a head coach. Remember, he got thrust into the head coaching role with Tampa Bay at a very young age. Very young age, and he wasn't ready. And he went through the rigors of being an assistant. He's coached on both sides of the football. Wide receiver coach, defensive coordinator. So he knows both sides of the football, and he sees it from both sides. I think this is going to be a good hire. We're going to see some variations, whether it's 4-3, 3-4, 5 down linemen, whatever it is. It's something fresh. And you know he knows what he's doing. He's an NFL lifer, Shasky. Gus Bradley, to me, would have been ho-hum. Like, it wasn't exciting. I think at least Raheem Morris, you know you're going to get some quotes. You're going to get some energy. He's going to be fired up with these players. I think he's going to do wonders. And Atlanta's defense wasn't the worst thing last season.
No.
They got to the quarterback.
Well,
They
their
put heat on the
offense
quarterback.
was atrocious.
We interviewed someone close with the Falcons yesterday.
David Archer, who's the color commentator for them for the last 20 years on the radio side.
And you know, my thing was like, hey, look, I look at how much influence did he have on their draft? Last year they took 2 edge rushers. Okay, Atlanta did. The Niners could have taken either one of them. They took Michael. Michael came out of a 3-4. I don't know if Raheem is going to run the 3-4 exclusively or what he's going to do. We don't
mix
know.
it up. Yeah.
No, I agree. But I think Michael will actually be a good fit for Raheem Morris. And I think it's a great hire for him. I look at, you know, Jalen Walker, who was taken later on, and Pierce, who were taken later on. We weren't looking at those 2 guys. And I think now with this scheme, you're going to get more edge pressure. But they need to find those guys. So now I get back to the 2 best players on defense. Fred Warner, Nick Bosa. Does Fred Warner fit what Raheem Morris wants to do?
Absolutely. Fred fits in any system. I mean, you get a premium linebacker like Fred Warner, Raheem Morris is probably licking his chops right now.
He better fit in that system.
Absolutely. And who's the linebacker from Atlanta who's a free agent who had a big season? The name is evading me. Maybe you'll bring him over. We'll see. The bigger question is, does D. Winters and Tatum Bethune fit with Raheem Morris?
I'm getting to that.
But Fred Warner fits in any system for crying out loud. Put him in a 4-3. Put him in a 3-4. I think he'll be just fine.
What about Nick Bosa? You know, Nick Bosa is so used to being, and I'm not trying to get too deep into this, but so far off that tackle, you know, in the wide 9. Where does he slot in this defense? How do they find a way to get him where he wants to be? I don't see him standing up.
This is where I think Raheem Morris could work his magic. You don't always have to stand him up. I know we think of the prototypical 3-4 where you stand up on the edge. Thick, you want to line up and put your head in the dirt, be fine. That's fine by me. You can move him around. And you see some of the schemes that Raheem Morris ran when he was at the L.A. Rams. There's times, the Super Bowl, for example, they made the adjustment to put Aaron Donald at defensive end and lined him up over the left tackle.
Got that one-on-one.
And he dominated. And he got that one-on-one. I think he would do the same with Nick Bosa. And look, I heard you guys yesterday, and obviously it's floating around. Do you trade Nick Bosa with the $76 million dead cap hit? He's coming off a torn ACL. You're selling him at his lowest stock.
His value is awful.
I'm keeping Bosa for this year. He balls out. We all think and assume that he's going to ask for another contract, and then boom, you move off of him. But you keep Bosa and see what it looks like with Raheem Morris. And I think Raheem Morris would do things with Nick Bosa and sell Nick Bosa on, I'm going to move you around the line of scrimmage. I'm going to make it advantageous for you to get to the quarterback and create pressure. So, look, I'm sold on the hire. Who else are you going to do? Like, other than Jim Schwartz,
I like the hire.
I like the hire a lot. I like it a lot better than Gus Bradley. And Gus Bradley's going to go to Tennessee with Robert Saleh. So I like this hire.
So, Gus Bradley going to be hired as the defensive coordinator over in Tennessee. Obviously, Saleh said, though, he's going to be calling the plays. So, obviously, you have a former head coach there, some more experience. But these are the names that are free agents from the Falcons that you can look at defensively to say, hey, Raheem Morris, does he have any sway with Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch? Maybe bring some of these guys over. There's Troy Anderson, Josh Woods, Ronnie Harrison are the inside linebackers that are free agents. Or was it any of those guys?
No, it was an outside linebacker who would play in their nickel base.
So
I got to get it.
Arnold Ebikite, Leonard Floyd, Khalid Kareem, D'Angelo Malone, Contavious Street, obviously, David Onyemata, and then they have some other offensive players. I'm just listing all the names that are right here that I saw. So Kyle Pitts is obviously a big one, too, offensive side of the ball. Any interest?
What's he going to cost? Where is he at? I don't know. I'm up in the air. What about Diomino Lenore? I think Diomino Lenore is the guy that could really ascend with Raheem Morris. He likes man coverage. He likes to move his corners around. Jalen moved everywhere. See, to me, I think they're underutilizing Diomino Lenore. I think there's a better player in there.
Listen, when you have a Jackson, Smith, and Jigba in your division, you have Puka Nacua in your division, you have Wilson in Arizona, Marco Wilson in Arizona alongside Marvin Harrison Jr. Yes, I want Diomino Lenore on those guys at all times. That's what I pay you for. I pay you to guard the best of the best. I don't need you wasting downs on, good Lord, the third wide receiver on the team. Like, I can't even name the third. Cooper Kupp, great. He's having a nice little postseason. But I need Demo on JSN. Yeah. He had some success on JSN. Now, you're not going to stop these guys in today's game, but can you make it difficult for them? Can you take away the deep threat? I need Diomino Lenore. That's a great point, Shasky, about Raheem Morris. A lot more man, a lot more pressure, simulated pressures. So, with that said, I need some damn safeties for once.
Well, thank you.
I've been begging for Dewan Thornhills when he was drafted.
Up.
Xavier Watts, who the Falcons ended up drafting in the third round. I need a sideline to sideline, 3-down pass coverage, nothing over the top, safety and for crying out loud.
Bates was excellent with Raheem Morris in terms of picking off the ball. So they need a ball hawk. They've been. So I don't know if Siegel fits. I don't know if Jair Brown fits. I don't know if Mustafa fits. I'm open to anything. Let me get to the other two corners. Upton Stout, who you drafted for Robert Saleh's scheme. I actually like him with Morris because Morris blitzes more than anyone when it comes to bringing 5- and 6-man pressures. I think, he won a lot in slot blitzing. That is Upton Stout. Yep. But then I get to Renardo Green. I think he's a terrible zone corner. I want to see him run more man. If they were going to go with like Gus Bradley, I think you traded him away. Right. I think now, give him one more year.
It's a cheap contract. Keep him in the building. Bring in another corner to make him compete.
Yes.
I love competition in training camp. Make him earn his spot in this defense. And I think a change of scheme, a change of that man versus zone type of scheme, because he did get lost his zone. I think in the second and 20 in Seattle where Cooper Kupp catches one for 21 yards and Shanahan just reams him. And he was done mentally in that football game. You need Renardo Green because he's on that cheap contract. And I watched him at Florida State, a solid corner if you get pressure. Because that's the other thing with this defense. You don't get pressure. These guys are covered at a long time.
You can't guard that long.
Especially with this safety core. Like, we got to do something about the safeties first and foremost. So I do like Renardo Green.
Is that your number one need on defense?
Well, you always need D-line. It starts from up front.
What do you do with Bryce Huff? He couldn't play in the Vic Fangio system.
He was never the same since that hamstring injury.
I totally agree, Joe.
If he walks, he walks. Like, if you trade him, you trade him. I'm not losing sleep over Bryce Huff.
No.
But I do need some interior pressure. And wow, Sam Love is producing. He settled us 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Wow, Sam.
2 minutes.
Wow, I thought you were
Way
lost.
to come up for air.
Yeah.
It's called networking. I got your back, Sam. Doing a great job.
Anyway, it starts in the trenches. We see these Super Bowl teams. They have the trenches locked down. I know you're smiling and loving it. He's just unbelievable.
The jokes just tell themselves.
Screw his job. He's doing it in front of Matt Higgins, too. Look. You're not working.
It's honestly
look, you're not working.
It might be the flex of the show, to be honest.
It might be the flex of the show.
And look, a lumberjack showed up. Lucas, what's up, buddy?
Right on, baby. Let's go.
Lucas hasn't been up.
He
hasn't been up this early in years.
No.
At least he's dressing for the party.
Did your mom drive you to school today? Or
why do you guys got to do this to my guys? Come on. Hey, by the way, Stu Gotz is going to be joining us in 11 minutes. Stu Gotz and Company, Fox Sports Radio. Can't wait for that. Last year, Bonte, we all understood the biggest acquisition of the offseason wasn't a player. It was Robert Saleh.
Yep.
I think you actually need to get a player, though. This can't be the biggest acquisition of this offseason is Raheem Morris.
And I don't think it will be.
No,
I think the Niners will be hyper-aggressive.
They need to go big.
Because as we talk about the defense, you need offense, and you need playmakers.
Well, that's why I brought up Kyle
And
Pitts.
that's why this whole thing, go back to Brendan Ayuk. And I remember that whole process from the end of the Super Bowl until training camp. And people will look at Shanahan's offense and say, yeah, it's a run-first offense, and you need to balance. Is there a priority for wide receiver? There's always a priority for – look at these teams. Seattle loves to run the football. But you don't think life is easier when you have JSN and Rashid Shaheed?
And Cooper Kupp. That's your three.
Look at the other side of things.
Your two.
Sure, you have Travion Henderson and Stevenson, Ramondre Stevenson. Booty.
Diggs.
Kyle Williams. Diggs. I mean, got playmakers.
Go to the Rams. Same thing. You got Devontae and Puka, but Kyron Williams and Blake Corum is a 1-2 punch.
And
two tight ends.
Yeah.
I need somebody who's going to threaten the defense to say, okay, my safety has to play over the top. I need to be paid attention to what's on the outside. And right now the Niners have nobody on the outside.
We have got to get into this Giannis Warriors thing, Monte.
We will.
Okay. We have to.
Let's do it on the other side with Stu Gotz, Fox Sports Radio, formerly the Dan Le Batard Show. All of that coming next. Plus, Will Gavin, who I got to confirm if he's going to be on the call for the Super Bowl, but he's been doing so much work for NFL UK across the pond, and obviously a huge 49er fan as well. We have Bonte Hill in studio with us every Tuesday from 8 to 10 a.m., presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Brian Baldinger is going to be joining us tomorrow, so we got a double dose of Bonte today, Baldy tomorrow, 6 to 9 a.m., live here at Radio Row, courtesy of Unlock. But coming up next, it's going to be Stu Gotz, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for tender, juicy, and flavorful, high-quality USDA choice beef T-bone steak mega packs for just $9.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Spadoni here, talking about the NFL's Immersive Football Festival. The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center North and South. Dive into an Immersive Football Festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, that is, and much, much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40, and kids 12 and under at $10 for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today, paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that. But Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Ah, the internet. A place where your curiosity can flourish. Unless malware gets in the way. It's a place that can surprise you with phishing websites and trackers. The internet is wonderful, but you must protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. Tech Radar named it the #1 VPN in 2025. A single NordVPN account secures up to 10 devices. What else? This cybersecurity tool also encrypts your browsing. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. NordVPN scans the dark web to check that the information associated with your email address is not exposed. Just a few clicks and you're safer online. Browse with more peace of mind. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up.
Cash flow, tariffs, payroll, taxes, every day starts with a full plate.
So you got ahead of it.
Had to. That's why I checked out LendSeek.
How was the process?
It was simple. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding options. Fast, clear, and no games.
Any upfront costs?
None. Zero out of pocket. No prepayment penalties either. Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours.
Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Oh, yes, we're coming to you live from Radio Row here at Moscone Center, downtown San Francisco. Spadoni, Shasky, we got Bonte here, courtesy of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line as well. And joining us now on the River Islands Guest Line, none other than Stu Gotz himself from Stu Gotz and Company podcast, Fox Sports Radio. You can listen to him 12 to 2 Pacific time. John, how you doing, man?
I'm doing John. Wow.
I know.
Yes.
Well, I just met you for the first time. Right. I feel like hold on.
Your guys are so disappointed in you right now, man.
Hold on.
What are we doing,
I'm meeting the guy for the first time. Hold on, you guys. You guys go back.
Let's hear him out. Right.
I just met him. I feel like an idiot if I call him just Stu Gotz if I don't know the guy first.
Right.
Obviously, you guys do. I go first name, and now that we got that off our chest, I can go Stu Gotz going forward. You with me?
I've never called him John.
Well, okay. You never call me Joe either, but that's
exactly.
my name.
I let my kids never call me John.
What
are we doing here? You got to go to the John
Apparently,
Joe?
I offended. I'm so sorry.
You love San Francisco, don't you?
No, I don't like San Francisco.
Why not?
I love San Francisco. I was just here for the final 3 Dead shows, Dead and Company shows back in July of last year. And I do love San Francisco because I love the music scene. I love the fact that the Dead, this is kind of their place, and this is where they perform. This is where they built that big brand. And this is the home of the Grateful Dead. So for those reasons, I love it. What I can't stand, the hills. I am tired of the hills. I'm serious, man. My thighs are so sore right now. Walking downhill is an issue here, you know? And so I like the city. I could do without the hills.
How about the dispensaries? Have you hit those up yet?
All of them, yes.
No problem. There's no shortage there.
Yeah, so I go on like Google Maps, right? You type in like dispensary. So where I live, because it's only legal medically, right? So here it's recreational and medical, right? Exactly.
Exactly.
Right. So I go to Google Maps and I'm like, I'm like searching for dispensaries, and there are 19 within like 5 feet of where it is I'm standing at all times. And so
they'll deliver it in a Waymo.
Yeah, they will.
No, I'm not joking. They will deliver it in a Waymo.
I don't trust Waymo, man. Like I don't.
For real?
Yeah. Well, a Waymo. So I was crossing the street and I got in the way of a Waymo and I waved like it was a person, like I was apologizing to the Waymo. And then I realized there's no one in the car, right? And so, like someone needs to be behind the wheel, don't you think? Like,
well, we have a guy who's 6'8", who's on our board right now.
Right.
He takes the Waymo into work and falls asleep in the back seat.
Really?
And I go, you look ridiculous.
it's the best.
Yeah,
it is the best.
Really?
Yeah, no, it's not bad. It will be a good Waymo.
Until you wake up in that car one day and you're not at work.
They'll literally yell at you if you're sprawled open. They will yell at you through the microphone. No, they will.
Really?
They're monitoring what you're doing.
I'm
Big
old.
brother.
Listen, I'm old. I'm getting older. I'm not getting any younger. I just need, for me, okay, when I drive, I need to drive.
I feel you.
I have to be in control,
I feel you
right?
on that.
So if I'm going down, I'm going to be the reason I'm going down. I'm not letting Waymo be the reason that I go down.
Well, I'm telling you, the hands-free, we got the Ceremony Ford. Shout out to Ceremony Ford with the Ford Explorer. They got
well done.
Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Hey,
Area Ford.
I know where my
We
bread
just
is buttered.
sell me.
Come on,
I
baby.
mean, you know.
It's Stu Gotz. We learn from the best, baby.
I love
I go
it.
hands-free.
Waymo's on here, too. We should probably say we love Waymo.
I was trying to cover it up. I love Waymo.
It's a good thing to hang in and sell your station out. Jesus. Sat through a 12-minute commercial break.
I've done spots with Waymo. I love me a good Waymo. Listen, the hands-free thing is weird. I get a little freaked out. Like, I'm going hands-free, and I'm like, and it turns on its own. I just, sit back to see what is going on.
No, I can't do that,
know,
man.
Joe, get your head up the gun, man. You know what I'm saying? Jesus, dude, it's too early to be horny. Come on now. What are you doing?
It's never too early.
All right, obligatory sports question.
Okay, here
all
we
right,
go.
I know you love these things.
Yes.
A minute to go, one timeout, all time. All the variables are the same. Who's your quarterback?
A minute to go.
One timeout.
One timeout.
You need a touchdown.
Down 6,
Yep.
length of the field.
Yep.
Okay. It's going to be hard for me not to go. I'm debating between Mahomes and Brady.
Not Montana?
I was telling you earlier, this is what's great about Radio Row and Super Bowl week. Where else do you go throughout the course of the year, okay, where you get a text, you wake up to this text, hey, want Joe Montana today? I'm like, this is heaven, man. This is unbelievable. Montana would certainly be in that conversation. I've seen Brady do it so many times. I've seen him do it to my team, the Jets, so many times. I would take... This is so interesting. I would take Brady, to answer your question. Where I was going is Brady going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer? Because it's ridiculous. It's like they're making Kraft wait, they're making Belichick wait, and they're really holding Deflategate and Spygate and all that stuff against these guys. But to answer your question, Tom Brady be the guy.
Yeah, that's probably going to be.
So you're a Jets fan. You just brought it up. Shasky and Spinoni have been asking the question all week. It's been 31 years since the Niners have won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Now, Shasky and I have lived it. 3 Super Bowl titles with the Niners when we were growing up. Obviously, they have 5.
Yeah.
3 World Series championships with the Giants.
Yeah.
4 with the Warriors.
You're cursed.
I'm dead serious.
Serious. You're a Jets fan. When you're looking at us.
I'm dead serious.
Do you know what a Jet fan would give for the last 31 years of San Francisco 49er football?
All I know is heartbreak lately.
Fingers. I would get fingers.
You're not Ronnie Lott. Do you want Ronnie Lott at noon?
Heaven. Where does this happen?
Wait, Ronnie Lott was a Jet.
He was a Jet.
You're a Jet. You're a Jet all the way.
Seriously, it's misery being a Jets fan, right? And here we are with 7 conference title games appearances since 2008. 3 Super Bowl appearances since 2008.
Right.
And you're a Jets fan.
It's the worst. Being a Jet fan, there aren't many fan bases that can relate to the type of pain that we have been through. Well, there's not many.
I'm a Raider fan.
I would say the Lions was one of those fan bases until recently.
Okay.
Right?
The Browns.
The Browns are certainly in that conversation. But anyone else, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
I'm serious. We haven't won anything in my lifetime. So they won a Super Bowl before I was born. They haven't been to a Super Bowl since I've been born. They have the longest current streak of not making the playoffs of any team in professional sports, I believe. They've been to 2 AFC championship
Donald's
games.
in the Super Bowl.
And that's where I was headed. All the players we draft have their best years on other teams many, many years later. And it's Sam Darnold was ours, man.
Right. Oh, yeah, Sanchez.
Mina Kimes told me you finally got your quarterback. And now my quarterback is winning Mina Kimes a Super Bowl.
Hey, Stu, I got to ask you about Fox Sports. That set you have.
It's actually pretty sweet.
I mean, the way you lord over everyone. Did Colin let you into the gates of heaven? Or how did that work?
I got to be honest. It's not big enough. I was expecting. No, I'm joking. It's fantastic. We have the Fox Sports set over there. We're right next to FanDuel as well. We have the iHeart podcast set up. So
how many of Colin's producers are here? 17 of them?
None. You know, Colin's not here.
Where is he?
I don't know where he is. I think he stayed in Chicago. So our lineup, Dan Patrick and then Colin and to me. And Dan Patrick is off-site somewhere because that's what he does.
He's over here. He's over by
Right. He's bougie.
The Giants sold some. They sold some property to him for the week.
Yes. Colin didn't come, so that's made that studio available to me basically all the way, the entire day.
Nice.
When our morning show is off. So I'm enjoying it, man. Listen, you guys know I love radio.
Yeah.
I got into this to do sports radio. Dan and I had so much success together over 20 years and really trailblazed our way kind of through the industry. And I'm proud of all of that. But I wanted to get back to doing some radio here. So I love being a part of this. I love presiding over Radio Row, kind of the way that I do, me and Christopher Mad Dog Russo. And so it's just fun. And I'll be honest with you, and you guys know this about me, I'd rather be on the inside than the outside.
Yeah.
Because as Chris Sims likes to say, it's like the haves and the have-nots, right? And I'm like, no, I'd rather be right in here because really my roots are doing local radio. I love local radio. And I love radio in general, so I'm getting a chance to do it again and still do my podcast as well.
Stu Gotz, a.k.a. John, joins us live in the office on at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
You've known our boss, Matt Hegan, forever.
He's great.
Go back, give me something to make fun of him because we call him Coach here, right? And he's the best. We love him. He also drives me nuts. It's kind of like my marriage.
It's right in front of you.
So give me,
look at him right now.
Give me a nug on this guy. I mean, look at him. He's insane.
So he's nuts. All right, he's insane. But to be a program director of a station like this, right, in a major market like this,
with us,
you have to be nuts.
Yes,
you have to be maniacal. You have to be crazy. You have to be buttoned up. And I'm telling you guys, I don't have a bad word to say about Matt.
Wow.
I've been through some bad times recently. Matt has reached out to me. One of the first ones to reach out to me. That's how far he and I go back. He's always been there for me. He and I are close friends. I love him to death. He's gained a little weight. I'll tell you that much.
He's trying. He's got the Gatorade Zeros now.
He's smoking heaters.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot.
I got to tell you, this is nothing I haven't said to Matt's face, okay? But you guys, to have a program director who still cares about radio and cares about you guys the way that this guy does is amazing. It really is. He's got a bad temper.
I had to mute him on Twitter. I muted him on Twitter. It was too much.
Right.
Coach, stop tweeting at me, dude. Just text me. He would not text me and tweet at me. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to call you.
Yes.
And then he tweet at me about the damn Warriors. Leave me alone, dude. I muted him. Is that okay?
Hey, Giannis to the Warriors, right? Not the Heat. The Warriors.
God. If Giannis,
no. We need it.
No.
We need it.
What do you mean you need it?
We're not done. We're not done.
What? You are done?
No, we're not done.
Do you know what a Knick fan would give you in 40 years of the Warrior basketball? Jesus
You're going to get
Christ.
LeBron next year.
No, we're not.
Our television ratings going to go down the drain. Our radio ratings going to go down the drain. We need Giannis, Stu.
But Giannis and Steph at this stage, do they win a championship together? I don't think so.
No, they need more. They need more.
They need a Matt Hegan.
They do.
We got one more, Stu Gotz. It's time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What is your must-have food item for the big game party?
Oh, wow. That's a great question.
You just had a bowl, too. So you just...
you got to be high.
Yeah. Wow. That changes the game. Brings more things into play.
Anything in the cupboard.
Things you don't normally like. All of a sudden, they look amazing when
I
you're
ate all my kids' food the other day. Trust me, I get it.
I don't think, for me, this is going to be a strange one because most people would say nachos. Most people would say wings. I need pigs in a blanket. That needs to be...
All right.
It needs to be an option. It's like my favorite thing in the world. Hot dog, short little hot dogs, a little mustard, hot, spicy mustard.
Okay.
They're fantastic. I love them. So for me, that's like a staple at my Super Bowl parties. But my Super Bowl parties are me and my wife. I don't want a bunch of people
It's
over.
better than what Florio said, which was a raw, plain hot dog.
That sounds like Florio.
No comments, dude. Like, seriously.
Boiled.
Hey, Stu Gotz, we appreciate the time this morning, man.
You're the best.
So much.
I'll never call you John.
Love
Don't
you.
worry about that.
Listen, Hagan asked me to do this. I said this is the first show I'm doing because usually I go around here. I'll do all the local shows. I'll do that on Thursday. I wanted to do your show. I wanted to see you guys.
You're the man.
You guys have been great to me over the years.
Yes,
I appreciate
you're the best.
it.
so much. There he goes.
All right.
Stu Gotz, courtesy of River Islands Guest Line.
He was partying with Mully's wife one time in Mexico.
What?
Oh, yeah. He was partying with Mully's wife in Mexico.
Cabo, Cancun?
Cabo.
You and Mully's
Chris Bullock's wife, Liz.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
love her.
Yes.
She's like, yo, I'm with this guy, Stu
Mully's
Gotz. He
man.
said he knows you guys.
Yes.
But you're with Stu Gotz.
Yeah, we were partying. Oh, yeah, we were partying our ass.
There he goes. Fox Sports Radio.
I love it.
Check Stu Gotz and company out from 12 to 2. That was
You're the
great.
man.
Awesome stuff.
You're the man.
Oh, my God.
Careful with Ross Tucker. He might run you over.
I mean, it's the first time I ever got ripped for saying the guy's name right. I mean, I'm so sorry.
I never heard
it's
anybody
his
call him
legal
John.
name. I'm
It's
sorry.
like calling Guru. He's not Daryl.
When have you ever called Guru Daryl?
Yeah,
Exactly.
hi, Daryl. How are you doing?
You know what?
Right.
I am going to call him John just to piss everyone off.
When's the last time you called Butcher Boy Joe? I mean,
Never,
come on,
never,
man.
never happened.
There he goes.
Never happened.
He's walking out of here. That was great.
John, you're the best.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, fellas. I have to go interview Fred Warner.
Oh, my God. He's going to interview Fred Warner?
I'm going to go say what's up to Fred. Where's Fred at?
Man.
Heaven.
That's
Must be
Monte's
nice.
boy.
Yeah, that is my guy. That is my guy now.
Want me to bring him over afterwards?
Yeah,
sure.
come
Why
on
not?
over.
Come over.
Ask him about the substation. Ask him
Throw
about
us
the
a
electronic
dive.
substation, if it's a thing. Thank you.
Now I'm booking.
EMF.
Yes. There he goes. Oh, my
Invoice
God.
coming, Matt.
Hey, Lubman's not doing it. We need somebody to book some guys around here.
My favorite part of the interview was like, I look up Google Maps to find these dispensaries. You can just go on Weed Maps. They have their own app to find the weed
Is this the
dispensaries,
legend?
guys.
Oh,
this
this is
what's
the
up,
legend.
buddy?
This is
From
the
one
legend.
legend to another joins us now, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. Will Gavin, radio broadcaster across the pond. Talk sports, correct? Talk sport.
Talk sport.
Oh, sport. Excuse me.
I love
They
Talk Sport.
dropped the S.
there we go.
There we go. Talk sport joins us now on the River Islands Guest Line.
I've got a sensational video that I've never posted. When we first started working with the 49ers, they got a bunch of the players on the team to go like, hi, this is Carl Juszczyk, and you're listening to 49ers radio on Talk Sport in the UK. I got a video of George Kittle saying Talk Sports about 15 times, and I'm going, yeah, George, it's Talk Sport. And you're listening to Talk Sports. Sorry, George, it's sport. Like, it's so good.
That's a great station. I randomly in New York, I was in New York a couple years ago, and I was looking for some boxing content for whatever reason, and Talk Sport has everything. Who's the guy who goes, he gets into it with every promoter in the game. They talk soccer. They're passionate, Shasky. I'm telling you, Talk
here we
Sport
go.
Radio.
Soccer talk.
Soccer talk and boxing.
It's big time. It's big
He's a
time.
big
Soccer guy. Come on.
Yeah. Our Talk Sports.
World Cup,
I like tennis more.
World Cup,
I like
couple
tennis
months.
more.
There you go.
I'm a tennis guy.
Yeah. No, boxing is huge for us. Football, soccer is obviously the be-all and end-all. It's the top 5 sports in our country are football, and
not
football.
golf.
Like, it's just
Not cricket?
No, people love golf. People love cricket. People love the rugby as well. But like football is king, and a little bit like the NFL is here. But yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Our boxing guys are the best. You're probably talking about Simon Jordan.
Simon Jordan. There you go.
Absolutely.
Simon Jordan.
If him and Eddie Hearn get in a studio together, it's guaranteed fireworks.
Frank Warren as
yeah.
well comes in there. He got shot in the head and survived, and now he's like this big time boxing promoter. He goes on there, he curses. Yeah, he's like,
it's wild. It's wild.
All right, well, take me to Seattle. Okay.
Oh, boy.
I went to the
Gavin,
game.
big
Bonte was
Niner
at the
fan,
game.
by the way, too. Big
You're
Niner
calling
fan.
the game, and I'm going, hey, this crowd is crazy beforehand. I mean, the flyover was unreal, the fireworks, and I go, they got to kick this ball into the end zone. Like, do not let this team get fired up. First play, 100 yards, touchdown.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you even more backstory to that day. So I flew in and out for both Philly and for Seattle as well. And I've got 2 18-month-old twins at home.
Oh, that's right.
You were telling us that,
Of course there are 2 of them. They're twins. Ridiculous. So it's
Identical,
not popular.
fraternal?
Yeah. Identical twin girls.
God
the light
bless
of my
you.
life and everything else. But it means that it's not easy to like... My guy who kind of hosts and also does our OB producing, he, after the Eagles game, they changed his flight. He came out to Santa Clara. He worked basically as a beat writer for the week, came to all the press conferences, did some interviews. I'd love to have done that. I went home to be a dad for 5 days and then flew back again. So Saturday morning at 9 a.m. UK time, I'm boarding a flight in London, land in Seattle at 11 o'clock. Call the game at 5 o'clock. By the time we call in the game, I've been up for like 21 hours at that point.
Wow.
And so for that to be the opening play of the game, for it to be like, we've been down at pitch side, we've been chatting to Richard Sherman, we've been like, it's been building up and building up, the crowd noise is insane, and then for that play to happen first, I think it was both the boost of energy I needed, but also the kick in the gonads that was going to absolutely ruin my life. So, yeah.
And then you stayed up another 6 hours after the game.
Oh yeah, that is a point.
Oh, did you guys party?
So we met Bonter in a bar. Like some of the guys that we were with, some of the Spanish guys know him, and so like we ended up in a couple of bars, and then it was.
Did the king hold court?
Oh, of course he did.
Yeah.
Like, it does not matter if he's not in his hometown. The man is treated like a lord.
Will Gavin joins us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And for those of you who are just joining us who have not heard Will Gavin on the call, here is his call against the Philadelphia Eagles. This is the go-ahead touchdown, I believe it is.
Incredible.
In the wild card round in Philly.
Purdy hands the ball off. It's a little trickeration as it goes to Jawan Jennings. He's going to throw downfield. Christian McCaffrey, end zone. Touchdown Niners! Touchdown Niners! What an unbelievable play!
Oh, my God. It's all-time Will Gavin, radio broadcaster.
You guys cut it short. He said it where he landed on the E, on the G.
I think it goes another like 30 seconds.
I'll tell you why that call is cut short, right? And I am a man who likes to think that despite being a Niners fan, I call games neutrally. I think that's the way you've got to do it, particularly when you're like a national broadcaster in the UK. That's the one time I feel like since I've started doing this job where my fandom really came out. Because if you hear the rest of that call, what happens is I'm a touchdown. And you hear the version they put on social media, they cut it off. I say like, Purdy, pitch the ball up to Sky Moore on the end around. and you get to there, and if you watch the full call, they go, oh, there's a flag. Like I fully reacted like a fan.
That is great.
I didn't.
Oh, that's great.
Like the proper professional thing to do is push through the call, call the whole thing, and then mention the flag afterwards. And I just fully and when they said it was rushing the passer, it was like a moment, an absolute moment. But it was.
And you're going to be
wild.
calling obviously the Super Bowl this Sunday. Like is this like the pinnacle of your broadcasting career
Might
thus
be the pinnacle of my life.
Really?
Sorry to
over the twins. Okay, wow.
Sorry,
you're talking to us, and we all have kids too, and we get it, right?
No, dude. So this is the third Super Bowl I've been able to call. Wow. I did Vegas, and I did last year as well.
Oh, Vegas.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
We were there. With
bringing up those memories.
Wow.
And like I've been the third man before I started doing play-by-play. I did third man in the booth for like the 4 or 5 Super Bowls before. That's why I also did Miami. Yeah, I'm not a good luck charm.
Pick that up.
Yeah.
Pick that name up you just dropped.
I'm not a good luck charm for this team by any stretch of the imagination.
You're calling us what's our record, Sasky, on the road together? Well, we did get the Warriors championship.
I think the Power Station and Will Gavin are the two biggest issues.
What do you make of that? What do you make of that from your vantage point on the substation?
I think it's absolute nonsense. It's complete and utter conspiracy theory, utter rubbish. But it's a fun little thing to joke about.
Yeah,
we went past it the other day on our way down to the stadium and obviously went and took a photo by it.
Well, they were talking yesterday too, and Will Gavin joining us here, Talk Sport broadcaster, going to be broadcasting the Super Bowl 60
he could spin
this Sunday at Levi Stadium. Like, apparently the 49ers might open up in Australia next year. Get this. Open up against the Rams week 1 Australia and also play in Mexico at some point in the regular season next year. Do you see this?
No.
So my understanding is, and like I'm not an insider by any stretch of the imagination, the one thing that you can always come through for information on is international games.
Let's go. Perfect guy.
So the Mexico game has been lined up for the 49ers for a while. Like on this new 9-8 system of the rotating thing, they were going to have to give up a home game this year. Mexico was always the place they wanted to go. That was kind of in the books.
Close to the fans,
Melbourne was meant to be Seahawks-Rams. If the Seahawks win on Sunday, there's a very strong chance they change that game, and that makes it a very strong chance it becomes the 49ers.
Wow.
Because they don't want the Cardinals.
Because they don't. Yeah, it has to be a West Coast team. Because everyone's like, Australia's like 18, 19 hours ahead. That's wild. But you've got to think of it in like our terms. It's really just like us flying to Chicago. You're going just back 6 hours. So actually, I don't think it is going to be too bad on the body. But yeah, I think for the 49ers, if they already are a team who every season have like the longest travel of any team in the NFL because of where we're based, right? And so as if I'm on the team. And
I say it all the time.
But like, I get a feeling we're like kindred spirits.
Me
and Bonds are in the bar, but me and you, I think anywhere else it feels like.
I'm not allowed in the bar anymore. I had to turn myself off.
There you go. Hey, Will, what's like the take hold over across the pond with the NFL? Obviously, you have your diehards. The Jags have been there forever, it feels like, every single year. And it's like the unofficial team of England. Obviously, Shad Khan has tied
the
owner.
Team?
No, I feel like it is. They play there all the time. Is it like a Jaguars-heavy fan base out in England?
What I would say is it's probably the heaviest Jaguars fan base. I just said Jaguars. Sorry, Jaguars. Let me say that British.
That's your car.
I've been in America for too long. Jaguars.
Very Very classy.
Jaguars.
You guys just sound so much smarter with that accent. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, and it's amazing because I am dumb as Pigma. It's the biggest concentration of Jags fans outside of Jacksonville, undoubtedly, but it still only makes them like the 14th, 15th, 16th most popular team in the UK. We've got this weird couple of pockets, right, where the NFL had this huge explosion in the 1980s. And so weirdly, if you speak to anyone over about the age of 50, they might not know who Brock Purdy is, but I'll tell you they'll know who William the Refrigerator Perry is.
Wow.
Because it had this real moment in the 80s. And so you've got these big fan bases of the Bears, the Dolphins, the Niners, the Cowboys, those teams that were great in that era. And then as it's grown over the last 15 years or so, and it is exponential, it is unrecognizable. Going and watching the NFL in a bar on a Sunday night 10 years ago versus now, seeing people in jerseys just out on the street, it has just become part of the culture and part of the fabric now. But because of that, Patriots, Seahawks, teams that have been successful in this era are then garnering their own fan bases. Although, what's mental about the London games is that you will see a whole bunch of Browns jerseys. You see a whole bunch of Jets jerseys. Yeah. We love to root for an underdog, but for me, rooting for the Browns might be a step too far.
Would a team thrive there if they moved? Because I know the NFL's talked about having a ton, having a team in London.
What's realistic?
Full time. Would a team out there
That's a good question.
be received very well?
10 years ago, I would have told you absolutely their plan is to bring a team out. And I would have thought by now, I think as they've moved to the 17-game schedule, started to go into new markets. We've got 9 international games next year, 3 of them in London, but 6, a couple of them in new markets in Paris, Rio. I know they've done Brazil before, but the Maracanã is a whole different kettle of fish. It is... I think what I believe the plan is, and Roger Goodell kind of confirmed this to us when he was in Ireland this year, is as they push towards an 18-game schedule, which I think comes with the next CBA in 2030, that every team will play one neutral site game every season. They will do a 16-game slate across the year. I think up until maybe week 10, 11. They don't want teams playing too late in the season internationally.
They love that 6:30 a.m. window.
Yeah.
On the West Coast.
I've never been here for one of those to get to do the full 15 hours of back-to-back games.
If you got a little one, you're up already.
Exactly.
You're up already. But it is fun to wake up oh, that's right. It's Jaguars Cardinals.
Well, one of our team is a Spurs fan, and he's planning to get up at 4 a.m. on Saturday morning to go and watch Spurs Man United in
Tottenham.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Tottenham Hotspur.
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Tottenham Hotspur.
It's funny that you were with Wemanyama and I were Tim Duncan.
There you go.
It's different Spurs, but he's planning to get up at 4 in the morning to go and watch that game.
I always fall asleep on those 6:30 games.
Yeah, me too.
Well, they usually suck. That's a part of it. No, they're usually not very good. They're usually not very good.
We had some unbelievable games this year.
Did have some good games out there.
Broncos Jets, with the Jets having negative 51 passing yards.
That's really selling it well right
Browns
there.
Vikings was good. Browns Vikings. Was it the Browns Vikings? Who was it? Browns and who?
We had a few good ones this year. The Browns game was good. We had the Vikings Steelers was good.
Yes, Vikings Steelers was good. We got a Ghostwood question we got to ask you.
We absolutely do. Will, Gavin, it's time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What is your must-have food item for the big game party? But you're going to be calling it.
Yeah.
So what are you going to be
watching it?
So I haven't had a big game party now in. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. I didn't do the Bucs Super Bowl because of COVID. I'd have had to have come and stayed in either Mexico or Canada for 7 days before being allowed to fly into the US. So I decided to sack that one off. I am so ingrained in American culture at this point that I have my own smoker at home. And so it would either have to. I've got a green egg and I've also got a pellet smoker, which is kind of what I tend to do my day-to-day stuff on. So I think a little Texas barbecue. I think we'll do some smoked turkey, maybe an overnight brisket, and then have it all ready to go in the warmer so that when people arrive, and we've got to remember it kicks off at 11:30 p.m. in the UK. So we are on game day. We are loose by the time that ball is kicked.
I saw a crazy stat. I think it was Ross Tucker. Someone tweeted it that the day after the Super Bowl in England is the most call-in sick. People don't show up the day after there.
Says I saw a crazy stat. What he means is he saw me being interviewed on Ross Tucker's show this week and me tell him that the biggest sick day in the UK.
That was a plug right there.
That's my partner.
You quoted Joe Shasky. In front of Joe Shasky.
I've got Torrey Smith coming to the table. I've got to go. What's happening?
Great stuff, man. We appreciate the time this morning.
Huge fan.
That was awesome.
Well, leave me alone. I'll see you tonight at the Warriors game. will be.
Careful with the
Although
king.
no Steph. Do I even bother?
Oh,
Like,
no.
you know.
You texted me for a week and a half about Warriors Sixers. Now you don't want to go.
Well, it could be Draymond Green's last
What
ever
a
game in
sport.
Golden State Warriors uniform. We'll see.
I'll be there. I'll be there. Thank you, guys.
It could be.
You guys want to get to Giannis real quick?
Yeah, can we get into Giannis?
Yeah.
Let's get right into it. Will Gavin the best.
Will Gavin, he's great.
Courtesy
He's
of
awesome.
Are we
River
getting Giannis?
Well, it's up to Milwaukee. The Warriors want Giannis, but it's up to Milwaukee. They hold all the cards here. They can wait till the offseason where more suitors are
That's
available.
not the answer.
I don't know if they're getting Giannis or not. I would want Giannis. If you're asking me, do I want Giannis? Yes.
What's your probability they're getting Giannis?
Monty Poole brought it to 35%.
What does Monte Hill have it at?
I don't know. I'm 50-50. I honestly,
you, Matt Simons.
Seriously, no. I don't. It's up to Milwaukee.
Okay, all
like
right.
The Warriors don't hold the cards here, but
if they don't get him,
this is what I'm worried about, because this was happening Friday around Chase Center before the game, and it could get louder and louder and louder and louder and louder. If they don't get Giannis, then the conversation will pivot to, well, what does Steph want to do? And there's already people who I was talking to on Friday who believe the Warriors should already blow it up. No, it's not going to happen because of the business of Steph, and you just don't do that right now. You don't. All of a sudden, you got empty seats for the rest of the season. Nobody's talking about them. You're irrelevant. You have to keep Steph and Curry on board, and you have to nail this Giannis deal. You just have to. You're close. You've basically made everything available.
What if they don't land him? Can the genie go back in the bottle on all the players, the picks? Do you pivot to Anthony Davis? What do you do?
Well, you better have a backup plan. Last year, the backup plan was Jimmy Butler.
Yes, they tried for KD.
And you have to give Mike Dunleavy credit for that. They had a counter move. What's the counter this year? Is it Kawhi? Is it Zubac? Is it James Harden? Is it Trey Murphy III? Is it Michael Porter Jr.? Because even with the Giannis deal, I still believe they need another asset.
Of course.
Monty Poole and I on the Dub Talk podcast, I said, well, is it possible where they get Giannis and you trade a variation of Draymond and JK, and then you take Jimmy's contract,
yes, that's
and
what
you try to go get Michael Porter Jr. in assets. Now, it's a lot of things you got to dangle. Because I don't think Giannis alone makes them title contenders. Now, you bring in Giannis, and all of a sudden you're a lot sexier, and you say, okay, it's easier to build around, even though Stephen Curry will turn 38 in March. But if you don't land Giannis, now you got a lot of things. What do you do with Kuminga?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Kuminga's back in the picture. So,
we talked to Friedel.
I don't know. I don't know, Chasky. I don't know if they're going to pull this off. It's not up to them. Milwaukee has leverage here.
If they miss out on Giannis, I think the ramifications of that is going to linger for a long time with the GM and the owner in terms of fan perception.
Is that fair on Dunleavy, though?
It doesn't matter if it's fair. It is what it is.
I'm asking you, he makes the big swing for Jimmy Butler. He tears his ACL. Don't get me Giannis, and I can't get Giannis, and it's his fault?
It's not fair to Mike Dunleavy. And it's the same thing with Jed York. The way people look at Jed York, they won't get over the Harbaugh situation. They won't get over the fact that he hasn't won a Super Bowl yet. And what Eddie said last week at the premiere of the Rise of the 49ers. When it comes to, I hear a lot about, Joe Lacob is Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones has been to a conference title game since 1995.
30 years.
You know what I'm saying? Joe Lacob owned this team since when, 2011?
Yeah.
Can we give it a decade, please, at least?
So, but Mike Dunleavy, think about what he's done. You don't have a lot of picks. You take Quentin Post, who's been a serviceable role player. Will Richard, who everybody loves, is a rookie out of Florida.
I love him.
He was a 56 overall pick for crying out loud.
Even Paz was a good pick.
Right. Paz
was a good pick.
It's been a good pick. He's been a serviceable player. So Dunleavy does deserve a little bit of credit, and he landed a big fish last year in Jimmy Butler when Kevin Durant, that situation went awry. So I think Dunleavy does deserve a big credit. And the fact that, if you don't land Giannis, well, Milwaukee's thinking we could trade him to Atlanta in the offseason and get their pick, which may be number 1 overall.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you get Peterson and Dabanska, the young man out of Kansas and BYU. So I think Dunleavy deserves the benefit of the doubt, but the fan perception, we see all the clown avatars with Joe Lacob with the clown wigs.
It's not fair.
And it is what it is.
Did you watch that Kansas BYU game the other day?
I did watch a little bit of it.
It was great.
Peterson is a stud.
Well, so
Dabanska's good too.
They're both amazing.
I like them better than Cam Boozer.
Here's the thing, though. I'm looking at beyond Steph and everything right now. Utah tanked for 5 straight years and missed on Cooper Flag. And Cooper looks like, he's got to play 15 years. He looks incredible. I'm infatuated with him.
How about Conca
Amazing.
Great.
Amazing. But Ace Bailey is up in Utah, and I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. So I guess what I'm saying is there's no guarantee in either direction. Either the Giannis deal works or that you stay with your picks and you get lucky enough to get one of those guys. You might just lose the ping pong.
Think about Oklahoma City, how long they tanked. Now, they were able to net Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I bet you OKC didn't believe they knew that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander would turn into an MVP.
No. They traded away Şengün.
Exactly.
They traded away other guys. They thought Josh Giddey was the guy to build around.
Right, and they flipped him.
Exactly.
Flipped him for Caruso. So Philadelphia, trust the process, right?
Sam Hinkie.
Their best pick might be the guy they just took.
Have they been to a conference final?
No.
Philadelphia, they haven't.
No, they lost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this whole thing about
Embiid's actually been good this year.
But if Giannis is available, you have to take the swing. You have to as an organization. And I think for right now, they are taking the swing. They're giving, hey, Milwaukee, this is available. Picks, players, everything's on the table.
Is Draymond a part of that deal, you think? If it goes down?
Well, it tells me that he's been in the conversation. The way Steve Kerr answered the question from Willard did yesterday, they did an excellent job with Steve Kerr yesterday. They asked all the right questions. And the fact that Steve Kerr acknowledged that, it's the first time in his career that he's been discussing trade talks.
I'm shocked.
So, because as of last week, and things changed. We talked about this. Things could change a day later. I didn't know Jimmy was coming here. It changed after KD said no. As of last week, I was told that Draymond was a part of any offers. But now when you look at his contract situation, the player option, it could be viewed as an expiring contract.
Bought out.
Did he opt in, buy in, bought out, all that stuff. To get Giannis, everything has to be on the table with the exception of Steph and Curry. So a little surprising, but it's there. And Steve Kerr answered it. It kind of told us what his answer was.
Do we have that, boys in the back? I'm putting you on the spot. I know that because it's a really good answer about Draymond Green being in trade talks basically for the first time in his whole career. And it's at this point of his career, you really don't see this happen too much in the NBA where one guy stays with his entire team. Go ahead and play it if you got it in the back, Carter.
We have talked, and Draymond and I talk all the time. What's really tricky for Draymond is this is the only place he's ever known, and he's guy's going to have a statue outside the building someday. It's a really weird position for him to be in for sure, because he's just, there's never really been a time in his entire career, I think, where, he even really had to think about putting on another jersey. I guess maybe with his restricted free agency a few summers ago, but he's never been through this, and so it's definitely on his mind, and not something that's easy to deal with. But you just as a pro, as an NBA player, you just have to embrace that it's always a possibility. Even some of the greatest players of all time got traded. Between Kareem and Wilt and Dr. J. I mean, go down the list, and so it's just part of it, and guys understand that, but it is difficult, especially if you've never been traded before.
That was Steve Kerr yesterday on Willard and Dibs.
What were you looking at on the phone? Is that?
Well, watching Draymond Green, he had the 15 points in the first quarter Friday against Detroit. Before that, he was 5 of 25 and 0 for 14 from 3, pressing offensively. Yeah. He hasn't had the greatest year, especially offensively. And everybody says defense, defense, defense. But when Jimmy Butler's out, and when he's wide open on the three-point line, they're not guarding him.
No.
He's got to make the defense pay. So he struggled this year. But Sam Amick of The Athletic says that Green is aware that the prospect of him being sent to Milwaukee is real. Jimmy Butler has been giving strong indications that the Warriors plan to stick by him. If Butler isn't in the deal, then Draymond is. It's kind of obvious because of the contracts and the situation here. So it would be as happy as everybody would be about Giannis.
It'd be shocking. With
Draymond Green's an all-time legend.
What would be more shocking here, not nationally, that Dre's traded or Giannis is acquired?
Honestly, I think Dre being traded may edge out Giannis being here as a Golden State Warrior. This is Draymond Green, an all-time Warrior legend. Yeah. As much as we talked about him and the roller coaster ride we've all been with him, Shasky and I have traded him a million times. A million times.
He's a lightning rod.
Right, you know what I'm saying? We know, and people think I hate Draymond. Draymond and Green and I talked out whatever happened on television a couple years ago. I got no issues with Draymond Green. Love Draymond because he was the first tough guy we really had in the Bay Area on the basketball court. He's going to have a statue. His number's going to be retired. But if he actually gets traded, Draymond Green,
I know.
That would blow me away, man. It really would.
And we are 2 days away from the trade deadline here in the NBA. And if it happens, We'll be the first ones to talk about it. Coming up next, it's going to be Steiny and Goo. That's it.
Come back tomorrow.
You want to come back tomorrow?
I'll come back. Yeah, I'll try to come back tomorrow. No, I got to drop off, Chaz. I'll see what I can do. I got to see what I can do.
I'm going to come back tomorrow.
Easier.
Well, I thought Greg Cole was coming out. He didn't want to smoke with me today?
No,
it's Thursday.
We overbooked. Yeah,
Thursday. You overbooked.
Yeah,
Come
Sam
on,
was
Craig.
booking someone else, as you could see clearly during the show.
He is
Shout out
lost in
Mackenzie.
the sauce.
Steiny
This is his time to thrive.
Steiny and Goo live from Radio Row here at Moscone Center. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you.
Party.
Here for good.
Your home's equity. Its value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-2027. That's 800-275-2027.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to drive home a brand new Toyota truck. Right now, save big with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the legendary Tacoma, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful Tundra. Hurry in for unbeatable deals at Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction and only available on Tacoma SR and SR5. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro and 3226.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back. Hack Bay Area. Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
Well. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Steiny and Guru with you from Radio Row. Here in downtown San Francisco, Moscone Center. Super Bowl 60 coming up on Sunday. A lot to talk about, and we got a lot of football today. This show is actually, Goo, I'm going to dedicate it to one man and one man only, and that is Chicago Jason on the YouTube chat. He was curious about why, we didn't talk as much football as he would like yesterday. Today, we're going to make up for it. Listen to this guest lineup we got today. 10:30. Torrey Smith, two-time Pro Bowl champion, played with the Ravens, obviously, and the Patriots. He played with the Niners. We've got Chris Mad Dog Russo.
I can't wait.
Chris Mad Dog Russo.
I'm going fanboy, so I'm just warning you.
Radio host. Well, have you already done that?
What you mean?
With Rob Parker. We don't have Rob Parker.
He's a friend. Yeah. With
Chris Mad Dog Russo at 11. We got this one's coming special delivery from Guru. I'm going to let you do this interview because Joe Milton.
Oh, man.
Joe Milton.
Joe? Okay.
Quarterback the Dallas Cowboys. Joe. And then 1:30, we got another one of Guru's friends, Josh Johnson.
Man, hey.
Josh Johnson, current Washington Commander. Played for the Niners in 2022. He's an Oakland native.
Yeah.
Went to Oakland Tech. He will be joining us at 1:30.
Let's do it, baby. So Chicago Jason gets this the first dedication, a show dedicated to a listener.
Well, he
kudos to you, man.
And of course he's bought us cupcakes twice, and he's one of our favorites. Now, interestingly, I don't see him on the text line today, the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Not the Boxer and Gershon work injury attorneys text line, but we'll move on.
All right, and I'll tell you what, you and Evan left me yesterday, and we'll talk about that later. But I did a hit with WEEI. They kind of were digging the goo in Boston.
How come?
Well, like what did they ask you?
5 things to do in San Francisco. Then they said, where do you eat? I said the old ship. No, Todd, you got great food, but I didn't have nothing. It was great. Evan, I went dark. I said the old ship saloon. They got some good food, man. They didn't know though, so I'm good. Yeah. Right.
No, there should.
Yeah.
We'll get maybe a little kickback here or there.
No doubt.
Let's see.
What's on your mind, baby?
Well, we got Giannis and the Warriors play tonight. They play the Philadelphia 76ers, Chase Center. No Steph Curry tonight, no Jonathan Kuminga.
Man.
But now there's all kinds of stuff happening around the NBA.
Up.
James Harden. Now, here's where I'm going to start, Goo. James Harden may be on the move to Cleveland for Darius Garland. They're talking about it.
Why?
Apparently, Harden and the Clippers are talking about, a separation.
He wants some more money. And it's why Norman Powell went to Miami. Ballmer didn't want to give him this. It's the same thing.
Right. So, in other words, you're telling me that the Clippers, who were 17-4 over the past 21 games, look at their team and say, yeah, we don't have enough. Even though we won 17 of 21, we don't have enough.
No, they got enough, Steiny. It's just about greed. I guess Ballmer is worried about the books, and I don't understand it. And I hope, just from a pure basketball standpoint, it doesn't happen. Like the Clippers, like they got something, and I mean, hey, Garland is cool, but he ain't James to me. So I think that would be the wrong move.
Well, he's 10 years younger than James Harden.
Part, yeah.
And there's talk that Harden may end up in Houston again with that team. Harden and Durant and a bunch of those young guys could be a factor. And we're just getting down to it. It feels like, I'm reading all the stories out there, and there was a story in The Athletic by a Minnesota writer saying the Timberwolves are very much in this thing.
You called it.
And, the Warriors are there too. It's just a matter of what exactly the Bucks are looking for.
Would you understand if I'll call myself president of Dub Nation, if I'm feeling less confident that Giannis is coming here by the minute? It's not, what you said. Now all these packages and portfolios and more teams with interest want to take the girl out on a date, the people that got better jobs and more money, and it's starting to scare me. But, Stoney, I'm going to be devastated if we don't get him. I'm going to try to stay positive. But by the second, I just feel like we're losing. There goes Jamel Hill and Kerry Champion, which he didn't wave back. But
oh my God!
Yeah, but I'm gonna just stay the course. I'm gonna stay the course.
Can you just a little focus talk for Goo at the break?
No, I'm good, baby.
Can you
just pay homage?
A little focus talk.
So I'm just losing confidence. Help me out.
Well, and what I told you is you probably shouldn't have been overly confident early. You got your hopes
hopeful.
up.
Yeah. Shout out Bob.
Right, but now it seems like you're disappointed.
Yeah, but I'm not there yet because nothing's been done.
Yeah.
Still got a chance.
And perhaps we're burying the lead. And by the way, if you're just joining us, 10:30 today, Torrey Smith is going to be joining us, two-time Super Bowl champ, one with Baltimore, one with Philly. He's going to be here at 10:30, and that's going to get the ball rolling.
Okay.
But we may have buried the lead, and it was from Mark Stein's Substack, and he basically wrote that there's rumblings that Giannis is not eager to come to the Golden State Warriors.
I read the whole thing. That hurt me.
Yeah. So, the one thing, there was talk about playing in Steph's shadow. There was talk about, what happened when Durant was here. And I got to tell you, I do think that, Durant's experience with Golden State has impacted, I think, certain players and whether or not they want to come to the Warriors. I feel like, he may have told a bunch of players that he wasn't crazy about it here, and who knows if that rubs off on him or not.
Well, you know what, Stoney, I'll say this. You and Evan can tell me you didn't like a movie, and I'll take that, to heart, but I'm going to still see the movie. So if you're correct, and that has been passed down to others, they're grown men at the end of the day, so I hope they don't take that as gospel and, that changes or sways their mind. I'm thinking it won't, but like you said, that's just a feeling you have about KD having that conversation with others. But I hope, at the end of the day, with a move this important, somebody wouldn't just go on somebody else's experience to kind of, sway them away from making a choice.
Yeah, and there's also concerns that the team's old.
That part concerns
he doesn't necessarily want to join a team with older players, which makes sense. I mean, if I were Giannis, I'd try to find a team where he's the oldest guy on the team and they're on the ascent. So, we'll figure out, obviously, where all this goes by Thursday, Goo.
I'm worried about tonight. No Steph, no Kuminga. I do wonder if this noise is going to affect these guys, but, they are professionals. So right then and there, you should think not. But, man, Steiny, I guess I got to get accustomed to this is what life would be like with Curry injured, Jimmy injured, and then we run out tonight against a good Philadelphia team that handled business last night.
Yeah, I'm starting to get the sense that, since the Butler injury, reality is really starting to set in for the Golden State Warriors. And maybe what they're finding is that they don't right now anyway have a deal for Giannis. And if they don't think they can get Giannis, then what do? Do they go looking for another player that doesn't cost as much but may take fewer picks to get? I don't know, but they got 2 days to figure this out. And I still don't expect a big move. I believe it's Kuminga. That'll be the deal.
Yeah, and I know it's Radio Row. I'm fired up, and I don't want to be negative. But with Curry's latest or new injury issue, Steiny, I'm looking at the standings, and I'm trying to take the pulse of the team and guys hearing, that they've been dangled in trades or not. There is a possibility to the Goo. I'm going third person now. That somehow we missed a play-in. And that's ultimate being Mr. Negative. And Mr. Positive is Evan plays a breaking news sounder and we got Giannis. But I just hate now that that's part of my formula for this Warriors season moving forward. And somehow they're not able to get Giannis. And this knee issue, Curry's not able to shake as fast as we would like. I hate I'm saying that to you.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's what we got going. We've got Torrey Holt at 10:30, two-time Super Bowl champion. Torrey Smith, rather. Not Torrey Holt. Torrey Smith, two-time Super Bowl champion. We got Chris Mad Dog Russo at 11. We got Joe Milton at 1. We got Josh Johnson at 1:30. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. That segment was sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally in California on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
If your home seems colder this winter than it should be, well, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows. As the Bay Area's largest Marvin reseller, Golden State Lumber and Strom is proclaiming this the month of Marvin. And as an Energy Star partner, Marvin offers durable, energy-efficient products that can lower your energy bill. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com, scroll down to Windows and Doors, and visit the showroom near you. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Slicey menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game, a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth, clients are often victimized twice, first by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Yo, it's Guru from 95.7 The Game. The big game is Sunday and it's going down at Bay Street, Emeryville, and you already know this is where you want to be. Pre-game kicks off at 2 p.m., TV's on the terrace, a massive plaza screen, and food everywhere. Pizzas, burgers, hand rolls, you name it. The energy will be unreal. The crowd is always hyped. Bay Street knows how to throw a party. And did you know Bay Street is bartable too? Get all the details at baystreetemeryville.com/events.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Real sports talk for real sports fans. What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and you can catch You Better You Bet with me weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the new Westwood One Sports. From being live from Radio Row for the big game to being joined by the biggest names in sports and entertainment, it's sports talk for people that love sports. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Let's get nuts!
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty. Coming up in 10 minutes, we got Torrey Smith, two-time Super Bowl champ with the Baltimore Ravens and Philadelphia Eagles. He'll be our first guest of at least 4 today. Chris Mad Dog Russo going to be joining us at 11. At 1 o'clock, Joe Milton, backup quarterback in Dallas.
Yeah.
You excited to talk to him?
Yeah, I'm excited to talk to everybody. You too, Stoney.
And then Josh Johnson coming up at 1:30, and if we can squeeze anybody else in, we will do that.
Tori played in a Super Bowl.
He's two-time Super Bowl champ with Baltimore and Philadelphia. So we'll talk to him. Interested in getting his thoughts on maybe a Brandon Ayuk, or hey, what about that substation? I wonder if he's heard about.
Dude, you're picking up steam with you. I do just got a quick thing that I've been throwing around in my brain. The fact that the Rams and the Seahawks are in the Niners division, does that automatically give me an answer when I ask you is it going to be how far are the Niners off for getting back just with those two teams in your division? I don't think it's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you'd rather have them in another division, but look, 3 teams made the playoffs from the NFC West this year, so it's up to the Niners to try to get to second next year or try to win the division next year. Hopefully they'll be healthier, and maybe Seattle comes off a little bit of a Super Bowl hangover, and we'll see. Every year's different, but there's 2 schools of thought. One is that they're in your division so you can see up close what you have to compete with. On the other hand, you'd probably rather see them in another division because it would give you a better chance at winning yours. But you can't.
I guess I'm fixated on those 8 quarters against Seattle, and I got to get that out of my system. It was just, again, a great season, a surprising season, but I didn't have that on the bingo card of the Seahawks dominating the 49ers in that fashion, No,
I don't think
that just sits with me, man.
I don't think, I think a lot of people were hoping that the Niners could hang in on that second game. But they weren't able to do it. All right,
so bad for Evan.
Why?
He's over here. I mean, look at the walking boot.
Well, that's his own fault.
You ever see a dog in the cast?
He could have pushed this back. He could have pushed this back to after the Super Bowl week, but
we're just talking about you, Evan.
Talking about your boot.
He said you could have pushed the date back. I said I feel bad for you. You're walking around in the boot.
Okay, you want me to?
You could have pushed.
You want to
it
know
back.
why you shouldn't feel bad for him?
Tell me.
He's getting a sympathy.
Okay,
he's getting some sympathy.
All right.
From around the.
I got you. There you go.
By the way, Bob Kraft, he didn't get in either.
And Brady's not going to get in on the first one.
Oh,
Bill Walsh got in on his third try. Just so I'll leave that there.
Yeah, so
I'm talking to
no reason to get incensed.
No, I'm just saying. Just think about that. Everybody relax. They're getting in. They cheated. We can say they cheated. You got to wait. But you still got the bling, and you still got my vote, if I had a vote.
And then
people fake mad about, they didn't get in the first ballot. Seifert's not in. He's got 2. And that's because of Bill Walsh, I believe.
Seifert, I think, should be in.
I do, too. What took Tom Flores so long to get in? Cliff Branch is not in. I mean, we could do this game forever. I got you, partner. They're going to get in. I want to ask you this. Just, do you think it's more prestigious that if you got in on the first time or I got in on the fourth? Obviously, you prefer to get in on the first, but that doesn't look better. It's the Hall of Fame once you get there, right?
No, it looks better. I mean, a first ballot Hall of Famer's the best, and that's what's going on here. Is some people who voted were like, "Yeah, you're not getting in on the first ballot. We think you cheated."
Right.
And they've been proven to possibly have cheated. So. But that's why, I don't. To me, all this Hall of Fame, I don't really get into it. But
because basketball, they let everybody in. There's never no uproar,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We got Torrey Smith coming up in 5 or 10 minutes. He's going to join us, and we'll get into our football talk. Just kind of, pick up the pieces of Durant. 2 more days till the trade deadline. Durant.
Yeah.
Giannis. 2 more days till the trade deadline. Stories out there saying that what's going on with Milwaukee is now they're providing counter offers to some of the offers they got. Nobody really knows if anything's going to happen in the next couple days or not. But the Minnesota Timberwolves are said to be involved and looking like they're a serious contender. Obviously, we've talked about the Warriors and where they fit in this equation. But what I do know now, Goo, is that the Warriors play the Philadelphia 76ers tonight, a team that beat the Clippers last night. And this will be the last game for the Warriors before the trade deadline. And it's hard for me to fathom, but could this be the last Warrior game for some players, and possibly, most notably, Draymond Green?
Yeah, you can't run from it. That's a heavy fact. And he's been a steward of a dynasty, and he's one of one, right? When you talk about all-time Golden State Warriors, but I would be shocked. And I know the Bay Area's been having earthquakes, but Steiny, this would be a 8.1 to me on the Richter scale on Draymond Green no longer donning a Golden State Warrior uniform. And I think Mark Willard put it the best with you, Dibbs, and I yesterday during the crossover. Like it feels like the Warriors, they're not ready to do that, and they've never done that. But this would be different. This would be sending him to a new home, and obviously you getting something back that's greater than Draymond at this point. So we'll see. And, if you don't mind, if I just look past that, just from the basketball standpoint, I hate the fact of hopefully we'll win tonight, Steiny, but with the current state of the Dubs, I don't expect it. Like Philly's playing good basketball and we're down and no Steph. So maybe I need to get myself up off the mat. But just from a pure basketball standpoint, I don't give us much of a shot tonight. And hopefully I'm wrong and they go out and play fundamentally sound basketball and win the game and shock me.
I mean, if you don't give them a shot tonight, then that doesn't bode well for the next 8, 9, 10 games, because this is one that you're right. Philly's playing a lot better. The Warriors, their schedule over the next 8 or 10 is going to be pretty tricky, and it would behoove the Warriors to get as many wins against teams that are at least at home that they can. But we'll find out what happens, and the news is going to take care of itself in the next 2 days, whether we're anxious about it or not. But if I were a Warrior fan, I would absolutely temper my expectations, because if for no other reason, more often than not, these things don't happen. They don't happen when we want them to happen. They don't happen, before the deadline. So we'll find out. We'll find out on Thursday. But
I'll say
who
this
knows?
To that, partner. Last year was Thanksgiving, the basketball version of Thanksgiving for me and Dub Nation when Jimmy came to town. So that just happened just a year ago, and here we are a year later hoping that, you can get something, a fried turkey this time, and that would be a good thing, and that would be Giannis. Man, I just hope they can pull it off, but I just don't like how I'm feeling.
In a way, the silver lining might, and I've said this before, one of the things we're reading today is that Giannis may not want to come to the Warriors. Not crazy about the age of the team. And
why didn't that come out first then?
Because the situation's fluid, and he probably just got asked about it, or somebody in his camp got asked about it, and he probably said he wasn't, gung-ho about Golden State. And so, I feel like there's some San Francisco's finest right there.
Yeah, no
gentlemen.
doubt. Protecting us.
I have a feeling in a couple days we're not going to need to talk about it, because I think it's going to, even if Giannis doesn't get moved, I think it kind of goes away at the end of this trade deadline.
But what about what I shared with you all yesterday, Steiny? The pain, like it's going to follow me. Now you could say shake it, get off the mat, Rocky Balboa, but Steiny, I'm so.
Like
emotionally it's my fault.
Whose fault is it? No, I'm not saying it's your fault, but who's responsible for the last week of reporting that says the Warriors are the front runners? Where, I'm not necessarily who's reporting it. Where was that? Where is that coming from?
You know what? That's a phenomenal question, and I'm going to take a stab at it. What would you say if I said the Warriors are responsible in the sense that we're starving? The team needs this. The future needs this. And had those things been a tad bit better, maybe we would be looking like, I know they're much younger. It looks like the New York Knicks, now their name's coming up, but it looks like they're sitting the Giannis sweepstakes out because they like what they have. You know? So what if I said it's on us? But Joe Lacob, Mike D, Steve Kerr didn't get Jimmy hurt. That just happened. It was you know what I mean? So it's bad luck. But now you start to just take inventory of what's going on Warrior-wise, and you don't have a good feeling. The promise and the dreams and the thoughts and the fact that I was yearning to see Kuminga blossom into something that it looks like won't happen in a uniform. Moses Moody, yeah, he's making contributions. But, you know, I think we all can look ourselves in the face and say, okay, we thought we were going to get a tad bit more. Now the James Wiseman thing, I need a basketball psychiatrist. I know it, but that's what Giannis resembled. So when I say the Warriors are responsible, it's because we needed the remedy that he was or will be, and it made so much sense. And now I don't know if that gift is going to be under the basketball Christmas tree.
Yeah, I don't think it will be. I don't think it will be. And
you ever not get something for Christmas growing up, and you kind of were pissed off? I know.
I've had gifts taken away from me after they were under the tree.
For what?
Behavior.
Oh, yeah, no, well, that's your fault. But mine wasn't behavior. I just didn't get it.
You know, Christmas would be on a Friday. I would go under the tree, and I'd be like, oh, there's 8 gifts here. Okay, cool.
Let's go.
And then I'd get into a little trouble, and the next morning I'd come down, and I'd be like, wait a minute, there's only 7 here now.
Well, shame on you. You should have knew, though.
Don't mess around with games.
By getting in trouble.
Once the present's under the tree, it shouldn't be able to be taken away.
All right.
And
Steiny math.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm ready for this thing to it does feel like, and thank goodness we only have 2 more days of the Giannis talk, because, you know, there's only so much you can say at this point about it. And now it's just a wait and see.
Yeah.
The Warriors can't, you know, how much can they improve their deal? Not a lot. They really can't.
But the fact that it's not happened yet is making me go you understand how I thought it's like a fighter. The only chance you got is an early TKO. If you don't get that, you're pretty much done. The fact that it's Tuesday, it's still only Tuesday. I'll pay you back on Tuesday. That's my wimpy. But hopefully, Steiny, that's where I thought we could pull this off if it happened earlier. But it's still early. Tuesday early, right?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know how to handicap this. If I had to, I would say that he ain't coming.
Okay,
but I would also have to say that he's. I don't think he's going to be traded anywhere. To tell you the truth.
The fact that he booed the fans. I told you I thought that relationship was severed right there. That would be. You know what, Steiny?
Who is that?
I don't know. It is bothering me. He's got an entourage walking with him.
And
dude, that's Evan knows.
He's got Evan.
No, he's trying to get him. Evan's trying to get him.
But we got to know who he is.
Yeah, well, Evan, who is that? Lucas don't know.
Come on.
We stink. You think Willard and Dibbs would have knew who he? I don't think they would have knew who he was.
I mean, wow. Get it,
dude. I'm hip.
Can you please get a name for me?
Yeah, find out, Lucas.
He's gonna sit down. I'm gonna be like.
This is when the air casted, the walking boot, the sympathy, Evan will pull him and get him over here.
Yeah, maybe
he's a receiver.
He looks like a receiver.
Yeah. He talks
about 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah. He ain't in the NBA because he wouldn't be here. Right?
No. And by the way, I mean,
what you got?
We're still waiting on Torrey Smith for 10:30. But we'll see. This is where Evan and the producers make their money.
Yeah.
And we'll see.
They don't know I'm judging them, too, and the boss. Like, if you don't pull Stephen A. off, those are demerits.
You act as though he's...
He knows him. He's gotten him on. He's a friend of the show.
Yeah, I just... hey, let's take a call in the meantime. Let's go to Cam in Antioch.
Cam.
Waiting for guests. Hey, Cam, how you doing?
Doing good. How y'all boys doing today?
All right, what's up?
We're doing well.
I had a question for y'all, too. Okay, so I just heard you say, Guru, that Kerr is not the reason that Jimmy got hurt. So do you think him putting Jimmy at the power forward position, a position that they don't play, he got 3 guards out there, so they got to all cover for each other. They got to do extra work. You don't think that puts more wear and tear on an older man's body? You don't think having Draymond at the center has wore Draymond down all these years?
No doubt.
We could have been got a center.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got to keep it real. Y'all know Kerr is not coming back. Kerr is not coming back. Y'all need to tell the truth. Okay, that's another question I want to ask y'all. If Giannis said, I will come to the Warriors, but Kerr got to get fired, what do y'all say, let Kerr go? Or do y'all say keep Kerr?
I'm sorry, Steiny. I'll answer. I would say Kerr, it's been great. But the future is Giannis, and we got to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to give it some serious thought. My question, though, would be...
You would understand it, though.
Why would Giannis want Kerr fired?
Well, no,
I mean, Giannis would probably...
Hypothetical.
I mean, I think Giannis would be more likely to say, hey, you got to keep Steve Kerr. Because I know that he's a proven commodity as a coach. But, you know...
I hear you. Rob Parker's my guy. He just walked by, Steiny. I told him to pull up. I should have just had him fill in for Torrey Smith.
Yeah, no Torrey Smith. He's got to officiate the
what? He's got to coach.
I mean the coach.
That game's tonight. The flag football. You going?
No, I'm not going.
Oh, we got Warriors. Oh, Lucas, what's up, baby?
Hey, boys, you asked if I could get an answer on who those two players.
Who we got?
Bounty's doing this whole thing. They got a corner booth, and they're making wings for a lot of guys. I don't know if you've seen Buffalo wings.
Yeah, Evan had some and didn't bring us any.
Yeah, that was rude. Those are 2 Broncos, Denver Broncos. That's Pat Surtain and Nick Bonito.
Wow.
Great defensive players walking by. So I got your answer.
Surtain's not one of the best corners in the game.
Yeah.
Damn.
We the champs, babe, says Steiny, stop making stuff up. What are you talking about?
Making stuff up.
I mean, I do frequently, but I haven't this show yet.
And that last caller, he don't like Kerr. He called yesterday, want Kerr gone. And today the trade is predicated on Kerr being gone. But, I feel like today's the day for me. If we don't find out Giannis is coming here today, then he ain't coming to us. But I think he's leaving, Steiny. You cannot boo the fans. That was me, Giannis, saying I'm out of here, to me. After they booed his team, when they were getting beat at home.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the real question is if you're a Warrior fan, and I don't. Look, they had a shot to get Kevin Durant last year, and he said, no, I don't want to come back. And apparently Giannis was talked to, and he's not crazy about playing here. So now, does anybody buy into maybe there are guys who don't want to play here right now?
If we knew that, I'm hugging you like hell yes.
We do know it.
No, for
Durant
Giannis.
Durant said no.
But that was one. I got you. And then you went back and tried to get him to come back.
I do not believe he's the only one.
Okay,
I don't. I'm sorry.
And I'm saying I need more proof. And maybe it'll come out, when this is done, when the dust settles and he's not traded, if he's traded. But I need to know for a fact before I go there, because that's heavy, Steiny. And you're right. That Kevin Durant, it was bad. It was like a divorce. She tried to get back with her, and she said she doesn't want to come back. Are you shocked? But now to throw in another player with the caliber of Giannis, if we were to find or hear something, I would tell you, what, that's damning.
So the way I'm looking at it is Durant did not want to come back. Butler didn't want to come. But he was in an awful situation in Miami, wanted out, still didn't want to come. Mm-hmm. The Warriors had to give him an extra year in his contract, and he finally said, fine, I'll come. Now they're looking at Giannis, and apparently Giannis, the Warriors have heard that Giannis isn't gung-ho about coming. And so that leads me to believe that, you know what? What if you can't get a guy to come here?
Yeah, I got you,
man. That's probably what we're,
I hear you,
what
man.
we at least have to address at some point. There's your buddy.
Yeah, he's with our boss.
See, FS1.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, that's
him and Broussard.
No,
they used to have a show now. Broussard on TV.
Rob Parker. He of course had. He was the Gummo.
Yeah. That's all time. You like that one?
I did think that was funny. It had nothing to do with Steph. It was just a pretty funny line.
Yeah.
So
he's happy that the hoodie and didn't get in. He's anti-Patriots.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
A lot of people are.
And here,
they did real quick. They did cheat. They cheated. The dynasty was birthed on the tuck rule.
Yeah.
They made a call. It was a fumble. Woodson blitzed. Beaker got on it, and they should have sent him to the Super Bowl. And who is it? The Raiders, Al Davis.
Yeah, that's not.
Let's make up a rule.
I don't believe that's the reason.
I'll never forget it. If you think about the tuck rule, I can come up with another word with the UCK on it to call it something. But, Steiny, just think of that happened in our lifetime. Is it Al Davis? Let's make something of you. I think I got you swayed, man.
I mean,
and
again, how long ago was that?
It was 2000.
We've talked a lot about the past. This
That's
week.
what old people do, Sonny.
Well, then you're never going to improve right now. Jonathan Kuminga's out also tonight.
Damn.
So that means
give me some good news. Is there good news in Warrior World? Shout out Sheet. Any good news in Warrior World? Honestly. Moody's shooting percentage from deep. He's been a flamethrower.
Okay. You found one.
Horford starting. We'll have his hands full tonight with the big fella, Embiid.
Well, did Embiid play last night?
Yeah.
So is he playing back-to-backs?
I got it. Man, he might want to play tonight.
Yeah, tip-off at 7 o'clock. We'll have Warriors Live at 6 with Evan Giddings on the call. And then tip-off with the Philadelphia 76ers is at 7 o'clock tonight. Sixers won last night in L.A. They beat the Clippers, and the Clippers are apparently interested in moving James Harden.
Well, he's interested in moving.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but if you're looking for big names, Giannis apparently doesn't want to come here. What about two older guys, Harden or LeBron James? You don't have to make a long, timely investment.
Well, what about
the problem
your
is
theory?
Harden
What
wants
if
to
they
get
don't
paid.
want to come here?
Well, that's why you got to try to trade for a guy who doesn't have the juice of some of these superstars. Maybe I don't know. I don't know where the Warriors are in terms of Plan B and Plan C.
Yeah.
But I know on the surface, James Harden isn't a great fit. But again, like I've said forever, I think Steph can play with anybody, even a guy like James Harden. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's the best thing to do. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 11 o'clock, we got Chris Mad Dog Russo. At 1 o'clock, we've got Dallas Cowboys quarterback Joe Milton. And then at 1:30, we've got Josh Johnson, longtime NFL quarterback, and he's currently with Washington. So don't go anywhere. We'll also have some guests rolling in here, probably unannounced. So it's going to be a fun day. Fun day here at Radio Row in downtown San Francisco, Moscone Center. Mad Dog at 11, Joe Milton at 1, Josh Johnson 1:30. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. That segment was also sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard Windows and Doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you You may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really helped me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-1604. 800-505-1604. 800-505-1604.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlock's home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headaches. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switching. It's better over here.
Check them out at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, port in 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member
FDIC. Get ready for heart, hustle, and a whole new kind of hero in Sony's GOAT, the animated sports adventure
adventure exclusively produced by Steph Curry in theaters February 13th. For a chance to see it before it releases, courtesy of Sony Pictures, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Congratulations, Robert Saleh on the Liquor Store 7.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty.
Wow.
We've, it's Steiny and Guru. We are on Radio Row, downtown San Francisco at the Moscone Center. It's day 2. We've got the Super Bowl coming up Sunday, and we've got Chris Mad Dog Russo coming up in 10 minutes. But we also have our first.
This is crazy.
It's not our first because Dennis Schroeder got traded.
Oh, you know what?
For DeAndre Hunter and with Keon Ellis.
But this is the big 6 to the board, the real domino.
So this is a trade that has just occurred in the NBA. The Memphis Grizzlies are trading Jaren Jackson Jr. To the Utah Jazz for a couple players and 3 future first-round picks. So it's going to be Jaren Jackson Jr., John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams Jr. are going to the Jazz for Walter Clayton Jr., Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, and Georgie Nang, and 3 future picks. So my first thought is the Warriors do not believe or did not believe that Jaren Jackson Jr. is worth 3 future first-round picks because the names on that list, they're not terrible names, but the reality is the big part of that trade is the 3 future firsts, and Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to Utah.
I'm shocked, and, I'm prisoner of the moment. We know this. But I would have given up 3 firsts for Jaren Jackson Jr. But what shocks me, guys, is I can remember the Desmond Bane trade, who I like. He got more back than Jaren Jackson Jr. But from a Warrior standpoint, Steiny, would you have done that if you were Joe Lacob for Jaren Jackson Jr. at this age?
No. If we're giving up 4 for Giannis, I'm not giving up 3 for Jaren Jackson Jr. because, to me, they're on a significantly different level. I don't even want to give up 4 for Giannis, but I guess at the end of the day, I could understand it. But no, I don't think Jaren Jackson Jr. And this is a problem with when you're a Warrior fan. Unfortunately, most of the times I've seen Jaren Jackson Jr. has been against the Warriors. And the Warriors have kind of handled him over the years. He makes a lot of money, and he's now a Utah Jazz player. But look.
What are they got Kessler. What could Utah, do you think something else is going on?
I mean, to me, Kessler's a backup. But I know people like him. I don't. I don't like Kessler. Right. I would say Jaren Jackson Jr. and Kessler. They also got Filipowski. They got another big guy, too, that I can't even think about right now. But the fact is what we can garner from this trade is that was a price too steep for the Warriors as it related to Jaren Jackson Jr.
Didn't sound like they were a fan of Jaren Jackson Jr. You look at his body, what he can do. I get mad at him all the time because he doesn't throw his weight around. But, had he had the Gary Payton mindset or who am I thinking about, just a Draymond Green mindset, that dude would be an all-star. But maybe that's what turned him off and what turned Memphis off eventually.
Yeah. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Wants to talk about the Dubs. What's going on, Matt? And don't forget, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, we've got Chris Mad Dog Russo, and then at 11:30 we're going to have Rob Parker, formerly of FSN and now a part of the Odd Couple. What's up, Matt? How you doing?
Morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Gorgeous day.
Yeah.
Fellas, it's time for a little bit of realism here. This knee thing with Curry is not going away. It's been a beautiful thing. But let's be Bill Walsh and not the Celtics. It would be idiotic to trade for Giannis and mortgage the future. It's pretty clear nobody wants to come here, and I think that's probably because of Laker. There's no villains. This isn't like Kerr's fault, or it just Father Time bats last. So I wouldn't do any of this stuff. I would actually go the other way. We're going to get rid of some enormous salary soon. Let Curry do whatever he wants. I personally would even consider trading him. I'm sure you would be able to get a lot of picks for him. This is a great draft. You cannot blow this draft. It would be absolute madness to take a damaged superstar now on and lose all of your assets when he is like, what's he got, a calf issue?
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And what do those turn into?
Achilles.
You know what those turn into?
Yeah.
That's exactly right. There's a lot of miles on Giannis. I love him. I love Curry. I love the Warriors. But I would much rather have a couple years of OKC and then pile up some draft picks. And, maybe Lakem needs a little bit of humble pie and he needs to get out of the way Cuban did. And guess what happened when Cuban got out of the way? They won a chip. And it's time to move on, guys. I'm so thankful for what has taken place. But mortgaging the future is a fool's errand. And that's all I got. Have a great day. And I hope I hope common sense prevails and we move forward.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call. And
that's too premature for me, but I hear you.
And I was thinking about the Curry knee injury a little bit.
It's killing me, man.
Well, it's not just killing you. It's killing the Warriors right now, because I am kind of with the caller. It's like, I get it. Steph's been relatively healthy. Now he's got a knee thing. I mean, you've been dealt some bad cards with the Butler injury.
Oh my gosh.
I kind of feel like it too. It's like, it's time to move on. I don't know what that means. You know what? Moving on may mean that they don't even make a move, but I feel like the Warriors are ready to get out of this cloak of we're contenders, because right now they are not contenders, particularly without Jimmy Butler. And I think the way you got to look at it now is, I don't know if they'll be contenders when Jimmy Butler comes back. They have two aging stars and one guy who's aging in a very slow way in terms of Steph Curry. But I think it's time to give up on the thought that Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry are going to play better basketball from this point on than they have in the last few years. And I just think day by day, we're starting to realize the limitations of this team.
It's scary. And it's something I don't want to think about, that none of us in Dub Nation want to think about, but it's an oxymoron almost when you say Curry and then non-contender. Well, and that's the nightmare, right? That is truly the nightmare.
3 years.
So, here I go, Monday morning quarterback. Now I feel like, Steiny, did the Warriors wait too long to try to go get Curry Butler? But that's neither here nor there. He's going to be available. But now when we talk about him batting, I'm going baseball, Curry, 389 against Father Time. Now this knee injury could make that 323. He could dip a bit. And now you look around, and to the caller's point, nobody wants to ever talk about trading Steph. But I can look you in the face right now, partner, and say, if you really wanted to try to go this route, Steph is your best bet to get something back.
No doubt.
To where you get back in the poker game.
No doubt. I mean, I feel like I've been saying that for a year, and I'm not saying they should do it.
I don't want it to happen.
The bottom line is, the fastest way for the Warriors to turn this around, and here's the other thing.
It might be the only way.
No, it's not the only way. They could take a more patient approach and say, look, Steph's done a lot for us. We're gonna keep, we want Steph to retire here, but at the same time, we're not naive into thinking that this is a playoff team or a title team. And if Steph can't handle that, then you have a discussion with Steph Curry.
All right, I'm gonna hold on. You know what? Oh my gosh, Donnie, I'm just like this trade has shocked me. Just Jaren Jackson Jr. You can be like, why it shock you, Goo? Because I would have loved him on the team. But the bottom line, and I would have did the 3-1s. That's me. The bottom line is, Giannis it's not Thursday, so it's not that he's not getting traded. I just got to focus on the hope of him coming because, Steiny, I got a pit in my stomach just listening to this talk about Curry and the possible rebuild.
Yeah, if you haven't heard, Jaren Jackson Jr. Has been traded from the Memphis Grizzlies to the Utah Jazz.
Wow.
A lot of players exchanging teams, but it's really the essence of it is Jaren Jackson Jr. for 3 future first-round picks, and then both sides included some players.
Yeah.
But what we're talking about right now is 3 draft picks for Jaren Jackson Jr., which tells me the Warriors thought 3 draft picks for Jaren Jackson Jr. was too high. And the reason I'm saying that is because if you look at the players that went out of Utah and into Utah, I do believe the Warriors had some players that were more attractive. But the reality is, it tells me that 3 for Jaren Jackson Jr. was too much.
Yeah, and I get that.
And I agree with Joe Lacob there.
You know what?
That's just me. I wouldn't give up 3 future firsts. Now, if we find out they're protected, maybe you take another look at it. But that's just what I'm thinking.
No, and I get it. Again, I'm at the desperate stage, and Jaren Jackson Jr. to me reminds me of Karl Anthony Towns in regard to the skill set, but he never just had that dog in him to where this dude should be a perennial all-star MVP. Like, if you just talk about the gifts from the basketball gods like I often do, Jaren Jackson Jr. doesn't stay on the block hard enough, gets silly fouls. Draymond even tried to help him out with the foul. So I'm with you, Stotty. I get why you didn't give up 3, but, man, you just got me fixated on what do we do here moving forward if we don't get Giannis, and maybe I need to shut that talk up and stay positive until Thursday, because now this knee issue with Curry, he's not going to be 21 when he gets out of bed tomorrow. Stoney, he's past that, and now the car's got a transmission issue or engine issue. It's still drive, but man, I mean, this is scary.
Let's go to Nick in San Francisco. Hey, Nick, how you doing, man? We're waiting on Chris Mad Dog Russo. Hey, Chris, what's going on? I'm sorry, Nick. Nick, what's going on?
Oh, hey, guys, I'm honored to be on before Mad Dog. Well, I just think I think the Dubs, man, I do think we're kind of going after the wrong guy. And, honestly, man, I'm more Blunders. I know how great Giannis is, but I think they should have been really deeper in the Jaren Jackson sweepstakes. I think they should be in the Naz Reid sweepstakes. I think what they're missing is a real good rebounder, a big man to really guard the others. And I think, like you guys were saying yesterday, man, I think Steve Kerr going small, it worked in the past, but it's starting to get a little bit outdated. And, the last time the Dubs were very, very good, they had, you had Kevon Looney averaging 15 to 20 boards in the playoffs. So I think they really need to fill that void again.
But I get it, man. Oh,
Nick, we lost you a little bit. What's up?
Thanks, Kenny.
Nick, you still there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought we lost you. All you.
Oh, no worries. I know you guys are in a different spot today, but no, I mean, I think they need to fill the void that was. I know it's a while back, but Kevon Looney, who was averaging 15 to 20 boards in the playoffs, they need a big guy. I think they need to go for something like Naz Reid. He's one of my favorites in the league. And seeing him live against the Warriors, he had a career game against us, and I just think they need a tenacious big like him.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, again, Stoney, I would welcome Jaren Jackson Jr. on this iteration of the Warriors, but I would not want to give up. I said earlier I would. I've been thinking about it. I would be so mad with the way that he chooses to play. You know, he's still effective, but he's a poodle, you know? And that's the worst thing you can say about a big man.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're efforting Chris Mad Dog Russo. Hopefully he'll be here any minute. But the big news of the morning is that Jaren Jackson Jr. has been traded. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from Radio Row, adjacent to Laughing Monk Studios. All right, let's welcome him in.
We got a legend.
I got to read this. Christopher Mad Dog Russo headlines the Mad Dog Sports Radio channel on Sirius XM and hosts the channel's anchor program, Mad Dog Unleashed, weekdays at noon Pacific. You can also see him Wednesdays on ESPN's First Take. Welcome.
Gentlemen,
how you doing?
great to be here. How are you guys today? Good?
We're doing good. Why don't we start out with the news of the day? Jaren Jackson Jr. just got traded. Did you see that?
No, I did. From Memphis?
Yeah.
Guess
where? He's going to Utah for 3 future firsts, and there were some players that are going back and forth, but Walter Clayton Jr. and Vince Williams. So it's basically 3 firsts for Jaren Jackson Jr.
Memphis is going to break up the team.
No doubt.
And Morant be gone. Yeah, so they're breaking up the team. They cut. I haven't followed I know you guys with the Warriors. I haven't followed the NBA unbelievably carefully in the last, month or so. I know Giannis. I don't know what the Bucks are going to do with him. I know that the Cleveland and Sacramento made the trade. Keon Ellis, I understand it, but I did not know about that with Jackson, and he's a good player. Interesting. Utah is building a halfway decent team. They've won more games than you think. They obviously got the kid they picked up a couple years ago from Arizona.
Well, yeah.
So, I mean, they are, that team is not going to be a terrible team. And what are the Warriors going to do right now? They're sort
We're
of in
trying
no
to figure it out, man.
They're in no man's land. No Butler.
They're in trouble.
They're not winning anything. They're old.
But Curry's still playing.
That's the problem. You got your best player still playing well enough that you can't give up on seasons.
Do you owe him something
yes,
to just use all your assets in the future to get him something?
Yes, you
My
do.
partner disagrees.
I mean, you owe him the responsibility to do as best as you can without forfeiting the next 10 years of your future. So you got to thread that needle.
And I think that's what they're trying to do.
And I think that's what the Warriors are. It's almost a little bit like what Pat Riley does in Miami. He never sacrifices a season. He hasn't won a championship, but he never sacrifices a season. He doesn't believe in tanking. He'll win his 44, 45, 46 games, and if the things break right, they might make a postseason run. And I think that's what they have to do with the Warriors. You just cannot do that to Kerr. You cannot do that to Curry. You got to try to be as competitive as you possibly can within reason.
Yes, sir.
You can't go out there and trade everything, to lose in a second round, to be within reason. But I understand it's a tricky spot.
Yeah, we're talking to Chris Mad Dog Russo right now on 95.7 The Game. Let's talk a little 49ers. What'd you think of their season this year?
Good. Shanahan's a tremendous coach. What he did in Philadelphia is a perfect example. I love him as a head coach. Great sound bites after games, too. You guys have him on? Who has that? You guys, does he do a weekly somewhere along the line?
Yeah.
He does do a good job with it? I'm sure he's good because he's very good on the air.
Well, it's not as good as he do on this station.
I'll give you that. Okay,
you know what I'm
nice
saying?
job. Good answer. But I think overall, if you're a Niner fan, you got to be relatively happy. You got to consider all the injuries. The Ayuk thing is a disaster, but you got a good GM. McCaffrey's still great. Purdy's going to be, he's a good quarterback. He plays hard. They got a ton of injuries. I mean, they lose Bosa, they lose Warner, they lose Lynch in the next playoff. They lose Kittle in the following playoff game. Seattle was a buzzsaw. They got stopped cold in the last game of the regular season, which meant everything. But you won a big playoff game on the road. You got to a divisional round. You won 13 games?
Man.
If you're a Niner fan, I know he hasn't won a Super Bowl yet.
And I'm mad at him because he's brilliant just like you, but he's gotten in his own way twice on that. He should have one. And maybe the Chiefs aren't a dynasty.
That's fair. Now, remember, Garoppolo had Emmanuel Sanders wide open.
He don't like to hear that, but when you say it, it's
overthrew him. And then against Kansas City a couple years ago, if Purdy completes a third down pass that gets broken up, they win that game. So
you got to block. Yeah,
I mean, you got to give him a little break. He's lost to 3 Super Bowls to Brady and to Mahomes.
Right.
2 of the best quarterbacks.
But 2 10-point leads, Mad Dog.
I understand, but he lost 3. If you want to count the year as the offensive coordinator in Atlanta, he lost 2 Super Bowls to arguably, now I know Montana's in the mix, 2 of the top 3 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL, and he had Brock Purdy and Garoppolo. So you got to be, and Matt Ryan.
Okay.
So you got to be a little fair. I understand he's going to have to win one. I understand that. But I love him as a head coach. And if you're a Niner fan, I don't know how you don't love the idea that this year, with all the injuries, you are relatively competitive and won a playoff game on the road.
Let me throw this to you because you're on fire. But at the same time, can I make the argument that the window with the injuries may be closing?
You can make that argument.
Because how do you not? I came in here, he'd get mad at me. This is a magical season this year with the injuries and Kyle and the offense and Brock dancing in the end zone. And then Seattle, 2 games with the #1 seed and the playoff game. They couldn't get a Mad Dog a touchdown. So that's alarming. I know Kyle doesn't play, but what is that?
I understand.
What do you take away from that? And they're in our division and in the Super Bowl.
And it's a tough division. You know, they got 13-3 in the first one, and they got annihilated in game 2. The kickoff return.
That's humbling.
With Shaheed, and he's good with special teams. You know, he beat Green Bay in Lambeau Field because of special teams that one year. That was terrible. I'm still going to give him a break. Okay. To me, I understand if you're a Niner fan, it's a franchise that's won $1 million where they won 5 titles, right?
Yep.
4 Montana, 3
lost the last 3.
4 with Montana, 1 with Young. So they won. You got to give them. I know their level is you got to win everything. But I got to give him a little break. By the way, was there a lot of discussion last week? Did you guys do a lot of things on Brody dying?
Very little.
Yeah, not a lot.
You know, hey,
too long ago?
Listen, and this I'm glad you brought him up. Because this is, you're my age. And you really
got great hair.
You really, so you understand how important the past was and the past players. You don't have recency bias.
No, I know, definitely not.
And so I appreciate
Brody was a
you
good
wanting to talk about
He was a good quarterback.
Brody.
He wasn't a great quarterback. He was a good quarterback for a lot of years, you know, for 90 years old. You know, he lost 13 times in a row to the Colts.
Man.
In the same division. And then he lost the 2 championship games. He lost 1 to Dallas at Kezar. And then he lost 14-3 in Dallas. The year that Dallas lost to the it's not the year they won. Dallas beat the Dolphins that year. The 2 years he lost, Dallas lost to Baltimore. And then the following year, they beat Miami. So they could have won 2 Super Bowls if they won either of those 2 games. But back to the Niners situation. I love the coach and I love the GM. You'll win one. And Purdy's got guts.
Yeah.
Is he great? No, he's very good. He's got guts. You'll win a Super Bowl. With that combination, you'll steal one sometime in the next 6-7 years. That would be my prediction.
All right, Chris Mad Dog Russo joining us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Giants, San Francisco. Now what?
I'm not as huge a Giant fan as I used to be.
What is that? Hold on. What is that? That hurts me.
I know.
Coming from you, what does that mean?
Well, you know, you got to remember from basically 1968 through 2012, I watched every game, middle of the night, DirecTV, went to games, flew out here for game 3 against the Marlins, flew out here for the 3 games against the Angels in 2002, suffered when Bond struck out to Franco and lost game 4 with the 1 hit with Bobby Jones. 93, crushed game 162 with Atlanta, and the fact that we got bombed there, and Solomon Torres pitched, and of course the Braves beat the Rockies 13 straight times that year. 98 against the Cubs, 3 in the 9th, didn't come back and beat them. I'll go back to every single year. After they won a couple times, you know, after 50 years of doing this, I kind of lost a little of the passion for it, and I feel bad for the Giants right now because nobody wants their money. Judge didn't want their money.
I know he's not that, But, man, Luis Ariz can play.
He can hit, yeah.
Well,
1 year, though.
We got our
He's
producers, Evan. He's these young punks. He's 30. And he's one of the nerds that they ruin baseball with their analytics.
Well,
and they're trying to tell us Ariz is not a good addition.
No,
For the Giants, I think it's good.
Yeah, he's a good addition.
Ariz, you hear that?
Put your microphone down. Let's go.
He's
this is our
okay.
He's our baseball expert.
That's okay, Mad Dog.
I'm with you, Matt. He's better than Casey Schmidt.
Okay.
We can give him that. We can give him that.
The problem is the division. The Padres will be competitive. Arizona got Arenado, and the Dodgers are the Dodgers. So the division is very tricky for the Giants. They've done the best they could. You know, Bader will help them in center field. Yeah. They have a good rotation. They get, Webb is good. They got good starting pitching. I just don't know in the long run. 84 wins is not going to win anything in the NL West.
No doubt.
That's the problem.
I want to give you thanks, man. Just you're a pioneer in this business, and I want your thoughts just where we're at now. What went into one of the greatest rants ever?
But
and he's
Giants
Steiny.
in 03
he's
with the
Steiny.
Marlins.
I'm Guru. The great Pete Franklin
Yes.
gave me the name Guru. And I'm living the dream, and I'm Steiny and Guru. With all that said, the greatest rant I've ever heard was yours on Pac-Man Jones.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
But what went in? What set you
We're
off?
having him on later in the week.
Chris,
by the way.
Dude, you went in.
That was a long, because he had that incident at the All-Star game, and the poor guy got shot.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yes, that was. I've done a lot of those rants. You just try to be authentic as you possibly can. I have to do some more now every Wednesday.
Okay,
with that
I see it. I got Guru's gripes, and you got what's mad
so
about.
I got to do that in a situation where I have to do it a little differently, as I got a camera in front of me. It can't be 12 minutes because you got 3 of them to do, and you got to do rants that the reaction with the 3 of them behind me, that they're going to react, and they're not going to react to Giants Marlins.
Wow.
So you have to. They're not going to react to Alcaraz and Djokovic.
Okay, look at you.
So they're going to react to something that is football or basketball per se oriented, or something with me personally. So that's from that standpoint. That's where those come in, and then the radio one is where it all began anyway, because that's where I started doing this from a standpoint of yelling into a microphone. And Pac-Man Jones is a big one. That Giant Marlin one is a good one too.
Yeah.
When the Marlins beat us, which drove me crazy in 03, and JT thrown out at the plate. And
he had a piano on his back.
Piano running around the corner, and they got thrown out the little ball to left field for the Jeffrey Hammond's base hit into left field. Thrown out at the plate. That was a rough one. That was a rough series. Oh my God, that was a rough series. But you be authentic and do the best you can, and keep the needle moving.
How about social media? He keeps it. He ain't a big proponent of it.
Him and I are the same.
Wow, okay.
I never pay. My daughter does my Instagram, and she moved from me, so now I don't have her to do it for me.
There it is.
I don't read the Twitter. I don't read any of that nonsense. I let people, I throw a few things out there that I think is going to hit, but I don't. I have enough problems doing a show every day.
Okay,
I'll let the Jimmy Trainers of the world, my old buddy from NBC,
sure. Yeah.
I'll let him throw that out there for what he thinks. Everybody, what they gave me today? The Stidham thing. I caught him Stickum last week by mistake, and I threw that out there, and everybody's going crazy that I pronounced it Brendan Stickum instead of Stidham. So sometimes the best ones that you do that get reaction are the ones that you don't want, you don't even think about.
There you go.
That's the ones that sometimes get the best reaction.
All right, Mad Dog. Final question brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What's the must-have food for the big game?
Yeah, that's a good question. Now, my kids are away, so it's just me and my wife.
Okay.
And I'll make sure I watch the game, and it's her birthday today, June.
Happy birthday.
Nice.
And I'll make sure I'll watch the game separate from her, because she only watches her stupid little boxes, the numbers. And I got to, I have the prop bets and everything else. I got killed with 2 prop bets in the championship game, including Devontae Adams, who had 4 catches after 3 quarters. It was 4.5. The Rams had 21 plays in the 4th quarter, 14 of which were pass plays, and he didn't catch one stupid catch.
I know that.
That drove me crazy. But anyway, I would say nachos. It's easy. It's easy. You can eat 1 million of them without feeling hungry. I would say the nachos.
All right.
Love it.
Sunday.
Hey, thank you so much for
guys.
joining us. Really appreciate
Always
it.
a pleasure.
Chris.
Knock 'em dead.
Sweet.
Mad Dog, baby.
That was
a legend.
Chris Mad Dog Russo on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And, it's good.
You and him got a lot in common, man. Just the vibe.
I wouldn't know. I didn't really get a chance to talk to him very much.
Did you hear that, Evan? I said you and him got a lot in common. And Steiny on air says, I wouldn't know. I didn't get a chance to talk to him that much. There's no way you feel that way. Come on, Steiny. You did 3 questions.
Yeah. It was all good.
Are you saying I did to Jeff Garcia what you did to me?
So, I mean, I really would have liked to have. Honest to God, I would have liked to have told him about you and the lucky break.
Oh,
and
man.
to see what he thought about that.
Oh, Steiny.
That's all right.
I got my signals crossed, man.
Hey, it's all good.
But the boss was over there, and he wanted me to ask about the Pac-Man Jones rant, so I thought that was my cue. But anyway.
I got to go listen to that.
Yeah, because 6 minutes long.
Is that it? Was it for the legal stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I'm pretty sure I detected a hint of doubt when it came to the Pete Franklin part, Goo. I'm not sure if he bought that.
I thought he bought it.
I mean,
he knew who he was.
I was going to jump in and elaborate on that, but I couldn't find my.
There goes Baron Davis, Sonny.
Where?
PD. See if he remembers your birthday card. Here we go. Right there, the black hat. Happy birthday. Nah. Stoney, I'm hurt for that.
You want me to get him over here?
I would love to.
Well, you hop off the headset for a second.
You know, I'll yell.
PD.
Well, see, there you go. He's looking at you.
I don't want to be.
I got you.
I don't want to be.
BD, Baron Davis.
Hey, Baron.
Hello.
Baron.
Evan,
I'm not doing this.
Yeah,
I'm not doing
this. I got
this.
you.
I'm not doing this.
But for you to do that, that's Kirk Morrison over there with him. That was great, though.
Who is it?
Kirk Morrison, former Raider linebacker. Damn, Steiny, you was going to
I don't book.
No, but you say I went Westbrook. I don't
Let me see where he is. Plus, the other things we're going to have to break in 3 minutes.
Right,
although I guess we can push the clock back.
Yeah. Well, that's your dude. Jared Jackson Jr. got traded.
Yeah. 3 first-round picks, that's a lot for him, to me, to my way of thinking. So, but yeah.
Steiny, that was a great one.
He's not going to remember me, but Baron Davis.
You'll be surprised.
Plus, he's very engaged, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. The next guest we have, all yours, baby. I'm going to sit it out.
It's Joe Milton. It's a cowboy.
Yeah.
I mean...
I got some text from my boys. I hadn't even looked at it. I think I know what it is. But anyway.
All right. If you're just joining us, we just had Chris Mad Dog Russo on. He is a legitimate piece of work. If you haven't heard about the big trade today, we've got Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to the Utah Jazz for 3 future first-round picks. And there's some players going back and forth. Walter Clayton Jr. is one. Jock Londale is one. A bunch of other people. So, but no huge names. So it leads me to believe that if the Warriors wanted Jaren Jackson Jr., they might have been able to get him if they were willing to give up 3 future firsts. But it doesn't sound like they wanted to do that.
Was that too expensive, the sticker tag for Jared Jackson?
It would be for me.
Hey, he's too soft for me. I mean, the dude's got all the skills in the world, Stoney, but Memphis had to say, we're tired. We're tired.
Yeah. I mean,
dude is not a savage.
And now,
Warriors need a Thundercat.
I got to believe that's going to open the door for Ja Morant to be traded. So we'll see. So if we get him, obviously we're blowing off the break. We are going to get him. Okay. All right, we'll see. All right, I guess Baron Davis.
Oh, we got him, baby? Your guy.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. What happened to Torrey Smith?
He had to go coach the flag football, the Pro Bowl flag football game.
So then why did he say 10:30 was going to work?
I don't book. Oh, there goes
There he
Big.
is. What's
Look
up,
at
man?
him.
What's going on,
remember
man?
my man. What's up,
Long
baby?
time no see, man. How you
Guru.
doing?
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah,
Yes,
what's
sir.
up, BD? Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru
Yeah,
Johnson,
that's
have
your
a
guy.
seat. Baron Davis.
BD. I'm going to get in trouble.
We don't want you to get in trouble. Yeah, but you got
I'm a boss right there. I work for the Raiders now, guys.
What are you doing for them?
I host a show called Talk of the Raiders Nation. So,
look at
it. Man, you know, I'm on your side now. I'm trying to be like you.
Sweet. You see the trade that just happened? Jaren Jackson Jr. to Utah. For 3 firsts. And a bunch of players went back and forth, but no big boy. Vince Williams Jr., Walter Clayton Jr. went back. Landale. So
that's not bad.
No.
That's not, I mean, you think, you know, a team like Utah, you know, they on the come up.
Yeah.
Right? They looking at themselves as the next OKC. Yeah. And then you got a Laurie Marketing.
Deontay George.
And then you got Keontae George who coming into his own. Now you go put Defensive Player of the Year next to those dudes, and somebody, not only was he Defensive Player of the Year, but he played a real versatile role in that offense. And so you put him in Utah, right? Now you got versatility at your 3, your 4, and then if you go small ball, you got Jaren Jackson, you know, Triple J, who's an incredible musician, by the way.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a great rapper. Yeah, you know, I know
What's
everything.
his name? What he going? Do you know?
I think it's Trip J. I forget. Yeah, but he's an incredible player, man. Just highly versatile, intelligent, skilled, and I think if you match that up with that talent that they got in Utah, they're gonna be scary.
Speaking of Utah, man. How many times you think? How many times you think?
Oh my God, I was talking about Utah. Damn, I gotta go.
How many times you think about that series, man? You guys.
I mean, you think about it every day. Like you think about every game you lost when you retire. You're like, damn, we lost that series. How did we lose that? You go back and watch it, and it's like, they got us. Right?
They got you.
They just got us. You know.
Still remember the backcourt? You got called for backcourt in Game 2 was the killer.
That was crazy, dude.
That was the killer.
The free throws.
Peterson missed a couple.
They missed a couple free throws. They hit a big shot. They call it backcourt on Derek Fisher fouling ass. He fouled the shit out of me.
Look at it. I love it.
That's all right, though, you know.
So what do you think about all the stuff going on with Giannis? You think he's going to be moved in the next couple days, or you think it'll be in the offseason?
I mean, if you're the Milwaukee Bucks, you probably going to get the most bang for your buck for Giannis now. You know what I mean? I think, you know, off-season you can't package them with picks and things like that. But I think for the Bucks, everybody who's a contender that's looking to get Giannis is going to give you really good players and draft picks.
Yeah.
More than what we could, and I'm saying Dub Nation offer him.
Yeah.
Would you tell Dub Nation to slow down on thinking he's coming, BD?
Man,
you just said it. Yeah, he just. I know what that is.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, if Giannis comes here, but you know, my main concern is who you losing, right? And then, you know, people hate they call them hot takes. I just call them insight, right? But I said this when Milwaukee traded for Dame Lillard, and it's going to take a while for your superstars to figure out how to superstar together. So even if you do bring Giannis here, like you bringing in a big name, you bringing in a big present, you bringing in somebody who's a superstar that has a lot of game, but he's used to being the superstar. And so now you partner him with Steph, and you say, okay, what does a Steph Giannis pick and roll look like, right?
Man.
But what if it don't work?
You tried.
You know what I mean? And so you gotta it's really chemistry, right? And so, you know, if Giannis got traded to Golden State, how is he going to unlock Steph Curry, right? And who's unlocking who to make their game easy? I think, you know, when I was here, it was just a lot of the stuff that we learned from Nelly is, you know, unlocking mismatches, but also, you have to have a two-brain monster when you have two superstars, and they have to be so unique, and their games have to complement each other.
AD and Curry.
and then everybody else got to get in where they fit in. Shout out to Too Short.
You didn't have to worry about that here, though.
Man, we had good chemistry because we really liked each other. We really admired each other and respected each other's game. I think what we had was like the start of something. It was something that we could have built around, we could have built on top of, we could have gave ourselves a shot, but, we did not have the ownership that the Warriors have now. And, it all starts from the top. And I think when I left, that's what I said. I was like, the Warriors are they're going to win a championship as soon as, they change ownership.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it to this day. When you took off for the Clippers, and the next, we had Corey Maggette here, and
you got Steph Curry too. So
that's true.
I did leave you a gift.
That's true. Well, guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Baron Davis joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Like, what kind of who you guys drafting? In case you haven't heard, Baron Davis does some work for the Raiders these days.
Yeah, shout out to the Raiders. Raiders talk of the nation. My boss over here, Marcus.
He needs you. You need him.
What's up, Mark? Marcus Padilla. Marcus is a great boss. I got the best job in the world. How about that?
Look at him.
Hey, man.
The best job in the world.
Great to have you back in the Bay.
I get to interview Raider fans. I'm a Raider fan. Raider celebrities.
They hungry,
Raider
BD.
Hall of Famers.
They hungry.
Oh, it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
They are hungry. I know them. I live with them. They're hungry.
Come on, man. It's everybody say, oh, every year Raider Nation, every year Raider Nation get excited. That's because we the number one fans in the entire league. That's because we can wear our gear every day. Like, you don't see no other teams like rocking their gear. Like the Raiders, we rock our stuff, and it look like real, like, streetwear and fashion merch. So
that's true.
I'm excited, man. I'm excited for what the Raiders have. I'm excited for, the rumblings about the new coach.
Yeah.
But most importantly, like last year was my first year there, and I mean the build is incredible. I liken it a lot to the Warriors. The people, the staff, the media, all incredible, great people.
All that matters, huh?
All that matters. The energy up in those boardrooms matter. The energy, in ticket sales, all of that matters because you want people coming in fired up. But I think now, you look at the youth that they had, the draft class that they had, the draft kids, they didn't play that much this year, but when they did play, they showed
Powers, Genty.
Man, they showed a lot of what they can do, and I think this is the year that I think a lot of their talent is going to unlock. So you're looking like this, but because you must be a Niners fan.
Nah, I'm an Eagles fan.
Oh,
well, not really.
Come sit over here.
Hey, so I got to tell you this story because these guys, my producer, they give me so much grief because I told them this story. I was obviously doing sidelines during the We Believe season and the year after. So the year after, you guys are 48-22 or 48-32. It was your birthday in Phoenix. I'm not talking about the birthday. Well, you invited the Warriors party outside. There was a canopy or something.
It was at Roof Chris. I had a birthday.
Look at it.
Hey, look, hold on. This is how I'm not gonna call you like the S word, but dumb. You give people the suckers dum-dums. So I had a birthday party.
Yeah.
At a dinner at Roof Chris.
Love it.
They used that, and Nelly used that to not play me in the Phoenix game.
I remember that.
So we wouldn't make the playoffs, so I wouldn't get the contract that I got. It's deep, dude. And then it was a whole media. All the media was like, oh, he threw a big party the night before. We were literally hanging out. The hotel was here.
I don't like that at all. Damn,
well, it was kind of like it was, Well,
I remember you were just like, come by, because we'd see each other, and you'd be like, come by. So I came by the early one, and it's like, it was Baron's birthday. And I was like, okay. So I remember I just picked up a piece of paper, and I was like, Baron, hey, happy birthday. Thanks for being professional. Appreciate, professionalism. And now they make fun of me for the birthday card that I tried to give you, but it was your birthday,
man. Give it to me now,
Come on, man.
Come on.
Absolutely.
Buy me a drink, man. Give me a
No, you know what?
I said you handed them the card.
We always try to hang out with media as players. Like, we took Jim Barnett to the club. Did he ever tell you that story? Because Jim Barnett played, man. So we was like, man, look, you played. Yeah, what is it like, OG? Did you ever go out?
Yeah,
man, look,
I love it.
Look, let's let you relive this moment. We're in the club. I think it was Chicago. We're in the club in Chicago with Jim Barnett. I swear to God. In Chicago, it's cracking too. It's like cracking. We believe.
No, you guys.
That's what we do.
Yeah. You were like the original Raiders a little bit.
We was like a rock group.
Yeah.
It was like a hip-hop rock group. It was like our own little Wu-Tang everywhere we went.
Look at you.
And Jim Barnett is sitting in the club with us, you know what I mean, in Chicago. And you know how you sit on the the top of the booth. He was sitting there, me and Jim, we kicking it. And he looked around. I gotta go, guys.
No, he got it in, though. He got it in.
Yeah, he did. Shout out to my guy.
The streets want me to ask you, because I see you on All the Smoke with Stack and Matt Barnes.
Yeah.
BD, what's up with the We Believe doc? Or is that just a myth, or is it coming?
No, it's coming. I'm working on, we're working on some interviews. I know Matt and I have been trying to sync on it.
Okay.
But I just been interviewing people. I think the We Believe doc is more like a Bay Area story. So it's not just like just hearing from the players. Like it's more so hearing from the people, the culture, because there's so much that happened.
They probably gonna contact you. VD cameos.
I do need a cameo though. You got all the insight.
I was there, man.
You was right there. You and Marcus were like, oh man, we were every time.
I mean, the French, when you came, man, things changed.
I gotta go.
Okay, right on,
man.
VD.
See you, man.
That's love,
yes,
man.
Sir.
All right.
Right on.
All right.
Hey, that's love. Yes, sir. Donnie, that is your dude, huh?
Nice little
your
player.
apology, man.
For what?
Not that you lied, but he pulled up on us.
Baron Davis.
Jim Barnett in the club. You know what? I think I'm going back to the room. I love it.
That's interesting. There's been a lot of talk about what happened in. Hey, Dave, what's up? There's a lot of talk about what happened in Phoenix back in 2008, and I wasn't there.
But did Nelly really do that to him?
Nelly benched him the whole second half.
But was the reason for what BD believes it was?
You know what? I've never
gotten
to the bottom of it. So the Warriors were 48 and 48 and 32 at the time. They had two more games, and they were at Phoenix, and they got down big at halftime, and Nelly just didn't play him in the second half, and we thought that maybe it was because
the party.
Yeah, but he put Steven Jackson back in the game, who was.
But BD said bonuses were on the line.
Maybe I'd have to look and see what he was close to.
But he feels that way. He just shared. You know what I mean?
And
that's heavy.
And he ended up leaving the year after that.
Wow.
Warriors won 48 games, didn't make the playoffs because all 8 playoff teams in 2008 in the West.
I didn't know that part.
Won 50 games.
Damn.
There was no team that went to the playoffs with under 50.
So
games.
the doc is coming out, Stoney. They got to contact you. He said he's working on it.
The doc is not coming out.
Evan, the doc's coming out. BD just told us.
The doc won't come out before 2030.
He said he's doing interviews.
The other thing is it's too small time for Barron. It's a regional piece. He's more of a national.
He said
guy.
They were like a rock band, and they were.
Dude, they were like they were kind of like the Raiders of the 70s.
Kenny Stabler, Matuzak, Tiny. Wow,
I mean, they would, and they had a coach that
Raymond Chester
really didn't care. As long as they played hard, he did not care what they did off the field, off the court. And I'm talking about Don Nelson. But think about that.
I got to believe they don't. I'm speaking on his business, but maybe you'll know. I got to believe him and Nelly are not cool, or?
No, I think they're cool now, probably.
Yeah.
I'm sure Yeah, I'll bet they're cool.
Time heals.
Jay on the YouTube chat saying we believe was the highlight of Barron's career. I think it was.
Oh, there's no doubt.
If you look at his numbers from that playoff, they played 11 games. He was unbelievable.
You talked about Chris Webber and Sack being reborn. Barron did that in Golden State.
What's that?
You talked about Chris Webber's impact when they had to sell him on Sack and what that turned into, almost a chip. And I believe, and then Baron Davis coming here and doing what he did with the We Believe team.
Mm-hmm.
But game 2 sucked. Peterson missed those free throws.
Barron stepped in the backcourt, too.
Yikes.
Backcourt violation.
Dope, man.
All right, it's Steiny and Guru. We are here on Radio Row, downtown San Francisco, Moscone Center. Here's what we got coming up. Joe Milton is going to join us at 1 o'clock, quarterback Dallas Cowboys, played for Michigan and Tennessee. And at 1:30, Guru's buddy and current NFL quarterback Josh Johnson. Before all those guys, coming up next on 95.7 The Game, Rob Parker. Guru, you know everybody here. 11:40.
I'm going to go four corners.
Staying on right now? Okay, we're going to take a break right now. Rob Parker on the other side.
11:40.
Okay, we're taking a break at 11:40.
I'm going to run the four corners for you, Rob. He's all yours,
Does it?
He's all yours.
I'm talking to the boss the other day.
Yeah.
And, I'm saying, anyway, we're fine. We're fine. We'll get it all. 11:40, because we went long there. So it's sometimes it's hard to keep the break straight when you go long.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so
we're going to break in 2 minutes.
With Rob. He's all yours, so you get all the questions.
I got nothing to talk to him about. Who is he?
The Gamote.
I know, but what
you can tell him you love that.
What channel's he on?
He still does The Odd Couple.
Who's his partner?
I can't remember his name off the top.
Yeah, okay. All right. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Your boy Guru, the big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. Now they got the big game max discount this week. Prize Picks has a special mass discount for the big game live in the app now. Drake May just needs one passing yard to hit the max discount for you to win. Just add another player to your lineup, and bang, if your picks hit, you can cash in. Right now, we have a special going on. Use my code GURU957 to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Guru's Lock of the Day tonight. The Golden State Warriors host the Sixers. Moses Moody will have more than 13.5 points. Download the Prize Picks app today, and again, use my code GURU957.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game, a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth, clients are often victimized twice, first by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to save on Toyota's incredible lineup of 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles. Save with President's Day deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. And right now, get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Get the most out of Northern California this year. Hurry in to save during Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 3/2/26.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
What's the question? I think you just answer your own question.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
I think you just answer your own question.
All righty, let's start right out. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Let's welcome in Rob Parker, host of The Odd Couple on Fox Sports Radio. And I think we got to start out by talking about, so you are incensed, apparently, that Belichick and Kraft are not first ballot Hall of Famers. What is bothering you so much about that?
I am woke up rejoiceful. Are you kidding?
Get out of here.
I think the voters got it right. I'm not shocked by this. I said this like 5 years ago that they don't belong in the Hall of Fame. And I want to be consistent. Where are the consistent voters right? And I know it's Baseball Hall of Fame, and it's
which you have a vote,
right? I have one of those votes. I don't vote for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but let's be consistent. If you're going to say we're going to keep some of these guys out because they're cheaters, the Barry Bonds, who I voted for all 10 years on the ballot, and people say, well, that's hypocritical. You're against Brady, you're against Belichick, you're against Robert Kraft, but you aren't against Barry Bonds. I'm not naive. I know Barry Bonds used steroids, and I know a lot of players did during that era. He never tested positive, and he never got suspended by the league. Okay? So when you go to A-Rod and you go to Manny Ramirez and those guys, they all got suspended, right? Yeah. So that's my point. Tom Brady got suspended. Bill Belichick had the largest fine in the history of the NFL for coaches, $500,000, and they took draft picks away from them. And one last thing. There's two things. One, 2019, they got busted again in Cincinnati recording the team's signals on the sideline. They paid a $1.1 million fine and gave up more draft picks. And the last smoking gun nobody talks about. Eric Mangini, who's a Bill Belichick disciple, came out when he became coach of the Jets and said what? Don't do what you do to everybody else. Don't get my signals and use it again. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's as damning as you can have as evidence.
But, Rob, there are some people in the game that say players and coaches, every team does it.
That's not true.
Okay.
I mean, I love that argument.
But I've heard it, and I'm like, well, damn.
Okay, we all speed, but guess what?
Well,
the people who get caught, they pay the fines, don't they? But we all speed. So my point is, when you get busted and they have the goods on you, probably Roger Goodell's biggest mistake that probably could have either helped them or cemented this is when they burnt the evidence of those tapes. Maybe if we would have seen them for ourselves, we could have looked at them and said, maybe it's not as big of a deal as they're making it out, or maybe it's worse. Why would you burn the tapes?
Yeah. Well, you know why. He had the power, the clout. But I was just talking to my partner about not only the gates. I get it. But you can't enjoy them not getting in because I love you. It's going to run out because they're, unlike Barry, going to get in at some point. You're just not getting in on the first one. Y'all cheated.
But
you got the tuck rule, Rob. Don't forget that.
I got you on that, but I'm going to tell you this. There is a tarnish and a blemish, and so they might get in.
Okay.
But when you write that obituary about Bill Belichick, it will include that he did not get in on the first ballot because of the cheating scandals. A mission accomplished.
Wow. No,
okay.
It's the only way certain people can hold him accountable if they believe what he did was completely wrong. And there are some that do.
I asked him before you pulled up, does that matter if you're first, second? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you will write it that way. You won't write that he's just a Hall of Fame coach. It'll be that there was a controversy and they didn't get in on the first ballot because some people held him accountable for cheating. That's in his story now. It hasn't been whitewashed, and that's why it's a good thing. Robert Kraft, the same thing. Now, maybe next year, he might have a happy ending about the Hall of Fame. I'm just saying.
We have a grading system on the show. That's a 4.
Yeah, 4 out of 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he gave you a 5.
All right, Rob Parker joining us on
one in. Give me
9.5 with 2 of them. That's pretty good.
What
Rob
are you
Parker.
guys, Russian judges? What is this?
It starts with our guy Dan Dibley in our afternoon show. He came up with the scoring system.
What do you? And we're talking to Rob Parker, host of The Odd Couple on Fox Sports Radio. Golden State Warriors right now in a tricky situation. Curry's getting up there. They want to give him one last crack at it. Now Jimmy Butler's gotten hurt. They're talking about possibly Giannis.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I got a public service announcement for the Warriors.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Take the L. You guys won enough. Let Curry have to crumble with the franchise. I'm sorry. Stop with plugging the dike and trying to hold on to something. You're not winning anything. It's a waste of time. Thank you very much. Everybody's gone to the parade. They ran out of confetti here in San Francisco. All right? Enough already.
We've had 4.
He says, boy, Steiny, I don't know if any fan base is hurting as much as the Warriors right now.
Are you kidding? You know how many teams would love to have won one championship? I'm just saying, at some point, you're going overboard. Let it go.
All right, I want to say this. Steph Curry from what I know, Rob, is presidential. LeBron James, no trouble, great fathers, family guys. From what we know, that to me, with all that fame and power, has got to be hard. We see people not be able to do what they've done. With that said, I will die on this hill that Joe Lacob, in that new privately funded building that he's built, that Curry helped him build, to pack the arenas, get him 4 chips. I feel like there's a debt they owe with the draft picks for the future to go all in to try to get Curry a Giannis or that type of player, so Curry can at least, because he's still playing good ball at 37, have his best chance to get a chip as opposed to go somewhere else.
He doesn't have to go anywhere else. I think he should stay here. But I don't think that they owe him anymore. They have done. He makes an unbelievable amount of money. They've sunk in, and at some point, and I get it. You remember, for guys who are older, the 49ers back in the heyday when they poured all in, and then you had the next 20 years where you had nothing going on. The Celtics held on to Bird, McHale, and Parrish. And what happened after that? They had a 20-year drought of championships. So you got to be careful. I understand. They gave Curry, they did everything they could, and they were able. They went and got Kevin Durant after Curry choked down the 3-1 lead, which I'm just always going to bring that up. That's why Curry
Draymond messed that up.
No. Curry did.
How?
Easy. They had that playoff series, that year, they hadn't lost more than 2 games in a row. They lose the last 3 games, 2 at home. Curry also loses a Game 7 at home. That dipsy doodle, I'll never forget. Like, that's a choke job. That's on his record as a blemish.
You don't like that word, Rob, choke. You can't use choke.
You can't? Why not?
It triggers. It's something in college or high school.
You're fine. No, I think people look. First of all, nobody comes on this station and talks like that about Steph Curry.
Well,
Let's put it that way.
I'm just going to be honest about it.
That's all we have.
I'm not saying that Steph's a bum or something.
We got you.
But I'm just saying, if we're going to tell the whole story, come on, man, it's okay. You know, like, as great as Derek Jeter was, he was a part of that team that lost to the Red Sox up 3-0, right? 3-0, and they lost 4 straight. Never happened before. Derek Jeter was on. That was his team. But I think there's something about players staying. I love the idea that Jeter and some of these guys played their whole career in one place. Steph Curry, to me, should be that guy. Tom Brady should have been that guy, for real. Like, where you stay, you wear one uniform, and you're not bouncing around with these hopes and wishes. And 4 championships in his career, that's pretty damn good. I don't think they owe him anything else.
I don't know where that comes from either. Like, I don't remember stars in our day. Well, we got to get Bird another. We got to get Magic another. We have to. And there was dignity in retiring with the team you came into. All right, last one for you, Rob. I got to take care of some business. Rob Parker, it's time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What's your must-have food item for the big game?
Well, I just had 2 orders of free wings, so I'm always going to do the chicken wings.
Buffalo hot for me.
You know, I'm the Parmesan garlic, all flat.
Okay.
But I got to have my wings. It's a must. And can we do one more thing? Matt Nahagian, I know I'm brown nosing. My nose is naturally brown.
Both of us.
That's my guy, man, right there. From way back, Sporting News Radio. Matt was a producer back in the day and put me on national radio way back in the 80s or early 90s.
He's a good boss.
He's a good boss. I can't let you leave, and we only got a couple minutes, but Rob is just answer it, because I'm a sports fan. I'm a black man. I don't run from it. I go to lunch and dinner with these dudes, and they hear me out. I love sports. It kept me out the street. 10 head coaching vacancies in the NFL and not one by a black head coach. Eric Bieniemy got effed up over with what he did. He should have got a job. Where are you at? Like, the Rooney Rule is a joke, and I feel like a lot of times when I bring this up, I'm on the side of the freeway. No, it's not that. This is embarrassing, but you're just how do you fix this?
100%, and I have a different take for most people. Most people blame the owners. I blame the black players of the NFL because they have allowed this to happen. And I'm going to give you the perfect example. When NBA players said that Donald Sterling, we not with that after all that stuff came out and you heard the tape, what they do? They went to the commissioner and they said, guess what? We will not play the playoffs if he remains an owner. Donald Sterling was out like that. If black NFL players that make up 70% of the league start to talk to these guys and say, stop the money train, that's how you get people's attention. As long as you're willing to play and it's business as usual, nothing changes. So the players have the power, not the owners.
Wow.
Players, the black players of the NFL are to blame.
Hey, Rob, man, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. That's Rob Parker, ladies and gentlemen, from Fox Sports Radio, The Odd Couple. All right, we got to take a break. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Segment also brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally in California on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Hey, it's Steiny, and we got a big game Sunday, and it's happening at Bay Street, Emeryville, and it's the perfect spot for the whole family. Pre-game fun starts at 2 o'clock, TVs on the terrace, a huge plaza screen, games, prizes, and activities for the kids. And the food? Ramen, tacos, pizza, even that big game special Sunday at Humphrey Slocum Ice Cream. It's going to be amazing. Bay Street is Bartable, too. Grab a drink and get home safe. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Sunny in San Francisco, going up to 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Steiny, you've always been my favorite forever, and I always disagree with you.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you. Radio Row, Moscone Center.
Yes, sir.
Downtown San Francisco, Super Bowl week. Things have really picked up here over the last couple days.
We've got some 3 heavyweights on.
Who
Can you remember them?
Baron Davis.
There we go.
Rob Parker.
There we go. Oh, this hurts. He's got hair like you.
Oh, Mad Dog.
Yeah. Well, you didn't get in. You said you didn't get that.
Yeah, and I didn't interview. No, I didn't.
That hurt me, man. Damn.
I didn't interview.
Tim Jordan laughing at me, but yeah, you talked to him.
All right. So apparently, we've got some more news regarding the Golden State Warriors. Let me get everybody caught up. The big trade today has occurred. Jaren Jackson Jr. going from Memphis to Utah for 3 future first-round picks. And some players were going back and forth. No huge names, though. So it leads me to believe that maybe the Warriors could have gotten in on Jaren Jackson Jr.
Mad Dog was
for
a big
3.
fan of his. A little more than you and I believe.
Yeah, for 3 picks. So if you're a Warrior fan, would you have traded for Jaren Jackson Jr. with 3 picks? But the other piece of news is being reported by Anthony Slater, saying the Warriors are willing to move Draymond Green in a trade if it comes up. And
can I tell you what comes to mind when I hear that?
Sure.
If they don't, then is his ego hurt, or this is a nothing burger to Draymond? How does he feel knowing that and not being moved? What type of Draymond do we get moving forward? Or does any of that matter? And the bottom line is what Dre's going to just give us on the court, and that's all that matters.
No, I don't think it's insignificant.
That's a great word.
Clearly, because this is a guy who's been a part of this team for however many years now, 14, 15, whatever it is. And there's always been feeling around Draymond Green that he's going to be here as long as Steph Curry's going to be here. So maybe this is a change of position for the Warriors, but they only have 2 days to get something done. So we'll find out how serious this is. But again, according to Anthony Slater, the Warriors are willing to include Draymond Green in a trade, assuming they really like the deal.
Now, I could only give you 3 teams. I think we saw one the other night in regard to the Detroit Pistons. You got to be locked and loaded and need that savant that Draymond is. and his to-do list is not as long as it is for the Warriors, who don't have that big man, you know, that Duren that you talk about from Detroit. So, you know, if you told me the Detroit Pistons or the LA Lakers added that nastiness, or the Houston Rockets added that nastiness, what Draymond would mean for Şengün. But outside of that, Stoney, I don't know how much value Dre has if you're trying to build something. You got to be almost right there trying to get over the top, to me.
I think Draymond's got to answer on both ends of the spectrum. One is, you're right. I don't think any up-and-coming team would want a Draymond Green, nor would I think Draymond Green would want to play for a team that's a few years away. By the same token, he's got to ask himself if he's still a championship player at a high level with the role he has right now with the Warriors. I mean, yeah, I think he could go to certain teams and help them. How much is he going to play for those kind of teams? I don't know. And I also think that when you're a team like Oklahoma City, let's say Houston, Detroit, and you're building something, you don't need to go get Draymond Green. But let me read to you the first couple paragraphs of the new Anthony Slater story.
Slates.
It says the Warriors have involved Draymond Green in active trade conversations in advance of Thursday's deadline, putting his 14th season run with the franchise in jeopardy. Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob have maintained a motivation to get a trade for Giannis across the finish line. And as part of that, Green's name has been involved in the framework of available offers to the Milwaukee Bucks, league sources said. So if you believe what you read, they're saying that the Warriors maybe are willing to include Draymond Green in a deal for the first time in his career.
Well, before I ask you this, estimated eyes on the chat, he got it confused. He thought I was saying trade Dre for Şengün. That would never happen because Houston would hang up the phone. My thing is he'd be able to help us, Şengün. But in regard to your thing about Dre and where is he at, where would you say, how would you classify where he's at as a player right now today?
I think he's a backup on a good team. That's what I think. I think if you're a championship type team, he's got to come off the bench for you, or really play 18 to 22 minutes a game. And some contenders have that role for him. The Warriors unfortunately don't. They need him to play more because they don't have enough players better than Draymond Green right now. But if he goes to a contender, all of a sudden there may be better young players than Draymond Green, and he's got to take a smaller role. 888-957-9570 is the number. A bunch of Giannis and Warrior news has come out today. Let me try to keep you updated. The big move today was an actual trade. Jaren Jackson Jr. is going from Memphis to Utah. Coming back to Memphis, 3 future first-round picks. So that's the biggest deal so far.
Remember, Memphis they were supposed to be the next with Dylan Brooks, Ja, JJJ, and Bane.
Yeah, and now you got to wonder if Ja Morant might be on the move in the next couple days.
I do wonder how many people want Ja. Like, I can see him in Miami with that Pat Riley culture. I mean, he needs that.
Yeah, I like Ja Morant. Obviously, he's a great player. Problem I have with Ja Morant isn't even off the court. It's I don't know if you can have a guard in this league who can't make threes. You got to be able to make threes to get everything out of your game that makes people superstars. You got to just be able to make threes, and he hasn't really been able to do that in his career. A couple things being reported Warrior-wise. Anthony Slater reporting that the Warriors are willing to include Draymond Green in trade proposals. They've already included him, apparently, in a lot of trade proposals where they're talking to other teams. And then the latest on the Milwaukee Bucks is they are engaged with a lot of teams, talking about offers and counter offers, and the Minnesota Timberwolves are a team that has apparently emerged along with the Warriors, the Knicks, and the Rockets.
Yeah, all teams that I think, if you wanted a ready-made player, could give you more of that, but You know, at the end of the day, and you sit back and you just take you take into account, why is the noise loud here in Golden State, and what you talked about, the social media and the Warriors being kind of in the lead? You know, where did that come from? Who wrote that? That was about the picks, the immediate picks that the Warriors could give. So I'm hoping that comes into manifestation and that nets us Giannis. But if not, I mean, I'm just being real, Stoney, and I've shared with you and the listeners, I'm going to be hurt Thursday evening or whenever the news is announced, or if he's going somewhere else. Because I got to tell you, this has happened fast.
Wait, you'd be hurt if Draymond gets traded?
No. Oh. If we don't get Giannis.
Oh, okay.
The current state of the Warriors now with Curry's injury and Jimmy's injury, it's scaring me, man. It's accelerating something I don't want to see. You know what I mean? Like, I'm uncomfortable. And I don't want to diss any Warrior player tonight. I don't. But who do we got to look forward to tonight? Like, if you were looking at it through that prism of just a young player. Like the Jazz guy, Keontae George, and what's my guy they just drafted? Even though, he's taking a little while. What's my man?
Ace Bailey?
Yeah. And I'm not mad at any Warrior player, but it's apparent we don't got a lot of young hot shots. Like Jordan Poole, I love that. We watched it happen right before our eyes. He got a contract, went to the G League, came back, and we watched that and fell in love with it.
Yeah.
We don't have much of that now.
Well, there's a way you could start stockpiling them, and that is to, I mean, the bottom line with the Warriors is the Butler injury has allowed them a reason to go in any direction they want. That's kind of the way I look at it. And, is it possible now you could make a move and get a couple picks back? They're probably going to be protected. They might not be for this year, but I think I'm at the point now where I would look at moving Kuminga, and can you get a protected pick back for him? I would absolutely be open to trading DeAnthony Melton at this point. I think you got to be realistic about this team this year, and I don't really. It's hard to imagine they're going anywhere this year.
Yeah.
So if they're not going anywhere this year, let's try to acquire a pick or two to give us even more flexibility in the offseason to make a move either through the draft or through a trade.
Yeah, Devlin Marge is saying we got L.J. Cryer and Will Richard. Lucas, no need to smile. But, no, I like watching those guys play. But, I mean, it's chess, not checkers. And I think it's, more than fair to take inventory on where we're at. And that's why I'm just like, I got to watch my language. An overzealous basketball, I was going to say crackhead, but I'm just biting my fingers, chewing it like I want Giannis bad. Because not only does he help the immediate when he's ready to go, we got a cornerstone for the future, what I deem future, and that's the next 5 to 6 years.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got a little window here before our next guest. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we got Joe Milton. And then at 1:30, we got the Bay Area's own Josh Johnson, currently playing for the Washington Commanders. Joe Milton is a backup quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. But right now at 888-957-9570, we're talking about what's going on with the Golden State Warriors in the NBA right now, and what's going on as Jaren Jackson Jr. has been traded from Memphis to Utah. Anthony Slater's reporting that the Golden State Warriors have started to include Draymond Green in some of their potential trades that they're looking at coming into the trading deadline in 2 days. Obviously, Jimmy Butler's hurt. I don't know how much value he would have around the league. We're still hearing that the Warriors don't want to move Butler. They'd rather have him here coming back next year. But maybe Draymond is playing his last game for the Warriors tonight, assuming he plays.
So it's never personal, right? With anything I ever say with my takes on this show, it's just I'm not that type of individual. Okay. I don't think, just from a basketball standpoint, Draymond alone is going to net us anything. But what I do want to, for the next minute or two, as long as you like, have a conversation about what I thought a blue chip trade piece was in Jonathan Kuminga, how you would describe him now, and just his future and availability starting tonight. I missed Kerr with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and I don't know if you got to hear the interview, but, I mean, that's also a version of bad luck too, Steiny.
Well,
I thought he was going to help us get something.
That's not bad luck. I mean, unless you're talking about the injury, but he's been hurt.
Yeah.
Well, he's this isn't the first time he's been hurt. I mean, the thing that Steve Kerr said yesterday was that if Jonathan Kuminga is on the Warriors after Thursday, he's right back in the rotation. He's going to play, and we'll see what happens. And I believe him, but I don't think that
I think we're
makes
all ready
anybody
for
happy.
something else, though, right? That would be the downer. Just I thought there was going to be a line around the corner for him.
For who?
To Kuminga. And that's why we spent all summer and had Aaron Turner on for an hour. It's just, it's nobody's fault, but I'm just flabbergasted that turned into this, which sounds like Jiminy Crickets.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like he's got a lot of value.
Oh, man.
And,
but our discussions were based or predicated on, because I thought a lot of people saw him like I did. That's why you can tell me that's why you're not a scout.
Well, no, I don't.
A lot of people are excited about Kuminga, Stoney, and they feel like he didn't get a lot of Dub Nation. Now, it sounds funny and you can laugh now, but I'm just saying, and I'm going to die on the hill of he didn't get the best shot, but he's responsible, too, for not stepping up his game. But the bottom line is, your boy is shocked that this is what it seems like it's turned into for his services around the league.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that I don't think he's super coveted.
Okay,
and
all right.
Nor should he be, because we haven't. Look, you either believe that Jonathan Kuminga is being held back by the Warriors, or you think that he's got a bad attitude. And
I don't think that.
Kind of either way, you got to. I mean, look, if you're another GM, you probably are saying to yourself, well, clearly the Warriors aren't not playing Kuminga just because they don't like him. No, it's more than that. They don't like his game.
Kerr must not like him. 16 straight DMPs. That will never be forgotten from me.
Okay.
Because you were not, as a team, Stoney, good enough to tell that dude you can't play for this team. So that's why people like,
well, you don't know that's the reason. You don't know that. We don't know what the discussions were in terms of whether he didn't want to play for the Warriors while he was being moved. I don't believe for 1 second those were 16 DNP's coaches' decisions. Maybe they were, but I think Kuminga had something to do with it. I think they had, and otherwise, how would you explain Steve Kerr saying, I want to play him against Oklahoma City, thought he was available, and then Kuminga says, no, I'm not available.
Well, that's like getting a flat on the side of the road. You need to use your spare tire. So that's what I totally get that. Oh, you didn't need me for 16. Right. Now it's obvious to Helen Keller you need me. Okay. You know what? I ain't going in because I'm so pissed off. I ain't been in the last 16, which would lead me to believe there was no mutual, hey, just keep me on the shelf.
Okay, well then is an attitude problem. If he told the Warriors he was hurt and he wasn't hurt, that's a problem.
Now I'm not defending or condoning that if that's how it popped off.
And the reality is the Warriors have put themselves in a position where if he's still on this team in 2 days, then you know what? You have to play him. But to me, if you play Jonathan Kuminga right now, everybody knows you don't want to. Everybody knows you just have to at this point. So what's he going to do? He's going to go out in this 30 games playing for a 27 and 25 team. They're going to win 38 to 44 games. He might put up numbers. He might not. He's not going to be able to impact winning because the team around him isn't going to be good enough to win a lot of games.
I'm asking, Stoney, I hear you putting it down. What's the alternative?
That's it.
You could name everybody on the roster that fits that bill.
My point is the Warriors have now put themselves in a position where the second half of this year may be flat out meaningless.
And that's what's scary,
and don't tell me, well, we're going to develop Jonathan Kuminga. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You're not going to develop Kuminga. Kuminga's just going to go through a stretch where he plays, and then he's going to play, and some nights he'll be good, and some nights he won't, and then we'll talk about whether it's Kuminga's fault or whether it's the Warriors' fault. But the reality of the situation is, for this to be his 5th year in the NBA, and for him to be brought to this point where the trading deadline's 2 days away, and you say, well, if he's still here, we're going to play him, that is a failed strategy. That's a failed game plan.
I don't think you can hide from that.
That's right.
Son.
That's right.
Even if he doesn't play, it's still, and he's on the team.
Exactly.
Even if he don't get a minute, it's a failure.
Thank you. It is a failure. And what are you getting out of Kuminga playing in the second half of the season? What are you getting?
Wow,
what advantage does it give the Warriors if Jonathan Kuminga is back in the rotation for the next 30 games? They're not going to dramatically improve their record because Jimmy Butler's hurt. So he's going to play the rest of the year. He's going to probably put up some numbers, but is it really going to change the big picture? I don't think so.
And what has me really, nervous is what you talked about. And again, you can win any night, right? But they got the Sixers, as you did this exercise, Thursday at Phoenix, the Lakers, Memphis, okay, I give them a chance. San Antonio, Boston, Denver, like that. I need Willard and Dibbs in here. I need some positivity from myself. Like, this is daunting, and now we haven't even brought up the caveat of an emotional by not getting Giannis or Draymond, name being rumored. Like, I leave the door open for that to go sideways if Dre's not moved and feels some type of way about his name being put out there.
I mean, he's going to get worse? Like Draymond's demeanor and attitude are going to get worse?
The verbal game, just the distract,
I mean,
it's almost like what you're saying with Kuminga. You ain't going to get worse. You're trying to win the game. That we know.
I just wonder why, there's some people on the text line wondering about. All I'm telling you is it was reported that there are people inside the Warriors organization that questioned whether Kuminga was hurt or not against Oklahoma City. I'm not saying he was. I'm not saying he wasn't. But I am saying if he was not hurt and didn't play, that's on him. He's 23. He's not. He hasn't earned enough. He doesn't have enough stripes on the wall to say, well, I'm not going to play because I'm not treated well. That's what James Harden and Jimmy Butler do after they've been in the league for 15 years. So I don't know where the Warriors are going to go, but it does seem like there's a lot of things on the table, and it's going to be who wants which Warrior players, if any of them at all.
Yeah.
So,
stay tuned.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number, and we're talking about the Golden State Warriors and the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 60 coming up on Sunday at Levi Stadium.
I was going to say, what are you doing for the game? But it'll be you, Evan, and I at Bay Street. I'm getting fired up by the day.
Yeah.
I already know what I'm wearing.
All right.
Cowboy jersey.
Okay. Joe Milton is at 1 o'clock, and Josh Johnson is at 1:30. Joe Milton, quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. Josh Johnson, quarterback for the Washington Commanders. That segment was sponsored by Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. They're back. Legendary all-you-can-eat Dungeness crab feeds at the Tides Wharf restaurant. Just $99.95 per person now through March. Make it a getaway and ask for the crab feed special room rate. Info at inatthethides.com. All right. As you know, oh no. Let me look for this. I can't. We got to go to break on 95.7 The Game.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to drive home a brand new Toyota truck. Right now, save big with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the legendary Tacoma, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful Tundra. Hurry in for unbeatable deals at Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction and only available on Tacoma SR and SR5. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro, ends 3/2/26.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google and Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Congratulations, Robert Saleh on the Liquor Store 7.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you right here on 95.7 The Game from Moscone Center in downtown San Francisco. Super Bowl 60 coming up on Sunday, and it is day 2 of media week here in San Francisco. Man, we've already had Chris Mad Dog Russo, Baron Davis stopped by. We had Rob Parker coming up at 1 o'clock. We got Joe Milton, Dallas Cowboys quarterback, and at 1:30 we've got Josh Johnson, who is the current quarterback of the Washington Commanders. And of course, we're trying to keep you up to date on all the trade deadline news, with not only the Golden State Warriors, but with the entire NBA and what's going on right now. Jaren Jackson Jr. has been traded from Memphis to the Utah Jazz. Anthony Slater reporting that the Warriors have started to include Draymond Green in trade proposals. And lastly, the Milwaukee Bucks are counter-offering a lot of the deals, and the Minnesota Timberwolves are said to be definitely in the mix.
You can understand, and I feel like I've said this to you 10 times in 2 days, when this deadline comes and goes and there is no Giannis, you can understand that your partner will be despondent and disappointed in the immediate and the future, because it's become abundantly clear to me now. I can see through the prism of the glasses you had about this is not going to be easy. But with this injury to Jimmy, what I deem or think about our younger guys who play their asses off, just this could be ugly. And I don't want to be negative, but this has the ingredients to get ugly if no trade is pulled off, just from a win-loss standpoint and how you feel about the future. And I'm telling you that now.
They're going to have to figure out a way to navigate the second half of the season. If Butler's not going to be playing, which he isn't, and then we got to figure out what Jonathan Kuminga's role is going to be on this team if he's still on this team. Will he still be on this team? We're going to find out in a couple days.
And I think we know he doesn't want to be. Would you think that's too far-fetched, or you get that feel? That's kind of obvious, right?
I mean, he demanded a trade, so I got to believe he doesn't want to be here. Let's go to Marv. Marv's in Livermore. Hey, Marv, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. Great show as always. Hey, Goo, I want to talk about Kuminga, but Goo, you brought up Draymond Green. A few weeks ago, I said he should be included in a trade because he'll opt out next year and he'll be able to come back to the Warriors, so they might as well get some value for him this year. But my call is really towards Steiny, the Ray Ritter of the game, talking about JK has no value. See, it's disingenuous for Steiny and the Warriors to say there's no demand when they're not playing a guy, but they're not they won't accept the deals that have been presented to them, like Monk and the draft pick from Stack and others. So Kerr is saying this guy cannot play. He does not play the right way. He doesn't play winning basketball. So why would a team come in and offer dollar for dollar for Kuminga when they've devalued his value? So there is demand. The Warriors aren't accepting it. So disingenuous for Steiny and the Warriors to say there is no demand. There is demand, but the Warriors have a high price sentiment, and that's the issue.
I appreciate the thought.
He meant to say Ratto. I think I heard Ritter.
Oh, yeah. If he disagrees with me, that's fine. I got no.
I mean, the whole Kuminga thing has been biased. That's why I know you don't want to hear it. I mean, let it out. It's all good. But Steiny,
it's like the guys are, again.
We did 1 million segments on JK, and this is what it ended up being. Like, that's disappointing. My mouth hurts just from all those words we used thinking this was going to be something. And then now you're like, wow, Orca was
it was never going to be anything. Why? Like, he never became a player who teams were going to bend over backwards for. And then the Warriors don't do him any favors. And now he's just a player that nobody knows anything about. And they probably have doubts about, his attitude and his demeanor. I mean, like every once in a while, and I'm not, I've tried to be subtle about what I want, but every once in a while I think, geez, move on. I mean,
heard that
goodness
a lot
gracious, can we move on already? Now the problem
but
is...
you can't.
Well, yes, you can.
He's going to probably be on the team if you don't pull off a trade. Oh, I'm talking Kuminga.
I'm talking about the Warriors and everything. Move on. That's what I'm talking about.
Stani, you sound crazy. You can't. You got Steph and Curry in your jersey.
Yeah, I'm sounding less and less and less and less crazy because this thing... Why are we holding it together right now? I mean,
one, it's our job. It's their job. You're, coming off a dynasty and you're trying to do everything. Let's not omit. You're trying to do everything for one Steph and Wardell Curry.
Right, and
okay, but that's
go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, it's a fool's errand at this point.
Well, it's not off to a good start. And you know
what?
Do you mean?
It hasn't been off. This has been the 3 years.
Hold on. They went and pulled out the Butler trade. He got hurt.
That's great, and there's still a second round and out. Okay, like we're criticizing where. Nobody likes this team that has won 46, 48, 48. Now they're going back down to 44 wins. Like, nobody's like that. Okay, well, everything you're doing is going to lock yourself into 40-some wins. You're good enough with Steph Curry, but you ain't great enough with Steph Curry. And so, there are times I look at the Warriors and I'm like, what if... It's time to put away this pipe dream that Steph's going to win another one here. How? Like, how? And now that doesn't mean trade Steph Curry, but, like, Steph's got to understand where this team is. And if he doesn't like it, then then he owes it to the organization to say, I don't believe in where we are. Let's move on. Part of this may be that Steph isn't ready to say, move on, because maybe he's getting ready to do that at the end of the year. I don't know. But, I just think it's funny. We all understand that they're in a tricky spot, and we all understand that the quickest, most effective way to turn this thing around would be probably to trade Steph. We're not going to do that, and we just say we're not going to do that. And so, okay, that it's going to be harder. It's like, why? Like, and I understand Curry's got 4 rings, and that's why nobody wants to break it up. But something happened in Memphis where they're like, this ain't working. Boom. Jaren Jackson Jr. Is going to be traded. Like, think about Milwaukee. They won a title 2, 3, 4 years ago with a star younger than Steph Curry. They're giving up on that now because they know that team's got no chance. But here the Warriors are with Steph a month from his 38th birthday, still trying to pluck a superstar for him. And in the meantime, we're just standing still.
I know it's not your job. Some could say it's an unfair question, but I'll put you on the spot. It's not even the spot. I'm just asking my friend the question, and I'm talking about you. What would you do at this juncture? What would you like to see him do?
I'd probably move Steph at the end of the year.
I do wonder if it gets funky and it gets bad and sour, and I don't expect that to happen. I'm hoping it doesn't happen this second half of the season. Thinking Giannis is or no trade is imminent. Like, if that happened, how closer that could become a reality.
Well,
or even talked about amongst them.
I mean, you asked me what I do. First of all, I think they have an indicate. I mean, Steph's got to be communicating with him, so they know what's going on with him. But yeah, at the end of the year, I would be like, dude, Steph, what do you think?
Yeah.
And if he says, you know what, I want to retire here, well, then you honor that. But you also say, we're not going to be able to put a contender around you probably fast enough for you to win a 5th title. Are you okay with that? And if he says yes, well, then you can, and then you know what? Then you sign him to a contract at the end of next year. But how much are you signing him to?
Right. No, I hear you. I just, like I said, I don't even think it's about the money, and it's easy for me to say with him. We know what it's about. He's a killer. He wants to, and I'm assuming good health from the chef. You brought up that Memphis comp. It doesn't hit the same, only because, and you didn't say it, but Steph this is a generational player. This is the dude that a couple years ago was on TV during the daytime, mesmerizing the whole world with what he did in the Olympics, and he's got the #1 selling jersey and all that stuff. A lot of people could say doesn't matter, but the dude is still playing at his A game, some version of his A game, and what pains me the most is like he was supposed to get old and decrepit first, then we kind of, hey, we gotta go this direction, and it just sucks. Because we all can see, he's not what he was 10 years ago, but he's still playing his ass off. He's still a problem. He still demands to be doubled or whatever. So I'm like, how can the organization not do their part and put something around him consistently to where, okay, we can assume the playoffs and get out of that cockamamie play-in?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, like, Steph alone doesn't guarantee you the playoffs. He doesn't.
And that's what's coming into focus.
And so the Warriors, I mean, I do believe this is all coming down. That's what I actually think's going on with Steph right now, is that he is going to take the rest of this year, take a look at this team, and figuring out if he wants to be a part of it or not. Oh, looks like we got another trade.
Oh.
Okay.
Am I going to be happy?
Breaking. The Chicago Bulls are trading Nikola Vucevic and a second-round pick to the Boston Celtics for Anthony Simons and a second-round pick. Sources tell ESPN.
I got to tell you, I love that for Boston. I really do. I'm a Vucevic fan. And the other day I was watching Simons, like, I used to love this dude. What's happened to him? And now he'll go to a new home. But I like that for Boston.
Interesting that Boston was getting off guys.
And now they're
Horford, and now they got Vucevic. But I think he's only got 1 year left in his deal. But, yeah, there's another trade. Nikola Vucevic is going from Chicago to Boston, and he's going there for Anthony Simons.
I know we're having a Warrior discussion, but I got to do this because I don't think I've told you and Evan. I really owe one Cal Berkeley, Jaylen Brown, an apology. What he's doing this season, Stoney, I didn't think he was capable of. I always knew he was talented. But, my goodness, Boston has some action. Okay, they may not get it done, but Jaylen Brown forget the bread. He's already getting that. I mean, he's shown me something. I don't know how you feel about or what you would say about this season from him. I thought they were done with no Tatum.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be, everybody wanted to know what he was going to do without Tatum. He's elevating that team. And, they still are. Like, look at that team.
Yeah.
They lose Tatum. And they decide, you know what, we're revamping in 1 year. And they move Horford, and they move Porzingis, and they move Drew Holiday. And guess what? They're still atop the East, even though they lost Jason Tatum. And they've now made some moves where, I mean, they stayed in the mix, and they're going to get back in the mix. Let's go to Flea. Flea is in Oakland.
Our man, Flea.
Hey, Flea, how you doing?
What's going on, guys? Y'all making us look good on Radio Row.
Right now. Give it to us real, Flea. I can't wait to hear this Warrior take, man.
This what I want to ask you guys. Would y'all take Bob Myers or Dunleavy as your GM?
Wait, one more time?
Bob or Dunleavy as a GM? Who would you take?
I mean, Bob.
I would say Bob, too.
Okay. Players do not even respect Dunleavy. Let's be clear about this. Dunleavy, I don't think he has the relationship. I know he went to Duke, but I don't think he has good relationship with the players. For players to even want to have conversation with him or even say, oh, Dunleavy, my guy, I'm going to Golden State. Bob Myers had guys that was his guy. He knew he could bring them if he wanted them there. That's one of the problems. Steve Kerr, the way Steve Kerr treated Kuminga, you know players talking like, man, I don't want to play with Kerr. Or they told Giannis, man, I don't know. He gonna want you to run some type of offense, and if you playing isolation ball, you know, he might sit you one game, or you know, he's gonna start acting funny towards you. So it's a big problem, and it seems like we going back to the Bimbo Coles day when it come to the Warriors.
Oh man,
guys don't want to play for us. Guys don't want to play for us, and they come into the Golden State Warriors to get a check. So the problem is, let me sum it up in like this: I believe Dunleavy don't have player relationships like that, and I believe Steve Kerr ran his course as a coach. We love Steve Kerr, no disrespect to him, but I don't even think players want to even play for him as a coach at this point.
Wow.
Yeah, hey Flea, thanks.
We love you,
a lot.
baby.
Appreciate the call.
Speak on that.
I have no idea, but when you hear, all the former players on TV talking about how Kuminga's getting hosed here and Kerr is making a big mistake and he's not being fair to Kuminga and all that stuff. I gotta believe that it does have some kind of effect. I mean,
you said Durant was talking earlier in the show.
Durant didn't want to be here. Durant
but
didn't
he
like
tells
it here.
others that about his experience. And I was fighting you on, like, I'm not fighting you on it. Like, does that really make, And I use my movie analogy. Just because you didn't like it doesn't mean I'm not going to like it.
I mean, why does nobody go to the Raiders? Do they have to experience the Raiders to know that it's not a great organization? Now, I'm not saying the Warriors are not a great organization. What I'm saying is, yes, guys talk.
But
guys
Horford
talk
came
all the
here,
time.
Steiny.
Huh?
Al.
What about him?
He came here. He chose us.
Right. But he's Al Horford.
No, I'm just... he came.
This is a super chat. No one wants to trade Steph, but hold on. No one wants $9.99 G717. No one wants to trade Steph, but if the Warriors want to be good again, like in the glory days, they might have to trade him for a haul. It's sacrilegious even typing this, but it's real. Yeah, and again, I'm not trading Steph without his consent, but look, we got to acknowledge what we're heading toward, and it's at the end of this year. Steph is going to have a heart-to-heart with Dunleavy and Lacob. There's no other way around it. They're 27 and 23. They're going to be fighting uphill all year. If they're lucky, they stay in the play-in situation, and then ideally they go to the playoffs and make some noise. But if they don't, at the end of that playoff run, I'm taking Steph Curry over to the Battery, and I'm saying, Steph, talk to us. What do you want? Because we now think we're in a situation where we've got to obviously do right by you, but we've got to maybe get this show on the road.
What if I told you I feel like Joe Lacob and Mike D should already know the answer to that?
I think they do, and I think they know that this summer he's going to put pressure on him. I do think they know that. And why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't Steph Curry put pressure on the Warriors? And, the other thing is, this is one of those things, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I really believe that the Bucks tried to do everything for Giannis. Doesn't mean everything was right.
Yeah.
Hell, they fired a coach. They listened
to him, I believe, to fire that coach. But go ahead.
Exactly. And how'd that work out? The Bucks bend over backwards for Giannis, and he's still leaving. Yeah. So the way the Warriors should go about this is, keep the lines of communication with Steph Curry open, obviously, and make sure you're aligned with him at the end of the season, and figure it out from there. Let's go to AJ in LA. Hey, AJ, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, baby?
Hey, man, Flea was on to something, man. I had something to say, but listen to it, man. It not only the JK situation, but just think about how Kerr been treating these Olympians out there. There's something to this Steve Kerr situation and why guys don't want to come to the Bay, but never here or there. I just want to go back to the value of different pieces and players. I really think that, as a fan, like the fans in general, I think we're really overhyping the assets in general, but we're also lying to ourselves when it comes to this trade value thing. How valuable is Steph Curry today in a trade package? Let's be honest.
I think he can get
and
you.
If you look at,
sorry, go ahead.
You say what?
No, I was saying he could get you multiple firsts, more than 3 for sure. Desmond Bain got 5.
Yeah, but Desmond Bain is early 20s.
Okay.
Steph Curry can't get you 2 weeks straight of basketball without getting banged up. He have great games, but sometimes he have mediocre games, and then he's hurt also. I don't think we, as fans, consider what other teams are looking at when they watch this team. And then I think we're lying to ourselves when it comes to this Kuminga evaluation as well. Because you look across this roster, who else are teams are asking or inquiring about? No one else has been inquired about. Nobody looking for Pods or Posts or Gee or none of these other guys. So,
no. Oh, man.
And the only reason why, let's be honest, the only reason why Giannis and Kuminga isn't getting traded in the Pacific Division, because the Warriors know they'll need to see him 5 or 6 times a year. They're not going to trade him to the Lakers. The Lakers want him. They're not going to trade him to the Kings. The Kings want him. The Suns have attempted to trade for Giannis and Kuminga. How many times now? 2, 3 times?
That's a good point.
We need to start thinking about that, man. It's something real going on in the Bay, but I'll take off.
That's actually a good point. I mean, the teams that want him, Sacramento, Phoenix, maybe they don't want to trade him so close to home because maybe they do.
But that would be, to me, negligence. I get that when you're in a position of strength and, you can pick and choose. We don't want them to go. But when it's dire and that red flashing siren is going off like it is to me for the Warriors, all I'm worried about is what we're getting in return, what's going on in this house, and I just got to roll the dice that you don't go over there and turn into Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. But as far as like Sacramento, if Keegan Murray was being dangled or was in that
He's not
package,
as good as Keegan Murray.
No, my point being is the Warriors would have sent his ass to Sacramento if they were getting a guy like that back. They just didn't want to do it for Malik Monk or anything else Sac had.
Well, that's why when people say, don't say Kuminga doesn't have value, it's like you can't get Keegan Murray off the Kings for Kuminga. They'll give you Monk. Well, you don't want Monk. You want Keegan Murray. Well, you can't have Keegan Murray. Why? Keegan Murray's better than Kuminga. So it doesn't, it doesn't make sense. The other thing with Steph is I don't know how much value he has. I wouldn't just say, he'll get 4, because he's going to be, by the time, he's going to be 38.
But if you put him on his hometown team that's got some good going, they're not a contender. Charlotte, I mean, my God, they get better, Steiny.
Right.
They got a closer. I'm not saying, they go to the finals and win it.
If you're the Charlotte Hornets, how many picks would you give up for Steph?
3 at least. Do you think that's too many? And I feel like I shortchanged him, but 3. If Steph has 3, 4 or 5 good more years.
See, I think this is the problem. This is the problem. I don't think anybody's given 3 for Steph.
Wow.
It's first of all, he's only under contract through the end of next year. So you got to worry about him maybe retiring at some point. All right, here's what's going on. We got Joe Milton on the other side, Dallas Cowboys quarterback, and Josh Johnson at 1:30. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. And covering Bay Area sports for as long as I have, I've seen athletes go through it all. Highs, lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm, and whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or you've lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com. It's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
The wait is over. Tokyo Central Specialty Market is opening at Bay Street, Emeryville. Join the grand opening celebration January 31st and February 1st. Food, culture, and excitement await. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events. That's baystreetemeryville.com/events.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. This week, tender, juicy, and flavorful, high-quality USDA choice beef T-bone steak mega packs for just $9.99 per pound. Dibbs, how do you like them apples?
I love beef, but I also like apples, and sweet Honey Crisp or Envy apples, just $2.49 per pound. And special savings all week long from the deli. Chicken tenders, all-American footlong sandwiches made fresh every day, and Reese's American Classic Salads, 48-ounce selected varieties, all just $5. What a bargain.
I can afford that. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Of course, go to Safeway.com for all the details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Your home's equity. It's value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Sunday night showdown between New England and Seattle is shaping up as one of the most compelling championship matchups in years, as both franchises look to cap their seasons with a statement on football's biggest night. New England is looking to earn their 7th title, while Seattle hopes for their 2nd.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
This isn't just how you get there, it's how you arrive. Whatever the day brings, make it epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. A sleek exterior, premium interior, and class-leading space for up to 8 with available third-row power seats that recline to give you room to live big. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Catch the Black Crows on their Southern Hospitality Tour. They'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 20th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I was at the Circa.
Putting in work.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop.
Yeah.
Let's welcome in Joe Milton, Dallas Cowboys quarterback, played at Michigan and Tennessee. Thanks for joining us, Joe. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having
me. The first thing I said real quick, Snyder, he taller than I thought. I said, can you hoop? He said, I can dunk. I said, there it is.
That makes one of you. That makes one of you.
I got game. Forget what he said.
Hey, probably got a little jumper.
I want to start with something that you're passionate about, supporting single mothers and their children.
Absolutely.
Tell us how you're involved in that and what you hope to accomplish with it.
Well, first, thank you for having me.
Sure.
But, man, I was in a household with my single mom. Obviously, my dad was in the same state, but, you know, he did what he can and what he was allowed to. But being in a household with me being the oldest and having 5 other siblings, like, it was tough, especially seeing my mom, like, not work, not being able to, you know, have everything on the table that we wanted, not being able to get everything we wanted for Christmas, not being able to have my own room until I got to college. Like, it was difficult, and a lot of people wouldn't think that because we made it to the NFL, right? So my biggest thing is giving back to them, helping them, being a guidance for kids that have dreams and goals like I did. I was once a kid before. I was in their shoes. I know what it's like to be in a household with a single mom. I know what it's like to go through problems in your neighborhood. I know what it's like to go through without getting stuff for Christmas, struggling in school. I know what all that is like. So being able to help and give back, whether that's Christmas, Thanksgiving, football camps, regular. My best friend liked to read books, so let him go read books or go down there and read books with them. So anything in that manner to help out is amazing to
awesome.
my heart.
Yeah, I'm good. Man, you didn't hit me in the cardiac muscle with that, and we're both obviously older than you, and the reason I say that, Joe, is you went through that experience, and by the blessing of the good Lord, you didn't forget your experience, and you want to sprinkle others to help them almost avoid that. And I want to ask you, where did you get that from?
The grace of God, man. I think it's just in my heart. I got a pure heart. I like seeing everybody smile. I think there should be no day where no person, like everybody, every day should smile for something. You know what I mean? You're waking up. God bless you with a day to wake up, breathe, use all your senses, being able to walk,
no doubt.
Use your arms. Like, even if you cannot do none of that, right? You're still here. If you're not able to see, you're able to hear. It's something, right? No matter what it is you're going through, if you're alive and you're on this earth, you're here for a reason, right? So smile, please.
I love that.
Joe Milton, that's who you're listening to, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, 2024 sixth-round pick of the New England Patriots. I got to ask you about what it's like to play for Dallas. I mean, you're always in the center of attention when you're there. Can you feel as if you're the center of attention?
Yeah, media never leave out the locker room for real. But it's great. Playing for Dallas is amazing. Jerry's real. The organization is great. I think I couldn't ask for anything better. So I'm going into my third year, and then I feel like I've learned a lot of football, especially being there for a year. Dak is a great leader. Will Greer's a great leader for me. Shadi and Shemko, great coaches. The game of football is taught different by those guys. So it's like a different level of experience of learning. And one thing about me is I love learning. So it's like it challenged my brain to, be better.
I love that. Let me ask you this. We're in the Bay, obviously, home with the 49ers, and your time's coming. But right now, you just shared with my partner and us, your experience as a backup quarterback. Can I ask you about one of your peers that we have here in the Bay, Mac Jones, who came in on the fly? People had left him for dead, thinking, his career is over, he can't do anything. And 8 games, he showed a lot of people like, hold on now.
Ballin'.
So walk us through what you saw through the, those lenses of yours, and how, because you're a backup. How hard was that for Mac, do you think, to do that and pull that off?
I don't think it was as hard as what people think. I feel like as a backup, you're more, I ain't going to say more important than a starter.
Okay.
That'll be BS, right?
Yeah.
You're as important as the starter, because those reps that he might not take, you have to be in there, run that offense exactly how he would, right? And there shouldn't be a step off from the backup quarterback and the starting quarterback. Them two should be close. They should be hanging out with each other. Like, me and Dak hang out.
I love it.
Like, we talk about everything. We talk about family issues. I asked him, like, how was your mother? Like, like whatever it may be. We talk about our fathers, like, whatever it may be, right? Like, because when we're on the sideline, and I'm looking in your eyes as the starter and I'm the backup, and I see any threat of fear, we're all fucked. Well, we're all messed up.
I love it.
We're all messed up, you know what I mean? So it's to the point where I want to know you to the point where I know for sure that I could tell. You know what I mean? And I want to be able to get you to the point where you're back to balling how you are because you're the starter. But I don't think it was tough for Mac Jones because, throughout the week you prepare as you the starter. And I know that's what he does, especially because he was at the Patriots and being in that organization that you don't have no choice. You're in Boston. So I know he was prepared. So being able to go out there and just execute, I think that was just, I say, the Florida boy in him.
Yeah, look at it. I love it.
What's up, Joe Milton?
What's up, man? hey.
Kendrick, KB, what's up, baby?
What's up, man?
All right.
How y'all doing?
Oh, man, look at him.
How you doing, man? Kendrick, what's going on?
KB.
All right.
That's your boy, huh?
Yeah.
He dropped a lot of money.
No, it was a bracelet.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. He blessed the show.
Let me ask you this: where you're at in your career, where you're at in your career right now, are you a guy who says, "Man, I should be playing more," or you're a guy who says, "This is what I got to get better at"? And if it's the second one, what do you got to get better at?
I'm a guy of reality. I was in a situation at Michigan where I was like, man, I should be playing.
Right.
I should be playing. Like, they're not better than me. Ain't no way I'm not playing. But you also got to come to reality. What are you doing in the moments that nobody's looking, nobody's watching you? Am I studying hard enough? Did I know every play in the playbook my freshman year at Michigan? Did I? No. I didn't know the checks. I didn't know how to read a defense correctly in college. So was I actually ready, or was my competitive spirit telling me I'm ready? And that's what you have to fight. You have to fight the reality of life. Like, you have to understand, like, for me, going through this season, it was like, yeah, I wanted to play. Like, I'm a dog. Like, I want to play.
Yeah.
But you also got to understand that, like, Dak been here for how long? He's still healthy.
Yeah.
He just came off injury, so obviously he's going to play. I want to learn. I watched Dak as a kid, watching him play, so being on the same team with him, shoot, why not take some stuff from his book, apply it to my game? So being the backup is probably the best thing you could do in your early years.
I was going to ask you all, who do you got for the game question, because this is our last one, but this is a hell of a compliment coming from me. You got an old person spirit, and I like that. So
absolutely.
That's what I appreciate you sharing that with me and my partner through your experiences, because you played for a new head coach in Brian Schottenheimer. Not your thoughts on him, but how do you compare and contrast good coaches to bad coaches? What's the one thing in your sport? Can you smell a phony? Like, what makes a good bad? What's the biggest difference in your experience?
You can definitely smell a phony coach.
Okay.
I say when you're not willing to dive into a person, a player, for instance, if I'm a coach. Like, if you're not being the leader, how you're telling guys to leave from the locker room.
Okay.
If you're not being the leader where you're getting to know the team, you're having team events where, like Shotty does. I'm speaking about Shotty technically. Like, he gets to know us. You can go to his office door is always open. Like, coaches that have the willing to want to know you, want to be around you, and wants you to get better. Like, those coaches, instead of you just MFing me the whole time or why are you doing this wrong? Like, no way. Hey, but you never played it. You never played football a day in your life.
Oh, man.
And that's how you talk and treat players. Like, it's not gonna lead.
Oh, I love it.
All right, we're going to get you out of here on this, Joe Milton. It's time for the final question. It's brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What's your must-have food item for the big game?
Oh.
What are you going to be eating on Sunday?
Well, here we go.
Sunday, what will I be eating? I'll probably cook. I'll probably grill. I'm going back to Texas, so I'll probably grill. Probably throw some ribs on the grill. I try ribs for the first time.
All right,
that's our first one. I was like, wing shocker. Everybody been with me too. But you said ribs, huh?
I made them one time, and it wasn't as how I wanted them. It wasn't how I wanted them. That was my first time. But I feel like if I do it again, they'll be 10 of them.
Hey, before we let you go, who do people tell you look like?
They say me and CD look alike a lot.
Okay. No Future?
Nah.
That's what you gave me the future
No
vibe
Future.
with the glasses. Yeah, but you got a cannon arm, baby.
I appreciate you, man.
you.
Joe, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
All right, that's Joe Milton. Yeah, you can get out of here now. There's always I appreciate it.
Do that
There's
for
always
yourself.
that. There's always that little awkward thing about are we taking a break or are we not? I appreciate
This
you, man.
is my quarterback right here. Yeah.
You know how like when you'll spend all day with somebody and then you're leaving and you get on the elevator at the same time and it's weird? We never do that. We never take the same elevator. Thanks, Joe.
Right on, baby.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate
You're the man, Stoney.
Joe Milton.
Yeah.
Wow, what a
cool cat.
What a class act.
Yeah, no doubt.
Absolute class act.
Give it back too, Stoney.
Yeah. By the way, somebody asked for where you could get some more information on what all these guys are doing. Standtogether.org/NFL is where you can get some more information. But you can also Google Joe Milton and find out all the cool stuff he's into these days. Josh Johnson is coming up in 15 minutes.
Another backup quarterback. I got to imagine, Stoney, that's a hard gig, right? If you're more of an older guy.
I think it's pretty easy.
You don't think Mac Jones is clamoring to, like, I showed the world I can do, but he's not that type. But deep down, a fire and inferno's got to be going on in your gut of, I'm probably as good as Brock Purdy. I'm being serious. He would never say that, but it looked that way. You know what I mean? But will he get another shot? You know?
Yeah.
It's got to be tough.
How often, I could look up his stats, but I'd rather just ask you, how much did Milton play?
No, he didn't start a game.
Did he play at all?
He played the last game after halftime against the Giants.
How'd he look?
He looked okay, but he's everything Dak's not in regard to the athlete. He can use his legs. Dak's got a good arm, but he has a laser. But you got that accuracy. You know what I mean?
Because Filmo Mike says arm strength in and of itself.
He texted me, that's my guy on the side. He gave me the win. As Monte was saying, 10-8 round. But, Stoney giving back, man.
Yeah. Class act. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Let's see.
I think I need another root canal. My teeth are aching. That's a bad sign.
Well, somebody's saying my jacket's not pressed. Who presses a jacket?
Oh, good God.
I tell you what.
I'm going to the media party. You and Evan aren't.
You're right. You are right.
Evan, thank you for Kendrick Bourne. I didn't know who it was, Stoney, because Evan got in my ear. Kendrick
you didn't know that was Kendrick?
No, because he had his stuff on.
No, I knew it was
There's
KB.
No chance you knew who that was.
Please.
Hey, Evan,
please.
Stop call cap, man.
Dude
please.
dropped about $50,000 on the floor when that bracelet came off. Did you see that?
Yeah, my eyes still hurting from the bling.
Did you hear Milton say it was fake?
Oh, I heard that.
Yeah.
Stoney said Evan got in my ear. I go, my man. That's teamwork, baby.
Yeah. Josh Johnson coming up at 1:30.
Oakland's home.
Yeah. Playing for the Washington Commanders now, and you know him a little bit, right? Now, tell the listeners.
So you remember Charles Johnson, Chuck Johnson? Yeah, our guy, our mutual friend. He's a good friend of mine. He was throwing Madden tournaments around for UGL, the Urban Gaming League.
Okay.
So I'd be the MC of the Madden tournaments, and we had it at JD's bar, your boy JD, Halftime Sports Bar.
Gotcha.
So Josh is real good on Madden. Very Headache is his gamer tag. So he was out of the league, and I said, hey, do these video games help you in regard to when you want to get back in the league? And surprisingly, Stoney, he was like, hell yeah. So I asked him about that, see if he remembers me.
We can do that. That's coming up at 1:30. If you're just joining us, this is day 2 of Super Bowl. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, real quick, he may not recognize me. I done dropped about 5 pounds since the last time he saw me.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he won't give you the kind of greeting that Baron Davis gave me.
That was great. That was the highlight of the day. PD.
You see, girl.
Can I say something, though? The Raiders, he ain't drafting anybody. But I said, that should be the basketball. Hey, I get it, Stoney. Raider BD's the man, but I was like, he ain't making any draft picks. Let's just say.
No, but he can comment on the draft picks.
Oh, BD was great.
Yeah, I mean, you.
Well, there he goes.
Yeah. We had him already.
Well, looks good.
Looks all right. He looks all right.
Yep.
Here's what's going on today. Outside of football, it is the Radio Row.
Somebody said Giannis done deal. This is the chat.
That's the chat,
okay,
Goo.
You're right. My phone would have blew up. Right.
Boy.
I got this.
Couple trades today that have happened. One, Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to the Utah Jazz for 3 future #1 picks. We got some action here. The Celtics have landed Nikola Vucevic.
Yeah, that's a nice
for
pickup.
Anthony Simons. Yeah. And I'm seeing another little one here. One of my old favorite players. Kevin Huerter. Chicago, Minnesota, and Detroit have agreed to a multi-team deal that sends Jaden Ivey and Mike Conley to the Bulls and Kevin Huerter and Dario Saric to the Pistons.
Didn't you or
what
Evan
do
say they
the
needed some more
Timberwolves
shooting?
get? The Pistons also receive a 2026 first-round protected swap from Minnesota in the deal. With the deal, but what does this mean for Minnesota? Minnesota did not receive a player in the deal, but moving the 38-year-old Conley helps the Timberwolves financially. They are now under the first apron and dropped their luxury tax bill down $21 million. And those savings could be critical this week as Minnesota continues its pursuit of Milwaukee Bucks superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Could you imagine if that's just a precursor to them getting Giannis?
I mean,
why would they do that?
I don't know. Why would you give up Mike Conley, who is among the
but it was over
top
for
professionals?
Him. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah, but he was still great kind of backup to have, playing 15 minutes a night. So that should tell you.
Bad, man.
I mean, that should tell you that.
They think they got action at him.
Yeah, that just probably has something to do with Giannis maybe going to Minnesota. The Warriors have been mentioned. Minnesota's been mentioned. The Knicks, of course, have been mentioned. The Miami Heat also have been mentioned. So we are under 48 hours until the trade deadline, which is coming up on Thursday. Don't forget the Warriors have a game tonight against the Philadelphia 76ers.
I'm looking forward to it, man, but I'm nervous, man.
Why are you nervous?
Because it could get ugly.
Well, it's just a basketball game. It's just a game.
But it's more than a game. It's signaling where we're headed. And I got to be honest, I got to commend the Warriors for coming back against the Pistons. But that thing got so ugly, I felt like Detroit took their foot off the pedal.
They may have.
Yeah, but, yeah.
They may have. Yeah. They may have. Did you see your guy, Jalen Duren, is now in the slam dunk contest?
I don't know. Well, Orlando Woolridge was too at once upon a time, so go ahead, get him. Do you know the other contestants? It's Kuminga.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, he's hurt.
Kuminga's not.
It was a joke, Evan. Oh, man.
You know, what if I told you I don't even know who made the All-Star team?
I don't know how they're playing the game. It ain't 5-on-5 anymore, right? They're doing this.
What do you mean?
It's the world versus. It's like half what?
I think it's 4 teams, but they're still playing 5-on-5.
Jalen Duren, Jackson Hayes, and Carter Bryant right now, the 3 participants in the slam dunk contest.
So they only got 3 so far.
Yeah, I think there'll be 4.
What has it come to? It used to be a holiday in the Union. Jordan, Dominique. You remember Otis Thorpe for the Warriors?
Well, he never played for the Warriors.
No, not Otis Thorpe. Otis Smith. Who am I talking about?
Otis Smith.
Yeah, he was
Otis Thorpe never played.
Yeah,
for
I know who he is.
I got you.
He was strong too.
Sure.
Otis Smith.
Sure.
Who else? Terrence Stansberry from the Indiana Pacers. Remember him? He used to do the little cradle duck.
I want to say Danny Granger might have been in one.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think he was a Pacer then. He was Pacer.
Wasn't Harrison Barnes in one?
HB. He should have been in one.
Did Danny Granger play for a team other than
the Pacers?
The Pacers? Boy, I get him.
My favorite one of all time is Jordan Dominique in Chicago. Dominique won, they gave it to Mike.
Of course.
He deserved it.
Who did?
Mike.
That's funny. You just said that. There it is, vintage goo. Dominique deserved it, but Mike should have gotten it.
Can I say something before we get out of here?
Well,
I didn't like Mad Dog saying he ain't that much of a fan. Maybe that father. You can't do that. You're in or you're out. That hurt me, Evan. Yeah, I'm not as big a Giant fan as I used to be. Nah.
It's a little tougher nowadays than it was 10 years ago.
He's just like everybody else. He was a Posey fan. And once Posey's gone, he stopped watching.
He brought up JT Snow. That was before he got thrown out against the Marlins in the playoffs.
This is from Zabates. No, Steph's an all-star starter, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The oldest one. The only starter over 31 years old. Think about that. He's aging like a fine wine.
Oldest one on this team.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We've got Josh Johnson coming up on the other side. He plays for the Washington Commanders, played for the Niners in 2022. He was part of that debacle in Philadelphia where Purdy got hurt and then he got hurt. He's an Oakland native, went to Oakland Tech. So we've got Josh Johnson coming up on the other side. Let's see. We've got our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. That segment was also sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee.
Covering Bay Area sports for as long as I have, I've seen athletes go through a ton. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. And whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you, too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes, or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Your next to order. Please pull forward.
You know, Josh, when you said you were springing for lunch, I didn't think you meant drive-through fast food.
Come on, man. Money's been tight lately, and these high gas prices are killing me.
You pay full price at the pump? Get your head out of the sand and start using Upside.
What's Upside?
Come on, dude. Upside is the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it every time I fill up my tank.
Does that really add up?
I've already banked around $200.
That's serious cash.
Hi, can I take your order?
Yeah, I'm ordering the free Upside app to start earning cash back on every gallon of gas I buy.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ORDER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Steiny, you've always been my favorite forever, and I always disagree with you.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, we're back on 95.7 The Game. We got crossover coming up. It's a little truncated version because we got Josh Johnson joining us momentarily. If you don't know who Josh Johnson is, then I'd say maybe you're not a football fan. It's that simple. Quarterbacks for the Washington Commanders. Played for the Niners in 2022. And he's an Oakland native. Oakland Tech, as a matter of fact. And
do you know how many teams he's played for? It's an NFL record.
He's like Chucky Hayes.
Oh, man.
I would say 12.
14.
Okay.
That was my guess.
Let's be careful there because he could be sensitive to that. Do we know?
What?
You can't run from the truth.
Okay, well then put him on the spot. Say
you're losing your hair.
Say
you're losing your hair.
Why don't you say, how come you haven't been able to stick with anybody?
See, or you could frame the question as, how do you always have a job?
Right.
Nah.
Well, when he was at the Madden tournament, he was out of the league a little bit. So I would, I'll bring it up. He probably won't remember me. I told Steiny I'm 5 pounds down from when he saw me then, so he probably might not recognize it.
I feel like we've been putting on 5 pounds a day here.
I haven't ate a damn thing.
Yeah,
what have you been eating?
I don't eat here.
What have you eaten?
Everything. Everything that's free.
As I see Willard with his wings,
yeah.
And he wanted to share. You're my guy, Mark.
I had a bad cup of coffee.
What made it bad?
It's just bad.
You didn't put sugar in it?
I don't use sugar anymore.
Sweet and low?
A little, just a touch. Just a touch. So there's a lot been going on basketball-wise today, NBA-wise. Let me get you caught up before we get Josh Johnson. But before I do that, I got to get all of his info here.
Yeah.
There's Josh Johnson. He's going to be courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Let's see.
That's my quarterback.
Okay.
Yeah, you ready, baby.
Let me see let me go tell everybody what's happened in the NBA today. Jaren Jackson Jr. has been traded from Memphis to the Utah Jazz for 3 future firsts. Kevin Huerter's going to the Pistons. And Jaden Ivey's going to the Bulls in a 3-team trade. Nikola Vucevic is going from Chicago to Boston for Anthony Simons. And then the news as it relates to our Golden State Warriors is the following. Sources: Draymond Green is involved in trade talks. In other words, according to Anthony Slater, Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob have maintained a motivation to trade for Giannis, and as part of that, Green's name has been involved in the framework of the deal for the Milwaukee Bucks.
I know you and I are different, and, Pete Franklin gave me the G for Guru Stani, but I'm telling you, Dibbs is on the same train I was. I thought the other night Green was defensive when he said he'd been here 14 years. His prerogative. But what if I tell you the fact that it's so out there, was that done on purpose? I'm not to say humble the guy, or they've been hearing noise about what they've never done about Dre. And this is kind of, we can include your name in trade talks. We ain't trading you. But I am curious to see how Dre responds. Not on the court, but after the game tonight, if he's asked.
Well, let's see if he plays tonight.
Wow.
Let's see if Draymond Green plays tonight. We know Steph Curry is not playing tonight. Let me ask you this: if today, let's just say I were a radio host that thought Draymond Green, should stay here. I mean, what if I would say something like, you cannot get rid of Draymond Green. I don't even care if it's for Giannis, because if we feel this way about our stars and we want them to ride off into the sunset, nope, Draymond is untouchable.
Well, if you can trade Clay, you can trade Dre. That's me.
But the difference was Clay was ready to leave. I don't think Draymond Green wants to go anywhere. So that's kind of the one difference.
Yeah.
That I'm wondering about. But
Sonny, can I ask you a personal question? Has today's show gone by as fast as I think it has? This has just been phenomenal, man. Maybe it's the guest.
I got to tell you, I can't.
No, you have to.
I feel like it's been a long day.
Oh, man.
I feel like it's been a long day.
You kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Anything I've done.
3 more to go.
No. It's
the guests were incredible, and they might get greater tomorrow.
I expected more from Rob Parker. I thought
he was great.
I thought Mad Dog was off his game. Baron Davis was had other things on his mind.
Man, please, he remembered you, man.
Why wouldn't he? I was with him for a year.
Do you want to know how it went down?
Yeah.
So I walked up to him and I said, hey, do you remember Matt Steinmetz used to cover you with the Golden State Warriors? He goes, who?
Yeah.
And then he turned around and he goes, oh, that guy.
And
then
there
he tackled him.
Yeah.
At a sub-4 240.
My man.
That was, and that's the way it is with, nobody knows my name.
Well,
nobody
I
knows
say
any
this,
media
they
guy's
better.
name.
There can't be a We Believe doc without you in it. I'll hook you up. It's on now. But seriously, if there's I won't watch it if you're not in it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure Barry is going to remember.
I'm sure they're doing it right. That thing has to come out, man. He said we were like a rock band.
Right, but it's.
I wanted to jump in like, hey, let's. We didn't win 70. It was a great run. Now, We Believe was awesome.
Okay, let me see. Okay, specializing. The First Family Function. We're waiting for Josh Johnson, NFL quarterback. This special night presents the. He's going to be involved in the First Family Function.
So it was last night.
Okay.
We're going to be asking about their 20th year anniversary.
Fair enough.
Was Marshawn part of that last night?
Yeah, Marshawn Lynch, who's his cousin. Marcus Peters, also from Oakland. And Josh Johnson.
Oh, okay. So we're a day late.
No, we got to ask him how it was.
Right, but if he would have come yesterday, you would have been able to weasel.
Well, I got plans tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Can I?
And I don't have to drive the shuttle.
Okay, for everybody out there.
Yeah.
Listen, don't worry. Like, I hate to break it to you, and I hate to break it to our listeners.
You hate when I'm happy.
It's a media.
But there's going to be
party.
a DJ. All I need is music.
It's a media.
Yeah, there's going to be a DJ.
Media.
I'm in.
Media. So you'll see, like, That dude right there. You'll see that dude. The dude in the gray sweatshirt who's
that's your boy Q
disheveled.
from Oakland.
No, I'm not disappointed in him. You know who else will be there? That guy. That guy over there will be there. The guy scarfing down wings right now with I
don't like your energy
with,
right now.
chicken sauce
you
on his
like a hater,
with chicken sauce on his front shirt. He'll be at the media party. Let me look who else.
Evan will be working.
No,
or are you watching
Evan's
the Warriors?
Working. That's a good question.
I'm sure they'll have the screen. I tape every game, so I'll go in the lab when I get home.
Sure. And you'll be in a great condition to watch that game. Yeah. Oh, there's another guy who'll be at the party tonight.
Who?
He's about 74 years old and, walking around.
What's up with your ageism, bro? Everybody get out and have a good time.
Yeah, no, they'll be there. It should be a fun event. And I got to believe it's if it's a media party, there'll be quite the ratio of men to women tonight. It should be, real.
Anybody you looking for you haven't seen? I'm looking for Stephen A.
I know you are.
He'll get here.
And that's a little bit pathetic. But here comes your guy. Let's see if he recognizes you.
Yeah.
And the answer's no.
What's up, baby?
No,
Good to
just
see
a
you,
shake of the hand.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh, how you doing, man? Welcome. We're doing great.
I know you
Thank you so much.
baby. I know your gamer tag. Okay, that's it. He remember.
Yeah,
you was
you already
Chuck
know.
Johnson, halftime sports ball.
He got Soul B back rocking.
Look at he got it rocking.
He got the
rocking, don't he?
Man.
Snotty knows Chuck.
Yeah, I know Chuck Johnson. He does some work for the Warriors, right?
Got Soul B now.
Exactly. All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Josh Johnson, current quarterback of the Commanders, Oakland native. Played for the Niners in 2022. First, I want to ask you about last night, the Fam First family function. You've done this for 20 years. It was the 20th anniversary. Tell us about that.
It was a great night. We was able to raise some funds for our foundation to keep serving the community, which is the number one thing why we do what we do, put ourselves out in the public outside of football reasons. We was able to also give opportunities to our local artists. We had 6 Bay Area homegrown artists from Oakland, San Francisco, Berkeley, and the names to be exact was Paris Knights, young lady, she doing her thing. We had Neff DeFaro from Vallejo. We had John Mack from Oakland. We had Yee, Lil Bean, they from Frisco. We had Rex Life Raj, who is also from Berkeley. And then we had Boss Life Spence, who's from Oakland as well. And they all got up there to do their thing. And I think the unique thing about it, when we do anything, we gonna bring Oakland wherever we go. And y'all know that. But we also was able to bring the NFL experience with it and combine it. And it was all for a good cause, and it was a great night. So shout out to everybody that came, and shout out to everybody that did their thing last night.
Nice.
There it is.
Nice. Man, if we would have had you on yesterday, Goo could have.
He being selfish. Like I said, we could have pulled up to the spot.
Y'all should have pulled up on us last night, man.
Hey, Josh, we get a lot of that.
We sent the invite out. Nobody just responded, but I'm going to leave that alone.
No, we get that a lot. Oh, man, you should have come. You should have come. Let me start out with going back to 2022 when you were a Niner. And you've been fortunate enough to be in this league for a long period of time, and you played for a bunch of coaches. Like, what does Kyle Shanahan hang his hat on as a coach? And kind of compare it to some of the other coaches you played for. What stands out about Kyle Shanahan, if anything?
His connection. His connecting. How connected he wants the team to be, to understand how each component of the team, offense, defense, special teams, need to go out and get a win. He would have these meetings on Saturday night, and if you're a football junkie, it's literally like him 45 minutes telling you with clips and just playing the game out of his mind how we gonna beat this team. And if you love the game of football, it's probably one of the best things you could be a part of. Just to hear this man break it down in his mind how we as a collective gonna beat this team. And it's always so different. Like, I remember one game he was talking about Kenneth Walker, the running backs for the Seahawks. And he said something to me that stood out. He was like, man, defense, we're gonna win this game. But if number 9 figure out who he really is in this league, he gonna be a problem for us. And to hear a coach show that humility the night before a game is rare. Because, that's everybody, we going to do this, rah, rah, rah. But he puts it in perspective of realistic. It's such a realness about it. And to me, as a player, it brings a calm to you because it lets you know what you really need to do. And sometimes it's like, okay, we can smash this team because we just better than them. But it's like, okay, guys, this team, they got something for us, but this is how we gonna beat them. And it gets into more the nuances of the game. Sometimes it's like, like we was playing Dallas, and he was like, this Dallas team pass rush is amazing. He was like, we got to run the ball 45 times. And he said for 3 quarters, it's going to be ugly. He said we might get 2 yards, we might get 3, but in the fourth quarter, they going to break. And I'm like, what? And so you watching the film, when he said it, you watching the film, and you're like, oh, wow, I see what he's talking about. Because in the fourth quarter, Michael Parsons becomes a different player. He kind of slows down a little bit if you're running the game. You're running the ball. And he was like, DeMarcus Lawrence becomes a different player in the fourth quarter if you're running the ball. He was like, I just need y'all to just trust me for these 3 quarters, though, that it's going to be ugly. But in the fourth quarter, it's going to pop. And that was a divisional game.
Yeah.
In the divisional game, if you go back and watch, that game was ugly until the fourth quarter. And it literally played out the way he played it. So he is the upper echelon of coaches. He's like one of the top Zen masters out there, man. It's a pleasure to be able to play for Cal. That organization is truly blessed to have him.
Now, I want to give you your flowers. The Bay does, Oakland, because when we did that Madden tournament that you happened to be a part of, this was pre-COVID and you weren't on the team. Mm-hmm. And I'll never forget this question. I just in my mind. I asked you, was there anything on Madden that would help you in your craft as the quarterback? And I was thinking to myself, man, he's probably going to laugh at that. And can you just share with us your answer, but then just share with us your year and what you possess to where coaches trust you to play what I deem the most difficult position in all the sports, man. I'm proud of you.
No, thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Appreciate it. It is the most difficult thing in sports, but I have used Madden as a great resource tool for numerous of different reasons. You can't simulate the decision-making and the discernment that you got to have playing the quarterback position. It's constant decision-making, and it's literally like somebody putting a gun in your head for 3 hours, and you got to be able to make decisions because any half-second split decision wrong, you can get yourself killed because they're literally trying to kill you on the other side of the ball. And so what I'd use Madden for is to always stay mentally sharp, to make decisions under time crunches, because that's the only way I can really simulate a pass rush. You can't go like pick up basketball, pick up baseball, go out on the street and do that. And so I use it for that. When I bounce around to different teams, I use it to understand the roster because it updates the roster all the time. You really don't know the guys, so instead of going through everybody's profile, you just go on Madden to kind of get a gist. Okay, this is my fast receiver. That's my possession catch receiver. So I use it. It's one of my greatest assets that I've used my whole life. And now it's just to see it come full circle and like actually use it as a benefit. It's been a great thing to have on the side on my hip pocket. I keep my PlayStation with me.
Come on,
nice.
Snidey,
no matter where I go, because everything I just use it. I need it in regards to how I need to play the game. And so
Wow, man.
I'm grateful for it.
Josh Johnson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. All right, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about Guru and I. A guy, Evan, the producer, said, Steiny, how many teams did Josh play for, do you think? And I knew it was a lot. My guess was 12, and he said 14. And I was like, man, damn.
A couple of them was repeats.
Okay, and then we were talking, I said some guys might be sensitive about that. We got to be, my way would be like, well, how come you can't stick with any team? And his was, what keeps you in the NFL so long? So how do you look at that?
I'm like Guru.
Yeah.
To me, I'm on it. I know so many guys who just want to work out. Just want to work out. I've been that guy too, and so I don't take that for granted. Like, if you're looking at it from a lens of always in the NFL space, oh yeah, I can see how nobody wants you, But if you're looking at it from a real human perspective, that's part of the 1% of people who get to play this game. That's one thing. To actually be wanted is another. To actually be trusted to come in emergency moments is another thing. And to be able to stick in so many different, because to me, I just play for the league. Like, it's a collective bargaining. I'm a collective quarterback, you know what I mean? And for me, coaches move around all the time, so why can't players? It's just I think the reason why I haven't stuck now, the business is not in my side. It's a young men's game.
Yeah.
They only want to invest the money long term into the younger players. That's just kind of the nature of the business. But to me, when they call my phone, I'm ready and I'm willing to go. And by the grace of God, has been my phone has been ringing every offseason to say come work for us. So I'm always take the high side of perspective on that.
Well, I mean, honestly,
beautiful.
you know,
Wisdom.
I've been around sports forever, and you know, this is what I figure. If you're still in the league, that means two things. One is you got to be really smart, and you also have to be a really good teammate.
Sure.
And
you got to be a good player too.
You know that.
You're right.
You got me. You got me.
You got to be a good player.
But that's an automatic for an NFL player, so that's why I skipped over that, Josh. But no, I mean, that has to be the reason.
No, for sure.
Along with your skill.
Like the skill. I guess the word you're using is professionalism.
Yes.
You got to be a professional. And I think that applies to every career field. It applies to y'all field. It applies to every. You got to go in there and be an asset. You can't be a liability. And for me, I focus on that. And that to me, sometimes you got to put your pride to the side. You gotta sometimes take less than, and you got to understand your role. And if you could define that for yourself the moment you get there and have that clear cut of what is expected of you, I think it takes a lot of weight off your shoulders. So. As I've continued to go on this journey, that's all I focus on. Is really understand why am I here? Why do you want me to bring you here? So I can maximize what you want me here for, but also show you what I'm capable of doing as well. So that's how you become an asset instead of a liability.
Dude, I love it. I can't wait to hear your answer on this one. So I want to ask you about the peers at your position. And I'm a fan. So from afar, I used to laugh at Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith, thinking, okay, one and done, you don't have the goods, Trey Lance. And then all of a sudden now, you know, look at me now in regard to Mac Jones. He only had 8 games, but we're taking calls. He better than Brock. Baker and the Sam Darnold, what do you say as a guy that plays that position? Are fans in the media wrong for saying, oh, Josh didn't have it early? Or because now I'm taking a step back, like maybe you're a product of your environment. You didn't get the best coaching. Where do you come out on these reclamation projects, kind of popping their collar now, bubbling, getting a second, third chance, and making it work?
So I ain't going to lie. I just say it's barbershop talk. Y'all have to do that. You guys have to create topics, stories, to keep people engaged. So as players, we deal with so much, in particular quarterbacks, that most people will never understand that because we gotta take it. That's a part of our role. That's a part of our responsibility. So you gotta have thick skin first and foremost. But then when it comes to quarterbacks in regards to their growth, you should never put a timetable on it. It's so much that goes into being a starter or getting prepared to be a starter. And also, like, you can't control who's your receivers. You can't control who's your offensive line. That's all the general managers. And so you get put in so many situations that you can't control. So I think if you guys can, I think y'all should change the narrative. Like, stop putting a timetable on guys' success. Stop putting a timetable on their growth. I know everybody wants everything to happen immediately, but that's not the world we live in. Like, the moment you wanted to get into this profession, was you ready?
No, I want a contest.
Exactly.
No, so I'm being real.
You had to grow into it.
No doubt.
But the beauty of what y'all doing, y'all can do this forever. We can't play football forever. And coaches can't coach forever. So you got so many things by design of the business that are competing with each other. Like a coach trying to have success so he can continue to feed his family. A GM trying to have success so he can continue to feed his family. The quarterback wants to have success so he can have a 15-plus year career. But by nature of the business, those things conflict with each other. Like the GM's job is to put the best players out there. The coach's job is to coach whoever they give him. But he don't get to choose his players. You know what I mean? Man. The quarterback job is to do whatever the coach, but he don't get to choose his coach. He don't get to choose his receivers. So it's so many different things that you have no control over that's supposed to work with each other, but they also working against each other. So to me, if y'all can change the narrative, I think it'll do the game some justice, but I understand that y'all got to keep people engaged and people want to talk like we at the barbershop.
Man. Where are you going to end up coaching?
Who, me?
Yeah, come on. You got coach written all over you.
Look at it.
You know it.
I've heard that. I've heard that. Right now, I can't answer it because I'm so locked into being a player, man.
Gotcha.
I got to play this year. I got to see where my game was at, which is hard to evaluate on the practice field. And I feel like I got a lot more to give now. So I'm going to put it in God's hands and see what he want me to do. If he want me to keep playing football, I do that. If he want me to transition, the opportunities is there to coach. They have been there. They have been there.
Nice.
I've actually coached. Most people don't know this. I was coaching when I was on the Niners. Every time I played for the Niners, I was coaching at Tech, and nobody knew that.
Oh, come on, man.
So, on our days off on Tuesday, I would go coach. I would go be the OC. And then on Friday, because, short Friday,
that's tight.
Then I would coach. And then if we played on a Saturday, the games would be at 1, and we'll be done with our meetings by 11. So I've already dabbled in that world.
See, I knew it.
You smelled it, huh?
I knew it. Hey, Josh Johnson, time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City.
Here we go.
What's the must-have food item for you when you're watching the Super Bowl?
Some garlic crab from Thang Long.
Wow.
If you know about Thang Long over in the city, gotta go get me some Thang Long.
The crab.
Yes, Lord.
Sounds good, man.
No wings, Stoney. We've been getting wings.
Garlic crab from Thang Long.
Hey, man, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you. And
Josh.
one of Oakland's best right there, ladies and gentlemen. Josh Johnson.
He broke it down, man.
Washington Commanders quarterback. Played for the Niners in 2022.
That's beautiful.
And proud Oakland native.
He is the one, all the athletes, Donnie, we talk about the 12 men on an NBA team, dude, you're the 1%, the average Joe's, like, you're special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All these, hey, pros are pros.
Yeah.
There it is. Take that home. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. We got crossover on the other side. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Yo, it's Guru from 95.7 The Game. Stoney and I are celebrating the big game Sunday at Bay Street, Emeryville. Pre-game starts at 2 p.m. Great food, Bay Area vibes, the concert everyone's talking about, and us. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Shop snack favorites at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off select snacks like kettle, late July, and more with Prime through February 3rd. Perfect for movie nights and game day watch parties. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Jewelry Gram. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlocked home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headache. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hola, amigos. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, covers the biggest sports stories nationwide, live and interactive. From the build-up to the big game in Santa Clara to the road to March in college hoops. As tonight's games are getting underway, we're following along for the stories that matter. Tap in. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Get ready for heart, hustle, and a whole new kind of hero in Sony's GOAT, the animated sports adventure exclusively produced by Steph Curry, in theaters February 13th. For a chance to see it before it releases, courtesy of Sony Pictures, enter online at 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
What's the question? I think you just answer your own question.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
I think you just answer your own question.
All righty, it's time for the crossover, and that means it is brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we've got you covered, bayalarm.com. Willard and Dibbs in the house. We are joining you from Moscone Center, downtown San Francisco, Tuesday of Super Bowl week, of course, the big game.
Yeah. We have some heavyweights, man.
Great job. You guys did great.
Yeah, thank you.
So many good interviews. Great energy today.
Dude, the Baron Davis. The storytelling.
Dude.
Yeah.
He's drafting for the Raiders.
I love it.
But yeah, he's working for the Raiders.
I love it when you get a little sheepishly embarrassed,
there we
Steiny.
go.
And I love it. It's very, very
becoming.
Becoming. It is. It is. Yeah.
Well, I go way back with
It's an attractive quality for a person to have, Steiny.
I apprate that, Mark.
There's
Thank you so
a certain amount
much.
of vulnerability in that, and
let's break it down.
Yeah, it's nice to see you vulnerable because you have your fence up, and you don't want anybody to really see the real Steiny. But when a guy like Baron Davis shouts you out from 20 years ago, you can't help but feel it.
I was 18.
Apologies.
That's all right.
Yeah.
That's all
Again,
right.
the vulnerability that lasted about 8 seconds. That went away pretty quick. So
Let's catch everybody up on the NBA news, and we can talk about it. Jaren Jackson Jr. going from Memphis to Utah. Nikola Vucevic going from Chicago to Boston for Anthony Simons. And Kevin Huerter's going somewhere, but I'm not sure where he was and where he's going.
He's on the move. Huerter's going to Detroit.
Gotcha.
In a 3-teamer.
I mean, he can shoot it a little bit, so there you go.
Yeah, I'm most intrigued by Triple J's Jaren Jackson Jr. going to Utah, and quietly when you look at what Utah has done, and it's funny because a month ago or less, you're like, Danny Ainge is a myth.
Last week you were talking about Danny Ainge.
Time flies when you're talking to Steiny, but he's a myth no more because this whole slow, patient rebuild, kaboom.
Well, is this the first time ever that Danny's the one giving up all the picks?
I think so.
I can't remember it going this direction.
I think so.
They like where they're at,
yeah.
huh?
What I
Which
think
is odd, isn't it?
I guess he's ready. He's ready to move. You know what I mean?
Is he?
I guess.
Time.
I mean, what seat are they sitting in right now?
No, but we watch them.
Well,
they
that's
play
the other
fast.
thing.
They got some talent.
No, they have
They
talent.
have no shot this year.
Yeah.
But this is 2 major contracts.
Yeah,
This
no
is
doubt.
their move, and they're not in the neighborhood.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just interesting. That's all.
Yeah, for sure. But it also tells me that, obviously names went back and forth, but it's really those 3 future firsts. And it tells me that, if the Warriors might have been able to get this guy for 3 future firsts, and maybe they thought that's too much for him.
I think so. Yeah. Well, first of all,
he don't play like he's built. That's what concerns me. He's a great player, but you got the skills, but you ain't that dog.
There's also so many reasons. I mean, if you pull anything right now, you're out on Giannis. And I don't know, maybe
Minnesota made a move to free up some space to scare me.
Listen.
Okay.
Listen, I need to talk to you.
I need to talk to you. I'm right here.
I'm going to turn my chair right
What's
to
up,
you.
Doc?
Okay. You've been saying all day that you're going to be crushed.
Yeah.
I'm worried about you because I think you're going to be crushed.
Oh, no, Will, you didn't give up.
Well, no, but this is
the scoreboard's not reading we're ahead anymore.
Man. First of all, they're not, quote unquote, in the lead. They're not in the lead.
It started that way. Give me that.
I don't know that. All we knew and what we know is that the Warriors have the most pick-heavy offer. That's all we know.
Oh, man.
We've been asking for a week. Does Giannis want to come here? Right. Mark Stein kind of, sort of insinuated last night. At minimum, it's not his first choice. And I'll tell you, I don't know if you guys agree with this. If Giannis is not fired up to be here, I don't want him.
All right.
That's
what it would take for him to get here.
It's he might have a list, and it's 3-4 teams long, and the Warriors are 3rd or 4th. So he's like, I'm willing to do it. But if he's not, dude, at this cost, you better be jacked to be here or I'm out.
Yeah, I just can't help but think about the Larry Bear comments yesterday about dragons and how dragons aren't a bad thing. The Dodgers are the dragon, and the Warriors have been that dragon, the team that everybody wants to slay. And so if you're Giannis and you look at what happened to Kevin Durant, when he joined the dragon, he became one of them, and he helped the dragon become even bigger. I wonder if that doesn't play into a star now thinking, I don't want all the blowback. If things go well, I get blowback. If I don't win a chip there, I get blowback.
Do you guys think? Oh, sorry. Do you guys think that's it, or do you think he's just looking at this going, they're old?
I think it could be both. I don't know.
I think it's 95. It's 95%.
Yeah, what am I doing there?
Yeah.
That was my question all last week. Yeah. I'm all in on this, but if I'm Giannis, in 2 years, what am I doing?
Yeah, and Steiny brought this up. You two tell me what you think. Dibs, I love your opinion. I respect it. But if you go to a movie and say it's bad, I'm gonna process that, but I'm going to see for myself.
Right.
And Steiny talked about Durant, and if word gets around the league about the experience they had here, just as put myself in a professional athlete's shoes, just because it didn't work out for you, doesn't mean it's not going to work out for me. So if, KD told Giannis, I don't think, and it could happen, but I was like, I don't think that's believable to where that would keep him from coming to the
I don't even know
Bay.
if it's that KD told him. I think that Giannis saw what happened with KD KD. He went back to Oklahoma City, and they had cupcake shirts. Right? And the whole thing was, you're
toxic.
a cupcake.
Yeah.
Even though he built that thing up and he was a good Thunder while he was there, he comes here and wins, and now he's reviled in so many corners?
I don't know how much of a comp this is, though, because that whole thing was because Kevin Durant
didn't tell anybody.
But he was joining something that was established at the top of the league.
They just beat you, too.
The Warriors are currently not that. They're not. This would not be joining a team that's already the big bad dude on the block. That's not what this is.
Right.
So again, none of us know what's making Giannis tick, but I'm looking at the Warriors, and is it some combination of Draymond's got too much juice, they're old, I don't even if this works, it's going to work for a year and a half, and then what am I doing? Then I'm 33 and everybody left, and you've got cap space. That was my concern last week, and the minute Mark Stein said that last night, I was like, uh-oh.
We got to be careful because the two guys who didn't want to come, one guy didn't want to come back. And when he didn't want to come back, I didn't think too much more of it. Yeah, Draymond may have been, a Kerr may have been, but it was like, been there, done that. You know what I mean? It could have just been that.
Okay, I got
quite frankly. And for Giannis, I don't think there's malice. I just think, his agent's probably saying we might be able to get you to Minnesota, and they might be able to keep some pieces. Well, we got to acknowledge some places are more attractive than the Warriors right now if it's about a title.
Even if it's not just about a title, if he was to go to Minnesota and do that, well, then he's the guy who went there and did that because they've never done it. And I think that there's value in that. If you're going to chase a chip, you chase it where a team's never won it.
I'm not trying to run anybody out of town, but Steiny got me thinking today about why the Warriors and this fever of them having action at Giannis, where did it come from? Who was the, and that's just the life we live, social media, whatnot. We'll never know the answer. But something's eating at me right now. And, Goo, you're hard on Draymond. Why and what does it mean for this news to come out at all that the Warriors are okay including Draymond in a trade that I don't think is going to happen? And now I'm worried as a lifelong Warrior fan. I keep adding that. How is Dre going to answer tonight after the game? Or forget tonight because it's not Thursday. But I'm a little worried that if he doesn't get traded, how he looks at, who sent that? Why did that all of a sudden come out? I'm a bit curious.
That would be wildly unprofessional of Draymond Green if having your name in rumors would affect your performance.
So nothing to see here.
The only time I can think of that where I actually felt for someone was something along the lines of what happened to Lamar Odom in L.A.
I love me
years
some Lamar.
ago. But he was actually traded. It wasn't a rumor. He was traded for Chris Paul, and then the league undid it. And then they went, now go back to your team. They traded you, now go put their uniform on. If you can't handle rumors, Draymond is literally somebody who prides himself on being
a gladiator,
tough-minded, right? If you can't handle trade rumors, that is the word that he uses to describe everyone else. That's soft.
No, I get it.
No, my favorite part about doing radio with you, Goo, is
they got guests today, Goo.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Not for a while.
Yeah, but we're okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, dude. My favorite
We'd love to. I booked Matt Steinmetz at 2:12.
There we go, man.
Every show with you is all 5 stages of grief in the Kubler-Ross model.
I want to celebrate, though. How many stages are there to celebration?
Well, it's all about grief. It's the 5 stages of grief.
You're right. Okay.
Real quick.
Yeah.
If it's not Giannis, do you all want to pivot or hold? And thank you for standing with Steiny in solidarity.
Honestly, if Giannis is going to cost you 4, who's going to maybe cost you 2?
Well,
and who's
Trey Murphy? Do they decide that they could get Trey Murphy for 2 future firsts? Maybe that they think that's too much for him. But
what if something new happens? This James Harden thing. What? And I don't mean
he
James.
just wants the bread.
No, I don't want James. But if the Clippers are going to do a total teardown, what else is available?
John Collins.
Kawhi?
Hey.
Well,
he didn't make the All-Star game.
Kawhi?
Man.
Sure. Why not?
He's not old enough.
On 95.7.
Oh, okay.
I got.
All right.
Yeah. Then Cooper's got to get ready for his media party
It's
tonight.
not till 6.
There's another guy who's going to be there. The guy's 53 years old and he's got food in his
Why
beard.
is he hating? Yeah.
Because
On
he's a
95.8.
hater.
All right, bye.
See you.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know.
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, day 2. Let's go, Radio Row. Let's do this damn thing.
This is really like day 1. Like college football has week 0. Like yesterday was week 0. This feels like week 1, you know?
Yeah, yesterday was hummus. It was a non-protein appetizer.
Not bad.
Today, the wings have arrived.
Pigs in a blanket.
Speaking of wings, Bryce Young is walking by right now in a big wing jacket. There's wings everywhere.
Yeah.
So, yes, the meat of Radio Row and the meat of the Super Bowl. In fact, I know a lot of people who got on flights this morning. A lot of people, I flew in today. So, yes, Radio Row has been turned up at least a notch or 2, and so has the NBA trade deadline as we arrive. Like, just to give you a little bit of the lay of the land, Patrick Peterson's going to join us in about 15 minutes. If you don't know who Frank Caliendo is, A, you've probably not been around sports media very long, and B, stay tuned for who is, pound for pound, the best impersonation sensation.
That's a buck.
In all the world. He is known for he's known for years as the Madden guy, but he can Morgan Freeman and Donald Trump and Joe Biden and all the rest like nobody else. And he's going to be by here in 45 minutes. Stink will be on later, and I think pretty much promise you some unknown names are going to pop by because it's that kind of a vibe today. But yeah, we're tracking the deadline, and I can feel the FOMO all over the place,
right?
Which is the second Jaren Jackson Jr. goes to the Utah Jazz. You can feel the Warrior fan base go, hold on. Wait a minute. What about us? And so does it change that vibe of what we've been talking about, which is kind of Giannis or nothing? And now, if it's not Giannis, do you want to pivot to something else maybe? And not that I'm giving up on Giannis yet.
Yeah, I'm still in the Giannis or nothing because you have all offseason to deal with whatever you need to deal with. And if it's Giannis in the offseason, sure. It may be Harden or Kawhi if they're still around. I'm not interested in Ja Morant, but the things I was reading today, it feels like Memphis is going to keep him and maybe let him just walk or deal with him in the summer.
Interesting.
Memphis is in OKC mode. If you look at their picks, they now have 11 first-round picks.
Don't forget, they got 4 for Desmond Bane last offseason.
And then they got a few more today in this trade.
More.
So Memphis is trying to do the OKC thing, and really, Utah was doing what OKC did. And if you look at Utah now, and I know this is not Jazz Radio, but they're lightweight scary next year. Their front court, Walker Kessler will be back after a shoulder issue. He's 7'2". You're going to have a small forward of Lauri Markkanen at 7'1". Jaren Jackson Jr. at 7 foot is going to be your power forward. My God, that's going to be a long, tough team in the West. So, yeah, the Warriors are going to have to do something at some point. It doesn't have to be by Thursday.
No, it does not. And so we'll see if this spurs something from the Warriors. But, yes, all signs still point at this hour to the Warriors being all in, all chips, middle of the table on Giannis Antetokounmpo. However, I do want to put this out there because you and I didn't get a chance to do this right at the end of the show yesterday. I want to read this to everybody. And this is from Mark Stein. And Mark Stein is about as tapped in of an NBA reporter as is out there. And this is what he wrote just yesterday as the Warriors feel confident that they've got a very, very strong proposal on the table to the Milwaukee Bucks. They also need to be sure that Giannis wants to be there before they go all in. And Mark writes, it is not yet clear if the Warriors can feel good about that. League sources say that Golden State is aware of recent rumblings that Giannis can't be assumed to be as eager as he once was perceived to be to relocate to Steph Curry's town and team. How credible are such rumblings? Presumably only Giannis knows for sure. Yet, Stein says, I have heard from sources briefed on the situation that some in the know suspect Giannis could be turned off by the idea of joining an older team and or facing the same sort of criticism that Kevin Durant continues to absorb to this day about teaming up with Steph Curry. Now, that is a lot of speculation.
Sure, but sourced speculation.
But I will tell you, that is very high level, for me, turn off speculation. If Giannis is not fired up to be here, I am out. I want no part of it whatsoever.
Well, if he's not fired up to be here, then they won't trade him here, because I'm sure they've asked him or they have a sense of what he wants. And if he's not fired up to be here, then yeah, I'm with you. Don't spend 4 first-round picks to have him come here and give it a shot. And Steph is here, and then Steph leaves, and then Giannis is like, okay, I want my new team. I want my next new team. Yeah. And now he wants to be elsewhere because Steph's not here, and it didn't work out here or whatever. So you get a year and a half of Giannis and Steph and whoever's left, and then Giannis wants to move on to his new team at 33, and you're left with very little. You could trade him for some picks, but you probably won't be able to get 4 picks and 3 players back. So I'm with you. If he's not sold out to be here, then I wouldn't even bother about trying to expend all these assets to bring him in.
Well, and I wonder, when you hear that, how fired up are the Warriors to do it? Because they've been positioning themselves to be ready for this moment for 3 years. And can you imagine sitting there for 3 years, getting up the courage to go ask her out, and then when you ask her out, she looks at you and she's like, let me think about it. Like, it's demoralizing. It'll kill you. And the idea that you're going to give you all, like a decade of assets.
Flowers and candy and, all kinds of things. Starbucks gift card.
I'm out. This is not one of those situations where it's cute or romantic to chase. Like, no. If we got to twist your arm, I just won't. I'm not twisting your arm. And so this is only a report. It's not over yet. We're still all over this and all about it as we move into our final 45 hours or so before the deadline. But the bottom line for me is that if he is not in, neither should the Warriors be. And so it leads to this question. And it allows us to say, Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Before every game, vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. It's brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit ShaneCo.com today. If the Warriors don't land Giannis by Thursday, should they pivot to another big move immediately or wait and regroup in the summer? We want your yes or no votes on Twitter. We'll share the results later. It's essentially, if no Giannis, is it pivot or is it wait? Which do you want? Fire away with those votes on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. We'll read the results later. I'm open to anything. I'm tempted to say, boy, as much as it will be difficult in terms of PR, I think I'm kind of with you. There's no reason to force. If there's a great deal that presents itself, okay, like, we're listening. But don't force something if it's not there, and chase a championship in a year where, let's be real, it's not going to happen.
Well, it'll be a tight window even next year, because I think about what Utah did, and Danny Ainge has been waiting, and now he fires it, and you've got Lauri Markkanen, who's not yet 30. Keontae George, they love the point guard. He was born in 2003. Walker Kessler, born in 01. Jaren Jackson Jr. is not 30. So you fired your bullet for a guy who can help you with a team of guys in their mid to late 20s.
Yep.
You'd be doing that with this team. So if Giannis is not fully sold out to give it a go for a year and a half and then stay long term, then it's really a fool's errand.
Well, I think also you got to think about branding. You know, if you're the Golden State Warriors, this is going to be a tough one. If you do nothing at the deadline, what is your mantra? What are you, like, what's your T-shirt? What's your T-shirt? Let Kuminga cook?
And for the rest of the year?
Yeah, but understand how much that will trigger some people who have sort of been asking you to do that for 2 years now. And so I think the Warriors are in a tough spot.
They are, but if there's no pivot, and I don't know what the pivot would be, for me it's not Kawhi Leonard. I think that he's a guy who is too old and he's got injury history.
Sure.
I don't know if James Harden style of ball fits this team.
That's a hard no for
He's
me.
an elite scorer. He's, one of, 7 guys to ever hit 30,000 points, but he doesn't fit with what the Warriors do. He's ball dominant, and it's not Ja Morant. So as we go through, who is the player that would be, good enough and worth it enough to do what you have to do with those assets, as opposed to you get to June or July when everything is shaken out throughout the course of this year, you'll have a better idea of what's going to be available, and it might be better.
No doubt. And again, maybe Kuminga does do some things the rest of the way that makes him more attractive in the summer. You keep that optionality, but understand that those kinds of words, they bother fans. Hey, optionality. We're gonna wait. We're gonna go get it next time. It's not what fans want to hear with Steph Curry about to have his 38th birthday. So we'll take some calls on this throughout the afternoon. But Patrick Peterson, who, by the way, once upon a time, remember after Brock Purdy hurt his arm and in Philadelphia, and the opener the next year was in Pittsburgh, and Patrick Peterson went on a podcast and was like, I'm going to intercept Brock Purdy. You watch. I will intercept Brock Purdy. He is not that good. I'm going to intercept him. Brock Purdy torched Pittsburgh that day en route to the 49ers ending up in the Super Bowl. Patrick Peterson joins us live. Coming up next, our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We are at Radio Row. Big day, Tuesday of Super Bowl week right here on Willard and Dibbs.
Game day traffic brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you are driving into San Francisco for the Warriors game tonight, no backup on 101 or 280 heading to Chase Center, and no significant delays on the Bay Bridge.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Women's Heritage Day is coming to History Park on Saturday, March 7th from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Join History San Jose, Mosaic America, and other community partners as we celebrate Women's History Month in the Santa Clara Valley. This free, family-friendly event will feature live cultural performances, a poetry lounge, crafts for all ages, booths from local women-owned small businesses, a woman-owned lowrider and classic car show, and more. Want to be a sponsor or find out how you can get involved? Visit historysanjose.org.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I'm going to eat it.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Yeah, we're already loving Tuesday. Lots of energy. Not only are we a day closer to the NBA trade deadline, but Radio Row here, live at Moscone Center, is just all lit up. Our guy Scott Hansen is right across the room.
It's Uncle Scott.
I know. I'm working on it. Bryce Young and a bunch of other NFL players are popping around as well. And so we're enjoying that. And we get to talk to another one who is just a fantastic NFL career. 13 years in in the league 3 times, a first-team All-Pro. Joining us now live on the River Islands guest line is none other than Patrick Peterson here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Patrick, how you doing, man?
What up, Willard? What up, Dibs? Man, I'm doing great, man. I cannot complain at all. San Francisco weather is much greater than the weather where I'm living right now.
Well, we're pulling a fast one on you, Patrick. This is not what February in the Bay is normally like.
Don't tell them that.
Hey, this is as good as it gets, bro.
I will take it, especially where I'm coming from. So I will take this anytime, any day.
Love it, man. So on a week like this, what does it sort of conjure up for you and your memories of playoff time, and now kind of looking at it through a different lens on our side of the fence, if you will?
Man, it's pretty interesting because I was just having this conversation not too long ago, and it was just talking about, man, the season flew by, and this is my first year really into the media side of things. I had the opportunity to do some games with CBS on the college level, but still doing some post and pregame shows on HQ and doing some radio stuff on Sirius. And I'm like, man, it feels like almost like I was playing, because that's how fast the season seemed like it was going by. We're already in week 21, the last game of the season. Super Sunday is right around the corner. So it's a blessing. And it's also it sucks that this is the last game, because every Sunday has been so awesome to us.
It's funny you say that, because I always tell my partner how many games are left, because I like math, and every week he'd tell me, don't say that. And then now the math is easy. We're down to 1. And about this one, Patrick, what do you think as we sit here still a few days away? What's the one thing that you're thinking about in terms of this matchup?
Man, the one thing that I'm thinking about is what offense is gonna be able to prevail, or what offense is going to be able to break the seal from these defenses, because we know both of these defenses are well coached. Both of these defenses want to take you to the deep end and see if they can suffocate you. Both of these defenses, a really, really great and marquee matchup is going to be secondary play on both sides. All 3 of these guys play at a high level, and Marcus Jones being, in my opinion, probably the better of the 3, being an All-Pro out of the 6 guys. But that's what it's going to come down to: which offense is going to be able to break the seal of the opposing team defenses, because the Patriots do a good job of just getting after the quarterback with their stunts, with their guys up front, and trying to beat you with coverage, having guys looking at the quarterback and picking you off that way. And then the Seattle Seahawks they just paying their ears back because they've been playing with the lead so much, to where now they're just making their guys just rush the quarterback and forcing the opposing team to block those monsters that they have up front.
13-year cornerback in the NFL, Patrick Peterson, is joining us here on Willard and Dibs. 10 of those 13 years were spent with the Cardinals. So let's talk about that NFC West, Patrick. Yeah. First off, what is your favorite memory of going against the 49ers?
Oh, man, one of my favorite memories probably was the last year of Jim Harbaugh, because I remember when I was there in Arizona, the first couple of years, we was basically kind of like the laughing stock of the NFC West. Everybody pretty much treated us in the Rams at the time. We was probably a step above the Rams, the St. Louis Rams at the time. But we was kind of like everyone punching bag, and I'll never forget when Jim had first got to San Francisco, what he said in one of his press conferences. It was 2013, and it was I believe it was the last game in Candlestick too, if I'm not mistaken. But man, they ran the same play literally 11 times with Frank Gore, and they scored. And then he just talked about in his press conference how it was all about finding meat. And Bruce Arians ended up being our coach in 2015. I believe that was his last year there. 2015, it was the first game that we had the opportunity to play them, and this when we had when we made it to the NFC Championship, and we as the kids like to say nowadays, we BTA'd them. Like, it was like 49 to like 14 or something like that, and it really felt good to get our lick back finally against Jim.
Yeah, I mean, those teams were monster. And you mentioned Frank Gore up for the Hall of Fame announced this week, and your teammate Larry Fitzgerald likely going in, and your turn will come in a few years. But Frank Gore, Larry Fitzgerald, do you think they're both getting in this week?
Man, I hope and pray that, both of those guys get an opportunity, to get into the Hall, regardless if it's this time or the next go around. We know that the getting into the Hall of Fame, obviously the bar is set very, very high. I know it's a lot of fuss that's been going on with Mr. Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick, but you also have to look at these guys who are up there with Roger Craig and the other two seniors. My mind's going blank right now, but this is their last opportunity to be on a ballot. And the voters always talk about how they do not like leaving guys out. And if you look at these guys' career, you can say what you want. These guys have been waiting 20 years, and you want to give these guys an opportunity to celebrate this with their loved ones and the accomplishments that they was able to have while they played the game that they love. So it's kind of like a bittersweet towards Mr. Robert Kraft and Coach Bill Belichick, just because of what the state that the Hall of Fame voters are in right now, and lives are changed, and lives are still wanting to be celebrated while they have the opportunity. But getting back to Frank Gore and Larry, I believe Larry will get in there first ballot. There's no doubt in my mind. I believe he will, but you never know. Frank Gore, I think he will get in there eventually, but at the same time, man, both of those guys had luxurious careers and did it at a high level for such a long time.
Patrick Peterson joins us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Patrick, while we're going down memory lane, I was excited to get a chance to talk to you because I wanted to hit you up about the year that you were in Pittsburgh, and your opener that year was against the 49ers and Brock Purdy coming off of his arm injury and his surgery, and there was quite a prediction that you were going to pick off Brock, and oh, by the way, you had a chance, and you didn't get it, but Brock also cooked that day. Take me through your prediction and then how you felt about actually going against him.
Man, for me, it wasn't – everybody thought I was throwing shade at Brock Purdy. Like, he's an awesome quarterback, and obviously his his career up until this point speak for itself. But at the same time, I'm a competitor, and watching film, I wasn't telling any lie. There was tells that I had an opportunity to jump. It was up to me to go out there when that opportunity presented itself. When it did a couple times. I just didn't make that play. But, I wasn't throwing any shade at him. I'm just a competitor, and I would have said that against, anyone. At the same time, he ended up making the most of it. He threw 2 touchdowns on me. I never forget, and I was in great position, but, it was great throws always outbeat great coverage. And you can look at both of those coverage, except for the first one, Brandon Ayuk. I kind of slipped on that one. My memory is like an elephant, so I remember everything. On the first one, it was the back of the end zone of the south end zone. I slipped a little bit. And coming off that the Steeler logo, that was a good route. But I kind of knew that was coming. But that's a story for another day. And then the late in the third quarter, the fade route that he threw, I believe that was to Brandon Ayuk as well. I was in great coverage. It was in the back of the end zone. Like I said, great throw, end up beating great coverage. So had an opportunity to make a play on George Kittle. Drop that one, right before halftime, So there was opportunities there. But, again, there was no shade from me thrown at Brock Purdy because this guy's a great competitor. I'm a great competitor. And that's what, obviously, at the end of the day, that's what football is all about. You know what I mean? Seeing if you can end up giving your opponent your best punch.
Patrick, you brought up a name there that obviously it's a little bit of a raw situation with Niner fans right now. In Brandon Ayuk, do you have any idea what on earth has unfolded with him in his career?
Man, I have no idea. Obviously, from the outside looking in, the team obviously hearing that the team haven't seen him, since the injury. the last time we heard or seen from Brandon Ayuk, it was, speeding back past the stadium. God knows how fast he was going. Just thank God he was safe and no one got hurt because, that was obviously a hazard in itself. But, no one have really heard or seen from him. But it sounds like that he would not be a part of the team next year. I just hope, all is well mentally because, with me going through, being a retired football player, there's not a lot of people that you can lean on, and there's not a lot of things far as you can fall back on, far as your teammates and things like that. So you want to make sure that you're around, right people and soak up this opportunity that you're in because it only lasts for so long.
Yeah, it's a short shelf life. Patrick Peterson here on 95.7 The Game. We've been doing something fun with our guests. It's called the Snooper Bowl. We pick a question. Snooper Bowl. We want to snoop a little, Patrick. So if you're game, I'll reach in the bowl and pull out a question. I'll ask you the question. We just want to snoop a little bit. Is that okay?
Let's do it.
All right, let the snooping begin.
It's an actual bowl, Patrick. There's a physical bowl sitting on our table.
Like the old school 1995 Goldfish
right,
Bowl.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And, quite frankly, you got a layup almost as easy as that pass that you should have picked off to George Kittle. What's the best piece of advice you've ever been given?
Wow, the best piece of advice I've ever been given, I'll probably go with my grandfather, man, is, always stay humble because whatever that you achieve or whatever that you felt that you have gained in life, it can still be taken away in the blink of an eye. So for me, no matter how high that I was in my career, no matter how successful that I felt that I may become, I treat everyone the same, and I want to maintain humble and continue to put smiles on other people's faces.
Love that. And then, Patrick, we also have our final question, which is brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What is your must-have food item for a big game party?
Oh, man.
Because you get to eat whatever the hell you want now, Patrick.
That's right.
Yeah, that's very, very true. I make a crazy short rib queso dip.
Ooh, good Lord.
So that's like for me, for like a big game like Sunday, but now I'm in the media space. I'm going to be working on CBS HQ, so I won't have an opportunity to cook my queso dip this year. But my wife will probably take over those duties because my neighbors and all of that love coming in my basement because I have a cool setup, got the bar, got the TVs and all of that. So they love coming over, so they'll probably still find their way in my basement, and I will miss that party. But that's kind of, for me, that's always the go-to for a big game.
All right.
Perfect.
Patrick, so you're working this weekend, huh?
Yeah, I am. I'm working this weekend. I'm working Sirius XM on Move the Chains all week, so you can catch me on there. And then Sunday, I'll be doing pre- and post-game with CBS.
Okay, Patrick, good luck. Have a great call. Thank you so much for hopping on with us, man. That was fun.
All right, man. You guys take care.
Okay, there he goes. Patrick Peterson, 13 years in the league. And speaking of league veterans, my goodness, look at who is sitting down with us right here at Radio Row. Here at 95.7 The Game. You hear his voice on our station all the time, but rarely do we get to actually sit down and break bread with the man. Ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than the great Brian Baldinger. How are you?
I'm good, guys. I'm good. I just got here today, so I'm fresh. My voice is strong right now.
You look good.
I just got back from the Cayman Islands. Little island hopping.
That's a flex.
I mean,
you come out of the Cayman Islands, you're fresh. You're ready. You're ready to charge.
Oh man, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you doing all right?
Yeah, this is the finish line. It's the finish line.
No joke.
We started, I started July 24th, 25th, whatever. Basically, it's an everyday job. You don't even take any days off. But I live for this.
What do you think? What do you think of how the playoffs have gone and where we've arrived?
The overtime games, the games that sudden death. I mean, nail biters. I mean, competitiveness. Maybe the quarterback play you'd like to see elevated in some of the places a little bit better, but you can't control all that stuff. But I feel like we've whittled it down to the two best teams right here. I don't think anybody got in that wasn't expected, especially with the injury to Bo Nix.
And the 49ers and their fans, they should be satisfied with as far as they made it, considering how dilapidated their team became.
Yes, no question. And in fact that, Brock Purdy went down and Mac Jones came in, played great. Jake Tongas comes out of nowhere and, has a role. And, DeMarcus Robinson in big game in Philly. So they just kept finding guys. And, obviously you lose Fred and Nick, you lose a ton, but they scrapped and they scrapped. And look, I mean, there was Seattle in their way. Like, they weren't going to beat Seattle. Not now, not with what they have. And so that's really the challenge with the Rams and the 49ers right now is Seattle's the top dog in this division. And John Schneider's done a great job.
Brian Baldinger is with us and is brought to you by Unlock and is joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Brian, I think 49er fans would and I know you've done it a little bit coming on our station so much, but let's talk about that. This offseason and the problem that Seattle creates for the Niners, what do they need to do?
Well, I think defensively you have to get a lot better. I mean, Seattle's defense is number one defense in football. New England's was the fourth best defense in football. Denver's was the third best. Houston was, you've got to have a top 10 defense and maybe a top 5 defense to get this far. Philadelphia, was the number one defense last year. They had 13 takeaways in the postseason alone in four games. They have to get a lot better on defense and at taking the ball away. It does come down. Seattle isn't a great takeaway team, but they're a great defense. And they showed that to the 49ers. They couldn't score a touchdown in 2 games. And so I think that's where it's got to start right now. It's got to start with built. And I saw John Lynch at the Senior Bowl last year. And, here comes Michael Williams and Collins and, C.J. West, whatever. They're going to have to continue to upgrade across the board on defense right now. You look at Nick Emanwari right now and Devin Witherspoon. These are top-flight athletes that change the game, and they need those type of players.
And also, I'm thinking about, the pass rush, which was almost non-existent this year. How important is that so that their secondary that might be middle of the pack, do they suddenly get better if the pass rush is a lot better?
They'll be better. I don't know if they're going to get that much better. I don't know if they, Tyquan Woolen runs a 4.28 40. They just don't look like they have great speed. Mustafa came in. He's a good hitter. They played their hearts out, Upton Stout, whatever. I mean, they played hard, but playing hard is what you have to do to begin with. Now, if you play hard with elite talent, now you might be able to really change and affect the game.
Baldy, I know you're well aware of this. It got a lot of run on our station when you went on IP leading up to that Eagle-Niner game, and it was that question about coach-quarterback combo, right? Sirianni and Hurts versus Shanahan and Purdy.
Yes.
And you said it wasn't even close.
Yes.
I would love to hear you expand on that, especially after what ended up happening in the game.
No. Listen, I mean, anybody, they can attack me for anything, but I don't mind that. But I don't mind.
Yeah.
Because really, when I was asked the question, which pair would you rather have? The one just won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And went to another Super Bowl. The one just won a Super Bowl and went through the postseason like nobody else. And they led the league in rushing and defense. And I said, okay, I'll take Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts was the Super Bowl MVP. They were the best team in football. They'd gone to the Super Bowl the year before. That's what they're trying to do here in San Francisco, win a Super Bowl. When they win a Super Bowl, it would be easy to say, and I just think it's unanimous because that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
It's all about, and look, if there's one thing that's always going to hang over Mike's head or Kyle's head is winning a Super Bowl. It took his dad a long time to win one, and 2. But, he had chances in Atlanta as an assistant. He had a chance in San Francisco a couple times. And so that's the only reason. That was the only criteria. You could say, is Kyle Shanahan a better designer of offensive play caller than Nick Sirianni? Yeah. Okay, is Brock Purdy, can he throw a prettier pass? Probably. But to me, it was just, I answered the question definitively because in my mind, it's Super Bowl championship or bust.
Brian Baldinger here on 95.7 The Game. This Super Bowl has me thinking about the quarterback position because Sam Darnold against Drake May. Drake May is a rising star. Sam Darnold's on his fourth stop. So do we overrate the import of quarterback being, you have to be elite to go out there and win the Super Bowl?
You don't underestimate it because Sam's the same talent that he was coming out of USC. Yep. He hasn't had any injuries. Nothing has curtailed his arm strength. Is just the same as when he left Southern Cal. I think it really helped him the year that he was in San Francisco, and he really got to see Kyle and Brock and the whole group really game plan. He saw how hard Kyle coaches the quarterback, how the offense has to be coached, what game planning is really like. I don't think he got a good look at that in Carolina or New York. So I think that helped him to go to Minnesota. But it really just goes to show you that it's an organizational structure thing that you've got to have. John Schneider has that in Seattle. They blew out their offense coordinator after a year last year, and they got Clay. They got Kubiak in there. So it's a lot more than just a talent and, okay, let's give him a receiver. Like, it's got to be everything. They took a left guard in the first round. Not many teams are willing to take a left guard in the first round. But, Graves Abel's made a big difference on that team. And so it's just it's an organizational thing, and Sam's benefiting from that. But I feel like the talent that he has always had is now able to flourish.
Baldy, you're co-hosting right here on 95.7 The Game from 6 to 9 in the morning.
I might as well just stay here. Give me a cup of coffee. Might as well just stay. Enjoying the guys here, man.
How good is that? You're going to be here at 6 in the morning tomorrow?
I'll probably be here at 5:45 game planning.
Look at
putting some ideas together, that kind of thing.
Love it.
I'll be up, man.
I'll be up, guys. Breakdowns. I love it, but we're not going to get a chance to get 3 hours, so I just want to get this in now. The game, Sunday. Yeah. What do you see? I'm not asking for a prediction per se, but what do you think is the prevailing factor in this game that's going to lead one team to win it?
Well, when the brackets came out on Sunday, January 4th, I picked Seattle from the very beginning. I just thought they were an elite defense with great talent, and I didn't think Sam Darnold, I thought even if Sam struggled at any point, the team was good enough to overcome it. So I'll take Sam, but I like the playmakers that Seattle has. I like Emanwari. I like Witherspoon. I like Big Cat Williams. I like Ernest Jones he led all linebackers with 6 interceptions. Jackson Smith and Jigba led the league in receiving. I just think they're an elite program right now with elite talent, and their defense, the way their defense plays with this matchup zone. Mike had the same defense, taught the same things in Baltimore. They led the league in sacks and in takeaways that year, 2 years ago. They make the quarterback hold the ball. They're not really sure who's open, where the help is coming for, how they're matching up your route combinations. Like Sam, look, Matt Stafford had a great game, but that's 17 years of experience looking at these concepts that Seattle was thrown at him, and having Puka, and having elite players on that side. Not that New England doesn't, but I feel like Drake May he's going to need an extra tick in order to kind of figure some things out.
Baldy, it is time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What is your must-have food for the big game party?
I could eat ribs all day long.
Okay.
Just give me barbecue spare ribs.
Barbecue spare ribs.
Like from here to the end of that table, and I'll just pick at them during the game. And there won't be 1 ounce of meat left on any bone. I clean the bones.
Like 24 ribs just to start, and then
give me 2 racks.
That's an appetizer.
And I'll eat all day Sunday, and then on Monday I'll just lick my fingers.
We're looking forward to listening to you tomorrow morning.
Thanks,
man.
guys.
It's great to see you.
Appreciate it, man.
Okay. The great Brian Baldinger stopping by here on Radio Row, right here on Willard and Dibbs. And guess what? The fun doesn't stop there. Coming up next, Frank Caliendo. Oh, man. Frank Caliendo. If you don't know who this is and the impersonations that come, they will blow you away. And they are coming up next right here on Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for tender, juicy, and flavorful, high-quality USDA choice beef T-bone steak mega packs for just $9.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. Football's biggest game is obviously right here. And the way for you to get in on the action is with Underdog. right now in California. If you're not on Underdog yet, what a perfect time to join. New customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 entry. Playing on Underdog, very easy. You download the app. You look at the players. You pick a few. You pick whether they're going to go higher or lower on given stats, touchdowns, rushing yards, whatever it is. If you get them all right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. Plus, especially right now, new daily promos are dropping that can up your winnings even more. This week, I'm locked in on Jackson Smith in Jigba, higher than half a touchdown. I think he's getting in. What are you waiting for? You download the app, use my promo code Willard to score that $75 fantasy bonus entry when you play your first 5. Again, the promo code, my last name, Willard. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Carrie Cooper. The Foo Fighters have gone on to become one of modern rock's most successful bands, and Everlong is lyrically and sonically perfectly formed and depicts that kind of insatiable love that everyone hopes to find one day. But why has it resonated with so many? More at FocusOnRock.com.
Yo, it's Guru from 95.7 The Game. Steiny and I are celebrating the big game Sunday at Bay Street, Emeryville. Pre-game starts at 2 p.m. Great food, Bay Area vibes, the concert everyone's talking about, and us. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is Marshawn Beast Mode Lynch with Prize Picks. The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it's always feel good to be right. That also means it's your last chance to get in on the football action before the season is over with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It's simple to play. Pick at least 2 players, pick more or less on their stats, and submit your lineup. Prize Pick also has early payouts. If your lineup get off to a high start, you can cash out those winners before the game even finished. So don't miss any of the action this season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code SB50 and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code SB50 on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups for just playing. Guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we
get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Save on medium Hass avocados with Prime through February 3rd. Creamy, ripe, and ready for guacamole, savory toast, or topping soup. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
You and Willard and Dibbs, whoa!
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
I tell you what, Super Bowl Radio Row always has surprising or pinch me moments or, oh, wow, look at that kind of a situation. Not only is this, what we're about to do, one of those for me, it's also it's just an awesome throwback, dude. I swear it might be 15 to 20 years since I've been able to have you on one of the shows. Frank Caliendo on the River Islands guest line here on Willard and Dibbs live on the set.
Has it been that long?
I mean, that's when Bruno and I were doing it. It was like...
He could never get the name of the...
Where you at? Were you at the Industrial Lights and Magic? Beautiful.
That's the Hermosa thing, exactly.
Comedy Magic. I talk so much I don't have that deep voice register without... He's got the smooth voice.
You're pretty close.
I can still do Morgan Freeman because it's got that raspiness to it, but I can't do a smooth, deep voice right now. So, I forget what it's like to be on Radio Row. I haven't done it that much. I haven't had tickets to sell at different places, so I've been doing a bunch of national stuff, and then I'm coming to San Francisco, which is perfect to work out for this reunion. What is it, April 8th?
April 8th at Cobb's, which is one of my favorite spots, frankonstage.com. If you want to get your tickets, you're going to be up in Sacramento as well. Our listening audience can probably track you down twice.
I'll tell you what, that's going to be tremendous, man. We went right into John Gruden on that, man. Where'd that come from? What are we doing right here, man? I'll tell you what, I love being presented by Tide. I'll tell you that much. As opposed to being presented by Todd if it was the NFL draft. I talk about Todd. You talk about tremendous show. At the end of the day, well, I sometimes why I love the vowels, but the Y, it can be a consonant, can be a vowel, and that's what's great about the letter Y. You're not stuck in some sort of, just a single-dimensional player. You're multi-dimensional. The Y goes consonant, can go vowel, depending on the placement and situation in the word. At the end of the day, I'm choosing Y. You'd be hard-pressed on the other Y. Great mock draft on the alphabet.
Oh, my God.
It's the alphabet mock draft. We can do that on Sesame Street. I heard they're getting rid of Sesame Street. I said we bring it back, and I just been played by Sam the American Eagle. That would be a tremendous job. You got better hair than he does. Yeah, Sam loses that. I don't have as much hair as I used to either, but I got more than Sam the bald eagle. But take some of those eyebrow hairs, those follicles, replant them at the top of the head, and that's good. That's good. We've lost half the audience for me doing that.
No, I actually thought of you last week because we were doing a whole bit on Warrior fans and hope in order to get Giannis, and it led us to Shawshank Redemption quotes, and we're literally sitting there playing Morgan Freeman on the air, 30-year-old Morgan Freeman quotes.
Giannis dribbled through 500 yards of the filthiest slop I can't even imagine, trying to make his way to the Golden State Warriors. Zen Watanejo.
Antetokounmpo and Z Watanejo.
Antetokounmpo, Zen Antetokounmpo. Just one word that meant so much to so many people. He could back down any player he wanted to. The power. the agility. 6'11", and probably about a 7'3" wingspan, maybe more.
It's so funny because the Warrior fans right now feel like they're in Shawshank, and Antetokounmpo is their Zihuatanejo.
Did that trade get made?
No.
Okay.
That's why
we do the whole thing.
About hope. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if it. My son had texted me. I haven't been able to see what's been going down. I know there was big talk about stuff, but I haven't seen what's happened today. I heard some stuff about Harden maybe getting traded.
Jaren Jackson Jr. now plays for the Jazz. That actually happened. And then there's been some small stuff, but the rest of it is just still in Riverville.
Is the deadline soon? Is that what's going on?
Thursday at lunch.
Okay.
Yeah. Thursday at lunch.
Oh, yeah. So if anything, that'll be some stuff happening, I think.
Yeah.
Dude, is what happened, I feel like this was maybe 2 weeks ago. I've been running around showing everybody here at the station the clip of you. I think were you on with a bunch of guys in Miami when you did the Biden and Trump thing?
Oh, yeah.
And they couldn't breathe. That was, dude, I watch all your videos.
Yeah. Those two are like children. I'm not sure which one I loved more.
There's so many different things, and I do the quiet trumpet. A lot of people do the over-the-top trumpet. I do the quiet one. I do the quiet one where you have to listen very closely. You've got to make sure you're listening to everything I say. And quite frankly, to make fun of everybody, that's what Frank does. He makes fun of everybody, even Joe Biden. Yeah, Joe Biden?
Folks, come on. I was going to Strand, Pennsylvania. 682 is the father of the Roman Empire, the Romans. The Romans led by the style guy, Caesar, General Crouton, Admiral Anchovy. Folks, what are we doing here? I don't even know.
How
I think Prince Parmesan's in there, too.
Yeah, I didn't know. When did Biden start?
Halfway through. I worked on it for a long time.
Did you?
Sometimes it takes quite a bit of time to figure it out. I couldn't get my voice. And because my voice is raspy from talking so much, it gets even better. I mean, that's the thing. Some of these voices get tougher if I talk a lot because I start to lose. It's like a muscle. If you're playing a sport or something, you start to get fatigue, and then you can't. You're not able to move it exactly with the precision that you want. That's the same kind of thing with these voices. So, but yeah, Biden came along, and they, folks, come on, what are we doing? And they just don't say anything. But then you work it backwards to get Barack Obama, and George W. Bush finds his way in there, man. We get them all.
It's perfect. And
we rev up the Tony Romobile. That's my 50th Tony Romobile today. Oh, Jimmy Jim.
It works.
Yeah.
Do you start with the voice and then get in the mirror and work the face, or does
I kind of guess
you
now
do different
for the
faces
mirror.
for different voices?
Yeah, I used to look in the mirror a lot, but I kind of can just feel it now. I do use my voice memo app on my phone quite a bit, so that and when I'm driving, it seems to be when I get more done. I mean, some stuff just gets. It's work today. It's weird because I'll get in the moment, and I pulled off. I didn't have it yet, and I still don't have it 100%. It goes in and out, but I was working on a Billy Bob Thornton.
Oh.
Because you have to figure it out. You figure out where it is, and it's in here. You got to pop your piece. And don't be a jackass. Okay? You got that? Comprende? Does that make sense to you? Because we're trying to. He said that his kids say he sounds like Hank Hill, and it's kind of there, but it's not. Okay, so you almost talk like you're a ventriloquist until you say the P's. Ventriloquism and pop the P's.
I got those, the weird ones like the John C. Reillys. Those are fun. Mark Ruffalo, that's interesting. Not really that useful, but it's there.
Just in case.
Joe Rogan. Wow, Jamie, pull that up. Oh my God, that's effing nuts. That's crazy.
Or Paul Giamatti. I believe that is one of the craziest ones you could ever pull off. Who does a Paul Giamatti? Oh, I can think of a few people.
That's really good.
Frank Caliendo joins us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be
I tell you what, it's got to be Tide, man. It's got to be Tide.
FrankOnStage.com.
I got to think about the people who won't sue me. Then I'll do that.
Do you? I tried this a few years ago because I kind of I fell into doing an impersonation of Gabe Kapler, then the San Francisco Giants manager, and I did the impression to him when he came on. Do you, especially at the Super Bowl, do you find yourself doing that directly to the people?
If they're there, I mean that's fun because
like is Gruden here?
Yeah, he's here somewhere. I haven't talked to him yet.
Okay.
But he's around. I texted with them earlier, like last week. I ended up hanging out with Gruden in Rome, believe it or not. Yeah, I mean, think about that. Me and when in Rome, there's the Romans. Do you ever seen this Coliseum, man? There's a lot of great battles going down here. So I take a picture in front of the Coliseum in Rome, put it up on my Instagram story. I got a text from Jeff Leonardo, who's his right-hand man. He's like, did you know John is in Rome right now? I'm like, I don't have Grudar. How would I know? You think is it like the Force? Like the Force is strong with this one. I can feel it. There is another, man. Come on. What are we going to do here?
Grudar.
Grudar, man. So we end up having dinner together, and he's doing plays. You know, he's like, can you pass the meatballs? Want a little spaghetti 2Y bruschetta, huh? Who's the primary on the spaghetti 2Y bruschetta? Any idea? The meatball? No, the fullback, man. Still fullback. Get it right, man.
Frank Caliendo with us here on Radio Row. Did you just get here today?
I got here last night.
Okay.
I had to do some stuff really early this morning. I got Good Morning Football tomorrow morning. I got some crazy stuff. But I'm trying to hit all, like I said, the cities that I'm going to first. San Francisco, Sacramento, those are on the list. So, and then I'll try and do other things and national shows, you know. But that's what's great about Radio Row and media, you know, the media center here, is that I can hit national shows and then do the local markets, which does more, you know, ticket sales and stuff like that. It's because it's concentrated in those areas, but this is perfect for me, and it's great to see old friends. Different places.
Well, it's crazy because he's like 15 years, and I said to him before we jumped on, it's 15 years ago when he was on with us, and here we are.
I mean, when you were in Sacramento, we did theaters out there, you know, the theater out there. I might have done a San Francisco theater too. But this time around, Cobb's and the Punchline in Sacramento. And because I'm kind of working through and I'm just adding. I write on stage more than on radio, actually. But I write more and come up with more ideas by just riffing, and my brain gets in the moment and it can talk and the character and stuff comes out. And then I try to go back and look at that and then add to it and put it in the act, and it works quite a bit.
So, yeah, let people know, like, what is a Frank Caliendo show? Like, it's just impersonations?
Well, it's a weaving. It's not like an old school 70s type of show, you know, Rich Little, where it's like, what if Jack Nicholson was a fry cook? And you're like, no. I make observations. So if I was, the analysts are always the easiest, but you find something like Charles Barkley's the most honest guy in the world. Like when he said, I want to punch Draymond Green in the face. Like that, take a real thing like that. Then his apology was like he had a cheat code. Like, remember he played Nintendo in the 90s?
Yeah.
Up,
Contra,
down, left,
exactly.
right, left, right. BA start. I just got 50 extra chucks, knucklehead. He'll do that thing. Like Barkley will also do like that. First of all, Ernie. And then like 3 seconds later, first of all, Ernie, you can't do two first of alls. You get one first of all, two first of alls, three first of alls, infinity plus one first of all. Come on.
Observations.
Yeah, it's just find what people do. The Tony Romo, he's basically playing, it's almost Batman in the 70s. Oh, Joe, pow, bang, smash. Oh, Jim.
Oh, Jim.
So, and Romo and Nance have actually done me on TV. They've done the bit. I got a voicemail from Nance, which is one of my favorite voicemails ever. Jim Nance is like, Frankie, instead of, because I say Tony, I wish he would have said, hello, Frank. Jim Nance.
That'd be perfect.
If I had that on my answering, the voicemail, that would be the best. But he was just talking about it. So they'll do it during the game. They'll be like, oh, here we go, Jim, Tony. And the reason I just say Tony with Nance is because my Nance is not that good. So I was just like, I'll find a way to do the same thing every time, and it's good enough. So they really enjoyed it, and it's funny. They've done it in some playoff games, and whenever that happens, I get tons of tweets and texts and stuff like that.
Any more you have your eye on down the road, like something that you're workshopping or something in the hopper that's caught your eye?
I'm trying to find people that nobody else is doing, which is hard because everybody's doing everything now. It used to be that there wasn't so much out there. I have an okay Chris Collinsworth, but it's almost Tony Romo higher. It's like, oh,
Mike, it's Patrick Mahomes.
It's got to be Patrick Mahomes.
And Patrick Mahomes just in there. It's kind of just like a little kid version of half like Kermit the Frog and half of E-I-O-U. I also love the vowels.
Oh, God.
Everybody loving the vows. They all love the vows. It's a great thing. We're going to keep the vows.
We're going to keep the vows.
You almost said answering machine there a minute ago, which really aged all of us.
52, man. 52.
Yeah, that's 52?
I just turned 52 last couple
Man,
weeks ago.
Okay.
I wish.
Yeah.
Right, he just turned 51. So,
I turned 51 last week.
Yeah.
When's your birthday?
January 19th.
Ooh, you got me by 5 days.
And a year.
And a year, yeah.
That's 370 days.
Math is his thing.
That's right.
You did it.
Depending on the leap year.
See, I Tony Romo'd that. I can tell. I can tell 5 seconds in the future, Jim. That's all I got. That's the thing. Is like Tony Romo could save the world, but he could only predict 5 seconds in the future. Oh, Jim, there's going to be an earthquake, and 5 seconds later, earthquake. It's like, why didn't you tell us earlier? Oh, I didn't know. Just like you tell me. I'm an X-Man, but my power is only seeing 5 seconds in the future.
Oh man! So, did you see our really cool Snooper Bowl? Did you see this?
No.
Is this cool or what?
Oh, that's unbelievable.
It's high tech. It's a high tech Snooper Bowl, yeah.
So, instead of Super Bowl,
I got that.
We went Snooper Bowl.
But what is it?
Because we're going to snoop into all of our guests' lives. We have questions here, and you draw one out, and then you read it, and then you answer it. And you can do it whatever voice you want.
Yeah.
So Frank Caliendo on the Snooper Bowl.
What was the most embarrassing moment of your life?
Well, this is perfect for you.
I'd have to say right about now, I'm with you knuckleheads. I'd also have to say right now with both you guys.
Oh, Jim, what do you think it is? Is it right now with both these guys?
Truth is, it doesn't get any worse than being on with you guys. Probably the most embarrassing time. Robert Downey Jr. Announcing myself apparently because I got to burp my way through the punchline. I'd have to say now as well. It seems pretty embarrassing.
I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna say when somebody touched my drum set. That's what I'm gonna say.
What's the most embarrassing moment of my life? I really don't even know what that would be. I'm sure there's. When I was I'm trying to think of a little kid. I don't know. I think that was good enough to do a bit about it.
That was great.
It's more than good enough.
The bit was awesome.
Yeah. And then, by the way, it's also time for the final question.
Okay.
Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What's your must-have food item for the big game? And do you do any impressions of anybody in the food world?
Like you do a Guy Fieri or
not well enough to do right now.
You could just do Madden if you want.
Think of all the foods that you could say and all the foods that you want to say. And between those two sets of foods, I'm going to go with a pizza burger because it's like a turducken, but it's stuff a pizza into a burger. And you probably find one more thing. Put that in a burrito. The pizza burgerito. That's the pizza burgerito.
I'll tell you what, man. I could not do a big game. I know how you don't say the real word. I say you could not do the big game without the pizza burgerito, man. This is good stuff right there.
Sounds like something one of the presidents would eat when they were younger men.
I said, you have a pizza burgerito? And they said, what's a pizza burgerito? And I said, that's something Joe Biden made. What did you make, Joe?
I was here in Van Grove, Scranton, Pennsylvania. We had pizza burgeritos. Pizza burgeritos. The end.
Very good. It's good to see you, buddy.
Scranton, Pennsylvania, and everyone.
Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Oh, God.
It's like a fly.
April 8th was
April 8th in Cobbs.
April 7th, Punchline Sacramento. April 8th, Cobbs in San Francisco. FrankOnStage.com for tickets. All social media at Frank Caliendo. If you can't spell Caliendo, it's the letter C, the word alien, and the word do. At Frank C. Alien Do.
Okay, FrankOnStage.com. I'm coming to see you on April 8th.
Awesome. Great job by you. Better job by me. Rackney, I am out.
Very good. That's Frank Caliendo.
That's Frank Caliendo.
And I could use that, and we got that.
Oh,
but I could use that.
Thank you, palate cleanser.
That was awesome.
I didn't get a chance to tell him that my brother-in-law's name is Todd, and I taught my 3-year-old. She refers to him as Todd.
Todd.
So that's
Todd. Press the button to let me talk again. Todd.
That's how we greet Uncle Todd when we see Uncle Todd at the high holidays.
I have to do these Tide reads all week long, and I'm not going to be able to do it now without being like, Tide.
Seriously.
I love that he turned that into that. So, anyway.
He turned everything into everything.
That's Frank
what he
Caliendo.
does. Yeah.
That's a brain that moves fast, man.
Right.
Like, you notice how he just spills into it.
Right. And the thing is he's been doing it for 20 plus, I don't even know how many years, but the old stuff still plays. He works on the new stuff, and his volume of impressions is absolutely dumbfounding how many different ones he does.
Oh, man. I'm going to catch my breath a little bit there.
Yeah.
That's that was a lot of laughter. That was really, really
a lot
really
of goodness.
fun.
And like you said, we needed that in the midst of all of this. Giannis.
Oh.
And
I had forgotten about it for 15 minutes.
But I mean,
I was kind of enjoying that.
No, we had forgotten about it, but the reality is that was a nice kind of break in the action, and the overarching thing about what we do is still there. But that was super fun to have.
Yeah, no, that was great. I hope everybody enjoyed that, and boy, I hope a lot of you were on YouTube because yes, you can hear the impressions, but seeing them is even better as well. He literally has Joe Biden's face down. It's not just.
Yeah.
It's not just his voice. He's got his face too.
And just Scranton, Pennsylvania every time. And you wait for it.
Folks. That's all they do is folks.
And just the frustration and the exasperation followed by some mumbles and then the Scranton, Pennsylvania. It's just gold.
Oh, man. Okay, so here we go. Back on track here. Radio Row, Willard and Dibbs. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. So, yes, still ahead. Mark Schlereth is going to join us. I wish everybody could see what happens during a commercial break because we just, put our equipment down and then we start running around in circles to see who else we could grab because there's just amazing people cruising through here everywhere. I got to admit, I'm not going to use it's not a failure. It's just the way it went. But, that was kind of a moment for me right before Frank came on. I just chased Scott Hansen down a hallway.
That's awkward.
But he had to go to the airport.
Oh.
He's gone.
He's gone,
yeah. He's like, I told you, it's Uncle Scott from Sundays, and it's Tuesday, so I'm out.
How long will his flight be?
Not 7 hours.
Thank you.
He
might be flying to Greenland.
He's flying. I actually know where he's flying. He's flying to L.A.
Yeah, it's not 7 hours.
And then he's going to come back, and I'm going to try again on Friday.
Okay.
So that's where we're at with Scott.
That's great. It's not like he owes us or anything.
No,
I mean, seriously, you've hit him up so many times, and he's come through.
Oh,
great guy. But yeah, just down to L.A. for a couple days, and he'll be back, All
right. Well, we have not had much of a chance so far today to hear from a lot of you. 888-957-9570. And the two things that we're playing with are, A, simply the idea of the report that maybe the Warriors are not Giannis's first choice. For me, if Giannis is not totally fired up to be here, I'm out. That's number one. And number two, I think we'd love to get into this a little bit coming up next, and that is, if it's not Giannis, then what? Would you rather see the Warriors pivot to something else, or would you rather see them just hold and end up doing 30 games of what, quite frankly, Jonathan Kuminga has been waiting for his entire Warrior career, which is a stretch of games where he gets a lot of minutes and nobody's too worried about a title.
Yeah, no pressure. And if you look at what's happening around the West with Memphis now selling off everything, the Warriors can do that, struggle, lose, fail, and still be in the play-in. It's not impossible for them to fall out of it, but it's highly unlikely no matter what they do. If Steph's knee lingers, Jimmy's not coming back, Kuminga cooks, if Draymond decides that he needs a little bit of rest, you could still go out there and go 10-20 down the stretch and probably still be the 10 seed.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. I don't know that does a whole lot for you, but you're probably right. All right, as we said, Mark Schlereth, and no doubt some surprises are still ahead, but let's hear from you. you. If Giannis is not that stoked to be here, would you still want him? And if not Giannis, then what? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're taking the Bay Bridge out of Oakland, 80 westbound, no issue getting through the Yerba Buena Island Tunnel and touching down into San Francisco. A little sluggish getting onto 101, but no delays southbound towards 280. I'm Abby Curlette with traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. The question, how do professional builders and contractors finish projects faster and at a lower cost? Well, by partnering with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. They have a well-trained staff who know the ins and outs of the construction business, their large fleet of trucks that can receive and deliver materials the next day, if not the same day, keeping your project moving and your crew working. From framing and decking to windows, doors, and hardware, Golden State makes it easy for contractors, builders, and homeowners to find exactly what they need. And this time of year, Golden State is fully stocked with materials for outdoor projects for homes and businesses. We've got an outdoor project coming up. I've been into Golden State, and they've got exactly what I need to complete my summer build on schedule. You should start today at goldenstatelumber.com. Click brands to see their trusted partners. Over 70 years of success is the result of always wondering, how can we do better for our customers? Golden State Lumber and Showroom truly believes when you succeed, we succeed.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game's GOAT Report nightly on game nights to hear the GOAT, Steph Curry's game night stats. Brought to you by Sony Pictures GOAT. Executive produced by Steph Curry. Exclusively in movie theaters February 13th.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to save on Toyota's incredible lineup of 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles. Save with President's Day deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. And right now, get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Get the most out of Northern California this year. Hurry in to save during Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 3/2/26.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Work on your material.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All right, Willard and Dibbs sitting with you live away from the Laughing Mug Studios at Radio Row in Moscone Center, which has been ramped up just a tad.
More than a tad, much like the NBA trade deadline, equally ramped up. This has been ramped up almost at the same level, which means tomorrow this is going to be even crazier. I know more people are arriving today and tonight for 3 shows, and then tomorrow, the day before the deadline, would probably ramp up even more as well. These things are kind of going in concert, Mark, as you said yesterday. Stair steps. Yesterday, trade deadline, mostly mellow. Here was mellow-ish. Today, wow, a lot hotter. Tomorrow, it's going to get even spicier on both fronts.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And speaking of things getting spicy at the trade deadline, if you're just joining us, and we're going to go to the phones because a lot of people want to weigh in on the situation that the Warriors face. Jaren Jackson Jr. is the deal of the day. He is on his way to Utah in a multiplayer deal, but what you really need to know is JJJ is going to Utah, and 3 first-round picks are going to Memphis in return. 2 of them, by the way, are in 2027. So those are some picks that are coming up pretty soon. Memphis is stockpiling picks, full-blown rebuild. What does that mean for John Morant? We'll find out. But JJJ is on his way to Utah. And then we also went to bed late last night or woke up to the news that James Harden and the Clippers are working on a deal as well. What we keep hearing about that is that's Cleveland that's working on a deal for Harden. That would include Darius Garland going to the Clippers, but that is not done yet. And then the latest news on Giannis and the Warriors chase is that they continue it. They feel good about their deal. The Bucks are counter-offering, but there was word last night, and it was only termed as rumblings, but Mark Stein saying that he is hearing rumblings that Giannis is less than overly enthused about the idea of joining the Warriors, and it's either because of their age or because of Steph Curry's shadow and how hard it is to be a second star here in the Bay, kind of like the way Kevin Durant experienced. For me, either one of these things, it doesn't really matter what the reason is. I think there's some rational reasons and some irrational reasons, but the bottom line is for this kind of a deal, for the amount that the Warriors will be offering. If Giannis is not completely over the moon at the idea of joining the Warriors, I would not do it.
And if he's not completely over the moon and it happens, then he might find that his fears are realized here, and then he might want to go elsewhere. So it makes no sense. If you're going to go all in, like Utah, they just went pretty much all in on Jaren Jackson Jr., and they add him to a team that already has a 7'2", a 7-footer, and a 6'10", so he's going to fit into a very imposing front line, and he's younger, he's already got his extension, and he's chasing that first title. If you're Giannis, you've already got a championship, you've already got generational and lifetime and, the money that you can't even spend in a lifetime, so you're really whittling it down to just one thing, and if it's Giannis wanting to win, but wanting to win somewhere maybe where he's not going to be in somebody's shadow, then Golden State's not for him, and I get it. To me, that's not soft, it's not weak, it's not lame, it's just where Giannis is. You're paid in full. You've already led a team to a championship that hadn't won. And so now go where you feel 100% good about trying to win again.
Yeah, whatever your reasons are, they are what they are. Like, I don't really like getting into other people's heads on the reasons. To me, that takes us back to the whole Kevin Durant thing the first time he came. And I don't mean from Warrior fan standpoint. I mean from the national media standpoint. Absolutely torching him for what he wanted to do. That's the whole point of free agency. I don't really get bothered by that. I just look at it through the lens of the team. And if somebody is less than enthused about a deal at this level, I'm out. I would not do it. Again, only they know on the inside what's actually happening. We had reports last year that Jimmy Butler didn't want to be a Warrior. And then he was, and he was very happy about it. So who knows? I'm not jumping ship. I'm just saying if then. And if he's not that into it, then I and the Warriors, I think, would be smart to be out.
Yeah, and I get that. And the Jimmy Butler one is really kind of an interesting case because I think that once they made it clear that they would give him $112 million, all of a sudden he was more interested in becoming a Warrior. Right. So, and Jimmy Butler's always done things to the beat of his own drum, which is partly why he's been so successful and also why he's bounced around to place. And Kevin Durant, similarly, he left OKC, came here, tried it in Brooklyn, tried it in Phoenix, now he's in Houston. So some players are cut from a different cloth than others. We really don't know about Giannis, like what really makes him tick. He was in Milwaukee a long time. He got them over the hump, and so he doesn't owe Milwaukee anything. And he's in a spot now where he can't call his own shot, but he can make it clear to Milwaukee what he prefers, and maybe he doesn't prefer coming here and being the second banana. Even if he plays better than Steph, it's still going to be Steph's team.
No, it's
his town, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So, all right, we'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. If Giannis is less than enthused, are you out on this deal? And if it's not Giannis, then what? Would you like to see the Warriors pivot to something else? Or would you like to see them kind of pivot to just stick and stay, go young, let Jonathan Kuminga play a bunch of minutes and see what happens and maybe reassess come summertime? All right, out to the phones. Let's go to Bill in the city. Hi, Bill. Thank you for calling Willie and Dibby. What's up?
Oh, hi, you guys. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're great.
Yeah, that's good. Who did Utah give up for Jaren Jackson? Just three first-round picks? Is that it?
There's a handful of players going in both directions. It's about 7 players total in the deal.
Slow-mo was one of them.
But yeah, it's a salary matching situation. The bottom line is that's the crux of the deal was Jaren Jackson Jr. for 3 first-round draft picks.
Yeah, I have been a big proponent of trading for Jaren Jackson Jr. for the last 2 years. And to hear about this trade now, in the midst of all of this controversy over whether or not they're going to be able to get Giannis, it's just seemed like that might have been a bird in the hand that they should have played on. He would have, here's a guy that, could grab you 10-plus rebounds a game. He can get you 20 points a game. He can play 25 to 30 minutes a night. He's not injured like Giannis is either. And I just think, okay, you want to turn and pivot and make another trade? That would have been it. in my opinion.
Yeah, that's interesting. By the way, I got the full deal here now. Thank you very much, Bill. So it's an 8-player deal. Jaren Jackson Jr. will go to Utah along with Jock Lawndale, John Conchar, and Vince Williams. And then, obviously, 3 first-round draft picks, Walter Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, and George Niang. That's the deal in full. As far as Bill's point that he would have loved to see the Warriors go after Jaren Jackson Jr., again, Jaren is already signed for a very, very hefty number, and that's already done. I think you got to give the Warriors a little something for Jimmy Butler just got hurt, and that changed everything. And so what are you going to go after, and what potentially fits on your roster? In other words, if I'm going to go now turn to a new star, anyone other than Jimmy, it has to be someone that is at the highest of levels. And to me, Steph and Jaren Jackson Jr. on their own, it's not enough. It's not enough. I also don't even know necessarily how, from a salary standpoint, you would get that done, knowing that Jimmy is injured and not expiring. Probably not something Memphis is interested in at all.
Absolutely not. And, they're interested in picks, and now they have 11 over the next, I think, 3 or 4 drafts. And so they're stockpiling picks. And, Jaren Jackson's making 35 now. Then it's 40, 50 and a hook, 52, and then a player option for 53.5. I don't think the Warriors are of a mind to get a guy with 4.5 years left on his deal. So even though Jaren Jackson, younger player, a nice kind of fit as far as the defense goes for Golden State, I think the length of his contract is a little bit untenable because he's not the same anchor player that Giannis is. So you bring in Giannis, and even in the post-Steph era, if Giannis is here, he can be more of a 1. Jaren Jackson is a very good 2. If he's your second best player, or even your third best player, you're a really good team. He's not your 1 just based on the way he plays.
Yeah, I like him. I just don't think the timing and the match in terms of salaries and whatnot, to me, that's not where the Warriors want to go right now. But I get it. It's not that he's not an attractive player by any stretch. Okay, 888-957-9570. Austin in San Mateo next up. Hey, Austin, thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up? Right on. How about this? Hey, if we can't get Giannis, let's get it back on Larry Markkinen. Go for him for Kuminga and Pods in a draft pick if we can do that. And if we can't do that, how about with Isaiah too on the backup point guard for George on Utah? What y'all think about that? And if we can't do that, go offer Nurkic.
Well, I guess, Austin, my response to you would be, what does that do for the Warriors right now? Like, do any of those things that you just threw out, does that move the needle this year as far as the Warriors' chances?
And kind of make them younger, and make them younger if we can get Isaiah and Larry Markkinen for Pods and Kuminga and with the draft pick in that. I mean, it gets them younger.
Yeah.
It gets the Jazz even younger, too, with Ace Bailey and Kuminga and Pods with Jaren Jackson.
Yeah, but they brought in Jaren Jackson Jr. to pair with Lauri Markkinen. They're going for it.
Yep.
So they want to play Lauri Markkinen at the 3 and Jackson at the 4, and they're going to have, their big man Walker Kessler come back on one of those RFA deals, restricted free agency, and he'll be the center. So they don't want to bring one in and send one out. They're going to go for it next year.
Right. I mean, anytime you go into the trade machine, this is something that I think, all of us should do, which is think about the motivations of all parties involved. Utah, for years, has sat there and just waited and compiled. And this is their first big swing. They are now going for it. They're going to try to actually be a good basketball team. So the last thing they're going to do now is take any of their best players and send them out the door. I hate to tell Warrior fans, the Lauri Markkinen chase is officially over.
It's over.
That's it. That is not happening. No way, no how, not now, not never.
And in 2022, Utah got knocked out in the first round. That following September, they traded Donovan Mitchell, and they stripped the thing down. They got all them picks, and they got Markkanen in that trade, by the way. And then they had him. They won 37, 31, 17 games. They signed Markkanen. They kept him. They stripped it. They got all the picks, waiting for the one moment. That moment was today. So now you've got some good young drafted pieces. You bring in Jaren Jackson Jr. You can afford to pay both of them. And I was just looking at their salary number. They can afford to take back more than they gave because their salary is only $147 million.
Yep.
They're so below the cap this year. They didn't have to match it up like the Warriors would have to.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in on any of it, which are these two questions. If Giannis is less than thrilled about joining the Warriors, would you still want to do it? And if not Giannis, then what? Do you want to pivot to a different deal, or do you want to just let things play out the way they are, give Jonathan Kuminga a bunch of minutes, and then reevaluate this summer, which is definitely my lean on the two. Again, I would approach any deal the Warriors might make with an open mind, but I would question what it is you're actually chasing in the wake of the Jimmy Butler injury. I think it's really hard for Warrior fans to do this. We haven't done this in like 13 years. But for the first time, we may wake up, I would guess, on Friday morning. On Thursday morning, the deadline won't fully be here yet. But after your lunch on Thursday, might be one of the first times in about 12 or 13 years that a Warrior fan is not thinking about right now. And that's just the cold reality of it. Jimmy Butler tore his ACL. The guys are getting older. Their coach has called it a fading dynasty. And I just feel like there are very few deals out there that fit what everyone's thinking in terms of we got to get this thing for Steph and go try to win this thing this summer. Like at a certain point, you got to say uncle. You got to say uncle and just be like, that's not there.
It's a semi-uncle right now because I think, really saying uncle would be like trading Kuminga and Draymond for an expiring and picks or whatever, trading assets for picks. That's saying uncle. If you don't do anything by Thursday, that's a semi-uncle to me because you still have next off season. And I do think that Jimmy Butler becomes more attractive in the summer where if you do acquire him, he's a truly expiring contract and you might get 40 or 50 games out of him depending on his rehab. But I don't think that right now, if you don't do anything between now and Thursday, you're totally giving up. It's maybe the smart play.
No, it very well might be. Like, boy, one thing, and not that anybody with the Warriors is asking for my advice, but if anybody listening, don't do something just to do something. That's fake hustle. That's complete fake hustle. The Warriors are too smart for that. They're not going to do that.
Trades are hard.
They are, and sometimes stupid, by the way.
Yeah. Well, stupid trades are easier than good trades,
Well, sure. But again, I don't know if that's what everybody's interested in, just because we've sort of been, let's be real. We've been sitting here all season thinking that the trade deadline was going to hold major news. You and I have been sitting there going for weeks now. We're like, that breaking news sounder is going to hit. That breaking news sounder is going to hit at some point. You know what, Dibs? It might not hit.
Well, we talked about JK Day, January 15th, the first day they could trade him, and we're now 19 days removed from that.
Yep.
And we all were building toward that, and his agent demanded a trade on that day, and it's going to happen soon. And you even said, it'll happen before, I can't remember the date, but it was about a week. And I was like, I think you're right. It's got to happen. And it didn't happen, and he got hurt, and it still hasn't happened. And so on and on we've gone, and here we sit, and the deadline's in 2 days, and it hasn't happened.
And it may not. And it really may not. And so I don't think if it goes down that way, especially if Giannis does end up on Miami or Minnesota, it's going to be a difficult pill to swallow. It's going to be a tough PR situation. But similar to anything that's like that in life, when you kind of get whacked in the leg, what do you do with that? Do you lick your wounds, or do you go out in the world and try like hell to make everybody sort of distracted? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't go get a rebound date Like, you don't need that, which is what I think if you just go flip Kuminga for something because you're like, we're tired of this. Like, the one thing I actually do have faith in with the current regime, with the Warriors, they are that stubborn. And I don't think they're going to trade Jonathan just because they want him gone and they're tired.
Well, they didn't do that in the offseason, as tired of it as they were then. And I think they're less tired of it now because you're in the season and the rhythm and the routine. And, Steph's got a little bit of a knee issue and Jimmy's out. And so Steve Kerr told us on yesterday, he's going to play. When he's healthy and he's still here on Thursday, he's going to play. We're going to need him to play. So I think we're more tired of it as fans than they are inside the building. But that said, what you just talked about, the stubbornness, they could have taken a bum deal in a sign and trade back in July or August, but they didn't. And they held out, and he said, I'll play on the qualifying offer. And they said, well, we're going to go ahead and call your bluff. And we got all the way up into camp, and then they settled on what they settled on. So they were stubborn, Kuminga was stubborn, and here we are.
The one thing I want everybody to really watch, too, and some of you, this will sound like music to your ears, and others, maybe it will feel like kind of a fearful thing. But everything that we're talking about right now, to me, the larger issue behind all of it centers around Steve Kerr. That to me, is actually what we're really talking about right now. If Giannis were to be on the Warriors, I think everybody would be in full alignment. And that's been his word lately. Are we aligned? If Giannis is on the Warriors, sure, everybody's aligned. If you do nothing at the deadline and you say, let's reevaluate it in the summer, when summer arrives, what happens then? Steve Kerr's contract is up. Steph Curry will have turned 38 years old. Jonathan Kuminga will still be on the team, and Jimmy Butler will still be hurt. If you can't find something to do in that moment, in July or August or September, to really find your direction and find your path and have everybody aligned and on the same page, I mean, honestly, I don't even know what kind of sense it would make for Steve Kerr to come back. That's, to me, what's really at issue over these next 6 months of our lives. Can the Warriors, as a full franchise, arrive at a spot where everybody has a common goal, they're all on the same page, they know who is being asked to do what, and they go try to do it? I think it's a challenge in this moment.
Well, I think there's an order of operations to it. The first stop is Thursday. Do you get Giannis? Do you pivot, or do you do nothing? And after that, okay, you move forward and you get through the year, play in, play off, whatever happens. I don't think it's going to end in June. Hopefully it ends in May, but it might end in April. Whenever it ends, at that point, Steve Kerr will make a decision. Either they will sign him to another one-year deal, or he'll have a press conference and say, man, it's been wonderful, and I'm going to move on to my next phase. And so the alignment will be determined by a number of different steps before we even get to July 4th again, when you can open up another new league year.
I mean,
I think Steve Kerr that'll be resolved before we get to July, I would imagine. I can't imagine him.
Maybe.
Well, he'll be, if the season ends, it'll either be, you coaching? I mean, cue up the Chris Paul soundbite. Hey, Steve, you coaching?
No, he may say TBD.
Right, and I don't think that from an alignment standpoint, any organization would want that. Like in a franchise without a coach?
But again, like I don't even know if they would necessarily be without a coach at any moment that matters. It's not like you can do anything in those months of April and May anyway. And June, the playoffs are still ongoing. So I don't know. But I get where you're coming from. And I think that's the chase that we're on right now. Like the Warriors need to find where to hang their hat, what it is they're trying to do, have everybody in agreement, and then go. And I do think that when you hear Steve say things like, well, if we're aligned, then we'll go, it makes me kind of question whether or not they're aligned right now. And I get that part of that is that you have this new catastrophic injury, and so that changes everything in terms of outlook, because I think they were kind of aligned. Even if we might have thought foolishly, they were aligned for the most part prior to Jimmy's injury. There was the Kuminga thing hanging out here, but that was not at a high enough level to really disrupt the whole thing. Once Jimmy gets hurt, now you really are directionless for the moment. And I don't know what page everybody is on, and I don't even know what they've got access to as far as a path.
Well, the path would be, the first path is get Giannis, and then that's our path. And whoever you have to get rid of and whoever you have to take on, draft picks out, and maybe it's Jimmy out or Draymond and Kuminga, whatever it is out and whatever comes back, well, now you have your path. Now, if you don't get Giannis to come in and Thursday goes by, well, now your path is Steph's got a little bit of a bum knee, Jimmy's out for the year,
Yeah,
Steve is dangling in the wind, we're going to showcase Kuminga. Your path is a little bit muddied based on that, and then you get to the summer, and I do think that the Steve Kerr one, you go, Steve Kerr, what are you going to do? Okay, Steve's back. So now you got to do something with Kuminga. Maybe you trade him in the summer. Maybe you trade Jimmy. Your path will be, it'll have to be clarified in the summer through a number of different questions.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, let's say no trade, and then Jonathan plays a bunch. Jonathan plays really well. Okay, you arrive at May, and what? You keeping him? You trading him?
Who's coaching?
Who are you riding with? Don't know.
Well, I think that gets answered before the Kuminga question.
I don't agree, because who is Steph's running mate? You can't make a Steve decision until you know who Steph's running mate is.
You can't make a Kuminga decision until you make a Steve decision.
Now with that I don't agree.
Let's talk about it.
With that I do not
and I've
agree.
got some updated Kalshi odds on Giannis's next team we can talk about.
Okay, that's big. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're hanging out at Radio Row, Moscone Center, in the center of it all. It's already been a fun day with Frank Caliendo and Brian Baldinger and Patrick Peterson, and no doubt much more on the way. This is Willard and Dips. And it's Willard for Daisy Dips. I mean, this weekend, you're thinking about it, right? It's Tuesday. The menu is kind of popping up. This is an easy one that'll definitely be a hit. Daisy Dips and their French onion dip. Great tasting, delicious French onion dip. The Daisy Ranch dip is a winner as well. Love to put the baby carrots in the ranch dip. It's made with ingredients that you can find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. Delicious with chips, wings, as I said, veggies, all of it. So when you're putting the menu together this weekend, make sure you include Daisy Dips.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer-focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick-serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber-securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient-scanning, data-managing, welcome-to-the-worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane. Since 1929, Shane Company has helped millions of customers find their dream engagement ring. I still hand-select every ruby and sapphire center stone, choosing each one for its unique color and life. We're proud to offer the widest selection of beautiful colored gemstones for your engagement ring and fine jewelry. Because a friend wants you to have nothing but the best. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Fade, fade, fade.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Down the street from the Laughing Monk Studios at Radio Row, Moscone Center. That's where we originate, right here all week long. All 3 shows here on 95.7 The Game. Baldy stopped by earlier, and I want to mention again, he'll be co-hosting the Morning Roast tomorrow from 6 to 9.
You hosting?
He is.
He is.
Yeah. That dude has humongous hands.
Yep, he does.
And some of the fingers are going in other directions.
Just the one finger.
Yeah.
Just the one. And when he gestures,
yeah.
It's like, yeah. Whoa. It's the pinky. It's like, yes. Oh no.
I will avoid a one for the thumb joke because it's not the thumb. It's the pinky.
And he has all 5. It's just
they're there.
Yeah.
They're
Unlike
there.
my
They're
sister who's got like 4 1/3 toes on one foot.
No, they're there. They're just doing their own thing.
You know.
The pinky's like, screw you and all of your stupid conforming stuff. I'm going to go over here.
Montessori fingers.
Yeah.
Just go where you want to go, finger.
Montessori thing.
Point wherever you feel like you should point.
I tell you what I want to point out right now. I think we just stumbled onto an interesting conversation. And I wonder if some of our listeners listeners would like to weigh in. 888-957-9570. I don't want y'all to think we're getting ahead of ourselves. We are living in a world that often calls for hypotheticals.
Hypotheticals.
And some of them are educated hypotheticals. I've said all week, whenever someone's go, hey, are we getting Giannis? I'm like, probably not. Probably not. This is going to be really difficult to pull off. It's a high-level deal. And I said to you last week, I don't know if Giannis wants to come here. And now we've got this maybe he doesn't want to come here. So a couple things. First of all, what are your updated Kalshi Giannis odds?
So Kalshi is a marketplace where you can, it's not betting, but it's betting. You put money in on a yes-no proposition, and it changes the probability therein. And right now, Giannis Antetokounmpo's next team, the leader stays with Milwaukee or retires, probably stays with Milwaukee. That's at 51%, up 11%.
Really?
Up 11.
Wait a minute. Is that at the deadline or for good?
I think it's at the deadline is when this is. I don't think that this market is going to be open forever.
Okay. Stays with Milwaukee or retires.
Right.
Suggests, because I'm like, if you add in this summer, I think there's next to zero chance that Giannis stays in Milwaukee.
Right. And I would imagine that this market has an end date, and I'll see if I can find exactly if that's the case, but
Giannis Antetokounmpo's next team. That's the way it's phrased.
Right.
Okay,
and
anyway,
it says by the trade deadline.
Okay, by the trade deadline.
All
right.
That's what the rules are.
Okay.
Up next, at 22%, up 14, Minnesota.
The Minnesota Wolves, yeah.
So Minnesota's now number 2. Number 3, down 5, Miami, 13%. Number 4, down 16 points, 9%, the Golden State Warriors.
Golden State Warriors, yeah, this sounds exactly right.
And then Chicago is now down to 7, Cleveland, New York, blah, blah, blah. Stays is more than 50%, Minnesota, Miami, Golden State. So.
Okay, I got a fun one. I'm going to give you $100 to put on one of those. What are you doing?
Stays with Milwaukee.
Okay, I'll take Miami.
Really?
Yep.
That's a good price.
I'll take Miami.
Your yes, you would get yes to Miami. It would cost you 13 cents, and you'd get $1. So
okay.
I mean, that's the way that would go, I believe. I haven't done a lot of Kalshi, so yeah, you would go ahead and invest in the Miami, and based on where that winds up, you would go ahead and cash you out one time.
I'll tell you what. But here's the other thing. If the Warriors don't get Giannis, and if they stick and stay, you said something a minute ago that I want to dig into, and we are going to go to the calls, and if you want to weigh in on this, 888-957-9570. You said, and I want to make sure I got this right.
Yeah.
If you get to the offseason, you'd have to figure out the Steve thing before the JK thing. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you why I disagree. Because if you think that, it says to me that you're saying that beyond this year, Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga cannot coexist.
No, I think that Jonathan Kuminga would rather not play for Steve Kerr another season.
I think that
I don't know the agent. I've never talked to him. I've only seen him for an hour on our station.
I think that Jonathan would agree with you today. But I don't know that Jonathan would agree with you if, between now and then, there are 30 games of Jonathan playing 28 minutes a night, doing well, and having the public backing of Steve Kerr. It's not good right now, but I think it can be saved.
I think it possibly could be saved, but if I'm Kuminga, even if that happens, I get 28 games of let me cook. It's kind of only because of circumstances that have happened. And so when Jimmy gets back, am I, Jonathan Kuminga, going to get a chance to cook again, or am I back to DNPville?
Well, I mean, that's a fair conversation to bring up, but Jimmy Butler's not coming back anytime soon, even into next year. He's not coming back.
Maybe December, or who knows.
Again, all of this is predicated on how he plays if and when he is given that opportunity. If he plays very well, the entire organizational thought about him could change. Could that lead to Steve Kerr's departure if they get to the end of the year and Steve is still sitting here going, Jonathan can't be the 2 on this team? And Joe Lacob's like, oh, yes, he can. Well, there's your lack of alignment that Steve's already talking about. However, if everybody is on the same page with that, That is my take as of now, and I wonder what everybody thinks about this, because I know a lot of us are going to put the whole idea of holding a grudge into this. But do you believe that Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr can still coexist with the Warriors for at least, let's say, the remainder of the contract, which in theory could be as long as June of 2027?
They could, but it's not ideal. And I don't think it's ideal on either side, because Steve Kerr has not shown a great desire to play Jonathan Kuminga a lot. And whether it's because he doesn't fit with Jimmy, none of it's personal. I don't think Kuminga holds a grudge. I don't think that Kerr holds a grudge. I don't think that, and believe me, I know grudges. I know what holding a grudge is all about. I hold many a grudge.
Well,
I do think that holding a grudge is like, Kuminga is just going to flat out not play.
Like it's unrecoverable. Like if somebody says, forgive me for what I've done, the other one looks at him and goes, not forgiven.
Right.
I don't accept your apology.
Or Thursday comes and Kuminga's not traded, and all of a sudden Kuminga goes, oh, it's my back. It feels like it's going to be a 28-game back issue. Now, one game was different.
I don't think that. I do not believe that would happen.
That, to me, is a grudge.
Okay.
Like, oh, okay, you've been trying to trade me. You never play me. Now you don't trade me. Now you want me to play? Ow, my neck and my back. That, to me, is a grudge, and I don't think that that's going to happen.
I don't think that's going to happen.
And the other side of it is Kerr saying, you know what, JK, I don't like the way your agent goes about things. I'm not going to play you based on A, B, and C. It has nothing to do with basketball.
Yeah.
That's a grudge. So I don't think that they're going to have a grudge either way. I just don't think that long-term it's going to get better for either side.
I think it could be uncomfortable, but I do think it is savable. I think that it is conceivable. I think that there's a parlay that needs to happen. Obviously, he still needs to be on the team come Thursday evening, and then he needs to get healthy, and he needs to stay healthy for the rest of the year, and then Steve needs to play him. He already answered that question directly to us yesterday. Grandy, we should pull that up and let everybody hear that. The idea of would Jonathan Kuminga continue the exact same role after the deadline, if he's still on the Warriors, would he continue the same role that he started to play last week in that game and a half? Grandy, do you have that one? All right, fire it away.
With Jimmy's injury, it changes everything for us and for JK. And it was good to have him back in the lineup, in the rotation. And now that Jimmy's out, we'll see what happens with the trade deadline. But if nothing happens, JK's right back in the rotation, and we keep moving forward. And I think we've both said, to you guys and to the media many times, we've always gotten along well, and there's never been any issues on that front. It's really been more about playing time, and the door is wide open for him now with Jimmy's injury. So I hope we get him back, and I hope he can continue to play like he did in those couple games when he got back in the rotation. He was really good.
I want to point out that when we asked, would Jonathan go back to the same role, the first thing that Steve said was at least, at minimum. In other words, it could actually go up from there based on that. So, listen, I'm not saying it's not complicated. I'm certainly not calling it ideal. I do believe this coexistence is savable. I really do.
I mean, it's savable, but it's not ideal. And that's my point. Like, savable is, okay, we pick up the team option, and you know what, JK, you're going to go ahead and get all the minutes in the start of the year, and then Jimmy gets healthy, and then, okay, we're right back to where we were, which is, Jimmy's in, Jimmy's getting better. Kuminga's minutes go down because he can't play with Jimmy and the spacing, and then we get near the deadline, and it's back to, all right, can they trade Kuminga? What can they get for Kuminga to maximize the Steph Curry window? And
by the way,
we stay on the same, it's the habit trail that the hamster's on, where we go around and we go around and around. It's savable, but it's just not ideal for either side.
It may not be ideal, but I mean, if it all goes that way, then yeah, you are right back in that same situation. Jimmy Butler comes back, and the trade deadline will be a few weeks away. And if you need to do it then, do it then.
Right.
I mean, again, I don't know why it needs to be sort of like fearful of that.
Not fearful.
I mean, I'm sitting here looking at comments that are flying YouTube and text line and everything, and about how this is, this is a dream idea. This is laughable. There's no way. And I'm sitting here telling you, anybody who's sitting there saying that, you don't know Jonathan. You don't know Steve. You do not know where these two sides sit. We watch it like a soap opera. And I know a lot of you fans think that these two guys despise one another.
No.
I think that there have been their moments. I think that there's a lot of frustration around this. I'm also telling you, I firmly believe that they can coexist if they are all still together come Thursday afternoon.
Can is one thing, and like thriving is a whole nother one. Like they have coexisted in situations already. Like they coexisted with Chris Paul, who was not somebody that you ever thought was going to be a Warrior, and it worked for a little while, and then they traded him. And so can it work? Sure, but it's not ideal for either play. It's not ideal for the player. It's not ideal for the head coach, and that's why I said that the head coach decision will have to come before the Kuminga decision. I don't think you go into the summer without knowing as an organization what you're going to do with Steve Kerr. Either, he coaches out the remainder of the year, and then at the end of it, you have a cooling off period of a week or so, and then you decide either Steve is going to be back or he's not going to be back, and you don't have to worry about Jonathan until the new league year in July, and then you go from there with Kuminga. Everything, I think, has a certain order to it, and if Kerr comes back, I'm not saying that means automatically Kuminga won't be back, but if I'm Kuminga and it's going to be another year of getting jacked around by Steve Kerr and the Warriors, I'd rather be elsewhere.
Well, and that's the other thing. You can rather be elsewhere all you want, but there's nothing you can do about it if the Warriors don't find the right deal and send you somewhere.
Yeah, same thing with Giannis, and he's got more clout and he's got more control based on the fact that he is a veteran. But, if Giannis says to Milwaukee, you know what, guys, I really don't feel comfortable going to Golden State, the whole Steph thing and the whole, dynasty thing, then, he's got enough control to where they won't send him there. Now, Kuminga doesn't have quite the same strong hand in play, but
not at all.
He's got some say to the extent that, you don't want him to be disgruntled. You don't want him to be, a distraction. What you want is what we've talked about, alignment. Sure. And they haven't had alignment so much this year, and they don't really have alignment now. Things are a little out of whack because Jimmy's gone, and now Draymond's being shopped, and you don't know what's going on. You want the alignment, and you want everybody here pulling on the same rope.
888-957-957 is the number. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Hey, Nick, thanks for calling in.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Hey, man, first of all, all this whining and chit-chat about all these players, first of all, Draymond, shut your yapper and get the job done, man. Stop, to bow out when you fall out. And that goes for you, too, Kuminga. I don't know you, but, bro, you're not even nowhere near Kobe, bro. You're in the parking garage and Kobe's in the penthouse, bro. How dare you compare yourself to anybody like Kobe, bro? Why don't you do your job, man? You putting the cart before the horse, dude. Why don't you go out there and do something and improve your worth instead of just like hypothetically what you're worth. And Kerr, you need to get together and stop playing games with the man's head and put him in the game, bro. Straight up, man. And Dunleavy, why don't you stop twiddling your thumbs and shooting plastic darts in your office? Your office shouldn't be like a Buffalo Wild Wings, and you have TVs everywhere trying to conjure up the best floor plan. Don't tell me Oklahoma don't want to move some of those guys on their bench. I mean, come on, you got to create it. That's happening.
Nick, I actually would love to tell you that Oklahoma doesn't want to move a damn thing. Nick, where did you get that Jonathan Kuminga compared himself to Kobe? Where are you coming from right now, Nick?
Berkeley.
I'm watching my girls run around the track up at Skyline, getting them in shape for the season. But I'm just like, man, come on, y'all.
Where are you hearing this stuff, Nick? When did Jonathan Kuminga compare himself to Kobe?
His whole approach to his agent and everything. Can somebody give Kuminga because it's either running their guns rather than producing. How you gonna be hurt, bro? Right when you get your chance.
All right, Nick's phone's
it's
going
tough
down.
up there at Skyline. So
Thanks,
just
Nick.
to paint a picture, he's the softball coach at Skyline.
Got it.
And he's got his girls running laps, and he's calling us. So that's good coaching. Hey, Nick, you coaching?
It's great coaching.
I don't think he's coaching right now.
No.
The only thing I found on Kuminga and Kobe, Kuminga recalls the experience of meeting Kobe Bryant.
Oh.
So
I bet that was wonderful.
Yeah, it's a story from 3 years ago, but that's the only Kuminga-Kobe connection that I was able to find in my internets.
I'm having a hard time achieving what it feels like many Warrior fans have achieved, and that is just getting all pissed off at everybody. The Warriors are on the verge of failing in a number of different directions. There's no two ways about it. They have had early draft picks. They drafted projects when they needed something firm, and then they stuck with those projects when they needed something firm, and then they never, because they had something firm, they never really did anything with their projects. It has almost turned into a complete and total procrastination sensation, if you will, which it's a failure. And thank you, Grandy. And then you have rearranged your world over the last 2 to 3 years to be ready for this moment, and the tea leaves are suggesting that all of that effort will not lead to fruit. I don't know. It could happen. Thursday's not here yet. Maybe Giannis will be on the Warriors and on a flight bound for San Francisco. But they're on the verge of a failure in this process. There's no two ways about that. What I don't share, though, is the idea that there have been all of these nefarious aspects to it all along, and that you have a player who's selfish, and a coach who is either racist or ageist. It's one or the other, and a general manager that does not care, and an owner who is meddling. Might there be little pieces of truth somewhere in the owner meddling too much? Maybe. I don't know, but I've not been able to arrive at this complete and total angry spot with regard to the actions of the 4, 5, 6 people we're talking about.
Well, it's funny the way you lay it out, because you can prepare yourself for this moment, and you can plant all the seeds you want in your garden, and you can do everything right, and you can fertilize and water and get sun and whatnot, and sometimes the crops just don't grow, and that's just the way that goes. So you can save your picks, you can have your assets, you can go to market, and you can try to get Giannis, and you may not get Giannis. And I was listening to Rob Parker earlier, with whom I disagree with about 98% of what he says. He's an agitator. Yeah. He is intentionally trying to get your gomote. He's great at what he does, but today he said something that it kind of irked me, but at the same time, he's right. You don't get to just win. Sometimes Warrior fans, you got to take the L, and he even said to Steiny Goo, he's like, how many other fan bases would take what you've had? You've had 4 titles. You went to 2 other finals. And, you don't get to just win every time. And you've said this, and Rob is right. You don't just get to save your assets, be in position, and get Giannis. You just don't get to do that. Now, they still might, and that would be great, but just because you're the Warriors and you've won a ton doesn't mean you just get to, win this too. Sometimes you do everything right, and things don't go your way.
Oh, and by the way, sometimes there are sprinklings of wrong in there too, and that's called, life. Show me the organization that has made only correct choices.
Right.
Go ahead.
There isn't one.
Of course there isn't one. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. Here's an example. I'm listening to Shasky this morning, and all week long, Joe has been on a crusade about how the 49ers have not won a Super Bowl in 31 years. And he's right, and it's frustrating, and so that's fair, and I get it. But if you're going to sit here and look at this organization And I'm not even saying that Joe's doing this, but in this particular moment, he was asking kind of like what's the biggest mistake that they've ever made. And a lot of stuff got thrown out there. His point was passing on Tom Brady to keep Jimmy Garoppolo back in 2020. Was that a mistake? Probably. Like probably. I also know what my opinion was at the time. My opinion was also, don't take Tom Brady.
Yeah, me too.
He was coming off of a terrible year again in New England. He looked shot, and the Niners had just been to the Super Bowl with a lead in the fourth quarter. I think that's quite a leap to say, well, the Niners should have known, and they should have this, and they should have that. So it's the same thing here with the Warriors. You've had a lot of winning in this town. You've had a lot of winning in this town, and there's been a lot more good decisions than bad. I'm not excusing the bad decisions. They've definitely been there. But this is, by and large, a very difficult spot where the Warriors have arrived. And the main culprit, the main reason it's tough, is because their really good players got old. I don't know whose fault that is.
It's nobody's fault.
I think it's the world's.
Well, and you can look at that part of it, and you're right, but also what we're dealing with between now and Thursday, which is what you said. You know, you think they have the best package to give to Milwaukee, and Milwaukee still may not want to do the deal. Giannis may not want to accept the trade. So you can do everything right and still wind up on the losing end. Process versus results.
No doubt.
Your process has been good. I mean, Jimmy gets hurt. That's a bummer, but the results maybe don't reflect what your process was.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to weigh in. We are rolling here at Radio Row. Already had Baldy stop by. Patrick Peterson. Frank Caliendo was hilarious. Had us absolutely all fired up. Our big game coverage here on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Your phone calls right now as we move ever so close to Thursday's trade deadline right here on Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. 80 westbound coming out of Oakland on the Bay Bridge. Looks like a great drive getting into San Francisco. A little bit of brake tapping getting on to 101 southbound, but no delays once you're on heading towards 280. I'm Abby Curlette with traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members, and as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. This week, tender, juicy, and flavorful, high-quality USDA choice beef T-bone steak mega packs for just $9.99 per pound. Dibbs, how do you like them apples?
I love beef, but I also like apples, and sweet Honey Crisp or Envy apples, just $2.49 per pound. And special savings all week long from the deli. Chicken tenders, all-American footlong sandwiches made fresh every day, and Reese's American Classic Salads, 48-ounce selected varieties, all just $5. What a bargain.
I can afford that. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Of course, go to Safeway.com for all the details, and we will see you in the aisles.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to drive home a brand new Toyota truck. Right now, save big with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the legendary Tacoma, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful Tundra. Hurry in for unbeatable deals at Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction and only available on Tacoma SR and SR5. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro, ends 3/2/26.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
So I gotta get chips, guac, wings, pizza, and...
Whoa, that's a big grocery list.
Well, it is the big game.
Looks like you're planning on feeding an entire football team. You're using the Upside app, right?
Upside? What's that?
Hold up. You don't know? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they just added Lucky and Food Max stores.
Wow, I can get cash back just from buying groceries?
Yep, and it looks like they have a 10% cash back bonus right now.
Okay, calling an audible and downloading Upside. I could go for some ribs too.
Go big for the big game. Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
In San Francisco, clear skies with a low of 48.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Get ready for heart, hustle, and a whole new kind of hero in Sony's GOAT, the animated sports adventure exclusively produced by Steph Curry. In theaters February 13th. For a chance to see it before it releases, courtesy of Sony Pictures, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
So, have you ever gone after something that you really want?
Many times, Mark.
And then when you don't get it, you feel a little bit relieved?
Yeah, it was the Cal men's volleyball coaching job.
Oh, okay. Tell me about this real quick.
It's a club team, so it's not actual D1, but it's Division I club. It's high level, and I applied coming off of a dynasty up in Marin, and first interview they loved me, and the second interview was you show up and you run a practice. And so I show up and I'm starting to run my practice, and it's Harry High School, and I could tell halfway through that they're like, man, we like this guy, but he's not qualified. And so I go through, do the whole thing. At the end of the practice, I'm like, guys, thanks for the opportunity. And I go home, and next day I get the phone call, and I'm like, yeah, how you doing? They're like, yeah, you didn't get it. I was like, darn it, shucks. All the while I'm thinking, A, I'm not quite qualified, and B, it was a bigger undertaking than I would have imagined. So there was a little bit of relief in not getting that gig.
I wonder, and this is just me wondering aloud, I wonder if there isn't just a little sprinkle of that in the Warriors' pursuit of Giannis, especially in light, and by the way, if Mark Stein is hearing rumblings that the Warriors are not his first choice, guess who else is hearing that? The Warriors. Like, obviously, they're getting this intel as well. They're talking to his agent. They're probably talking directly to him. I know that's technically not really legal, but, like, this stuff happens. You don't think Steph Curry and Giannis have had conversations with one another? And if he's not into it, how do you think the Warriors feel? They've done all of this work to be ready for this moment. So you're sort of obligated to be like, well, yeah, first-round picks, like, yeah. Oh, wait, Jimmy's yeah. Well, you want Jonathan and Brandon and Will and Moses? Well, yeah. Like, you gotta offer the house.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, if the person you're trying to get is like, so, like, sell me on this?
Yeah, Warriors?
The Warriors are suddenly in a really weird spot. Because, you've got to offer all of it. But in the back of your mind, aren't you probably like, I kind of hope he says no. I kind of hope they say no.
Kind of like a mail-order bride where you're pen pals for 4 years, and they've been pen pals with Giannis for a long time.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Napoleon Dynamite when Latona gets off the bus with Napoleon's brother. This is different, though, because he was immediately smitten and they were in love, but...
Why are you shaking your head, Lucas? What's wrong?
Because I'm pretty sure it's LaFonda.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I mean, you jump in the one time that I make a small mistake.
Just shook my head, that's all.
The point is the analogy and the fact that the Warriors have waited for 4 years as a pen pal for LaFonda.
Yes, but everyone remembers in that story, Kip and LaFonda fell in love, happily ever after.
Right.
And that could still happen here.
And how did that work out? Like, we didn't see how long that they were there. Maybe LaFonda left in free agency, and, that's the point.
That's just
there was
speculation.
No sequel.
We don't know that.
And we don't know if Giannis would stay either, Lucas. My analogy holds, even though I called her Latana.
Yeah.
LaFonda, freaking idiot. Side note, my 3-year-old daughter loves tater tots. Go ahead.
Okay.
She loves tots. Anyway, enough from the movie.
Yeah, the sequel, LaFonda's not getting any playing time.
That's
and then
right.
all of a sudden, anyway, never mind.
Guest starring Aaron Turner.
No, like do you think that there might be a little bit of that where the Warriors is like, if Giannis says no, and you're like, whew, okay, so we don't have to give up the next 10 years of our lives? Like that, I just bet. I bet there's a little bit of, boy, these are some shark-infested waters. And if you're not going to swim in them, there has to be a little bit of relief somewhere.
Yeah.
Again, I think they want him, but that's a big undertaking. And if you're getting intel that he's, like, not that into it, listen, all I can tell you is what I would do if I were the GM of the Warriors. Deuces. I'm out. I'm not doing this for somebody who's not like, I can't wait to get there. I wouldn't do it.
Well, it depends on how he really feels. And, the Mark Stein report, and he's one of the real long-term heavyweights in the biz, and his report is not ironclad concrete, but it definitely makes you think about, I can see it. And he talked about or. It's either he doesn't want to be in the shadow of a legend, or he doesn't really, want to be following in this situation, chasing championships like KD was.
Let's take some calls. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs. We're out here live at Radio Row. We've already had a really cool cast coming on here. Brian Baldinger, Patrick Peterson, Frank Caliendo. I was just looking at everybody who's coming by tomorrow. It's an unbelievable list. Your boy Greg Cosell's going to be right here in front of us. us tomorrow. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. Brian Baldinger is going to be on 3 hours co-hosting the morning show with the Joes, 6 to 9 a.m. Like we told you yesterday, it's just going to keep ramping up and getting bigger and bigger. But that never, ever means that we don't want to talk to you. 888-957-9570. Jaren Jackson Jr. plays for the Jazz. James Harden is apparently available and rumored to be potentially headed for Cleveland, and the odds are falling for the Warriors and rising for the Minnesota Timberwolves in the supposed chase for Giannis. What do you think? And if there's no Giannis for the Warriors, do they pivot or do they just hold? Let's go to L in Oakland. L, thank you for the call. What are you doing?
Man, contemplating, brother. I'm contemplating.
Okay.
So here's what I would say. It never really set well with me that this Giannis thing was announced so long ago. I can't remember any big trade that you knew they were trying to get the person 2 weeks in advance. I mean, KD came out of nowhere. It was in July, 4th of July. But there were no leaks or there was none of that. I just almost think like teams leak stuff on purpose. Why would they say in such an advanced time that the Warriors are trying to get Giannis? But here's another thing. I'm a little nervous about that calf, guys. This is about the fourth time he's had this. You know, you gut the team, and what if it comes back? I mean, it's always a gamble, but that calf, I'll be honest with you, it's a little disconcerting. I wouldn't mind getting him, but I don't know if I would give up everything and gut the team, because if that thing comes back, or I thought about this as well. Remember that bad ankle Devontae Adams had until he got to the Jets, and all of a sudden he was instantly healed? Does Giannis have that kind of calf injury? I don't know, so much. I would be happy if we can't get Giannis. Let's grab Bobby Portis and another shooter. I don't know. I just think it's almost like a setup. Why were we talking about this 2 or 3 weeks ago? Now if we don't get him, all has failed. So that's kind of how I feel about it. Thanks for giving me the moment.
Yeah, El, thanks. I think you got some really good thoughts there. No doubt about it. We didn't even mention the calf injury. And same thing. But I do sometimes this is all about plausible deniability. If the Warriors go get Giannis and he gets hurt, you're like, shoulder shrug, like we went for it. We tried to maximize Steph. We got Giannis, and oh, by the way, he's not going to be injured forever, like he'll be back at some point. If you don't go for him and he ends up somewhere else and this heads down a road of like Steph getting upset about it or whatever, that's when you really, really have egg on your face. But that injury that Giannis currently has is a part of the point I'm making. Whether or not the Warriors actually, in their real heart of hearts, wouldn't feel maybe just a little bit of relief if it doesn't happen, because they are really, I mean, they are putting the entire organization on hold for 7 or 8 years if they do this.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there'd be all of them picks plus a couple of swaps. And, yeah, if something bad were to happen early on especially, and then the Steph window closes and Jimmy's done and Draymond's done, and now Giannis is trying to make it back from an Achilles at 33, well, now you're going to look to rehab him and trade him for picks, and now you're going to be Utah or Oklahoma City or what Memphis did today. They're stripping it down to the studs, getting all the picks they can, and starting over, and that doesn't feel very Lacobian, like Joe Lacob would do something like that or would want to do something like that. So, yeah, there's risk in anything, but, yeah, with a guy with a calf, certainly, or you don't get Giannis, and he goes out and gets hurt somewhere else, you don't feel good about it, but you would feel some relief knowing that you, quote, dodged the bullet by not bringing him in. So all these things are always complicated, but it's made even more difficult when you've got an aging star in Steph, a guy coming in with a calf issue, yes or no. Your second star is already hurt. Draymond's 36, and he's a little bit banged up. So your risk is a lot higher than any other team would be.
I'm fascinated by all of it, because even you hear El say, don't do Giannis, but, go get Bobby Portis and a shooter. Like, those of you
just
who are
snap
like,
your fingers.
Well, it's just like, if you're not going to get Giannis, why do you want to do something on the margins? What does that even do for you right now?
Well, right now, nothing. And I don't know if Bobby Portis is still signed next year, or who that shooter would be.
Again, for me, that's just a PR thing where you're like, we did something. We're trying to help. We're trying to win. I don't think you need to lean into that. Listen, as a Warrior fan and as someone who's been, I'll admit it, I've been very hard on Jonathan Kuminga and his agent. I've been very, very hard on them. However, I will tell you this. If there's no major deal to be made, do you know who I want to see play basketball for the Warriors over the next 2 months?
The Warriors.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
If you're not going to win it all, why do I want Bobby Portis? Why do I want DeMar DeRozan? Why do I want this marginal stuff? I don't know what. That's just, again, it's fake hustle. That's pointless movement.
If you can have them for the future and they're players that you think fit, then yeah, go ahead. If you can trade Kuminga and get something that is going to be here that you like more than Kuminga, then that has some worth to it. But I'm mostly with you. It's a little bit of a move on the margin, and you're not a margin move away from winning the whole damn thing.
You want your books clear in a year and a half anyway, so it's not like you're trying to bring somebody back that's going to be here long term. Why would you not just see what Jonathan can do, and if your intent is still to trade him, then allow him to build the value back up by giving him a whole lot of minutes. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. Hey, Coach, thanks for calling. What you got?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I just wish we just ripped the Band-Aid off, man. It's over. We're to the point. Are we going to do what's best for the Warriors, or are we going to do what's best for Steph Curry? I love Steph Curry. To me, he's the second greatest player ever. He did a lot for us, but it's over. He's old. It's time to do what's best for the Warriors. You can't keep playing yo-yo with Jonathan Kuminga's mind and his mental and his talent. It's like the Gap Band says, man, you can't keep running in and out of my life. Like, he needs to go elsewhere as well. We need to build through the draft. If I was Giannis, I would not want to come here. We held on to Draymond too long. I called in and said it as soon as that punch happened. We should have traded him because he was damn near unplayable in the finals. It's over. Nobody's coming to save us. It's time for the Warriors to take the stairs and not the elevator. It's over.
But
appreciate y'all listening.
Okay,
great Gap Band reference.
It's a great
song.
reference, and I think it's a fair point. But are you still there, Coach Hall, or did you hang up? Okay, he's gone. I have a follow-up question there. What does that mean? So do what? It's over. We got to start doing right by the Warriors.
Steph Curry.
Well, that's not what he said. He actually said you got to let Jonathan Kuminga go.
Right.
And I'm like, well, but how? What does that do? If you're trading him at the bottom of his value, how is that helping the Warriors?
Well, you trade him, you trade Draymond, and you start to, figure out a way to get some expiring and get some picks and rip the Band-Aid off.
They are expiring.
Right.
They're all expiring next year.
Draymond's got a player option.
No, they all expire after next year.
Right.
They're all short term. Everything.
Pretty much, yeah.
So, I mean, not Moses Moody.
Right. So
that's
ripping the Band-Aid off would be, taking your assets, whatever you have, and trying to trade them for whatever you can get and getting picks as well and ripping the Band-Aid off.
I don't think you're going to get any picks.
Well, I don't know what...
Nobody's giving you picks for Draymond Green and Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, I mean, right now there's no demand for Kuminga, It seems, according to Mike Dunleavy. So maybe you can build it up over the final 28 games or whatever games he's going to be able to play. I don't know what that'll be.
I also wonder, and Anthony Slater was the one who reported it earlier today, that the Warriors are involving Draymond Green in multiple trade discussions. I get that if the name is Giannis. If not, then that one is interesting to me. And why are the Warriors sending that signal out? Why did Steve Kerr answer so honestly yesterday when we asked if he's discussed this even with Draymond? Have you pulled Draymond aside and talked about the possibility of him putting on a different jersey for the first time in his career? Grandy, can you play that one? Steve Kerr on whether or not he and Draymond have talked about trades.
We have talked, and Draymond and I talk all the time. What's really tricky for Draymond is this is the only place he's ever known, and he's guy's going to have a statue outside the building someday. It's a really weird position for him to be in, for sure, because he's just, there's never really been a time in his entire career, I think, where he even really had to think about putting on another jersey. I guess maybe with his restricted free agency a few summers ago, but he's never been through this, And so it's definitely on his mind, and not something that's easy to deal with. But you just, as a pro, as an NBA player, you just have to embrace that it's always a possibility. Even some of the greatest players of all time got traded. Between Kareem and Wilt and Dr. J. I mean, go down the list, and so it's just part of it, and guys understand that. But it is difficult, especially if you've never been traded before.
Where was the part where Steve Kerr was like, I mean, look, anything's possible, but I'd be really surprised if this team traded Draymond Green? That wasn't in there. Instead, he went through a lengthy answer, basically legitimizing the possibility, which, to me, that says that there has been some sort of philosophical shift within the organization with regard to Draymond and what he's able to offer going forward.
I think it's in regards to everybody, and they understand that everybody other than Steph has to be on the table to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish, which is get better. Either get better by Thursday or get better in the summer. No matter when it happens, you've got to find a way to get Steph Curry some help because of Jimmy Butler's injury. If Jimmy didn't get hurt, you could look at this team and say, yeah, I liked what we did last year down the stretch. I liked what we did against Houston in the playoffs. You can at least have a rational belief that you could get into the end of the year, be healthy-ish, and go on a little bit of a run like you did last year. Now, this year it's tougher because it's not just OKC, it's San Antonio and Denver, 1, 2, 3 at the top, all pretty formidable, but last year you were able to go on a little bit of a run with this group. But when you lose Jimmy, now your pivot is, okay, all options are on the table, not named Steph, and that includes you, Draymond, and he knows that, and it's hard, but that's got to be the reality.
John in San Mateo is next. Hi, John. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up? We have John?
Gone.
Okay, John is gone. Let's go to Zach in San Francisco. Hi, Zach. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, how's it going, guys? How you doing today?
What's up?
I just wanted to call. Well, first of all, my opinion on Giannis is I don't think we make the trade if we can't keep both Steph Curry and Draymond. I love Giannis, but I don't see him working that well on our team with, Steph Curry and a bunch of, late draft picks.
Well, if you include Jimmy Butler's contract, you could. You absolutely could move forward with Steph and Draymond still on the team.
And that's what I think would be the only option for us if we were to trade for Giannis. I don't think we should do it and get rid of Green, have Jimmy injured this year. And this is a year we're still going to need to capitalize on Steph Curry's athletic ability and youth.
Zach, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I mean, if you go back 48 hours, I actually agree with Zach. That's the deal that I would prefer, but it's not so much about what works going forward. It's about the fact that if Jimmy Butler's contract is in there, that's more than double the size of Draymond's deal. So it moves the money up to where Milwaukee would be giving more than just Giannis. Maybe they want to get rid of a big contract like a Miles Turner. I think that's attractive to the Warriors. I don't know, though, man. I think you can hear it in all of our voices, and maybe I'm listening to the tea leaves a little bit too much, but it does not feel right now like this is on a track to happening. That can change. I think they're still trying, but that's certainly not what it feels like right now.
It doesn't feel, really confident that would happen here. And you think about Minnesota, and I've referenced the Kalshi markets a bunch, and Minnesota's the one that's climbing toward. He stays with Milwaukee, which is at 50%. And this is all by the deadline, which is less than 2 days away. Minnesota's the one trending up. And all of this is based on people and their decisions and their money.
Chatter.
So it's not, but it's actual, the markets are reflecting what people think. So this is just a measurement of what's going on. And so, much like the point spread in the big game is affected by the money that comes in, this is very similar. But I think about if I were Giannis and I wanted to go somewhere and Anthony Edwards is 24.
Yeah.
Minnesota's never won it. And so if you want a 1-2 punch, you got Anthony who's going to be there for 3 more years after this one. Minnesota does have some whopper contracts that aren't immediately expiring, but they're ones that can match up. Gobert and Randall, I don't think they would trade Jaden McDaniels. Naz Reid's got a decent number. He's there long term, but Milwaukee doesn't have to acquire a guy and just be stuck with him. They can acquire a big contract and then move that in the offseason. It doesn't have to be a one-and-done move for them. And if you're Giannis and you're saying, yeah, I like Anthony Edwards and a fresh Minnesota more than Steph Curry and Golden State, that becomes a factor.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll continue to be here for your phone calls. And also, coming up next, Jed York was on with Kay Adams this morning right here in this room, and they got to the whole substation.
Oh, yeah.
The power right next to Levi Stadium, and Jed's comments were a little biting, actually. So in addition to your phone calls, we will let you hear that coming up in this 5 o'clock hour. And also, there is another deal that has gone down within the last hour, and someone will be changing addresses, and he's been a long-time Warrior rumor, but he's not coming to the Warriors. We'll tell you who and where he's going right around the corner. Live at Radio Row, heading into the 5 o'clock hour, this is Willard and Dibbs. And this is Willard for Habas Law. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game or a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth, clients are often victimized twice. First by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar, Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney, offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Game Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
That hit the center divide.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the 2 right lanes are blocked off.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Fit your crew and save on fuel? There's a Honda for that. The Honda CR-V Hybrid from your Northern California Honda dealers.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Do you have to be a homer?
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Do you know what's been going on longer than Jonathan Kuminga trade rumors?
Our partnership.
That's true.
For one.
That's true.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah, my hair loss.
Also good answer. Good answer. Good answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, good answer.
Survey
good
said. answer. All right.
Yeah.
Yes, Mark, I beat you to it. So quick with the buzzer.
Nikola Vucevic trade rumors.
Oh.
And he also earlier today, just before we got on the air, actually, and a little bit after the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade, he's now a member of the Utah Jazz. But Nikola Vucevic on his way to the Boston Celtics in exchange for Anthony Simons and a second-round pick. Nikola finally has a new home, a new stretch 5. He is not a Golden State Warrior.
Yeah, and I always thought he would be a good, fun stretch 5, but then they got Al Horford, and Quentin Post is playing that role, and so that was never going to happen. And I don't know if you saw, another trade actually has happened since we've been on the air, and it's the Grizzlies again. The Grizzlies have traded Marcus Smart, and it's a multi-team trade. Colby Jones goes to the Wizards along with Alex Len and a first-round pick. So the Wizards get Smart, Jones, and Len and a first-round pick from the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies get 2 seconds, Marvin Bagley III and Johnny Davis. The Kings get Jake LaRavia. So this is a multi-team trade of mostly just salaries and guys and expirings and picks are flying. So the Grizzlies send one of their picks They get a couple of seconds, and Marvin Bagley, the third, goes their way.
And Minnesota did make a deal today as well, which very much is one of the reasons they're flying up on Kalshi as the favorite or one of the co-favorites to land Giannis, because they made a deal that also helps them receive some cash and clears some room. They do a 3-team deal with Detroit and Chicago. Mike Conley Jr. now goes to the Bulls. It also swaps out Kevin Huerter and Jaden Ivey. Minnesota remaining very active in their pursuit of Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Mike Conley is making 10.7. It's expiring, and what's not expiring is his very, very unique streak in the association. You realize he's never received a technical foul? No checks.
Yeah.
He's 38.
He's the Sean Livingston of Sean Livingstons.
But even Livingston blew his
finally got one. Yeah, he finally got one. Yeah.
Like Mike Conley, 38 years old. He's been in the association forever. No techs. Draymond Green, I looked at the number yesterday. How many technical fouls do you think he has in his career?
Draymond Green?
Techs. This is according to ESPN.
How many years has he been playing now?
This is year 14, I believe. I was going to save this for an over-under or for a higher or lower, but I thought we could burn it on a Tuesday.
I bet that Draymond Green, first few years, kind of whatever, 131.
Wow, good guess, I guess. 172.
Oh, damn.
And that's regular season only.
Oh, my God.
And this, I believe, is the 12th straight year he'll be in double figures as he got his 10th.
Yeah.
So he's at $172.
So he's averaging way more than 10 a year.
Right. Right.
And again, early on, he didn't used to get them all the time.
He was liking it early.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Weird.
Yeah, so Minnesota, it's now up to 22% on the Kalshi market. It keeps creeping up, and the stays with down to 46. So, and again, this is just Kalshi, which is one metric, but
totally.
It remains somewhat volatile, and Golden State is hovering around the 9% mark.
I will back off of a take that I gave you late last week. I will back off of it right now. Remember when I said if Giannis gets traded by the deadline, it'll be the Warriors. I don't believe that anymore.
You gonna back that take up?
I'm gonna back that thing up.
Yep. Yep. Well, things change, and teams start to maneuver, and Minnesota, I do think, they're kind of maneuvering. Honestly, if you're Minnesota and you look at the West and you go, OKC, we're not that. San Antonio, we might be that. Denver, Denver's still right there. What can we do to be one of thems? You get Giannis.
Well, and let me read this to you, and this was a point that I did make to you earlier in the week, and now I've seen something that puts, a little kind of credibility on it. Quote, Giannis wants to play when he's back from his calf injury. He wants to compete. He wants to play for his second championship. The Bucks are going to cede a lot of control to him, depending on where he wants to play. So there's a lot to sift through in Milwaukee. Now, that report right there says so much to me. And it's not good news for the Warriors, and it is good news for the idea of Giannis being dealt by the deadline. I don't think the Bucks want him to play in Milwaukee anymore. It's too risky, especially coming off of a calf injury. So the idea that they just bench him for the year, I don't think that he's going to be okay with that.
Yeah, you've been saying that.
And he does have some measure of control, and the Bucks will reportedly really listen to him on that. So it does come down to where he wants to play. So you combine that with the Mark Stein report that, he might not really want to play here, and you add it all up, and that's why the Warriors' odds are dropping so much right now.
Yeah, and Miami is continuing to plummet a little bit, but it all changes based on as people get involved in this Kalshi market, which is, constantly being updated. It's like the stock market of predictions. Golden State now up to 11. So it all depends on what you look at. And this is just one way to see it. But across more than just this Kalshi market, Minnesota has emerged as a team super interested. And they do have some contract structures that would fit in the short term. But as you look at it, if Milwaukee really doesn't want long-term money, Gobert's got this year and 2 more. Randall's got this year and 2 more. Naz Reid's got this year and 4 more. And those are your big-ticket items. Then you get to DiVincenzo.
Love him.
He's got this year and one more, but he's only making $12 million. So if Milwaukee was to send him there, they would take on another issue long-term, another contract they'd have to work with.
Jed York, the owner of the Niners, was on Radio Row earlier today and really kind of unloaded on this whole Substack thing right next to the stadium. We'll have that for you in just a little bit. But I want to keep going with our callers calling in about the NBA trade deadline. BPA, Brian in Palo Alto is with us. What up, BPA? What you doing?
I am not looking forward to apparently the Jonathan Kuminga show in the second half of the season.
Yeah, here we go. I thought of you. Here we go, man. Get your tickets.
That's a pretty depressing thought. And
why?
I mean, you act like he's a rookie. He's been here for half a decade, man. Like, we know who he is.
Right.
We know he'll occasionally score points, and he'll occasionally hustle, and then not hustle for long periods. He may get hurt, and he'll milk that injury for all it's worth. We can't do it anymore, man. So, like, Steph, look, this front office has been pathetic for 5 years. And, Steph deserves better, And what people pining for, like, the post-Steph era, it is going to be dark. And I don't think, does anybody have confidence in Jerry Jones' layup? His ability to rebuild this team post-Steph? I have no confidence, and there's no talent in the front office. So, let's move on. Yeah, heck, who cares, right?
Jerry Jones Lacob, that is an unnecessary broadside. The man's 1-4. I'd like you to take that back, Brian in Palo Alto.
Yeah, and it was great when we had a ton of talent in the front office, and now we have his sons. So, we have his sons in the front office. And, the Jerry Jones Lakeup cycle is about to be complete. They're not going to get this deal done. But, yeah, it's going to be dark, and it's going to be dark for a long time. And that's the way he wants it.
Well, I mean...
Is the GM Mike Dunn-Lacob? Is that what you're saying?
Plummet.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, thanks, BPA. Yeah, I don't know that. I just don't want to get ahead of myself in terms of like what this is going to look like 4, 5, 6 years down the road. There's too many things that can happen, and I don't necessarily share the view that Brian has in terms of incompetence across the board. I'll agree with him on a few fronts. I agree. I don't think that this deal is going to happen. And then I want to adjust something. That whole Kuminga conversation. This isn't about finding out who he is. That's not what it's about. It's about recalibrating the situation. So if you feel like, hey, Jonathan's been here for 5 years, we know exactly who he is. Some people agree with you and some people don't, but that's not what I'm after. I'm not necessarily after information. I'm after a new situation. That's what I'm after. I don't think that the Warriors do themselves any favors if they can't get Giannis by trading Jonathan at his absolute lowest value just so that they can say they made a deal. I think that the Warriors and Jonathan are adults. I think that they can continue to coexist for a little while, and I think there's a really good chance that if you do let him play for a little while, his value goes up. His value goes up, and then the NBA is wherever it is this summer, and new teams will enter the fray, and everyone will be a year closer to being an expiring deal for the Warriors, and new transactions might be available to them. That's all I'm after.
Yeah, and I don't think that his value can get lower unless he gets hurt, and there's a risk of that if you play him, and I don't think that the value is going to get super sky high even if he goes out there and he cooks, because I agree with Brian to the extent that this is year 5, and so the league has seen Kuminga for 4.5 years. They've seen the good, they've seen the bad, they've seen him in his warm-up on the bench, and I don't think that he's milked injury. I think that's unfair, but I do believe that the league has their read on who Kuminga is. Some teams like him more than others, and that's the case with every player. So can you draw more interest by playing him and having him play well? Absolutely. And that might be your only choice with Jimmy out and Steph a little bit hobbled. If you don't make a deal by Thursday, you got to play the remainder of your schedule. You're obligated to play basketball,
right?
And he's going to be one of the guys who plays.
Yeah, I think I think you're right that the league all has their evaluation, but I think it's also combined with confusion. So you might have your evaluation. I don't think there's any team out there, many in the Warriors included, who watch him play and go, okay, I've got my opinion, but I'm not also going to understand why it would be a full-blown, lengthy, months-long stretch of DNPs. Like, that's confusing to people. And it's intricate. And there's nuance to it within the Warriors.
Right.
And then it's up to each GM to sort of figure out if it would be the same with them or if it would be different. And that's where I do think there are mixed opinions.
And I'm sure if you're a team that is interested or confused by it, you've made a call to the agent, and you've probably made a call to Mike Dunleavy and asked about, hey, what's the deal with you guys not playing Kuminga? Is it an attitude? No, his attitude's great. Is it a health thing? No, he's healthy as all get out. Well, what's the deal? Well, I don't know if he fits with what we're trying to do, but boy, you've seen the skills that he has, and so I'm sure that Mike Dunlacup or Mike Dunleavy, depending on who you are, would, he's going to definitely sell these teams on what Jonathan can do, and that's what all these teams are doing. So can they, 28 games worth of a showcase, can that actually be something that matters? Absolutely. And if that
95.7 The Game breaking news.
All right. It had been rumored since late last night that the Cavs and Clippers were working on a deal, and they went ahead and did the darn deal. The Los Angeles Clippers are trading James Harden to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland and a second-round pick. So this is a star swap of guards. Harden and the Clippers worked through his exit over the last few days, and it results in this. Darius Garland, who is a younger player who I do really like, he is on his way to Los Angeles. James Harden is now on his 437th team. It is the Cleveland Cavaliers. This one is, and we can unpack it a little bit, it's a little bit of a head scratcher to me, kind of what Cleveland is doing in all of this. That's a little head scratching to me. But the question that I want to ask for the Warriors is, does this represent some sort of an opportunity? The Clippers have decided that what they're doing on a veteran level is not working. So they are going to try to not go into a full rebuild, but they're going to retool and try to get younger. All right, so let's take a look at some of the other veterans on that team, and I'd like to ask, are they now available? That's of interest to me for the Warriors.
You've got Kawhi with one more year at 50.3.
Okay.
He is 34 years old. He'll be 35 next year. So, yeah, do you want to take on Kawhi at 50.3 for next year, the Claw? I'm not totally against it.
I don't hate it.
So, would it be Draymond and Kuminga for the Claw and picks that way? I don't know. Kawhi Leonard he's enigmatic to me. He's a guy who, basically shut it down on San Antonio and chose to go rehab on his own for 72 games. And then he went to Toronto and won a title. And he's been a Clipper, and, he suffered through injury there. He's making 50 this year. He is in the final year of his deal next year. That, to me, is not an ideal situation. But you look at Darius Garland, and the Clippers now get a guy making 39.5 this year. Then it's 42. Then it's 45. And he is a good young player, 26 years of age. So I see the Clippers as just kind of rebooting their roster, not giving up, but just getting younger and trying to get a guy you have under team control, as opposed to James Harden, who next year he had a player option. James Harden could have just bounced at the end of this year, and you get nothing for him. So the Clippers, I think, make a good deal. And for Cleveland, it is a little bit of a head scratcher, but, I don't know if they'll look to sign him. They've got Mitchell making 46. Mobley's making 46. This might be a move for Cleveland. It's a move before another move next year where you're trying to create some space to bring in a different player.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, from Cleveland's standpoint, I don't know all the ins and outs of the Darius Garland experience. I don't get it. I like Darius Garland. I don't know why you're trading him and turning him into James Harden, for crying out loud, who just wears out every single situation he's in.
Well, next year you're going to have two guys making 50 and he'd be making 42. So I don't know if Cleveland can really sustain having that much money into three guys.
But now, again, I'm looking at this through the prism of the Warriors, and if Giannis is not going to work out, if there is a pivot, you and I have both been in favor of don't do something for no reason at all. But there's also the brigade of people out there who are like, come on, man, like, don't keep doing the Jonathan Kuminga thing. If the Clippers are interested in getting younger and more athletic, who's someone who might be interesting to them? I know, it's Jonathan Kuminga. All right. Is there something that gets Jonathan Kuminga to the Clippers and can help the Warriors stay relevant for right now? You mentioned that Leonard's deal comes off the books at the end of next year. I don't know. I just threw into the trade machine real fast without any thought. So, like, this is just a mock sort of a thing.
You're spitballing.
But if you're all telling us, and Anthony Slater is, that Draymond Green is now available in trades, Draymond, Kuminga, and TJD for Kawhi Leonard. That's a green check.
Yeah, green check.
Would you do that? I have no clue if this makes sense and if this is something the Clippers are even interested in. But if you do want to pivot off of Giannis, this is the kind of thing that I could wrap my head around if you are still obsessed with the rest of this year. Kawhi Leonard is a great player. And he's still playing great.
When he plays.
Yeah.
I mean.
That's true for all of them.
No, but.
That's true for Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, too.
Yes, but you're talking about Kawhi Leonard, who is coming up on 35, and you'll have him at 36. And he played 36 games so far this year, which is about 3/4. Last year he played 37, which is less than half. 68 the year before, 52 the year before that. The year before that, he didn't play at all. He was hurt. So this is a guy who... he tends to get hurt a lot, and when he gets hurt, he's out for a long time.
No doubt, but again, like I'm not worried about where he's been. I would be worried about where he's going. This is a very, very short-term effort that essentially gives Steph a running mate now in the wake of Jimmy Butler's injury. And if all falls apart, well, everybody's contracts are done at the end of next year anyway. Like, the whole Butler of it all, I don't know how that works. Kawhi's salary and Jimmy's salary and Steph's salary. But again, it fits because you would be moving more than this amount of money off of the roster. And you can see what you can do this year and next. It is a way to pitch the idea of competitiveness over the remainder of Steph Curry's contract.
Yeah, I suppose I'm not thrilled with it. I've never been a huge Kawhi Leonard fan. I think that it's just a little bit too up and down with the injuries for me. And so you bring him in, he's making 50, and Jimmy's making 54, and Steph's making 62.
For a year. For a year.
I know, but what for that year, and we're trying to maximize the Steph Curry window, and you're going to put around him, you're going to put basically Pat and Guy and Quentin and Brandon.
He's younger than Jimmy Butler. That's who you were putting around him.
Right, and you saw that it worked with Jimmy Butler when he was healthy. So you take that. I would rather have them trade Jimmy Butler in this deal and keep Draymond Green and keep keep Kuminga for crying out loud.
Now you're giving up a bunch of picks, and you can do that. But I mean, why would the Clippers do that? The whole carrot in this is
Kuminga the carrot?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those mini snack carrots.
I mean, but you're like, if you're looking to get out from money, you're looking to get out from hefty contracts and age. That's the kind of thing might you have to attach a pick? Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know what the Clippers are trying to do, honestly, because they got rid of Harden's 39, and then you bring in a player who's making more money for longer. So
he's a younger, better player.
Right.
I mean, again, I don't want to say better.
I don't think the Clippers are trying to get out of money. I think they're trying to get younger and better.
There you go.
So I think Kuminga would have to be a real carrot for them, because you're getting Draymond Green, which is... I don't know if Draymond Green is necessarily a fit for what the Clippers are trying to do. He's not younger and better. You'd have to really love Kuminga, and maybe if you're the Clippers, you would want Pods instead of TJD.
Maybe.
Or whatever that would be. If you really want to get younger and better, then I have a hard time understanding where Draymond would be a part of it, other than he'd be expiring.
All right, so James Harden's a Cav. Darius Garland is a Clipper. We still have, almost 2 days, little less than 2 days, about maybe 42, 43 hours left to go in the deadline. And clearly today is the day things have started to percolate. And definitely a lot of these teams are moving chairs around to maybe even take a shot at a bigger move. And does that open up a pivot for the Warriors if they're unable to get Giannis? We're talking it out, 888-957-9570. Let's go next to Matt in Orinda. Hey, Matt, thank you for calling and holding. What's up?
Hey, gentlemen, I want to get a quick check. Are we full sounder even though we're on Radio Row, or we have limited sounders?
Well, what sounders are you looking for, Matt?
Oh, I think you guys know that what we're working with here is nothing more than a negotiation sensation.
Cha-ching!
I saw that coming.
Yeah, Matt, we got everything we need. Mark Grandy's on the wheels of steel, and we're fine. You fire away, dude.
All right, boys, let's start with BPA, right? Yeah, man, I'll tell you what. If my life was BPA's life, and I woke up hating the Niners and hating the Warriors every year, and everything was terrible, and Shanahan's awful, and Lakem's terrible, and this and that, I mean, come on. They bought the Warriors for $450 billion. The Warriors worth $11 billion. Joe Lacob would like to drop the mic, BPA. But let me get off ahead for a second. Guys, it's a negotiation. There's nothing that is done at this point. There's nothing that is complete. And we're in just as good of a spot as we were the other day. There's disinformation. There's misinformation. It's all a bunch of just what we said earlier. It's a negotiation sensation.
Cha-ching! I don't disagree, Matt. I do not disagree. And by no means are Dibs and I telling you that anything is a done deal or that anything that we were hoping for is now off the table. I agree with you. Oh, okay. He hung up. Yeah, I agree. Like, again, I didn't necessarily buy it as credible last year, but we had that report that, Jimmy Butler's got no interest in joining the Warriors.
Right.
And then Jimmy Butler joined the Warriors.
He had 112 million reasons to join the Warriors.
And this is not that. Like, there's a little bit less of that this time around where it's like it's not about money. For Jimmy, it was about money. It was about respect and a new contract and the direction that he wanted to go. For Giannis, it's just about finding a new home. It's not about the finances of the whole thing.
And it was the same thing for Harden. Harden wanted out of L.A., and according to the Shams report, they've been working through his exit over the last few days, and a win-now opportunity for Harden, playing at a high level, going with Spida, joining Donovan Mitchell. That becomes an interesting backcourt. That's a very potent 1-2 punch in the backcourt.
I will tell you that the report that Giannis is not overly interested or thrilled at the idea of being the Warriors. Can't tell you if it's true or false. I can tell you it makes sense. It makes sense to me. I mean, if I were Giannis, is this where I would circle? And I know all the way our brains work because we live here and we love this team. And we go, well, yeah, why wouldn't you want to play with Steph? Well, there's a quick answer to that because he's about to turn 38 years old.
Yeah.
That's why.
Donovan Mitchell, 29. So Harden at 36 is thinking, yeah, let me get to Cleveland. And they worked it out to where, Darius Garland, much younger, almost 10 years younger than Harden. So the Clippers are like, yeah, we'll take Darius Garland for a longer term, younger guy, probably as good as Harden now. They're comparable players, which is why the swap only included a second-round pick.
All right, so we got more breaking news in the NBA that you can react to. Harden to Cleveland, Darius Garland to the Los Angeles Clippers is now official. Jed York gets loose on the Substack on Radio Row. We'll let you hear that as well. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. This is
Tide.
Very nice.
Thank you.
This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. 80 westbound coming out of Oakland on the Bay Bridge. Looks like a great drive getting into San Francisco. A little bit of brake tapping getting on to 101 southbound, but no delays once you're on heading towards 280. I'm Abby Curlette with traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard for Daisy Dips. If you're not including this in your big game party, I just think you're making a mistake. This is an easy one-stop shop hit for whoever's coming over to eat all that food this weekend. Daisy makes great French onion dip. They make great ranch dip. All of them are delicious and made with ingredients that you can find in your kitchen. That's where ingredients go. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients, and my goodness, they go perfectly with everything that you're going to have out this weekend. Chips, wings, veggies. I love to go at them with the baby carrots. You got to check it out. Your menu this weekend has got to include Daisy Dips.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Goo, big game on Sunday. Where's the Bay watching?
Bay Street, Emeryville, baby. We're getting in on the action early, Steiny. Pre-game fun starts at 2 p.m.
Say less. Screens?
You know it. TVs on the Bay Break dining terrace, around the fireplace, and a big screen in the plaza.
Food, family fun, games, prizes. This event's where it's at, Goo. We will be there.
You should be, too. Event details at BayStreetEmeryville.com/events. That's BayStreetEmeryville.com/events.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Fade, fade, fade.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
I just saw this as well.
Yeah?
Just to throw that in there.
Okay.
New story from our friend Dave McMenamin over at ESPN.
I know him.
While the Cavaliers, Knicks, and Warriors all considered potential future destinations for LeBron James.
Okay.
Pursue stars at the deadline. James is still expected to finish the season with the Lakers. So there you go.
Throw that in there. There's your pivot.
This summer.
Well, there's your deadline pivot. Yeah. Just pivot right to LeBron.
No, he's going to finish the season with the Lakers, but in the offseason, just hold tight.
He's a free agent.
LeBron is on the way.
LeBron for the minimum, right? Because we all want Steph to play for the minimum, so LeBron comes here.
Yeah, he's older.
Tell you what, trade for Giannis and then hold out for LeBron at the minimum, and then, not the McMenamin, the minimum, the Dave McMenamin, and then, so next year you'll have...
Oh, my God.
You trade... You trade
that joke
Butler
works so much better at 5:30 than it would.
Yeah,
at 2:30, I would have punched you. At 5:30, that's very funny.
And the room's getting empty, so, you know.
Oh, God.
Why not, right? Let's just... and you got to keep Al Horford. That way you have the oldest team in the history of the association.
It is like a really tiny burger at McDonald's, the McMinimum. Like, you can just go in there and get, like, one fry. Yeah. And, like, a little tiny slider.
Smaller than a slider.
The McMinimum.
That's pretty good, actually. As we all try to watch our weight.
Oh, my God.
We get a filet of fish and a McMinimum to go.
Okay, so James Harden is a member of the Cavs, and Darius Garland is a member of the Clippers, and Jaren Jackson Jr. is a member of the Jazz, and a whole bunch of first-round picks are going to Memphis, and Nikola Vucevic is a member of the Celtics, and Kalshi continues to think that the Minnesota Timberwolves are firing up the board in the chase for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
And him staying in Milwaukee past the deadline down to 42%, and Minnesota up to 28%. 28% now, Minnesota. Third on the board, Chicago. Out of nowhere.
Chicago?
That's what I said.
What are we doing?
I mean, what are we doing? Kalshi, people are investing some money into Chicago, and they get rid of Vucevic, $21 million. They've got the room for Giannis, certainly. I don't know what they have to deal. They got Giddey and Zach Collins, who's expiring. I guess if you're Chicago, you could give up whatever you have and and bring him in. I don't know if Giannis looks at Chicago and says, yeah, they're just a me away from being really good.
Oh, crazy day. I love what Jake Fisher, who works alongside Mark Stein, he just tweeted a few minutes ago, by targeting Cleveland as his next destination, James Harden had to waive almost all of his $2.3 million trade bonus. He really wanted the Cavaliers, like he wanted the Clippers, like he wanted the Sixers, like he wanted the Nets. It's honestly impressive the way this man keeps pointing at a team and getting there. Can you name all of James Harden's teams?
You just did. I
didn't name all of them.
Well, obviously Houston.
And the Thunder.
That's right. That's his teams. Houston, OKC, Clippers, Brooklyn, Philly, and now he's going to be a Cavaliers.
Man.
17 years in the association. And
crazy.
As much as he's been, I don't know, like team bad body, not that I'm going to body shame an NBA player, but I never looked at him as a guy who I thought would be this durable, but he's this durable, and he's been that guy for a long time. Coming up on 30,000 points. He'll get there by the early part of next year.
Yeah.
That's an elite club.
Man, everybody's maneuvering right now. And once again, just like the summer and the offseason, the Warriors are just kind of, sitting there watching, although that's not what they're doing. But that's what it feels like to fans. I get it.
Yeah, a little bit. But if you look at who's moved, like Vucevic was a guy they wanted last year, probably not now with Horford and Quentin Post. And James Harden's a guy they've never probably wanted. The one is Jaren Jackson Jr. that they might have thought about and then blushed at the amount of picks it would take. But it feels like all eyes on the Greek Freak. And, they're completely pot committed with their picks and players, I think, on making that happen. If not, then there probably won't be a pivot.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really interesting. Meantime, the backdrop of all of this here in the Bay is that Anthony Slater tapped in with the Dubs, as we all know, dropped an article this morning where he basically interviewed Draymond Green about the idea of potentially being traded in the next day or two.
Yeah. And,
oh, what a time.
What a time, and it's the reality of where the Warriors are, and it's also the reality of the NBA. And of all the trade deadlines, it feels like the NBA is always the wildest, where, stuff can happen and big-name players can be on the move. Like this, the trade between Cleveland and the Clippers, those are a couple of all-stars, a current all-star, a former all-star. Those are big names that are just one-for-one swap-a-roo.
Cavaliers also reportedly not done, very much still working toward finding a trade partner to assume the $10 million salary of one Lonzo Ball. So maybe the Warriors can get him.
Yeah, okay. And he's got a team option for next year, which would maybe be exercised or maybe declined. You got to feel for Lonzo Ball with the injuries he sustained in his career. The guy's barely ever been able to really get rolling on his career.
Absolutely. All right. So a crazy day, both in terms of Radio Row and the NBA trade deadline. Tomorrow promises to be probably even ramped up even more. And as far as the trade deadline is concerned, it's the last full calendar day before this thing happens. It's noon our time, right?
Yep.
On Thursday?
Yep.
Noon our time. So tomorrow is going to be kind of our last show to get our thoughts in on where this sits. And then we'll be with you pretty much shortly right after. Stein and Gould will be on when it becomes official, and then we'll jump in right after and react on Thursday to whatever the new normal is. And the new normal might be that there's no change at all.
If it happens tomorrow, I would put us as the favorites to have it happen during our show. If Giannis to the Warriors breaks, I think that it would be happening where this Cleveland and Clipper trade happened. Maybe it's just me selfishly hoping for it. But if we don't get it by the end of our show tomorrow, 24 hours from now, all eyes on the Twitter machine in the overnight. Keep your phone on. Keep your notifications on in case that thing happens early in the morning.
The other thing that just popped into my mind, and it's 5:41 right now here in the Bay, and we have not even said this once. There's a game tonight. The Warriors play
Wait.
In an hour and a half.
I thought you were talking about the Grand Canyon Air Force game that tips off at the top of the hour.
The Warriors play tonight, man. The Warriors play tonight.
I gotta check that.
That's how far down the list the games have gone. I mean, it's kind of like the way we're all doing this right now is it's representative of where the league is. Same thing happens in July. Free agency, trade buzz, the drama around the NBA often supersedes the games themselves.
Yeah.
And especially when you have one like tonight where there's, unfortunately, all of the names that you would want to see play for the Warriors, from Steph to Jimmy Butler, throw in Jonathan Kuminga as well. None of them will be available for this one.
Yeah, we got 8 games underway right now around the association. Warriors favored by 5.5. It opened at 1.5, and now it's been bet up Warriors minus 5.5. Joel Embiid out with an ankle.
Okay.
Paul George out, suspension.
Well, he's suspended, yeah.
Moody, game time decision with the knee. Cryer out with the hammy. Curry, Kuminga.
Curry!
Out.
Yep.
So.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess Pods is going for 30 or something. I don't know what Vegas is thinking on that one, but okay. Hope so. Let's see it. By the way, before we do the Jed York thing, let's fire over to our engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll that we do on every game day. Engagement is everything on the court and in life. We ask you to vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game Twitter page before every game, presented by Shane Coe, your friend and jeweler. And we asked you earlier, if the Warriors don't land Giannis by Thursday, should they pivot to another big move or just wait and kind of regroup and maybe do this again come summertime? 76.4% of our votes and respondents say pivot immediately. Only 23.6% say regroup this summer. And I think the Warriors are very aware of this factor, which is that the fans want to see something happen. Steph Curry is getting older, and everybody has no patience. Whether it's rational or not, doesn't matter. People would like to see the effort, which is why I think the Warriors are in a really tough spot.
Tough spot. I mean, the fans want a pivot. The fans always want to be a part of the action, right? If everybody's doing stuff, you mentioned FOMO earlier, you want to be a part of what's going on. You don't want to be the team that's just sitting on your hands. So, yeah, go out there and do something, but make sure it's impactful and make sure it's not, costing you too much. So make sure you pivot and do something, but don't blow it, Dunleavy. So you're right. They are in a tough spot because the smart thing might be to hold. And this is why I am a terrible poker player, because I want to play.
Yeah.
I don't want to do what you're supposed to do, which is you muck. You look at your hand, you muck it. You muck. You give up a hand. You give. I get cards and I want to play.
I make the same mistake, but it's not just because I want to play. It's because of this rampant, awful optimism that I have.
It's true.
Like, I always think the next card's going to be exactly the one that I need.
That's so funny.
I'm like, it's coming. It's coming. They're like, we've turned over 18 cards, sir.
Right.
But the next one's going to be a 6.
You have no chips. You have to leave now. I'm with you.
All right. Hey, we wanted to do this before we hopped on out of here because Jed York, boy, some dignitaries with the Niners were running around Radio Row earlier. Fred Warner was here. Jed York was here. And this is from Up in Adams with Kay Adams. And this whole substation thing right next to Levi's Stadium is really kind of unfortunate because, again, I think most of you have heard about it. You may or may not be aware of, the scientific community has already come out in droves and said, this is not a thing. This is not causing injuries with the 49ers.
Electromagnetic frequencies, a.k.a. EMFs.
Right, but the problem is that some people apparently in the locker room talk about it. And if people in the locker room talk about it and think about it, and these are people who make millions of dollars to make sure that their body is optimized, if that's happening, then it doesn't take much to head down the road of would free agents sort of be like, I don't want to go there. And so you have what amounts to, at minimum, some sort of a PR problem. And you can tell that it's weighing on Jed. Listen to Jed answer this question to Kay.
The substation, right? The people are talking about injuries.
Yeah.
that's been there since 1987.
Oh, we're going there, Jed? Okay.
That's been there since 1987. Jerry Rice was there.
Yeah.
It didn't seem to affect Jerry Rice. It seems like Jerry Rice can still play today. I don't believe that's something that is a real
everyone's
issue.
being asked about it.
I am sure.
Lynch, I'm sure. Fred Warner was asked about it yesterday. Is there like due diligence being done? Have you researched it, or is it?
We'll look into it, but we've been there since 1987 next to the substation, and this is the first time that somebody has brought it up. It's not like it happened last season. Jerry Rice seemed to be pretty healthy during his career. Like all those guys seem to be pretty healthy during their career. I think we can debunk it.
It's too pragmatic, Jed.
Yeah.
This critical thinking.
Can't do that.
Well, but then it begs the question, what are the next things to check off the list of why this? I mean what I said, Jed. You're healthy, you're in the Super Bowl. You're not. No, the injuries, it's like the most frustrating.
It's unbelievably frustrating, and we need to be better at it. And
but what is it?
If I knew, I would wave my magic wand and I would fix it. We need to fix it. We need to make sure that we are healthy. We need to make sure that we are best able to compete. Because you said it, when we're healthy, we're in the Super Bowl.
That's a compelling conversation right there.
Yeah.
And you can hear the frustration in his voice. He at least admits two things that I think are really important for 49er fans to hear. Number one, they got no damn idea why it keeps happening. But number two, it needs to be addressed. How do you address it if you don't even know what it is? I don't know. But we're talking about a multi-billion-dollar industry, and their entire goal keeps getting cratered by these injuries. So I like that he at least did say we've got to do a better job. Now, there's other little idiosyncrasies and things to throw in there. He talks about how they've been right there since 1987, and it didn't affect Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice did have injuries in his career, but at the same time, I'm like, you could look at almost any NFL player that stays in one spot or plays in the league for multiple years. Like I saw someone earlier be like, Jed, Jerry Rice tore his ACL, face, all over you. And I'm like, right, because he played football for a really long time. But his body is still in really good condition. And he was relatively an Iron Man. But we're also talking about one person. I don't know what to do with it. All I can do is tell you what I think. I think it's ridiculous. They've been there for 40 years. They've been there for 40 years.
We don't have the data, and we didn't have it back then on the most injured team and all that, but I do know that they won 5 Super Bowls, or not 5 since they've been there because they won before, but
yes.
They've won a handful of them. They've been really good, and I don't recall them always being injured. So
3 of them came post 1987, and obviously they've been to 3 more since then, and have had many seasons where they were largely healthy team.
Yeah. So if you want to say that the substation is a part of it, well, the science would tell you that it probably isn't. I would look at the strength and conditioning staff, and you've got one guy who's been there through it all since Shanahan started, Dustin Perry, and he's moved up the ranks, and now he's the VP of player health and performance. I'm not saying it's on him, but something about the way they train, the way they rehab players, the way they go about it, that's a factor. And also the players themselves, whether or not they come in a certain shape that they shouldn't, or if they push them too hard earlier. And you said that Dre Greenlaw talked about how Denver goes a lot harder than Shanahan did. So I think it's a number of factors. And one thing that Jed said I agree with, you're going to have to figure this out.
Yeah, but I don't know if the substation is the thing that actually needs to be figured out. I don't know, but it's one of my least, where this heads? It's one of my least favorite phrases and sentences that you hear a lot of people like us often say, and I hate it. But perception is reality. I can't stand that because it's like, well, no, it's not. It's factually not. Your perception is not necessarily reality. If that were the case, then multiple perceptions would not be allowed. But in the world today, especially in social media, I know what people mean by that, which is once the, hamster is out of the cage or whatever, once it's all out there, it's really hard to reel it back in. And misinformation does fly.
Yeah.
And all of these things just sort of build on themselves. And so even if it is, Jed, completely absurd it can still be a problem.
Perception becomes reality when people believe it and they act accordingly.
Right.
So if Steve Kerr doesn't develop young players, Steve Kerr, he hates the young people.
It's a perception.
It's a perception. Is it the reality? I don't think it is. But if you're a young player and you are entering free agency and you have a choice to go to the Warriors, and you're not a top flight free agent, but you're one of these guys, who might be a rotational player, but Steve Kerr's not going to develop you because that's what he does. That's the perception. If you choose to go elsewhere because you believe that, then it becomes the reality. And similarly, if you believe that these EMF waves are damaging and they cause injury, even if it's not true, if you believe that and you act accordingly, then the perception does become the reality. I don't love the expression, but I understand when it actually becomes a thing,
Completely. And I think that's why what you just listened to, Jed York sounded very, very frustrated. Because how do you fight these two things? Look at what the 49ers are now fighting. They're fighting a substation next door, which every scientist I've listened to has said, this is completely absurd. This is that's not how it works. This is not causing injuries. And so you're fighting that. And now you're fighting the reality that lives online because this got posted enough and talked about enough to where people will go out in the world with this as a thing. And so now, Jed York he's punching clouds.
Yeah.
You've got people believing this. You've got a power plant next door and whatever that is emitting out there. Meantime, you're also fighting injuries. These are all things that the owner of a football team, in my opinion, has no control over whatsoever.
And he shouldn't have to worry about it unless it's an actual thing. For example, the Levi Stadium field a number of years ago was a bad field. It was a slippery field. The sod hadn't really fully taken hold, and I think that was more of a reality than a perception, but they went out there and they fixed it. And the other one is the Meadowlands right now. That the perception is that field is dangerous and that field will cause you to tear your ACL. We've seen it from a couple Niners. We've seen it from other players. This year it was a New York Giant player. It was Malik Neighbors, right?
Yeah.
Who tore his ACL on his own field. So is it a perception? Is it the reality? Probably somewhere in between, but perceptions can be dangerous when the world or the country takes it on as fact and starts to act based on a perception as opposed to what the reality really is. And I don't want to get too political on some of the things that have happened in our country over the course of the last 5 to 8 years, but there are perceptions that are flat wrong that people are acting on as reality.
Wow.
And as a result now, a lot of things have happened.
I told you and I did that, at least a year or two ago. I went on that whole thing and unloaded on the idea that, who's had a really tough couple years? Facts.
Yeah.
Facts have had a really, really, really hard time over the last, and I'll make it even more than a couple. The last 5, 6, 7 years, facts are no longer something that we all stop for. So I don't know, man. I'm not a scientist. I don't know what the hell's going on down there, but I've seen a lot of scientists say one thing, and it does leave people like Jed York and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, it leaves them in a pretty rough spot.
It's an impossible spot.
Yeah.
So it's either move your practice facility or move the substation or continue on as you've done and try to counteract things with facts and, data and evidence. And I think the next stop for the 49ers is going to be to have some scientists go out there with their Geiger counters and all the rest of it. And guys in white lab coats are going to come center stage so they can try to debunk this myth.
All right, man. We got Warriors Live coming up in just a few minutes. Lucas, what's the whole list? I know Greg Cosell is coming by tomorrow. Dude, listen to this list. We got, it's going to be coming fast at us.
Greg Cosell in person at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Von Miller, one of the best linebackers, edge rushers in the last 20 years.
He's got a new podcast.
He's at 3:40.
Okay.
Jeff Schwartz. 4:15. great former O-lineman.
Big Giants fan.
And then at 5 o'clock, we're doing something fun. Kelly in Vegas and Ariel Epstein, two of the best and most fun voices in sports gambling, are going to be around, and we'll do a little four of you roundtable.
Okay,
here.
super fun. And then a bunch of maybes, right?
We'll see where we want to go with our show.
Anderson?
Josina Anderson will come on at some point this week probably, and there are going to be a lot more people here tomorrow, so a lot more people to try and get on to.
Oh, boy. And then at any moment, could also happen. Last day before the deadline.
Breaking news.
Man. Okay. You know what's coming up on the game? It's our guy, Evan Giddings. Warriors Live, an hour before Dubs and Sixers. And it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Yes, Mark, I do.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
I do.
Okay.
I can't wait till tomorrow. All
right, for Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, for Tim Jordan, and for Guru, who's still sitting here, y'all. Okay, yeah. Well, hey, Guru, shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. This week, tender, juicy, and flavorful, high-quality USDA choice beef T-bone steak mega packs for just $9.99 per pound. Dibs, how do you like them apples?
I love beef, but I also like apples and sweet Honey Crisp or Envy apples, just $2.49 per pound, and special savings all week long from the deli. Chicken tenders, all-American footlong sandwiches made fresh every day, and Reese's American Classic Salads, 48-ounce selected varieties, all just $5. What a bargain!
I can afford that. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Of course, go to Safeway.com for all the details, and we will see you in the aisles.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.